Chapter 1. Crimson painful. How painful. My head hurts so badly. A gaudy, dazzling dream world filled with murmurs shattered. Joe Mingri, asleep, felt a throbbing pain in his head, as if pierced by a sharp object and twisted. Ouch. In his stupor, he tried to move but couldn't, as if he'd lost control of his body. From the looks of it, I'm still not awake. I'm still in a dream. Who knows? Perhaps the next scene will be of me thinking I'm already awake, but in fact, I'm actually still sleeping. Joe Mingri, familiar with such experiences, struggled to focus and break free from the darkness. His will felt like fleeting fog, thoughts hard to control. Random ideas surfaced. Why would I suddenly have such an excruciating headache in the middle of the night? And it's really painful. Could it be something like a cerebral hemorrhage? Fuck, don't tell me I'm going to die young. I need to wake up. Now. Why doesn't it seem to hurt as much as before? But why does it still feel like a blunt knife is slicing through my brains? From the looks of it, sleep is impossible. How am I to show up for work tomorrow? Why am I still thinking about work? This is some authentic headache. Of course I have to take time off. I don't have to worry about my manager's grumblings. Hey, putting it that way, it doesn't seem too bad. Heh, I can end up getting some spare time for myself. Throbbing pain surged, letting Joe Mingri gather strength to move and open his eyes, escaping his reverie. His vision blurred, then cleared under a faint crimson glow. A burly wood desk stood before him, holding an open notebook with yellow pages and black lettering. To the left were 8 neatly stacked books. A greyish-white pipe with a wall lamp, classical in style, was inset on the right wall. Beneath the lamp sat a black ink bottle with an embossed angel pattern, glowing faintly red. A dark pen and a brass revolver lay beside the notebook. A gun? A revolver? Joe Mingri was stunned. These objects were alien to his room. Shocked, he noticed the desk, notebook, ink bottle and revolver veiled in crimson light from the window. He looked up. A crimson moon hung in a black sky, glowing silently. This! Joe Mingri stood abruptly, horrified. His brain throbbed, sapping his strength, and he fell back onto the wooden chair. Pah! The pain didn't deter him. He stood again, scanning the room. It was small, with brown doors on either side, a low bed against one wall and a cabinet with open doors and drawers nearby. A mechanical device with gears was connected to a pipe. Coal stoves and pots sat in a corner. A cracked dressing mirror stood opposite one door. In the mirror, Joe Mingri saw himself. Black hair, brown eyes, linen shirt, average features. This, Joe Mingri gasped. The revolver and crimson moon suggested one thing. See, could I have transmigrated? He widened his mouth slightly. He'd read web novels and fantasized about this, but acceptance was hard. If not for the throbbing headache keeping his thoughts clear, he'd think he was dreaming. Calm down, calm down, calm down. After deep breaths, Joe Mingri stopped panicking. Memories flooded in. Klein Moretti, Loan Kingdom, Tingen City, history graduate from Coy University. His father, a sergeant, died in a colonial conflict, his pension funding Klein's education. His mother, a devotee of the Evernite goddess, died when he entered university. He had an elder brother and younger sister, living in a modest 2-bedroom apartment supported by his brother's clerk job. As a history graduate, Klein knew ancient Faesak and Hermes languages. Hermes language? Joe Mingri rubbed his temples and looked at the notebook. The text shifted from strange to readable Hermes. It read, "Everyone will die, including me." Hiss! Joe Mingri leaned back, horrified, trying to distance himself from the notebook. The air felt turbulent like faint murmurs. He shook his head, dismissing it as an illusion, and shifted his gaze to the revolver. With Klein's family situation, how can they have the money or means to buy a revolver? While pondering, he saw a red handprint by the table, deeper than the moonlight. A bloody handprint? Joe Mingri checked his right hand, finding it blood-covered. His headache persisted. Did I smash my head open? He approached the mirror. A black-haired, scholarly figure appeared. Klein Moretti? Using the crimson moonlight, he examined his temple. The mirror showed a grotesque wound with burn marks, blood and greyish-white brain juices squirming inside. Chapter 2. Situation. Tap, tap, tap. Joe Mingri reeled back in fear at the sight that greeted him. It was as though the person in the dressing mirror was not himself, but a desiccated corpse. How could a person with such grievous wounds be still alive? He turned his head in disbelief again and checked the other side. Even though he was a distance away and the lighting was poor, he could still see the penetrating wound and dark red blood stains. This. Zhou Mingri drew a deep breath as he tried hard to calm himself. He reached out to press his left chest and sensed his racing heart that exuded immense vitality. He then touched his exposed skin. Beneath the slight coldness was flowing warmth. When he squatted down and after verifying that his knees could bend, Zhou Mingri stood up again and calmed down. "What's happening?" he muttered with a frown. He planned to inspect his head injury seriously once more. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly paused. The moonlight of the sanguine moon was relatively dark, insufficient for a thorough inspection. A memory fragment triggered as Zhou Mingri glanced at the greyish-white pipes and metallic gridded gas lamp beside the study desk. It was a common gas lamp, its flame stable and illumination excellent. Klein Moretti's family could barely afford candles, let alone a gas lamp. But 4 years ago, when Klein studied for Coy University, his brother Benson insisted on creating better study conditions, even if it meant debt. Benson convinced the landlord to install gas pipes to improve future rentals, covering the costs. Using his job at an import-export company, he bought a gas lamp near cost price, avoiding loans. Zhou Mingri approached the desk, turned the pipe's valve, and twisted the gas lamp's switch. Sputter. A spark ignited, but no light came. He tried again, to no avail. Pressing his temple, Zhou Mingri searched his memories. Seconds later he walked to a wall-mounted gas meter with exposed gears. From his pocket he pulled a dark yellow bronze shimmering coin engraved with a crowned portrait and a weak-backed 1, a Lone Kingdom copper penny worth about 3 to 4 yuan pre-transmigration. After flipping the coin, Zhou Mingri inserted it into the meter's slot. Clink! Clang! Gears grinded, producing a brief melodic rhythm. Returning to the desk, he twisted the switch again. A fire plume ignited, growing bright, its warm glow banishing the room's darkness. Zhou Mingri felt oddly at ease as he stepped to the dressing mirror. He meticulously inspected his temple. The grotesque wound had stopped bleeding, as if expertly treated. The squirming greyish-white brain and growing flesh suggested it might heal in hours, leaving only a faint scar. The restorative effects that transmigration brings? Zhou Mingri muttered, curling his lip. He sighed, relieved to be alive. He grabbed a small soap piece and a tattered towel from the cupboard, heading to the second-floor communal bathroom. He had to clean the blood stains to avoid scaring his sister, Melissa, in the morning. The corridor was pitch black, crimson moonlight casting eerie silhouettes. Zhou Mingri tread lightly, shuddering. In the bathroom, moonlight revealed a wash basin. He turned the tap, water gushing, and recalled his landlord, Mr. Frankie. Water was included in rent, but Frankie, a short, top-hatted man, obsessively checked for waste, banging his cane and yelling about thieves and shameful wastage, boasting his apartment's value. Zhou Mingri cleaned the blood from his face, confirming in the rundown mirror only a hideous wound and pale face remained. He washed bloodstains from his linen shirt with soap. Then, a concern hit him. The wound was too severe, the blood too much. His room likely held more evidence. Back in his apartment, he wiped a blood handprint from the desk and found blood splattered on the floor and a yellow bullet by the wall. Releasing a round with a revolver pointed at the temple, Zhou Mingri pieced together Klein's death. He cleaned the blood and bullet, then checked the revolver's cylinder, 5 brass rounds and 1 cartridge shell. Indeed, he nodded, returning the rounds. His gaze fell on the notebook's words, "Everyone will die, including me." Questions swirled. Where did the gun come from? Suicide or staged? What trouble could a history graduate face? Why so little blood? Did transmigration heal him? Changing into a clean shirt, Zhou Mingri sat, pondering his transmigration's cause and if he could return. He missed his parents, friends, the internet, and food. Click, click. His hand flicked the revolver's cylinder absent-mindedly. Why did I transmigrate? Bad luck. Wait, the luck enhancement ritual. A memory sparked. As a self-proclaimed know-it-all, Zhou Mingri recalled a ritual from a book, Quintessential Divination and Arcane Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasty. After a month of bad luck, he tried its simple luck enhancement ritual before dinner. Placing 4 food portions in his room's corners, taking 4 counterclockwise steps while chanting blessings to celestial lords, then waiting 5 minutes. Nothing happened then, but he transmigrated that night. There is a distinct possibility that it's due to that luck enhancement ritual. Yes, I should give it a try here tomorrow. If it's really because of that, I stand a chance of transmigrating back. Joe Mingri sat up, energized. He had to try. He had to attempt a Hail Mary. Chapter 3. Melissa. After confirming his plan, Joe Mingri felt a mental crutch steady him. His fear and unease retreated to a corner of his mind. He stood, turned off the gas lamp's valve, and watched the flame dim to darkness. Sitting back down, he fiddled with the revolver's brass cylinder, pressing his head to recall Klein's fragmented memories in the crimson-tinted dark, like a viewer in a theater. Klein's memories were shattered, likely from the bullet through his head. Gaps existed, how he got the revolver, whether it was suicide or murder, the meaning of everyone will die, including me, or if odd events occurred days prior. Even basic knowledge was patchy. Klein would struggle to graduate if he returned to university now. He had an interview at Tingen University's history department in 2 days. Lone Kingdom graduates rarely stayed at their alma mater. His mentor recommended him for Tingen and Backland universities. Joe Mingri watched the red moon set and dawn's golden glow rise. A commotion stirred in the apartment, followed by footsteps nearing his door. Melissa is awake. She's as punctual as always. Joe Mingri smiled, feeling a sibling bond from Klein's memories, though he had no sister himself. Melissa differed from Benson and Klein. She attended public primary school, not church Sunday school, thanks to the Lone Kingdom's basic education law. Public schools, costing 3 pence weekly, offered 6 days of classes, unlike Sunday school's 1 copper penny for a single day. They maintained religious neutrality amid conflicts between the Lord of Storms, Evernight Goddess, and God of Steam and Machinery. Melissa loved gears and springs, aspiring to be a steam mechanic. Benson supported her, as he had Klein's education, despite their family's struggles. She passed Tingen Technical School's entrance exams last July, joining its steam and machinery department, with fees at 9 pence weekly. Benson's company faced losses from Southern Continent issues leading to layoffs. To keep his job, he took grueling tasks, working overtime or in harsh conditions, explaining his recent absence. Klein felt inadequate at university, struggling with subjects like ancient Faisak, which nobles learned young. He barely graduated with average results after intense effort. Memories of his siblings lingered as Joe Mingri opened the door, then froze, realizing he held the revolver, a semi-regulated item that could scare Melissa, especially with his healed but visible head wound. He quickly tossed the revolver into a desk drawer, slamming it shut. "What happened?" Melissa asked, curious at the noise. She was young, her thin face pale but her skin lustrous, exuding youth. Her brown eyes met his. Joe Mingri composed himself, grabbing a silver vine-leaf pocket watch to mask closing the drawer. He touched his temple. His wound had healed. He opened the watch, a second-hand heirloom from their father, often malfunctioning. Melissa, with her mechanical talent, had recently fixed it at her technical school. The watch's second hand was still. He wound it, but no spring tautened. "It's broken again," he said, seeking conversation. Melissa glanced at him, took the watch, and with a few turns of the button, the second hand ticked. "Isn't that for adjusting time?" Joe Mingri's face blanked. A cathedral bell chimed 6 times. Melissa synchronized the watch and returned it, saying simply, "It's okay now." Joe Mingri smiled awkwardly. Melissa gave him a piercing stare, grabbed her toiletries and left for the bathroom. Was that look pity for a clueless brother? Joe Mingri chuckled, opening and closing the watch absently. Why didn't Melissa hear Klein's loud suicide shot? Was she sleeping too soundly, or was it shrouded in mystery? Click, clack. Melissa returned, spotting his watch fiddling, her gaze exasperated. In a sweet voice, she said, "Klein, take out all the remaining bread. Remember to buy fresh ones today. There's meat and peas too. Your interview is soon. I'll make you mutton stewed with peas." She set up a stove, boiled water and made tea with a few inferior leaves from a treasured can. They shared 2 pieces of rye bread, unappetizing but filling. Melissa finished, adjusted her hair and repeated, "Buy fresh bread, 8 pounds, the weather's hot, it'll spoil. Get mutton and peas." "All right," Joe Mingri nodded, noting a pound was about half a kilogram. Melissa donned a tattered veil cap, grabbed her school bag and headed out. She paused, adding, "Don't buy too much mutton or peas. Benson might return Sunday. Only 8 pounds of bread." "All right. Sure thing," Joe Mingri replied, exasperated. He noted Sunday mentally. The Northern Continent's calendar mirrored his old world's. 12 months, 365 or 366 days, 7-day weeks. Months followed astronomy, days religion, tied to the 7 gods. As Melissa left, Joe Mingri sighed, his thoughts returning to the luck enhancement ritual. "Sorry, I really wish to return home." Chapter 4, Divination. The cathedral bells chimed 7 times. Joe Mingri stood, approached the cupboard, and pulled out a black vest, suit, tight trousers, and halved top hat, his scholarly air evoking a Victorian drama. He muttered with a wry smile, "I'm not going for an interview. All I'm doing is buying ingredients for my luck enhancement ritual." Klein's interview instinct had prompted the formal attire. Joe Mingri exhaled, switching to a brownish-yellow coat and felt hat. He lifted the bed's cushion, reaching into a hidden hole to retrieve 8 faded dark green notes. Benson's savings, including 3 days' expenses. 2 were 5 soli, the rest 1 soli. In the Lone Kingdom, soli, from ancient silver coins, equaled 12 pence. Gold pounds, pegged to gold, were 20 soli. Zhao Mingri inhaled a note's faint ink, admiring George III's design and anti-counterfeit watermark, drawn by Klein's money obsession or his own. He took 2 1-soli notes, returning the rest, pocketing them separately from his pence, and grabbed a key and paper bag before heading out. He paused at the door. Klein's odd suicide made him wary. He retrieved the brass revolver from the desk drawer, his only defense, potent despite his inexperience. He hid it in his note pocket, fingers on the handle. Fearing a misfire, he aligned the empty chamber from the suicide with the hammer, ensuring a safe empty round. Left hand in his pocket, he pressed his hat and left. The dim corridor gave way to sunlight. Tingen's midsummer was cool, under 30 degrees Celsius, but streets were filthy. Hawkers shouted, selling fish, soup, muffins, and vegetables. "Come and try our delicious roasted fish. Hot and fresh oyster soup. Drink a bowl in the morning and feel invigorated all day. Fresh fish from the port for just 5 pence apiece. Muffins and eel soup make the perfect combination. Conch, conch, conch. Vegetables freshly plucked from the farms outside the city, cheap and fresh." Joe Mingri, clutching his revolver and notes, slouched through the crowd, wary of thieves. At a quieter spot, he straightened, spotting an accordionist playing a lively tune. Ragged children danced joyfully nearby. A dull woman passed, her gaze softening at them. He entered Smiren Bakery, where Wendy Smiren, a genial grey-haired granny, greeted him. "Oh, dear Klein, where's Benson? Is he not back?" Wendy asked smilingly. "In a few more days," Joe Mingri answered vaguely. As Wendy packed 16 rye breads, she sighed. "He sure is a hard-working lad. He will have a good wife." Smiling playfully, she added, "All is good now. You have already graduated. You are a history graduate of our Koi University. Oh, you will soon be able to earn money. You should not be staying in the apartment you are currently living in. At the very least, you should have a bathroom you can call your own." "Mrs. Smiren, you seem to be a young and energetic woman today," Joe Mingri replied with a dry smile, recalling Klein's dream of a suburban bungalow, feasible if he passed his Tingen University interview for 2 to 3.5 gold pounds weekly. "This is the difference between earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan and earning 14,000 to 15,000 yuan a month," Joe Mingri mumbled. "No, I have always been this young," answered Wendy humorously. She handed him the bag. 9 pence. 9 pence? Wasn't it 11 pence 2 days ago? Joe Mingri asked. "You have to thank the people who protested on the streets for the repeal of the Grain Act," said Wendy as she shrugged. Joe Mingri nodded, recalling the Grain Act protected domestic prices. He paid with a 1 soli note, pocketing 3 pence, and headed to the lettuce and meat market. At the municipal square, clowns distributed circus flyers. "There's a circus performance tomorrow night," Joe Mingri muttered, thinking Melissa would enjoy it, but wondering about the cost. A hoarse voice interrupted, "Would you like to try a divination?" He saw a woman in a pointed hat and black dress, face painted red and yellow, greyish-blue eyes striking. "No," Joe Mingri shook his head in response. He did not have the spare cash for divination. The woman laughed and said, "My tarot divination is very accurate." "Tarot." Joe Mingri froze. The pronunciation matched Earth tarot cards. He recalled this world's tarot was created by Roselle Guster, Intis Republic's consul 170 years ago, who invented the steam engine, overthrew the Intis kingdom and became Emperor Caesar. Roselle made tarot divination and card games like Upgrade. He discovered a southern continent sea route, sparking colonialism before his 1198 assassination. Could Roselle be a transmigrator? Intrigued, Zhao Mingri nodded. If the price is reasonable, I'll give it a try. The woman immediately said with a laugh, Sir, you are the first one here today, so it's on the house. Chapter 5, Ritual Free. Free things cost the most. Zhao Mingri mumbled silently, resolving not to buy any extra services no matter what. He'd refuse them all. If you're so capable, divine that I transmigrated. He followed the red and yellow painted woman into the dim tent, lit only by faint beams seeping through. A table with paper cards was barely visible. The woman, unaffected by the dark, glided to the table, sat opposite, and lit a candle. The dim yellow light flickered, making the tent feel mysterious. Zhao Mingri sat, spotting familiar tarot cards like the Magician and the Emperor. Could Roselle have been a senior? Maybe a countryman? He mumbled inwardly. The fortune teller gathered the cards, stacked them, and pushed the deck to him. Shuffle the cards first and cut the deck, the circus fortune teller said in a muted voice. Me? Shuffle? Zhao Mingri asked reflexively. The fortune teller's painted face showed a slight smile. Of course, everyone's destiny can only be unraveled by themselves. I only serve as a reader of it. Zhao Mingri asked warily, This reading does not require additional fees, right? The fortune teller, taken aback, said muffledly, It's free. Relieved, Zhao Mingri adjusted the revolver in his pocket, then shuffled and cut the deck skillfully. It's done, he said, placing the deck on the table. The fortune teller clasped the cards, studied them, then said, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask, but what would you like to ask about? Having researched tarot when wooing his first love, Zhao Mingri replied, Past, present, and future. The fortune teller nodded, then curled her lips to reveal a smile and said, Then please reshuffle the deck. You can only truly get the cards you want if you know what you would like to ask about. Were you fooling me just now? Do you have to be this petty? Didn't I only ask a few times if this would be a free service? Zhao Mingri's cheeks twitched. He took a deep breath, reshuffled, and cut the deck. There won't be any problems this time, right? He asked, placing it back. No problem. The fortune teller replied. She placed the first card to his left. This card symbolizes your past. The second went in front of him. This card symbolizes your present. The third went to his right. This card symbolizes the future. All right, which card would you like to see first? She asked, gazing at him with grayish-blue eyes. I'll have a look at the present first, Zhao Mingri said after some thought. She flipped the card in front of him, revealing a colorfully dressed figure with a stick, bindle, and puppy, numbered 0. The Fool, she read softly, eyes fixed on him. The Fool? A new beginning with endless possibilities? Zhao Mingri, no tarot expert, interpreted it vaguely. As she was about to speak, the tent's curtain lifted, sunlight blinding Zhao Mingri. A woman's voice growled, Why are you impersonating me again? It's my job to handle the divination for people. Return to your post quickly. You must remember that you're just an animal trainer. An animal trainer? Zhao Mingri saw a similar woman in a pointed hat and black dress, also painted but taller and slimmer. The seated woman stood, saying disgruntledly, Don't mind this, it's just that I like doing this. But I have to say, my divination and interpretation can be really accurate sometimes. I'm serious. She lifted her dress, trotted out, and left. The real fortune teller smiled at Zhao Mingri. Sir, would you like me to interpret your cards for you? Is it free? He asked sincerely. No, she answered. Then forget it, Zhao Mingri replied, clutching his revolver and money, stooping to exit. An animal trainer as a fortune teller? Ridiculous. He spent 7 pence at the market for mutton, broad beans, cabbage, onions, and potatoes, totaling 25 pence with the bread, 2 soldi and 1 pence. There is really not enough to go around for spending. Poor Benson. He'd used his notes and a penny from his pocket. Zhao Mingri hurried home to prepare the luck enhancement ritual. After the second-floor tenants left, he translated the ritual's chants into ancient Fasak and Lun, planning to try them tomorrow if the original failed, adapting to this world. Hermes' language translation was impossible due to his limited vocabulary. He placed 4 rye loaves in the room's corners, by the stove, dress mirror, cupboard, and study table. Taking a deep breath, he stood in the center, calmed himself, and stepped counterclockwise in a square. First step, he whispered, "Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of heaven and earth." Second step, he chanted sincerely, "Blessings stem from the sky, Lord of heaven and earth." Third step, he breathed, "Blessings stem from the exalted Thearch of heaven and earth." Fourth step, he meditated, "Blessings stem from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth." Back at the starting point, he closed his eyes, waiting with anticipation, unease, hope, and fear. Could he return? Would it work? What if something unexpected happened? His thoughts swirled as the air grew thick and mysterious. A low whisper, real, sharp, alluring, maniacal, sounded in his ears. Unable to understand it, he felt compelled to listen, his head throbbing as if drilled. His body tightened, thoughts psychedelic on the verge of breaking. If you didn't seek death, you wouldn't die, he thought mockingly. As his mind nearly shattered, the whispers faded, leaving eerie silence. His body felt erratic. Opening his eyes easily now, he saw a grey endless fog dotted with crimson stars, some large, some small, some deep, some on the surface. What's with this situation? Zhou Mingri muttered, floating at the fog's edge. He touched a crimson star, triggering a water-like ripple and a dream-like burst of flames. Panicking, he retracted his hand, accidentally touching another star, which burst similarly. His mind emptied, spirit dissipating. In Backlund, Audrey Hall sat at an antiquated dresser with a cracked bronze mirror. "Mirror, mirror, awaken. In the name of the Hall family, I command you to awaken." She tried various phrases, but the mirror stayed inert. Pouting, she murmured, "Father was indeed lying to me. He always tells me that this mirror was the treasure of the Roman Empire's Dark Emperor, and that it is an extraordinary item." Her voice faded as the mirror glowed crimson, enveloping her. In the Sonia Sea, Alger Wilson stood on a relic sailboat, balancing in a storm. His lightning-patterned robe fluttered, and he held a quirky glass bottle with bubbles, frost, and wind inside. "We're still short on the ghost shark's blood," Alger murmured. A crimson burst enveloped him from the bottle. In the grey fog, Audrey Hall regained sight, horrified, noticing a blurry man opposite her, equally confused. They both saw a mysterious figure shrouded in mist. Zhou Mingri, dumbfounded. "Sir, where is this?" Audrey asked. "What are you planning on doing?" Alger said simultaneously, both startled into silence. Chapter 6, Beyonder. Not only did they speak the same lone language, they also shared the same grim and tense vibes. "Where am I? What do I plan to do here? I would like to know too." Zhou Mingri silently repeated their questions, calming himself. The couple's bewilderment, vigilance, panic, and reverence struck him most. As the one who caused this, Zhou Mingri felt dumbfounded, imagining their shock at being dragged into this grey fog world. He considered 2 options: pretend to be a victim to gain trust and observe, or maintain a mysterious persona to influence events and gather information. Choosing the latter, he aimed to exploit their psychological state. After a brief silence, Zhou Mingri chuckled, speaking calmly as if greeting visitors. "An attempt. An attempt. An attempt." Audrey Hall stared at the fog-veiled figure, finding the situation absurd, funny, horrifying, and weird. She was at her dressing table moments ago, now in this grey fog world. How inconceivable. Audrey took a breath, offering a courteous smile, and asked perturbed, "Sir, is the attempt over? Might you permit our return?" Alger Wilson considered probing similarly, but stayed silent, observing. Zhou Mingri glanced at the tall, blonde girl, her face unclear through the fog, then at the medium-statured man with messy dark blue hair. He realized that with greater strength or understanding, he might see through the fog. In this situation, they are the visitors, and I'm the master. Noticing their incorporeal crimson-tinted forms, projections from the crimson stars, he grasped an intangible connection he could sever to send them back. He nodded to the blonde, chuckling. "Of course, if you make a formal request, you can return this very moment." Audrey, sensing no malice, sighed in relief, trusting his word. Curiosity overtook fear, and she asked anxiously, "This is such a wonderful experience. Yes, I have always been hoping that something like this would happen. I mean, I like mysteries and supernatural miracles. No, my point is, what I mean is that, sir, what can I do to become a Beyonder?" "Good question. I would also like to know the answer." Zhou Mingri thought, pondering a response to maintain his mysterious image. He felt standing was unbecoming. He envisioned sitting at a grand table's head in a patterned high-backed chair. The fog churned, startling Audrey and Alger. Towering pillars and a vast dome formed a magnificent palace. A bronze table appeared under the fog, with 10 high-backed chairs beside, their backs glowing crimson with strange constellations. Audrey and Alger sat opposite each other near the seat of honor. "How fascinating," Audrey mumbled, looking around. "It is certainly fascinating." Zhou Mingri caressed the table's edge, keeping his expression neutral. Alger, after inspecting, answered Audrey's question. "Are you alone? If you want to become a Beyonder, join the churches of either the Evernite goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the god of steam and machinery. The majority of us will not meet a Beyonder our entire lives. This has caused churches, and even some clergies within some of the biggest churches, to suspect the same. While this is the case, I am certain to tell you that Beyonders still exist in courts, tribunals, and execution agencies. They are still fighting against the dangers that grow in the dark, only that their numbers are much fewer as compared to before and during the early days of the Iron Age." Zhou Mingri listened, feigning disinterest, though Klein's fragmented knowledge confirmed the Iron Age was the 5th epoch, starting 1349 years ago. Audrey sighed. "Mister, I know all about what you just said. I even know more than that, including the Nighthawks, the mandated Punisher, and the machinery hive mind, but I don't want to lose my freedom." Alger laughed lowly, saying vaguely, "You can't become a Beyonder without sacrifices. If you don't consider joining churches and accepting their given challenges, you can only seek the royal families and the few nobles with family histories of more than 1,000 years. If not, you can rely on your luck to search for clandestine evil organizations." Audrey puffed her cheeks, then asked, "Are there no other solutions?" Alger, silent for half a minute, glanced at Zhou Mingri, who remained quiet, then said, "I have 2 sets of Sequence 9 potion formulas." "Sequence 9, Zhou Mingri noted mentally. "Really? Which 2 sets?" Audrey asked, clearly understanding the term. Alger leaned back, replying, "As you know, humanity can only depend on potions to become real Beyonders, while the names of potions come from the blasphemy slate. After constant translations into Jotun, Elvish, Ancient and Modern Hermes and Ancient Faesak, they have undergone changes to match the day and age of that era. The essence is not in their names, but whether they portray the core characteristics of the potions. I have a Sequence 9 potion named Sailor. It enables you to have excellent balancing capabilities. Even if you were on a boat in a rainstorm, you will be able to walk about freely as though you were on land. You will also gain immense strength and illusory scales under your skin. They will enable you to swim like a fish and be difficult to catch. You will move agilely underwater just like marine animals. Even without any equipment, you will be able to easily submerge underwater for at least 10 minutes. Sounds great. The Keepers of the Seas from the Lord of Storms? Audrey asked. It was called by that name in the past, Alger confirmed, continuing. The second set of Sequence 9 potions is called Spectator, although I am not sure what it was called in the past. This set of potions enables you to have an exceptionally sharp mind with acute observational abilities. I believe you can understand by what spectator means from watching operas and plays. Just like an audience, spectators judge the actors in the secular world, catching a glimpse of the real thoughts of them through their emotions, conduct, and mantras. He emphasized, you must remember, regardless of whether you are at an extravagant banquet or a crowded street, spectators can only be spectators forever. Audrey's eyes shone, and she said, Why? All right, this is a follow-up question. I think I have fallen in love with this feeling of being a spectator. How can I get this potion's formula? What can I use to trade with you for it? Alger, prepared, said deeply, the blood of ghost sharks, at least 100 milliliters of it. Audrey nodded excitedly but asked worriedly, If I can get it, and I'm saying if, how do I hand it to you? How can you promise me that you can give the potion's formula to me in return for the ghost shark's blood as well as the authenticity of the formula? Alger replied calmly, I'll give you an address. I'll mail the formula to you or tell you directly here once I receive the blood of the ghost shark. As for promises, I think that both you and I can feel rest assured under the witness of the mysterious Sir." He glanced at Zhou Mingri, adding, "Sir, the fact that you brought us here shows that you have tremendous strength unimaginable to us. Neither one of us would dare violate a promise with you as witness." "That's right," Audrey agreed excitedly, believing the mysterious figure's power ensured trust. She half-turned, saying earnestly, "Sir, please be the witness of our trade." Realizing her oversight, she added hurriedly, "Sir, how should we address you?" Alger nodded, echoing seriously, "Sir, how should we address you?" Zhou Mingri, taken aback, rapped the bronze table, recalling the earlier divination. Leaning back, he crossed his fingers under his chin, smiling faintly. "You can address me as—" He paused, then said amiably, "the Fool." Chapter 7. Call sign, "You can address me as the Fool." Zhou Mingri's voice emanated through the fog-shrouded grand hall, resonating in Audrey and Alger's hearts. They found the title fitting for his mysterious and powerful aura. Audrey stood, held up her skirt slightly, and curtsied to Zhou Mingri. "Honorable Mr. Fool, would you please permit me to take the liberty of requesting you to be the witness of our trade?" "It's nothing." Zhou Mingri's mind whirred as he answered in a way that matched his status. "It's our honor, Mr. Fool." Alger stood up as well, bent his back slightly, and placed his right palm over his chest. Zhou Mingri lowered his right palm and smiled. "Continue, the both of you." Alger nodded, sat back down and looked at Audrey. "If you can obtain the ghost shark's blood, get someone to send it to the Warrior and Sea Bar at Pelican Street in the White Rose Borough of Pritz Harbor. Tell the boss, Williams, that it's what the captain wants. Once I acknowledge receipt, will you be giving me an address to mail the potion formula to, or do you want me to tell it to you here directly?" Audrey thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "I will choose the more secure method. Let's do it here, although it's a test of my memory." She inferred from the Fool's agreement that another gathering would likely occur. She turned her head and looked at Zhou Mingri with sparkling eyes. "Mr. Fool, would you mind making a few more attempts like this?" Alger listened calmly but was tempted by the suggestion. He echoed, "Mr. Fool, don't you find such gatherings interesting? Although your powers exceed our imaginations, there has to be certain domains that you don't understand or excel in. The person across me is obviously a young lady of lofty stature. I also have my unique set of experiences, insights, mediums, and resources. Perhaps there will come a day when both of us can help you complete something trivial that might be inconvenient for you." He saw the gatherings as a chance to benefit from their diverse backgrounds, given the Fool's control over the space. Audrey, startled briefly by Alger's observation of her status, nodded without hesitation. "Mr. Fool, I think it's a very good suggestion. As long as this gathering becomes regular, you can totally leave certain things that are inconvenient for you to us. Of course, it has to be something within our capacities." Zhou Mingri weighed the pros of more gatherings, gaining knowledge of Beyonder secrets, against the risk of exposure, which he could control. He extended his right hand, rapped the side of the long table gently, then stopped, smiling at their anticipative gazes. "I'm a person who likes a fair and equal exchange. Your help will not go unrewarded. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, try your best to be alone. After I make a few more attempts and figure out certain things, perhaps you can apply for a leave of absence ahead of time. You will no longer need to worry about being in inappropriate situations." This was a form of agreement to their suggestions. Audrey, just 17 and full of youthful energy, clenched her fist and pumped it in front of her chest. "Then, shall we give ourselves call signs? After all, we can't use our real names for conversation." She worried about revealing her identity to Alger, though she suspected the Fool knew it. "Good idea," answered Zhou Mingri in a simple and relaxed manner. Audrey's mind whirred as she aired her thoughts. "You are Mr. Fool, which is derived from tarot cards. Then, as a fixed, long-term and secretive gathering, we should be uniform in our designations. Yes, I'll also choose one from the tarot cards. I've decided. My designation shall be Justice. What about you, mister?" Audrey cheekily smiled at her partner sitting across her. Alger frowned slightly, then relaxed. "The Hanged Man." "All right, then we can be considered as the founding members of the Tarot Club," Audrey blurted out happily, then looked fearfully at the fog-concealed Zhou Mingri. Will that be all right, Mr. Fool? Zhao Mingrui shook his head in amusement. You can decide on such trivial matters by yourselves. Thank you. Audrey was clearly thrilled. She looked at Alger. Mr. Hanged Man, can you repeat the address again once more? I'm afraid that my memories will fail me. No problem. Alger was pleased with her seriousness and repeated the address. Audrey repeated it to herself silently thrice, then said in excitement, I heard that tarot cards were invented by Emperor Roselle as a game. In fact, doesn't it come equipped with the power to divine the future? Alger glanced at Zhao Mingrui, saw no response and refuted her claim. No, most of the time, divination stems from one's self. Everyone has something spiritual about themselves, allowing them to attune to the spiritual world and connect to information about themselves at an even higher level. However, ordinary folks are unable to notice this, much less be able to interpret the signs they receive. This information will present itself with the help of divination tools. Let me raise a simple example. Dreams and dream interpreters. Tarot cards are, in fact, such a tool. It uses more symbolism and more logical elements to help us in conveniently and accurately interpreting the signs. Zhao Mingrui listened carefully, though his mind grew heavy with a throbbing pain. Audrey nodded in agreement. Got it. That's not what I meant. I'm not doubting the tarot cards, but I heard that Emperor Roselle had actually created another set of cards, secret and mysterious ones. They were paper cards which symbolized a particular unknown power. There was a total of 22 cards that he completed. Later on in life, he referenced them to create the 22 major arcana tarot cards which are used as a gaming tool. Was what I said correct? Zhao Mingrui smiled without a word, casting his gaze at Alger, who straightened his back and said in a deep voice, That's right. It is said that Emperor Roselle had seen the blasphemy slate, and that set of paper cards contain the profound mysteries of the 22 paths of the divine. 22 paths of the divine, Audrey repeated with a longing tone. Zhao Mingrui's headache intensified, his connection with the crimson stars and fog faltering. All right, that will be all for today's gathering, he said in a deep voice. By your will. Alger bowed his head respectfully. By your will. Audrey mimicked the hanged man, unwilling to have it end so soon. Zhao Mingrui severed the connection, smiling. Let us look forward to the next gathering. Audrey and Alger's figures blurred and phased away as the crimson light receded, restoring the grey fog's silence. Zhao Mingrui felt himself turning heavy, his surroundings fleeting as his eyes met darkness, then dazzling sunlight. He stood in the middle of his apartment. It was like a dream. What the heck was that foggy world? Who or what sort of power created the changes that just happened? Zhao Mingrui sighed softly, puzzled, and walked toward the study desk, his legs heavy as lead. He picked up his pocket watch to check the time. Time flowed at the same pace. Unable to endure the splitting headache, he sat, lowered his head, and massaged his temples with his left thumb and middle finger. After a long while he sighed in Mandarin. From the looks of it, I won't be able to return anytime soon. Fearful after the bizarre event, he decided not to rashly attempt rituals in ancient Faisak or Lone, wary of unpredictable consequences. At the very least, I should attempt only when I have a deep mastery of mysticism, he thought helplessly. After a bout of silence, he muttered with dismay, disappointment, agony and grief, From this moment forth I'm Klein. Klein tried to refocus, purging his negative emotions. He considered learning the spectator potion formula through the gatherings, which fascinated him by connecting distant people face to face. Stunned for a moment, he burst out laughing, pressing his temple. Wasn't that a social networking platform? Chapter 8, A New Era. Whoosh! A storm battered the three-mast sailboat, waves tossing it wildly. Alger Wilson's crimson glow faded, leaving him on the deck, unchanged. The quirky glass bottle in his hand shattered, its frost melting into the rain, vanishing swiftly. A hexagonal snowflake appeared on his palm, then faded into his skin. Alger nodded slightly, lost in thought, standing silent for 5 minutes. He headed to the cabin, passing a blond man in a lightning-patterned robe who greeted, "May the storm be with you." Alger returned the gesture and words, face emotionless, and continued to the captain's cabin. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of sailors. Inside, a soft carpet covered the floor, with a bookshelf and wine rack on opposite walls. A desk held a candle, ink, quill, telescope, and brass sextant. A pale man in a skull-emblazoned captain's hat sat behind the desk, declaring menacingly, "I will not give in." "I believe you can do it," Alger replied calmly as if discussing the weather. "You," the man began, stunned. Alger lunged, choking the man with a scaled hand, mustering fierce strength. A crack sounded as the man's eyes widened, body lifted, legs twitching, then stilling. A stench spread as his pants dampened. Alger smashed the man through the wooden wall, rain and sea scent flooding in. He flung the body into the towering waves, nature swallowing it. Wiping his hand with a handkerchief, he tossed it overboard and waited. The blond man rushed in, asking, "What happened?" "The captain has escaped," Alger said, panting, annoyed. "I didn't know he still had some of his Beyonder powers." "Damn it," the blond man cursed, peering at the storm. "Forget it, he was just extra loot. We will still be rewarded for finding this ghost ship from the Tudor era." "The captain will not survive long in this storm," Alger nodded. The wall repaired itself visibly. He glanced at the rudder and sail, aware no crew was aboard, only eerie, self-moving mechanisms. Picturing the fool, he sighed, gazing at the waves with anticipation and awe. A new era has begun. In Backland's Empress Burrow, Audrey Hall pinched her cheeks, stunned. The bronze mirror on her dressing table lay shattered. A crimson star-like tattoo on her hand faded into her skin, confirming the encounter's reality. She grinned, stood, curtsied to the air, and danced the ancient elf dance joyfully. "Knock! Knock!" Her maidservant, Annie, asked, "My lady, may I come in? You should start to prepare for the ceremony." Audrey composed herself, ensuring her appearance was presentable, and said gently, "Come in." Annie entered, noticing the mirror. "Oh, it cracked." Audrey blinked, saying slowly, Yes. Susie was here just now. I am sure you know she likes to wreak havoc." "You should train it well," Annie replied, cleaning the shards carefully. She asked, "Which dress do you want to put on?" Audrey answered, "I like the dress designed by Mrs. de Guinea for my 17th birthday." "No, you can't wear the same dress twice to a formal ceremony, or others will gossip about and question the Hall family's financial ability," Annie said, shaking her head. "But I really like it," Audrey insisted gently. "You can wear it at home or when you attend an event that isn't so formal," Annie said firmly. "Then it will have to be the one with the lotus design along the sleeves given by Mr. Sards 2 days ago," Audrey said, gasping inconspicuously, maintaining her smile. "You always have such a good taste," Annie replied, stepping back to fetch the dress. Maidservants prepared Audrey's outfit, accessories, and makeup. Count Hall appeared, wearing a dark brown waistcoat, his blue eyes joyful despite aging features. "The brightest jewel of Backland, it is time for our departure," he said, knocking twice. "Father, stop calling me that," Audrey protested, rising with help. "Well then, it's time to set off, my beautiful little princess," Count Hall said, offering his left arm. "That is for my mother, Mrs. Hall, the Countess," Audrey replied, shaking her head. "Then this side," Count Hall offered his right arm, smiling. "This is for you, my greatest pride." At Pritz Harbour's Royal Navy base, Audrey, arm in arm with her father, was awestruck by a massive ironclad warship, its metallic sheen dwarfing nearby sail fleets. It lacked sails, boasting an observatory deck, chimneys, and turrets. Holy Lord of Storms. Oh, my lord. An ironclad warship. A black spot in the sky grew, revealing a deep blue airship with cotton airbags and alloy structures, armed with guns and launchers. The Augustus family's Sword of Judgment emblem gleamed. The airship landed, and guards in red uniforms formed lines for King George III, his queen, and their children. Audrey, not yet debuted, stayed back, relieved to avoid the princes. She noticed 2 black armored cavalry flanking the king, their armor striking in this era of steam and cannons. Could they be the higher-order disciplinary paladins? She wondered, curious but cautious. Prime Minister Agwesid Negan, a slender, nearly bald man supported by his brother, the Duke of Negan, spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have witnessed this history-making ironclad warship. It has dimensions of 101 by 21 meters. It has an amazing port and starboard design. The armor belt is 457 millimeters thick. The displacement is 1,060 tons. There are 4 305mm main cannons, 6 rapid-fire cannons, 12 6-pound cannons, 18 6-barrel machine guns, and 4 torpedo launchers. It can reach a speed of 16 knots. It will be the real hegemon, it will conquer the seas, the crowd roared. Aguesid saluted the king, requesting, "Your Majesty, please give it a name." "Since it will set sail from Pritz Harbour, it should be named the Pritz," George III responded, delighted. "The Pritz! The Pritz!" soldiers and officers echoed. The ship's horn sounded, smoke billowing as it departed. Its cannons fired at an uninhabited island, shaking the ground. Aguesid announced, "From this day on, doomsday will fall on the 7 pirates who call themselves admirals and the 4 who call themselves kings. They can only shiver in fear. It is the end of their era. Only the ironclad warship will roam the seas, no matter whether the pirates have the powers of the Beyonders, ghost ships, or cursed ships." His secretary asked, "Can't they build their own ironclad warships?" Aguesid smiled, shaking his head. "Impossible. It will never be possible. Building our ironclad warship required 3 big coal and steel amalgamators, a scale of more than 20 steel factories, 60 scientists and senior engineers from the Backlund Cannon Academy and Pritz Nautical Academy, 2 royal shipyards, almost 100 factories for spare parts, an admiralty, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a determined king with excellent foresight, and a great country with an annual steel production of 12 million tons. The pirates will never achieve it." He raised his arms, shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, the era of cannons and warships has dawned upon us." Chapter 9. The Notebook. Klein finally recovered after half an hour of rest. On the back of his hand, 4 black dots had formed a small square. Though they soon faded from view, he instinctively knew they were still hidden within him, dormant, yet awaiting a trigger. 4 spots, forming a square. Is it in correspondence with the 4 pieces of staple food at the 4 corners of the room? Does this mean that in the future, I don't need to prepare the food and can do the ritual and chants immediately? Klein made a guess. It seemed convenient, but it also felt ominous. The less he understood about these gifts, the more unsettling they became. He recalled the bizarre Chinese divinations from Earth that inexplicably worked here, his terrifying transmigration, the incomprehensible whispers during the ritual, and the surreal grey world, all foreign and overwhelming. Despite the heat, he shivered. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown. That fear now pulsed within him. At the same time, he felt a deep urge to explore the unknown. But alongside that urge was an equally powerful impulse to ignore it all and pretend life was normal. The bright sunlight scattered golden glimmers across the desk. It felt warm, grounding, and comforting. Klein let out a breath. The stress gave way to weariness. Exhaustion surged over him, the weight of the sleepless night and the mental toll pressing down. Fighting off the fatigue, he stumbled to the bed, ignoring the bread still at the corners of the room. He collapsed and fell asleep instantly. Groan, groan! His stomach woke him. He opened his eyes, feeling slightly refreshed. There's still a slight headache. Rubbing his temples, he got up and, driven by hunger, reached for his pocket watch. It sprang open. 12:30. I slept for 3 hours. In this world, days had 24 hours, just like Earth. But whether a second passed the same way here was anyone's guess. At the moment, all Klein could think of was food. He collected the 4 loaves of rye bread, brushed off some dust, and planned to eat one immediately. He had no money to waste and remembered that in his hometown people often ate offerings. The bread hadn't changed, so why waste it? He also remembered Klein's habits, frugality among them. Using gas just to light a room was too costly. Instead, he fired up a coal furnace and began boiling water. Rye bread was too dry without water. Yikes. Life with meat only for dinner is going to be dreadful. No, wait, this is already an exception. Melissa would only allow our meals to have meat twice a week, if not for my upcoming interview, Klein thought, eyes drifting to the mutton in the cupboard. He swallowed. No, I need to wait for Melissa to eat it together, he reminded himself, turning away. Though no gourmet, Klein had learned basic cooking while living alone. Turning his back on the tempting meat, he remembered the potatoes he bought earlier. He took out 2, cleaned them, and threw them in the boiling water. He added coarse yellow salt and waited. When the potatoes were done, he poured the broth into a bowl and cups and placed the steaming potatoes on the desk. Peeling them bit by bit, he inhaled the comforting scent. Unable to wait, he took a bite mid-peel. It was fragrant, soft, and sweet. He quickly devoured both, even eating some of the skin. Then he drank the simple broth. Despite being only salted water, it quenched his thirst. I really enjoyed eating potatoes this way when I was young. With his hunger sated and spirits lifted, Klein tore off a bit of bread, dipped it in the broth, and ate 2 full loaves in total, about a pound of bread. Finally, feeling fully restored, he tidied up and basked in the sunlight. Then he sat at the desk and turned to what came next. I can't escape. I must think of a way to come into contact with mysticism and become a beyonder as mentioned by Justice and the Hanged Man. I need to overcome the fear of the unknown. The only way now is to wait for the next gathering. I need to try listen for the formula of the spectator potion or other things related to mysticism. There are 4 more days before Monday. Before that, I need to first figure out the problem with Klein. Why did he commit suicide? What happened to him? With no way to return to Earth, Klein picked up the notebook on the desk, hoping it would contain clues to the original Klein's mindset. The old Klein had a habit of journaling. There was even a whole stack of notebooks in the cabinet beside the desk. This one had begun on May 10th. At first, it detailed mundane things: university life, classes, mentor discussions. 12th May. Mr. Azik mentioned that the common language used by the Balam Empire in the southern continent also developed from ancient Fasak, a branch of Jotun. Why is this so? Does this mean that every sentient living being once spoke the same language? No, there has to be a mistake. According to the Revelation of Evernite and the Book of Storms, giants were not the only hegemons of the world in primordial times. There were also elves, mutants, and dragons. Anyways, these are just myths and fantasies. 16th May. Senior Associate Professor Cohen and Mr. Azik discussed the inevitability of the Age of Steam. Mr. Azik opined that it was just a coincidence because if it wasn't for Emperor Roselle, the northern continent would still be wielding swords like the southern continent. Mentor argued that Mr. Azik had placed too much emphasis on the contribution of an individual. He believes that with progress, even if there wasn't an Emperor Roselle, there would be an Emperor Robert. Therefore the Age of Steam might come late, but eventually come nevertheless. I found little meaning in their discussion. I prefer discovering new things and unraveling the hidden past. Perhaps I am more suited to study archaeology than history. 29th May. Welch found me and told me that he had acquired a notebook from the 4th epoch. Oh my goddess, a notebook from the 4th epoch. He didn't want to ask the archaeology department students for help, so he came to Naya and me to help him decode the contents. How can I refuse? Of course, I can only do it after my graduation defense. I can't afford diverting my attention at this stage. That caught Klein's attention. Unlike other entries, this one hinted at danger. The 4th epoch, preceding the Iron Age, was cloaked in mystery. Historians knew little aside from myths passed down by churches. This Klein, it seemed, was deeply fascinated by that era. So Klein was concerned for his future career and thus focused on the interview. But it was all futile. Despite societal barriers, university life gave commoners access to social circles and future prospects, unless something derailed it. Welch McGovern, the banker's son, had been generous and often grouped with Naya and Klein. Klein kept reading. 18th June. I have graduated. Farewell, Coy University. 19th June. I have seen the notebook. By comparing sentence structures and root words, I discovered that it is a modified form of ancient Fasak. More precisely, over the course of its 1,000-year history, the Fasak language had changed constantly, a little at a time. 20th June. We have deciphered the contents of the first page. The author was a member of a family called Antigonus. 21st June. He mentioned the Dark Emperor. This is anachronistic with regards to the time this notebook is deduced to be written. Is Professor wrong? Is Dark Emperor a common title for every emperor of the Solomon Empire? 22nd June. The Antigonus family apparently had a very high standing in the Solomon Empire. The author mentions that he was making a secret transaction with a person named Tudor. Tudor? Is it related to the Tudor dynasty? 23rd June. I am trying to restrain myself from thinking about the notebook and going to Welch's place. I need to prepare for the interview. It's very important. 24th June. Naya tells me that they have found something new. I think I need to check it out. 25th June. From the new deciphered content, the author had accepted a mission to visit the nation of the Evernite, situated at the summit of the highest peak of the Hornasis mountain range. Oh my goddess! How can a nation exist at the summit of that peak, which is over 6,000 meters above sea level? How do they survive? 26th June. Are these strange things real? The entries stopped there, but Klein remembered the one dated the 27th, the one he'd seen when he arrived. Everyone will die, including me. Goosebumps crawled up his arms. He now believed visiting Welch and viewing the notebook firsthand was necessary, even if dangerous. Maybe he could involve the police? But what would he tell them? That he committed suicide? Knock, knock, knock. Sharp, urgent knocks cut through the silence. Klein sat up, heart pounding. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed eerily down the hallway. Chapter 10. The Norm. Who is it? Klein, pondering the original owner's mysterious suicide and potential dangers, grabbed his revolver from the drawer, asking warily at the sudden knock. A sharp voice with an Iowa accent replied, "It's me, Mountbatten, bitch Mountbatten." After a pause it added, "Police." Bitch Mountbatten, the rough, brutal policeman overseeing this street, was unmistakable with his distinctive voice. "Okay, I'll be right there," Klein called out. Intending to stow the revolver, he reconsidered, wary of a possible search. He hid it in the extinguished stove, covering it with coal and the kettle. Smoothing his clothes, he approached the door, murmuring, "Sorry, I just had a nap." 4 policemen in black and white checkered uniforms stood outside. Bitch Mountbatten, brown-bearded, coughed and said, "These 3 inspectors have something to ask you." Klein noted their badges, 2 with 3 silver hexagons, 1 with 2, outranking Mountbatten's 3 chevrons. As a history student, he knew little of police ranks but sensed their authority. Gesturing inside, he said, "Please come in. How might I help you?" The lead inspector, middle-aged with sharp eyes and brown hair peeking from his cap, scanned the room and asked deeply, "Do you know Welch McGovern?" "What's wrong with him?" Klein blurted, quivering. "I'm the one asking the questions," the inspector said sternly. A second inspector, in his 30s with grey eyes and a calm demeanor, smiled gently. "Don't be nervous. It's just a routine questioning." Klein exhaled, organizing his thoughts. "If you mean Welch McGovern, the graduate of Coy University from Constant, then I'm sure I know him. We are classmates with the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen." He explained the Lone Kingdom's academic titles, noting senior associate professors were a step below professors. Looking at the middle-aged inspector, he added, "To be honest, our relationship is quite good. During this period, I met with him and Naya frequently to interpret and discuss the 4th Epoch notebook that belonged to him. Inspectors, did something happen to him?" The middle-aged inspector glanced at his grey-eyed colleague, who said mildly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Welch has passed away." "What?" Klein shouted, stunned despite his suspicions. "What about Naya?" he asked urgently. "Miss Naya passed away too," the grey-eyed inspector said calmly. "Both of them died in Mr. Welch's house." "Killed?" Klein guessed. The inspector shook his head. "No, the scene suggests that they committed suicide. Mr. Welch hit the wall with his head many times, covering the wall with blood. Miss Naya drowned herself in a basin. Yes, the kind used to wash your face." "That's impossible." Klein's hairs stood, picturing the eerie scene. The inspector continued, "We believe so too, but the autopsy results and the situation at the scene exclude factors such as drugs and external forces. They, being Mr. Welch and Miss Naya, showed no signs of struggling." He stepped inside, asking casually, "When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Miss Naya?" He signaled the youngest inspector, a man Klein's age with black sideburns and green eyes, who approached Klein's desk and picked up his notebook. "Hey!" Klein cried out. The grey-eyed inspector explained, "This is a necessary procedure." Mountbatten and the middle-aged inspector watched silently. Klein, unsure about Lone's legal system and search warrants, couldn't protest. The young inspector flipped through the notebook as the grey-eyed one remained silent. "What is this strange thing?" the young inspector asked, reaching the end. "And what does this mean?" "Everyone will die, including me." Klein, ready to deflect, seized the opportunity to connect with the police for safety. Covering his forehead, he said painfully, "I have no idea. I really have no idea. When I woke up this morning, I felt I wasn't quite right, as if I had forgotten something. It's especially true for whatever happened recently. I don't even know why I'd written such a sentence." "That is ridiculous. Do you think we are fools?" Mountbatten snapped. "I'm speaking the truth," Klein said frankly, meeting their eyes. "Maybe it is," the grey-eyed inspector said slowly. Klein was surprised. The inspector smiled, adding, "An expert will come in 2 days, and believe me, she should be able to help you to recall your lost memories." "Expert? Psychology?" Klein frowned, worried about exposing his Earth memories. The young inspector searched the desk, focusing on books, not the kettle. The grey-eyed inspector warned, "Well, Mr. Klein, thank you for your cooperation. We advise that you'd better not leave Tingen for the coming days. If you have to, please notify Inspector Mountbatten or you'll become a fugitive." Klein nodded. "That wouldn't be an issue." As the inspectors left, the young one patted Klein's shoulder, saying, "It's really nice. Very lucky." "What?" Klein asked, puzzled. The green-eyed inspector smiled. "Generally speaking, the norm is for all the involved parties to die in such an event. We are very glad and fortunate to see you still alive." He closed the door politely, leaving Klein chilled on this June afternoon. Chapter 11. Real Culinary Skills. Klein, rattled by the ominous notebook entry, rushed to the door to seek police protection but froze, suspecting their abrupt departure was a ploy to observe him. "You guys will protect me, right?" he shouted at the retreating officers, feigning panic. Their footsteps faded without response. "I know, you'll do that," he called again, acting vulnerable. "Isn't that response too fake? Their acting skills are not up to standard," he scoffed, returning to the room. For hours he paced restlessly, embodying agitation as if watched, a nod to his foodaholic empire roots. "This is called the self-cultivation of an actor," he thought, masking his unease. As dusk painted the sky reddish-orange, tenants returned, shifting Klein's focus. "Melissa is almost done with school," he noted, eyeing the stove. He hid his revolver under the bed's wooden strips, wary of extraordinary powers in this world. Relieved when no police stormed in, he exhaled, "Phew," and anticipated cooking stewed mutton with peas for Melissa. Recalling her basic method, boiling water, frying meat, adding onions, salt, pepper, then peas and potatoes for a long simmer, he criticized, "It's indeed a simple and crude way to do it, supported purely by the flavors of the meat itself." Limited by meager condiments, commoners prioritized economy. Klein, with modest cooking skills from city life, aimed to elevate the dish. When Melissa comes back to cook it, it will be done after 7:30 p.m. She would be starving by then. "It's time for her to see what real cooking is," he resolved, attributing his skills to the deceased Welch McGovern's chef. Klein washed and chopped mutton, marinating it with salt and scarce black pepper. He melted lard, sautéed carrots and onions, then fried the mutton, lamenting the lack of wine. After simmering with water, he added peas, potatoes, and more salt, letting the stew cook. The aroma of meat, potatoes, and onions filled the room, making him salivate. Checking his pocket watch, he awaited Melissa. Her footsteps approached, and she whispered, "Smells good," upon entering. Seeing the stove, she asked, "You made this?" Her astonishment grew as she inhaled the fragrance. "You made this?" she repeated. "Are you afraid I'd waste the mutton?" Klein teased, adding, "Don't worry, I specifically asked Welch to teach me how to cook this dish. You know, he has a good cook." Skeptical, Melissa asked, "First time?" Klein laughed. "It looks like I'm talented. It's almost done. Put your books and veil hat down somewhere, go to the bathroom and wash your hands, and then get ready to taste it." "I'm very confident about it." Melissa, dazed by his calm instructions, hesitated. "Do you prefer the mutton to be cooked longer?" Klein urged. Okay," she replied, rushing to prepare. Klein served the stew with rye bread dipped in gravy. "Come on, try it," he encouraged. Melissa savored a potato, its starchy flavor bursting with gravy. She devoured it, then tried the mutton. "Try the mutton," Klein prompted. The tender meat melted, flooding her mouth with flavor, compelling her to eat more. Embarrassed, she stammered, Klein, this was supposed to be prepared for you." Klein reassured her, "I'd nibbled some of the food just now. It's the privilege of being a cook." He ate casually, easing her guilt. Melissa praised, "It's really delicious. It doesn't seem like you were doing it for the first time." Klein replied, "It's a long way from Welch's chef. When I'm rich, I'll take you and Benson out to the restaurant and have a better meal." Melissa burped mid-sentence, "Your interview burp," and covered her mouth, mortified. Klein, amused, assigned her dish duty. "This is your mission," he said. "All right," she agreed, hurrying out. Returning, Melissa checked the condiments, surprised. "Did you just use them?" she asked, holding the black pepper and lard. Klein shrugged, "Just a little. It's the price of a delicacy." Her expression softened, but she insisted, "Let me cook in the future. You have to hurry up and prepare for the interview. You have to think about your job." Klein, hiding his guilt over Welch's unverifiable influence, focused on the meal's success, a small victory in his uncertain world. Chapter 12. Here again. "Melissa, can you not rub my nose in it?" Klein muttered inwardly, his head throbbing. With forgotten academic content and an impending interview, studying felt impossible amidst the paranormal chaos. He feigned studying while Melissa worked beside him under the gas lamp's glow. Near 11 they bade good night and slept. Knock, knock, pounding woke Klein at dawn's glimmer. Dazed, he sat up, calling, "Who is it?" "It's me, Dunn Smith," a deep voice replied. "Dunn Smith?" Unfamiliar. Klein approached the door, shaking off sleep. Opening it, he saw the grey-eyed inspector from yesterday. Alarmed, he asked, "Is there something wrong?" Dunn's stern gaze met his. "We found a carriage driver. He testified that you had gone to Mr. Welch's place on the 27th, the day when Mr. Welch and Miss Naya died. Furthermore, Mr. Welch was the one who paid for your transportation fees." Startled but not guilty, Klein was surprised. The original Klein had visited Welch's that day, later suiciding similarly. Forcing a smile, he said, "This is insufficient evidence. It does not directly prove that I am affiliated with the death of Welch and Naya. Honestly speaking, I'm also very curious about the whole incident. I want to know what exactly happened to my two poor friends. But I really can't remember. In fact, I have almost completely forgotten what I had done on the 27th. You may find it hard to believe, but I fully relied on the diaries I had written to roughly make a guess that I had gone to Welch's place on the 27th. "You sure have great mental fortitude," Dunn nodded, expressionless. "You can tell I'm sincere," Klein said, locking eyes. "I'm mostly truthful." Dunn swept the room, saying slowly, "Mr. Welch lost a revolver. I guess I should be able to find it here. Right, Mr. Klein?" Klein understood the revolver's origin. Deciding instantly, he raised his hands, stepped back, and nodded at the bunk. Behind the benchboard, Dunn's mouth twitched. "Nothing to add on?" "There is," Klein said firmly. "Yesterday, I woke up in the middle of the night, lying on my desk with a revolver beside me. There was a bullet at the corner of the room. It was as if I had committed suicide. But due to a lack of experience of never having used a gun, or maybe I was too scared at the final moment. Anyway, the bullet didn't achieve the desired result. My head is still in its place. I'm still alive now. And since then, I've lost some memories, including what I saw and did at Welch's place on the 27th. I'm not lying. I really can't remember." He explained nearly everything, omitting transmigration and the gathering, choosing ambiguous words to avoid revealing the bullet hit his head. Dunn nodded. "This corresponds with what I had surmised. It also corresponds with the hidden logic of similar incidents in the past. Of course, I have no idea how you managed to survive." "I'm glad you believe in me. I don't know how I survived either," Klein sighed. "But," Dunn interjected, "there is no use in me believing you. You are currently the prime suspect. You have to be confirmed by an expert that you have indeed forgotten what you went through, or that you indeed have nothing to do with the deaths of Mr. Welch and Miss Naya." He coughed, face serious. "Mr. Klein, I seek your cooperation on coming with me to the police station for the investigation. This should take roughly 2 to 3 days if it is confirmed that you have no issues." "The expert's here?" Klein asked, surprised, recalling they'd mentioned 2 days. "She came earlier than expected," Dunn said, gesturing. "Allow me to leave a note," Klein requested, to inform Benson and Melissa about the Welch incident. Dunn nodded. "All right." Klein wrote the note, dreading the expert. Transmigration could land him in court. Without weapons or skills, escape was futile against Dunn's armed subordinates. I'll take one step at a time," he thought. 4 policemen in checkered uniforms escorted them down the creaking stairs. Outside, a police carriage waited amidst bustling noise. As Klein stepped forward, an oyster seller's scuffle with a customer startled the horses, causing chaos. Seizing the moment, Klein bolted into the crowd, shoving and dodging toward Iron Cross Street. He planned to mislead the police, then escape to Backlund via docks or train. Reaching a carriage, he said, to the pier outside the city. "All righty," the driver replied, tugging the reins. Preparing to jump, Klein noticed the carriage veered off course. "Where are you going?" he blurted. "To Welch's place," the driver monotoned, revealing Dunn's grey eyes. "You!" Klein gasped, the world blurring. He sat up, heart racing, seeing the crimson moonlight through his forehead sweaty. It was a nightmare. All is well. Clear-headed in the dream, he found it odd. Checking his watch, 2 a.m., he headed to the bathroom to wash his face and relieve himself. In the dark corridor under moonlight, a silhouette stood by the window in a black windbreaker. It turned slowly, revealing deep, grey, cold eyes. "Dunn Smith!" Chapter 13. Nighthawk Plop. Klein stepped back, unsure if he was awake or dreaming. The silhouette removed his black top hat, bowing slightly, smiling. "Reintroducing myself, Nighthawk Dunn Smith." "Nighthawk? The Church of the Evernight Goddesses Beyonder team?" Klein connected the dots, exclaiming, "You can control dreams? You just made me dream of that?" Dunn donned his hat, grey eyes deep. "No, I only entered your dream and made the necessary guidance." His soothing voice echoed softly. "In dreams, your suppressed emotions and dark thoughts are amplified, chaotic, absurd, crazy, but rooted in reality. For veterans like me, everything is crystal clear. Compared to a conscious you, I believe the you in your dreams more." Klein froze, realizing his dream's sobriety allowed him to control what Dunn saw. A transmigration perk? The luck ritual's effect? He asked, "So, Mr. Smith, do you believe that I really lost my memory?" Dunn's keen gaze met his. "You are actually not surprised by the course of events. I've met people who wouldn't believe in the power of the Beyonders, and they would rather believe that they haven't really woken up. Perhaps I have always been praying, hoping that there was such power to help me," Klein replied. "An interesting train of thought. Perhaps you survived not only because you were lucky," Dunn said expressionlessly. "I can now confirm that you really lost parts of your memories due to the incident, especially those related to it. So can I go back now?" Klein probed, relieved. Dunn approached, the darkness calming. "No, you still have to come with me to see the expert," he said politely. "Why?" Klein blurted. "You don't believe in the findings from my dream?" Dunn's expertise in dreams didn't quell Klein's fear of the expert exposing his transmigration. "I'm quite humble usually, but I'm still confident for things related to dreams," Dunn replied calmly. "However, for important key matters, there is no harm in confirming them again. Plus, our specialties lie in different areas. Perhaps she can help you recover some of your memories." He added deeply, "After all, you're connected to the whereabouts of that Antigonus family notebook." "What?" Klein froze. Dunn locked eyes with him. "At the scene of the suicide, there was not a single trace of that notebook from the Fourth Epoch. Welch is dead, Naya is dead. You are our only lead." "All right then," Klein exhaled, the missing notebook sparking curiosity. Dunn passed him, saying, "Lock your door and come with me to Welch's apartment. The expert is waiting for us there." Klein's heart raced, tempted to flee, but aware of Dunn's vigilance and Beyonder strength. Resigned, he said, "All right." "Then let's go," Dunn said indifferently. Klein stopped after 2 steps. "Mr. Smith, I would like to use the bathroom first." Dunn's keen look returned. "No problem, Klein. Believe me, I'm far more powerful than you can imagine in the dark night." Klein relieved himself, washed his face, and changed, following Dunn downstairs. In the tranquil night, Dunn asked, "At the end of the dream, why did you try to escape? What were you afraid of?" "I do not remember what I did at Welch's place, nor do I remember if I was directly involved in Welch's and Naya's deaths. I was afraid that if it was really proven to be my doing, I would rather gamble and escape. I can then start anew in the southern continent," Klein answered swiftly. "I would have done the same if I were you," Dunn said, opening the building's door, cool breeze dispersing the heat. Boarding the police carriage from his dream, Klein probed, "Mr. Smith, what if, and I mean if, the expert confirms that I have really forgotten a part of my memories, and that there is no other evidence which points to me being the perpetrator or a victim, would this be over?" "In theory, yes. We will try to search for the notebook through other means. As long as it exists, it can be found. Of course, before that, we will have to make sure you are not cursed or have any scent of cacodemons and that there are no related psychological problems lingering. We must ensure that you can embrace the rest of your life peacefully and healthily, Dunn said, smiling unusually. In theory? Klein caught the nuance. Yes, only in theory. In this field of work, there are always twisted, unorthodox, and inexplicable things happening. Dunn replied, eyeing him. Their continuation or end are not what we can foresee or control at times. For example, Klein asked, unnerved. Sniffing his pipe, Dunn said, when we believe that things have come to an end, with everything going back to normal, it would resurface in a terrifying, chilling way. He recounted a case of an evil cult suppressed years ago, where a whistleblower, cleared of any curse or mental issues, later strangled himself despite a happy life. Strangled himself to death. Klein gasped, fearing a similar fate. Silence fell. Klein pondered solutions, possibly becoming a beyonder. The carriage stopped. Mr. Smith, we have reached Welch's apartment, the driver said. Let's get down, Dunn said, straightening his coat. He added, oh, let me introduce beforehand, the official disguise of the expert is the most renowned spirit medium of our county. Curious, Klein asked, then what is her actual identity? Dunn half turned, grey eyes abstruse. A true spirit medium? Chapter 14, The Medium, a True Medium. Klein repeated silently, following Dunn Smith off the carriage. Welch's detached house in Tingen had a wide road, gas street lamps casting checkered light, blending coldness and warmth. They entered through an ajar metal gate, a cemented path leading to a 2-story bungalow, flanked by a garden and lawn. The faint floral scent and fresh grass relaxed Klein, but a sudden chill hit him. Invisible eyes seemed to watch from the garden roof and shadows, despite the emptiness. Something's wrong, Klein exclaimed. Just ignore them, Dunn said calmly. Tolerating the eerie sensation of being spied on, Klein reached the bungalow's entrance. As Dunn knocked, Klein glanced back. Flowers swayed, but no one was there. Come in, gentlemen, an ethereal voice called. Dunn opened the door, asking a woman on the sofa, Daly, any results? The unlit living room held a candle with a cobalt blue flame, casting an eerie glow. Daly, in a hooded black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush, wore a silver bracelet with a white crystal. Klein thought she stereotyped a medium's appearance. Daly glanced at Klein, her emerald eyes twinkling, and told Dunn, the original spirits have all disappeared, including Welch's and Nya's. Right now, all these little rascals know nothing at all. Spirits? Those invisible watchers? Klein removed his hat, bowing. Good evening, madam. Dunn sighed. That's tricky. Daly, this is Klein Moretti. See if you can get anything out of him. Daly pointed to an armchair. Please, take a seat. Thank you. Klein sat, heart racing, his secrets at risk. Daly smiled, her emerald eyes on him. I need a bit of help here. After all, you are not an enemy. I can't treat you harshly. That might make you uncomfortable or put you in pain. It might even leave some serious after effects on you. I will give you some fragrances, making you feel tender and smooth, which will allow you to let loose bit by bit so that you can truly indulge in those feelings. Klein gaped, shocked. Dunn laughed. Don't be weirded out. We are different from the fellows from the Church of the Lord of Storms. Here, the ladies can also verbally tease men. In this regard, you should be able to understand. Your mother was a devout believer of the goddess. You and your brother used to attend Sunday school at church. I understand. It's just that I never thought that she would be such a... Klein gestured at a loss. Dunn smirked. Don't worry. Actually, Daly seldom does this. She just wants to use these methods to calm you down. She prefers corpses over men. You make me sound perverted, Daly interjected, smiling. She dripped a few drops from a bottle onto the candle. Night vanilla, slumber flower and chamomile, all distilled and extracted to form this aromatic floral essence. I call it a mantha. It means tranquility in the Hermes language. It smells really amazing. The aroma relaxed Klein like gazing into a silent night. Daly opened another bottle, dripping amber liquid. This bottle is called the Eye of the Spirit. Barks and leaves of drago and poplar trees are sun-dried for 7 days and decocted thrice. Then they are immersed in Lanti wine. Of course, there would be several incantations while we're at it. The candle flame danced, Daly's makeup shimmering oddly. Her voice seemed to surround Klein, who felt shrouded in fog, his body swaying, floating, losing balance. Colors intensified, murmurs buzzed like a crowd. This feels similar to the luck enhancement ritual, but without the madness, Klein thought. Daly's emerald eyes locked above his head. Let me properly introduce myself. I am the spirit medium, Daly. Still rational, Klein mumbled. Hello there. Daly spoke hypnotically about the mind as an ocean, urging Klein to uncover hidden memories. Klein, clear-headed, churned the ocean, replying airily, No, I can't remember. I have forgotten. Daly tried again, but Klein remained unaffected. Okay, we shall end here. You may leave. Her voice faded, the fog lifted, colors normalized. Klein opened his eyes, seeing the blue flame, Dunn and Daly unchanged. Dunn frowned. Why did you use the theory that belongs to that bunch of evil madmen, the psychology alchemists? Daly replied calmly. I think it's pretty accurate. At least it corresponds with some of the things I've made contact with before. She shrugged. This tricky fellow did not leave a single trace behind. Klein sighed, asking pretentiously, Oh, it's over? What happened? It felt like I just took a nap. Dunn interrupted, asking Daly, Have you examined Welch's and Naya's bodies? The corpses can tell us a lot more than you can imagine. It's such a pity that Welch and Naya had indeed committed suicide. So the force that drove them to it is to be feared. Not a single trace was left behind, Daly said, pointing at the candle. I need some rest. The blue glow vanished, crimson light flooding in. Congratulations, you can return home now, but do remember, do not reveal this incident to your loved ones. You have to promise this, Dunn said, leading Klein out. Surprised, Klein asked, Is there no need to examine the curses or the trails left behind by the evil spirits? Daly didn't mention anything about it, so there's no need for it, Dunn replied. Worried, Klein asked, How can I be sure that I will be free from trouble from now on? No worries, Dunn said, lips twitching. Based on statistics of similar incidents in the past, 80% of the survivors of the incident do not experience any horrifying after effects. Yeah. This is based on what I know, roughly, more or less. Then, there's still 1/5 of those poor souls. Klein pressed. Then you can consider joining us as a civilian staff. This way, even if there are any precursors, we can discover it in time, Dunn said casually, nearing the carriage. Or simply become a beyonder. After all, we are not nannies. We can't babysit you all day long and even watch what you do with women. Can I? Klein questioned, skeptical. Dunn paused, glancing sideways. It's not that you can't. It depends. Really? Klein stared, stunned. Dunn laughed lightly, his grey eyes shadowed. You don't believe me, huh? Actually, when you become a Nighthawk, you lose a lot. For instance, freedom. Even if we don't talk about this now, there is another issue. Firstly, you are not a member of the clergy, nor a devotee. You can't pick whatever you want or choose the safest approach. And secondly, Dunn boarded the carriage, continuing, among the cases that we, us, the mandated punisher, the machinery hive mind and other judiciaries, have to deal with annually, 1/4 of them were a result of beyonders who lost control. 1/4. Klein froze. Dunn's grey eyes grew serious. And among the 1/4 of cases, a large number of them are our teammates. Chapter 15. The Invitation. Why? Klein asked, shocked by Dunn's revelation about Beyonder's hidden dangers and the church's internal issues. Dunn settled into the carriage, expression unchanged. This is not something that you need to understand. Neither is it something you can understand unless you become one of us. Klein, momentarily stunned, quipped dubiously, If I don't come to understand, how is it possible for me to make a decision to join? Dunn sniffed his pipe. You probably misunderstood. A civilian staff member is also one of us. In other words, as long as I become one of your civilian staff members, I will be able to understand the relevant secrets, figure out the hidden dangers that plague Beyonders, and the dangers that may be encountered, as well as consider whether I want to become a Beyonder later. Klein clarified. Yes, that is the case, except for one point. You cannot simply become a Beyonder just because you want to, because every church will be equally strict in this aspect, Dunn said, smiling. Klein lampooned silently, then asked intensely, What about civilian staff members? This should be quite strict as well, right? There shouldn't be any problems if it's you, Dunn replied, half closing his eyelids, pipe in hand. Why? Klein questioned, jesting inwardly about his transmigrator's halo. Dunn's silver eyes remained tranquil. First, you managed to survive without our help in such a situation. Certain exceptional qualities are not present in others. For instance, luck. Lucky people are often welcomed. Klein's expression blanked and Dunn smiled. All right, just treat this as a humorous statement. Second, you're a graduate of the history department from Coy University. This is something we urgently need. Lumi, a believer of the Lord of the Storms, said that talents are key to maintaining a competitive advantage and positive development, a point I very much agree with. Noticing Klein's frown, Dunn explained, "You should be able to imagine that we often encounter documents and objects from the Fourth Epoch or earlier. Many cults and heretics have tried to gain power from these things. Most of us are not good with our studies or have passed that age." He pointed to his head, smirking self-deprecatingly. Klein nodded, asking, "Then why don't we directly groom one?" This brings me to the third point. You've already been through a similar ordeal, so inviting you doesn't violate the confidentiality clause, Dunn said. With regard to developing others, I will bear the responsibility of exposure if it fails. Most members come from within the church. Why are you so strict about maintaining confidentiality? Klein asked curiously. Wouldn't spreading the news publicly to more people and increasing awareness lessen the chances of a similar mistake from happening again? The greatest fear stems from the fear of the unknown. We can make the unknown become known. No, you can't, Dunn shook his head. Humanity's stupidity is beyond your imagination. It actually leads to more people emulating these acts, creating more chaos and more severe incidents. The only lesson that humans can learn from history is that humans do not gain any lessons from history, and they're always repeating the same tragedies, Klein said. That famous quote from Emperor Roselle is indeed filled with much philosophical meaning, Dunn agreed. Klein sighed inwardly at Roselle's preemption. Dunn continued, there is a similar discourse within the judiciary of the major churches. This may be the main reason. What is it? Klein's interest piqued. Faith and fear bring troubles. More faith and more fear bring more troubles, until everything is destroyed, Dunn said, face taut. Besides praying for the blessings and help from gods, humans can't solve their real major problems. Faith and fear bring troubles, Klein muttered, puzzled. Dunn broke the silence, formally inviting, would you like to join us as a citizen? Klein hesitated, thoughts swirling. Can I have some time to consider? No problem. Just give me a reply before Sunday, Dunn nodded. Of course, remember to keep this a secret, and don't disclose the information regarding Welch to anyone, including your brother and sister. Once this is violated, it'll not only bring them trouble, but you might also have to attend a special court. Okay, Klein answered gravely. Nearing Iron Cross Street, Klein asked, Mr. Smith, what kind of salary and benefits do civilian staff get? Dunn smiled, surprised. There's no need for you to worry about this issue. Our funds are guaranteed by the church and the police department. For newly registered civilian staffs, the weekly salaries are placed at £2.10 solely. There is an additional 10 solely as compensation for the risk and confidentiality. All of this will add up to a total of £3. This is hardly worse than a confirmed university lecturer, after which your salary will gradually rise according to your experience and contributions. As for civilian staff members, the contract is generally 5 years. After 5 years, you can quit normally if you're no longer willing to stay. You only have to sign a lifetime confidentiality agreement, and you're not allowed to leave Tingen until permission is given. If you want to move to another city, the first thing you must do is register with the local Nighthawk. By the way, there are no weekends and you can only work in shifts. At any point in time, there should be 3 civilian staffs on duty, and if you wish to go to the South or Desi Bay for a vacation, you'll need to arrange it with your colleagues. The carriage stopped at Klein's apartment. I get it now, Klein said, stepping off. He asked, by the way, Mr. Smith, where do I find you after I've come to my decision? Dunn laughed lowly. Go to the Hound Pub at Bessick Street and find their boss, Wright. Tell him that you want to hire a small mercenary squad for a mission. Huh? Klein asked, confused. Our location is confidential too. Before you agree to become one of us, I can't tell you directly. All right, Mr. Klein Moretti, I wish you a good dream tonight as well, Dunn smiled. Klein saluted, watching the carriage depart. His pocket watch showed just past 4 a.m. The cool breeze and dim street lamps contrasted with the eerie seance at Welch's. Klein realized his shirt was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 16, Rat Baiting with Dogs. Phew, I finally got through the round with the medium. Klein exhaled, approaching the apartment door under the cool night breeze. Unlocking it, crimson-tinged darkness greeted him with a creak. Climbing the empty staircase, he felt oddly invigorated, as if gifted extra hours, quickening his steps. Entering his room, he froze. Melissa sat at his desk, her reddish-black hair framing bright brown eyes. "Klein, where did you go?" she asked curiously, brows relaxing. Before he could answer, she added, "Just now I got up to go to the bathroom and realized you weren't home." Klein, seasoned at dodging parental inquiries, smiled bitterly. "I couldn't fall asleep again after I woke up. Instead of wasting time, I decided that I should train my body. So I went out to run a few rounds. Look at my sweat." He turned, pointing to his damp back. Melissa glanced half-heartedly, then said, "Honestly speaking, Klein, you don't have to stress yourself out. I'm sure you can pass the interview to Tingen University. Even if you can't, if, you can still find better ones." "I understand," Klein nodded, keeping Dunn's offer secret, still undecided. Melissa trotted inside, returning with a tortoise-like contraption of gears and springs. Tightening the torsion spring, she set it on the desk. "Ka-dum!" The tortoise moved rhythmically. "Whenever I feel irritated, I feel much better seeing this tortoise move. I've been doing this very often recently and it's very effective." "Klein, give it a try," she invited, eyes bright. Klein indulged her, watching it stop before laughing. "Simplicity and regularity can indeed help relaxation." Pointing at it, he asked, "Did you make this yourself? When? Why wasn't I aware?" "I made use of unwanted materials from school and things picked up from the streets to make this. It was only finished 2 days ago," Melissa replied, lips curving slightly. "That's impressive," Klein praised sincerely, recalling his own struggles with assembly, her chin lifted subtly. "It was okay." "Being overly humble is a bad trait," Klein teased. "This is a tortoise, right?" The room grew heavy. Melissa's voice turned enigmatic. "It's a puppet." Klein smiled awkwardly. "The problem lies in the materials, they're too rudimentary." Changing the topic, he asked, "Why would you go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Isn't there a toilet here? Don't you always sleep till dawn?" Melissa froze, then her stomach gurgled loudly. "I'll go get some more sleep." She grabbed her puppet, darted to her room, and slammed the door. "Too much dinner." Klein shook his head, smiling, and sat at the desk, pondering Dunn's invitation as the crimson moon emerged. Joining the Nighthawks risked exposing his transmigrator secrets and full identity, restricted freedom, and carried the danger of Beyonders losing control. Yet, the luck ritual suggested he wasn't among the safe 80%, needing Beyonder powers to survive future dangers. The Nighthawks offered access to mystical knowledge and resources, enhancing his gathering role, unlike risky cults like the psychology alchemists. As dawn broke, Klein decided to join the Nighthawks' civilian staff. Melissa emerged, surprised at his wakefulness. "You didn't sleep?" "I was thinking through some things," Klein smiled, relaxed. "Whenever I encounter problems, I'll list out both the pros and cons one by one and compare them," Melissa advised. "That's a good habit. I did that too," Klein replied. Melissa headed to the bathroom with toiletries. After breakfast and her departure, Klein napped, knowing pubs closed mornings. At 2, he dressed formally, caught a double-decker horse carriage to Champagne Street, then walked to Bessick Street. Entering the Hound pub, noise and heat hit him. Dimly lit 2 iron cages sank into the ground, housing a black and white dog and a sleek black one, Doug. A short man in a brown beret approached. "Do you want to bet? Doug has won 8 games in a row." "Dog fighting?" Klein asked, recalling university tales of crude gambling. The man smirked. "Mister, we're civilized people. We don't engage in such unglamorous activities," he whispered. "Besides, laws were introduced to ban these things last year." "Then what are you all betting on?" Klein asked. "The better hunter," the man replied as cacophony erupted. "You can't place a bet for this round as it has started. Wait for the next one then." Klein peered over, seeing men dump sacks of rats into the cages. The black dog killed swiftly, while the other played. Spectators shouted, "Bite it! Kill it!" "Doug, Doug!" Rat baiting with dogs. Klein's mouth twitched, amused by the gambling on rat catching. Sidestepping the crowd, he reached the bar. New here, the bartender asked, wiping cups. 1 cup of rye beer is a penny. Enmat beer costs 2 pence, 4 pence for Southville beer, or do you want a cup of purely brewed malt lanty? I came here for Mr. Wright, Klein said bluntly. The bartender whistled. Old man, someone is looking for you. Oh, who? A drunk old man stood, rubbing his eyes. Lad, were you looking for me? Mr. Wright, I would like to hire a small mercenary squad for a mission, Klein said, per Dunn's instructions. A small mercenary squad? Are you living in an adventure story? This hasn't been around for a long time, the bartender interjected, smiling. Wright paused, then asked, Who told you to look for it here? Dunn Smith, Klein answered. Wright chuckled. I see. Actually, the small mercenary squad still exists. It's just in another form, with a more contemporary name. You can find it on the 2nd floor of number 36 Zouterland Street. Thank you, Klein said sincerely, leaving the pub as murmurs of Doug's defeat spread. Finding Zouterland Street, Klein climbed to the 2nd floor, spotting a sign, Blackthorn Security Company. Chapter 17, Special Operations Department, Blackthorn Security Company. Klein, both surprised and amused, shook his head, laughing. He knocked gently on the half-closed door. Knock, knock, knock. No response, just a faint sputtering sound. He knocked again, then pushed the door wider. Inside, a classic sofa, armchair, and coffee table greeted him. A brown-haired girl dozed at a table, head drooped. Too unprofessional for a guise. Klein approached, knocking beside her ear. Knock, knock. She jolted upright, hiding her face with a newspaper, Tingen City Honest paper. The steam train service Soaring Express that directly reaches Constant City is starting operations today. Oh, come on. When will there be one that goes straight to Brindisi Bay? I really don't want to take the ship there again. It's too awful, really awful. Hey, who are you? She read aloud, then lowered the paper, revealing light brown eyes looking startled. Hello. I am Klein Moretti, and I am here at the invitation of Dunn Smith, Klein said, bowing slightly. The captain, all right, wait here for a moment. I'll go get him, she said, scurrying to a side room. No water offered. Klein smiled faintly. Soon she returned, smiling sweetly. Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is on watch at the Chanis Gate and is unable to leave at the moment. Okay, Klein followed, pondering Chanis Gate. They passed a small corridor with 3 offices per side, some locked, others revealing typists, including the poetic black-haired, green-eyed officer Klein recognized. They exchanged nods. Roseanne pushed open an office door, revealing a greyish-white stone staircase descending underground. We still have to go down a few levels, she chirped, watching her steps. Although I walk here often, I am still constantly afraid of falling down, tumbling down like a barrel. You don't know, Leonard did such a folly. On the first day of becoming a sleepless, he tried to rush down the flight of stairs, and he became a cartwheel. Ha, it was hilarious. Oh yes, it was the guy that greeted you just now. I'm Roseanne. My father was a member of the Nighthawks, who sacrificed himself. I suppose we are colleagues from now on. I hope to have the honor, but still it depends on what Mr. Smith has to say, Klein replied, noting the damp stone walls. Don't worry, the fact that you came so far means the captain has agreed. I've always been a little afraid of him, even though he is amiable, a fatherly figure. I don't know why, but I'm still afraid, Roseanne said. Isn't being afraid of a father normal? Klein humored. True, she agreed, rounding a bend. They reached a stone-paved aisle, gas lamps casting long shadows. Dark sacred emblems lined the walls, bringing serenity. At an intersection, Roseanne explained, the path to the left will lead to the St. Selina Cathedral, to the right are the armory, storeroom and archives, and straight ahead is the Chanis Gate. St. Selina Cathedral? Klein realized Zouterland Street's proximity to Red Moonlight Street, but stayed silent. They approached a black iron gate carved with 7 sacred emblems, heavy and domineering. Chanis Gate, Roseanne said, pointing to a lit room. Captain is inside, go on in by yourself. All right, thank you, Klein said, calming himself. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Dunn's voice called. Klein entered a sparse room with a table and chairs. Dunn, in his black coat, read a newspaper. Come and have a seat. Have you decided? Are you certain you want to join us? He asked, smiling. Klein bowed, sitting. Yes, I am certain. Then take a look at this deed, huh? People like to call it a contract now, Dunn said, producing 2 copies. Klein read the clauses, emphasizing confidentiality and tribunal trials. I've no problem with it, he said resolutely. Then sign it, Dunn prompted, offering a fountain pen. Klein signed both copies, using his thumbprint. Dunn stamped them, returning one. Welcome, from now on you are one of us, and please note that the contract is confidential as well. Klein shook his hand. So I shall be addressing you as Captain? Yes. Dunn's grey eyes gleamed in the dim light. Klein glanced at the stamp. Nighthawk's Squad. Tingen City. Awa County, Lone Kingdom. I can't believe you guys would use the name Blackthorn Security Company as a disguise, he laughed. Actually, we have other signboards, Dunn said, showing a paper stamped by the city and police. 7th Unit, Special Operations Department, Awa County Police, Lone Kingdom. The first 4 units are regular police. From Unit 5 onwards are the ones dealing with supernatural incidents. Our unit is responsible for incidents related to the followers of Evernite Goddess in Tingen. Unit 6 of the mandated Punisher Squad is in charge of the Pier region, the east and the south. The university area and suburbs are under Unit 5, the Machinery Hive Mind Squad. Right, Klein nodded. What happens if someone really comes here due to the Blackthorn Security Company signboard and requests for our services? We'll take those requests. Any earnings would be considered additional bonuses. The market for trivial matters has been monopolized by private detectives, Dunn said humorously. So how many people are there in this Nighthawk Squad? Klein asked. There aren't many supernatural incidents, only 6 formal members, including me. As for civilian staff, there are 6 including you, Dunn replied. Klein asked, concerned, So, Captain, what do you mean by Beyonders losing control? Why does it happen? Chapter 18, Origin and Cause. Upon hearing Klein's question, Dunn glanced toward the corridor leading to Chanis Gate. He took out his pipe, stuffed it with tobacco and mint leaves, and inhaled deeply, voice reflective. Only at home can I enjoy the beautiful flavors of tobacco mixed with mint leaves without any worries. Klein, do you know about the creation myth? Of course, when I received primary education during Sunday school, we learned to read using the revelation of Evernite. Among them, the Book of Wisdom and the letters from the saints mention the myth of creation. Klein slowed, recalling fragments. The Creator awoke from chaos and shattered the darkness, creating the first ray of light. He then fused himself completely into the universe and made up all of existence. His body became the land and stars, one of his eyes became the sun, while the other became the crimson moon. Some of his blood rushed into the seas and rivers, nourishing and nurturing lives. Klein paused, memories blurry, struck by the similarity to Pangu's myth. The imaginations of people from different worlds shared something in common on their myths and legends. Noticing Klein's trouble, Dunn smiled. His lungs turned into the elves, his heart turned into the giants, his liver turned into the Trents, his brain turned into the dragons, his kidneys turned into the feather serpents, his hair turned into the phoenixes, his ears turned into the demonic wolves, his mouth and teeth turned into the mutants, and his remaining bodily fluids turned into the sea monsters, of which the essence was Naga. His stomach, his small and large intestines and the evil parts of his body turned into devils, evil spirits and various kinds of unknown maleficent existences. His spirit became the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of the Storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom. His wisdom gave birth to humanity. That was the first epoch, the Chaos Epoch, Klein finished, amused. As a keyboard folklorist, it was the first time he came into contact with a creation myth that was arranged in such great detail. It was so detailed that almost every prominent race corresponded to a particular body part of the Creator. It's like a children's song with children sitting in a row and eating fruit. This either means that the creation myth is real, or hints that the few churches had undergone a long period of strife before compromising before the 5th epoch. Klein frowned. It feels problematic. Why are the eternal blazing sun, Lord of storms and God of knowledge and wisdom born directly from the Creator's spirit, while the goddess isn't? Dunn shifted his pipe. Repeat the goddess's full title. Klein winced, racking his brains. The Evernite goddess is nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity. She is also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of the Secrets, the Empress of Disaster and Horror, Mistress of Calm and Silence. What does the Lady of Crimson symbolize? Dunn asked, guiding. The red moon. Klein answered, understanding dawning. Then which part of the Creator did the red moon come from? Dunn smiled. A single eye. Klein and Dunn smiled at each other. Dunn stroked his pipe. Humanity was born out of the wisdom of the Creator, so we have clever and extraordinary brains, but lack other magical powers. However, from the creation myth, we can form a simple but clear conclusion. Everything stems from the same origin. Stems from the same origin, Klein repeated. According to this conclusion, humans protected by the gods resisted giants, devils, and mutants. They figured out means to obtain beyonder powers using corresponding parts of evil spirits, dragons, or crystals combined with materials to form potions. Consuming these grants powers, this is common knowledge among mysticism studies. Dunn sipped his coffee. Early on, consuming high-grade potions led to tragic consequences, 3 possible outcomes. Which 3? Klein asked. First, mental death, body breaking into monsters. Second, personality changes, cold, sensitive, cruel. Third, Dunn sipped again. Fermo coffee from the Paz River Valley is bitter, but very fragrant. Do you want one? I prefer coffee from the finer Potter Plateau, Klein declined. What's the third outcome? Mental disorder. Turning crazy on the spot, becoming more devilish than the devil. This is what it means by losing control, Dunn said gravely. Klein stayed silent. Dunn continued, after experimentation in the blasphemy slate, humans perfected the potion system, forming tiered sequences. Lower sequence numbers mean higher grade potions. The 7 churches control at least one complete sequence, plus incomplete paths gathered over centuries. Blasphemy slate? Klein noted, recalling the Hanged Man's mention. Created by some evil gods. Era, contents, I'm unsure. Report any clues immediately, it's top priority, Dunn said vaguely. I mentioned one type of losing control. I'll now tell you the remaining 4. All right. Klein listened attentively. Some are born with higher perception, hearing or seeing what others can't, partial beyonder traits. They're limited to one sequence path. Wrong potions lead to madness or death. Got it, Klein nodded. The third kind is similar. Once you choose a sequence, you're locked in. Mixing paths warps powers, leaving you semi-deranged, cruel, bloodthirsty, melancholic. Trying again risks mental death or becoming an evil spirit. Dunn sipped coffee. Klein, alarmed, asked, what about the 4th kind? When we consume potions, we undergo unnatural transformation. Remnant spiritual powers linger. Rushing to a higher sequence before mastering the current one stacks madness, increasing loss of control risk. Dunn paused. Nighthawks require 3 years and examination post-potion for promotion. Still, many lose control yearly. Klein gasped. Then what about the final kind? Dunn's smile was grim. Beyonder's perception enhances with higher sequences. They hear, see, and encounter what others don't, facing mysterious enticements. Overstimulation or greed leads to losing control. He stared at Klein, tone bleak. The founder of the Nighthawks, Archbishop Chanis, once said, "We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against dangers and madness." Chapter 19, Sealed Artifacts. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against dangers and madness. The corridor outside was sealed, walls ice cold. Bright yellow lights lit the room. Dunn Smith's words hit Klein like punches, leaving him speechless. Dunn shook his head, smiling at Klein's silence. Are you very disappointed? Beyonders are not like what you imagine them to be. We are always treading alongside danger. There is always a price to any gain. Klein's voice quivered, recovering. He hadn't imagined Beyonder's halo hid such threats. Maybe because he'd only heard descriptions, not seen them, and was already caught in a strange incident, Klein quickly controlled his fear, uneasiness, worry, and apprehension. Still, the thought of shrinking back lingered, stubborn. Not bad. Very mature and rational. Dunn sipped the last of his coffee. Also, Beyonders are not as powerful as you imagine, especially low-sequence ones. Heh, why use 1 for the highest grade and 9 for the lowest? Against intuition, right? Low sequence means low grade, high number, the start of the sequence chain. Where was I? Oh, Beyonders aren't that strong. A low sequence Beyonder's power can't match guns, let alone cannons. They're just more fascinating and harder to defend against. If you get a chance to become one, think carefully about what I've said. Don't rush. Klein gave a self-deprecating smile. I don't even know when I'll get the chance. He wouldn't miss it if it came. Wrong or higher-ranked potions were avoidable. The real dangers were subtle potion influences and heightened senses. For the former, he'd learn from past generations, take his time, and lower the risk of losing control. Plus, he needed power to solve his current problem, understand mysticism, and find a way home. High sequences weren't his goal, just enough to protect himself and plan. The risks? He'd already faced maddening murmurs during his luck ritual. Powerless, he'd still face dangers, so better to be armed. With that, the pros outweighed the cons. His hesitation faded. Dunn picked up his pipe, grey eyes smiling faintly. No clear answer on that. To become a Beyonder, you need contributions, maybe interpreting ancient documents or helping with a case. Then, it's up to the higher-ups. No guarantees. Now about our Nighthawk team's civilian jobs. He stood, walked to the door, and pointed opposite Chanis Gate. We have an accountant and a procurement guy who doubles as a carriage driver. Professionals, no shifts, weekends off. The other three, Roseanne, Brett, Old Neil, handle visitors, cleaning, case files, and inventory. They guard the armory, storeroom, and archives, enforcing strict registration. They get one day off besides Sundays, arranging shifts themselves. So my job's like Roseanne's? Klein asked, pushing Beyonder thoughts aside. No, you're a professional, Dunn smiled. 2 tasks. First, every morning or afternoon, walk the streets from Welch's place to yours. What? Klein was dumbfounded. What kind of job is this? Is that very professional? Dunn's hands went into his black windbreaker pockets. Since you lost your memories, we're closing the case on Welch and Naya. That Antigona's family diary vanished. We think you took it, hid it on your way home, which is why we found no clues at your place and why you didn't die there. Even if you forgot, the human spirit and brain are fascinating. There might be traces. Daly couldn't find them, but you might feel déjà vu at a key spot. That's what we want. Got it. Klein nodded. The Nighthawk's reasoning made sense. He was the only survivor with time and motive to hide the diary. Find that diary, and you've likely earned enough to become a Beyonder, Dunn said, hinting at its importance. I hope. Klein nodded. Dunn switched topics. Second, you get one day off weekly, your choice for now. When not outside, read literature and canon books in the armory, a historian's job. Once done, you'll take shifts with Old Neil and the others. All right, no problem, Klein exhaled, relieved. Not too hard. Dunn pointed to the black gates with 7 sacred emblems. This is Chanis Gate, named after Archbishop Chanis, creator of the modern Nighthawk system. Every major city's central cathedral has one. Formal Nighthawks guard it on rotation. Inside, at least 2 church-sent keepers and countless traps. Never approach it or misfortune awaits. That sounds scary, Klein said. Inside are potion formulas, magical materials, and temporary holding for heretics, mutants, cultists, and secret organization members. They're sent to the Holy Cathedral eventually, Dunn said. Holy Cathedral? The Evernite Goddess Church's headquarters in Winter County, Cathedral of Serenity? Klein nodded thoughtfully. Also, classified documents are stored there. Higher clearance might let you read them. Dunn paused. Behind Chanis Gate in the basement are sealed artifacts. Sealed artifacts? Klein echoed. Some extraordinary items we collect are too powerful and dangerous. If misused, they'd cause disaster. We keep them confidential and guarded, used only in special cases. Some have living traits, enticing keepers, influencing surroundings, trying to escape and causing catastrophe. They're strictly controlled. How fascinating. But Klein said wistfully. Nighthawk headquarters grade these artifacts. Grade 0, extremely dangerous. Highest importance, confidentiality. No inquiries, dissemination or spying. Sealed in the Holy Cathedral's basement, Dunn explained. Grade 1, highly dangerous. Limited use for diocesan bishops or Nighthawk deacons and above. Diocese cathedrals like Backlund store 1 or 2, rest go to the Holy Cathedral. Grade 2, dangerous, used cautiously, for bishops or Nighthawk captains and above. City cathedrals store 3 to 5, rest go to the Holy Cathedral or diocese headquarters. Grade 3, considerably dangerous, used carefully in operations with 3 or more people for formal Nighthawks. You'll see documents later. Numbers like 2 to 125 mean dangerous sealed artifact number 125. Dunn returned to his room, pulling a paper from a drawer. 3 years ago, a new archbishop lost control, broke through protections and vanished with a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Memorize this photo. If you see him, don't alert or disturb him. Report it immediately, or you're dead for sure. What? Klein took the paper, a black and white photo with text, no title. Ince Zangwill, male, 40, former archbishop, gatekeeper who failed promotion, enticed by a devil, corrupted, escaped with sealed artifact 008. Traits are. The photo showed Ince Zangwill in a black clergyman robe, double-breasted, soft cap, dark blonde hair, near black blue eyes, high nose, tight lips, wrinkle-free face like a sculpture, blind in one eye. The corrupted's description is detailed, but the sealed artifact only has a code name, Klein said. That's why it's top clearance. Sealed artifact 008 is only described verbally, sparsely. It's a quill that writes without ink. That's all. Dunn sighed. He didn't elaborate, tugging his golden chain to check a pocket watch. I've told you everything. Go to the armory, find old Neil. He'll arrange documents. He's no ordinary clerk, once a formal member, but age and health stopped his promotion. He doesn't want to be a keeper or retire, just stay with documents. Chapter 20. The Forgetful Dunn. Okay. Klein bowed slightly as he put on his short top hat again. His mind, however, was elsewhere, fixated on sealed artifact 008. It appears to be just your everyday quill? It writes without ink? Then what's its actual use? What makes it classified at the highest level of confidentiality that it's deemed extremely dangerous? Can it be a pen that kills anyone whose name is written? No, that would be way too heaven-defying. Ince Zangwill wouldn't need to escape and hide away if that were the case. Just as Klein turned to leave, Dunn suddenly called out, "Hold on, I forgot something." "What?" Klein turned his head, puzzled. Dunn pocketed his watch and smiled. "Later, visit the accountant, Mrs. Oriana, and get an advance payment of 4 weeks, £12 total. After that, you'll earn half your salary weekly until it's covered." "That's too much." "There's no need for that much," Klein said instinctively. He didn't mind an advance. He couldn't even afford the carriage home. But £12 at once felt daunting. "No, it's necessary," Dunn said, shaking his head with a smile. "Think about it. Do you want to keep living in that apartment, sharing a bathroom with a crowd? Even if you don't care about yourself, think of the lady. Besides," he paused, seeing Klein nod, then sized up Klein's clothes with a knowing look. "Besides, you need a cane, and you should buy a new suit." Klein froze, then snapped back, his face burning. His cheap suit betrayed him. Typically a silk top hat cost 5 to 6 soldi, a bow tie 3 soldi, a silver inlaid cane 7 to 8 soldi, a shirt 3 soldi, and pants, vest and tuxedo around £7 total. Leather boots were 9 to 10 soldi. A full gentleman's outfit exceeded £8 7 soldi, not counting a watch chain, pocket watch or wallet. The original Klein and Benson had scrimped to save up, only to flee a clothing store after seeing prices. They settled for bargain shop suits near Iron Cross Street under £2 total. "Okay," Klein stammered. He cared about appearances, just like the original Klein. Dunn checked his pocket watch again. "Maybe find Mrs. Oriana first? You'll be at old Neil's a while and she'll likely head home soon." "All right." Klein, painfully aware of his poverty, didn't object. Dunn pulled a few ropes by the table. "I'll get Roseanne to take you." The ropes triggered gears, ringing a bell at Blackthorn Security Company's reception. Roseanne hurried down. Dunn said humorously, "I didn't disturb your rest, right? Oh, bring Moretti to Mrs. Oriana." Roseanne secretly curled her lips but answered happily, "All right, Captain." "Is that all?" Klein blurted in surprise. "To get an advance from finance, don't you need an approval letter? Shouldn't you write something?" "So?" Dunn asked. "Don't I need your signature for Mrs. Oriana?" Klein kept it simple. "Oh no, Roseanne is proof enough." Dunn pointed at the brown-haired girl. "Captain, our finances are barely managed." Klein held back the sarcasm and left with Roseanne. Then Dunn shouted again, "Hold on, one more thing. Can we finish this at once?" Klein turned, smiling. "Yes?" Dunn pressed his temple. "When you see old Neil, collect 10 demon hunting bullets." "Me? Demon hunting bullets?" Klein asked, astonished. "Welch's revolver is still with you, right?" "No need to turn it in," Dunn said, hand in pocket. "With demon hunting bullets, you can protect yourself from paranormal danger. It'll give you some courage at least." "No need for that last bit." Klein, despite his vexation, replied without hesitation, "All right, I'll remember." "That needs a formal document. Wait." Dunn sat, scribbled a note with his dark red fountain pen, signed and stamped it. "Thank you, Captain." Klein took it sincerely. He stepped toward the door. "Hold on," Dunn called again. "Captain, you're in your 30s. Why the dementia symptoms? Klein forced a smile. Anything else? I forgot, you're not trained in shooting, so demon hunting bullets are useless. Instead, collect 30 normal bullets daily. Visit the underground shooting range at number 3 Zouterland Street. Mostly police, but one's for us Nighthawks. Oh, get a badge from old Neil or you can't enter. Dunn smacked his forehead, took the note, added details and stamped it again. A good marksman is made by expending bullets. Don't take it lightly, Dunn said, handing back the note. Got it. Klein, wary of danger, was eager to hit the range. He took 2 steps, then cautiously half-turned. Captain, anything else? No. Dunn nodded firmly. Klein sighed in relief and walked out, resisting the urge to ask. Are you sure there's nothing else? Captain's always like this. Forgets things, Roseanne whispered as they walked. Even my granny remembers better. Only trivial stuff, though. Yay, trivial. Klein. I'll call you Klein. Mrs. Oriana's nice, easy to get along with. Her father's a skilled watchsmith. Klein listened to Roseanne ramble as they climbed the stairs to the upper floor. They found Mrs. Oriana in the far right office. She was a black-haired woman in a flounce lace dress, about 30, with fashionable curls and clear, smiling green eyes, refined and elegant. After Roseanne relayed Dunn's instructions, Oriana wrote an advance slip. Sign here. Got a seal? If not, a thumbprint works. All right. Klein, now familiar, completed the process. Oriana opened a safe, counting pounds. Lucky day, we have enough cash. By the way, Klein, did Captain recruit you because of a paranormal incident and some specialty? Yes, your intuition's impeccable, Klein said, not skimping on praise. Oriana handed over 4 notes, 2 £5, 2 £1, grey with black patterns, anti-counterfeit ink. The £5 notes featured Henry Augustus first, white hairband, rotund face, serious yet oddly familiar. This is a £5 note, nearly 4 weeks of Benson's salary. The £1 notes showed William Augustus for 6, thick mustache, firm gaze, who freed Lone Kingdom from old constraints. Good kings. Klein inhaled the note's ink, elated. If the Nighthawks hadn't arrived, I'd have been the 6th victim of that serial killer 16 years ago, Oriana said, her tone tinged with lingering fear. The bloody butcher? Killed 5 girls, took hearts and stomachs? My mother scared my sister with that story, Klein recalled, pocketing the notes and patting them. Yes, Oriana nodded. He was a beyonder, killed more before, caught preparing a devil's ritual. No wonder he took organs. Sorry, Mrs. Oriana, for bringing up bad memories, Klein said sincerely. I'm not afraid anymore, she smiled. I was studying accountancy then. Stayed here since. Go on, you need to see old Neil. Goodbye, Mrs. Oriana. Klein tipped his hat and left, patting his pocket to confirm the £12. He turned right at a junction and reached a half-closed iron door. Knock! Knock, knock! Come in, an aged voice called. Klein entered a cramped room with a desk, 2 chairs and a locked iron door. An elder in a black robe, old Neil, read yellowed pages under a gas lamp. Are you Klein Moretti? Roseanne said you were polite, Neil said, looking up. Miss Roseanne is friendly. Good afternoon, Mr. Neil. Klein tipped his hat. Sit. Neil gestured to a silver tin. Hand-ground coffee? His wrinkles were deep, his dark red eyes slightly cloudy. No coffee after 3? Klein noticed Neil's cup held water. Ha, habit. No coffee past 3, it affects sleep, makes me hear unknown murmurings, Neil said, smile fading. Klein changed the subject. Mr. Neil, what documents should I read? He handed over Dunn's note. History or complex, incomplete stuff. I only grasp basics, diaries, books. Epitaphs are tough, Neil lamented, pointing to yellowed pages. These are Roselle Gustave's lost diary, written in his invented symbols for secrecy. Emperor Roselle? The Transmigration Senior? Klein perked up. Many think he didn't die, became a hidden god. Cults worship him, hold rituals. We get diary copies, but no one's cracked the symbols. The Holy Cathedral lets us research for breakthroughs, Neil said, smirking. I've deciphered some numbers. It's a diary. I compare it to historical events around Roselle to decode more. Genius, right? Yes, Klein nodded. Take a look. Tomorrow, help with this diary. Neil pushed the pages to Klein. Klein glanced and froze. The symbols, though poorly copied and distorted, were unmistakable. Chinese, and it's fucking simplified Chinese! Chapter 21. An old friend in a different world. In that instant, Klein even believed that he had transmigrated back. However, the elegant gas lamp surrounded by brass grids and the silver-inlaid tin, which old Neil kept his hand-ground coffee in, made him recognize the reality he was in. The transmigrator, Emperor Roselle, is really a fellow countryman of mine. He was using simplified Chinese, which doesn't exist in this world, to record secrets. With the indescribable feeling of identifying an old friend in a different world, Klein quickly read through the 3 pages. 18th November. Truly a fascinating matter. A blue sky experimentation and a chance mistake made me discover the pathetic fellow lost and trapped in the deep darkness amid the storms. He can only approach the reality of this world on the day of the full moon every month, yet he is unable to transmit his cries. He is lucky to have met me, the protagonist of this era. After reading the paragraph I wrote above, I suddenly felt a little down. Even my Chinese is written like a translation. 4 decades have passed in a finger snap. My past memories feel more like a dream. 1184, 1st January. At the Grand New Year Gala, Lady Florina was truly splendid. 2nd January. My diplomats are all idiots. 3rd January. I made a hasty choice back then. In hindsight, I should have chosen apprentice, seer, or marauder. Unfortunately, there is no way of redoing it. 4th January. Why are my children so stupid? I've repeated myself so many times. Do not be fooled by those charlatans. The key thing about potions is not about grasping them, but digesting them. Is nothing about tapping powers, but acting. And the name of a potion is not solely symbolic at its core, but a concrete imagery and the key to digestion. 9th September. An alliance opposing me has been established. Faysak from the north, Loan from the east, Fainapotter from the south. My enemies have finally joined forces, but I have no fear. I will use facts to teach them that the generations of weapons and knowledge cannot be compensated by mere numbers and low-grade sequences. Besides, it's not as though I do not have subordinates. As for the higher grades, have they forgotten who I am? 20th September. I have lost communications with the ship seeking the forsaken land of the gods. I should consider inventing wireless telegraphs. I hope it would not be affected by the storm. 24th September. Miss Ithaca is more mesmerizing than Lady Florina. Perhaps I'm just being nostalgic about my youth. Due to the complexity of simplified Chinese, the font was slightly larger than usual, and the backs of the pages were left blank for preservation. But even so, Klein still felt an upheaval of emotions. Emperor Roselle's insight into potions, digesting, acting, concrete imagery, was like stumbling upon a priceless secret. This could be a beacon for my future as a beyonder. The scattered dates meant it was unclear which year the September and November pages came from. Still, Klein's mind was buzzing. Who is the pathetic fellow Roselle found? What do digesting and acting mean? Where is the forsaken land of the gods? He was eager to gather all of Emperor Roselle's diary and read it from start to finish. Klein? Old Neil's voice broke his thoughts. I thought I would be the most special one. I was trying to decipher and interpret it. You are young indeed. I once believed that I was the most special one as well. Klein flipped through the pages again and handed them to old Neil. Do we only have these few pages? Did you think there would be many? There are not many incidents a year that involve beyonders and mystery to begin with. Sigh. The major reason is the gradual extinction of extraordinary species in our northern continent. Without them, there won't be a lot of potions, causing the number of beyonders to reduce with time. Sigh. Over the past few centuries, dragons, giants, and elves have become simply records in books. Even the sea folks are no longer seen near the coastal waters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly thought of a meme. He smiled. I think it's time to establish a Dragons and Giants Protection Association. Old Neil looked confused. It took him a while to get it, then he burst out laughing in an ungentlemanly way. Ha ha, Klein, you really are humorous. This is a tradition of our Loan Kingdom. It's good that young people have a sense of humor. I believe we shouldn't be overly narrow in scope. Why are we only protecting dragons and giants? It should be called Fantastic Beasts Protection Association. No. How can we forget those poor plants? Fantastic Organisms Protection Association. They exchanged looks and burst out laughing. The awkwardness between them dissipated. Where was I? I remember. There are not many incidents a year that involve beyonders and mystery to begin with. The retards who revere Emperor Roselle are the minority of the minority. It's already pretty good that we can obtain 3 scripts. Well, the other larger cathedrals or dioceses might have some. Old Neil picked up the approval note Klein had placed on the table. Are they pistol bullets, rifle bullets, or steam-pressured bullets? It's a revolver. All right, I'll go get them. Ahem, do you have an armpit holster? As a gentleman, we can't let you have something bulging below your waist in public. Heh, no. Do I need to get Captain to include it? There's no need. I just need to make a record. It's an accessory item. Repeat after me. Accessory item. Were you a teacher in the past? I spent some time at the church's Sunday school and free schools. Old Neil opened the iron door into the inner chamber with a key. Beyonders really aren't that different from commoners, Klein mused. His gaze lingered on the diary pages. Emperor Roselle is clearly tied to the world of mystery. Those pages might look like scrap paper to others, but to me, they're treasure. I have to find the rest somehow. His thoughts were interrupted as old Neil returned and closed the door behind him. 10 demon hunting bullets, 30 revolver bullets, an oxhide armpit holster, and a 7th Unit, Special Operations Department badge. Please count them and give them a try. Remember to sign the logbook. The revolver bullets shimmered with a yellow sheen and were stacked in a paper box. The demon hunting rounds were silver, with complex patterns and tiny sacred emblems engraved at the bottom, a black background dotted with stars and a half-crimson moon. The oxhide holster was solid, complete with a belt and buckle. The badge was metallic and palm-sized, inscribed with Iowa County Police Department and 7th Unit, Special Operations Department, surrounding the emblem of 2 crossed swords and a crown. Unfortunately, it's not a Nighthawk's badge, Klein said, half wistfully, half probingly. Old Neil smiled and gestured for Klein to try on the holster. Klein took off his jacket, buckled the holster under his left armpit, and put the jacket back on. Not bad. It suits you well. My judgment is as accurate as usual. After pocketing the other items and signing the logbook, Klein chatted briefly with old Neil and left. Halfway down the hallway, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot to learn more about the sequences and potions. It's all the fault of Emperor Roselle's diary. He still didn't know the first sequence in the Evernite Goddess's complete pathway. All he knew was that it started from sequence 9. Roseanne had mentioned something. The sleepless? As Klein walked toward the stairs, someone came down. He wore tight trousers and an untucked white shirt, and had the poetic air of a romantic. It was the black-haired, green-eyed police inspector who had searched Klein's home. They had seen each other upstairs but hadn't spoken. "Good afternoon," greeted the young poet like Nighthawk with a smile. "Good afternoon. I believe I do not need to introduce myself?" "There's no need. I have a deep impression of you. Leonard Mitchell, Sequence 8's Midnight Poet." "You have a deep impression of me? You have a special disposition." He feels and sounds so gay. Klein barely stopped the corners of his mouth from twitching and smiled. "I don't think so myself." "After encountering an accident like that, you remained alive despite not receiving our protection immediately. That makes you special enough. I have to replace Captain. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." As Klein stepped aside, Leonard descended, then suddenly turned to stare at the yellow sunset shining on the stone-paved ground. He muttered softly to the air, "Did you manage to notice anything?" Indeed, there's nothing special about him. Chapter 22, Starting Sequence. After climbing the stairs back to the reception hall, Klein was about to bid Roseanne farewell when the brown-haired girl chirped. "Captain says you can come on Monday. He wants you to settle your household affairs first." All right. Klein hadn't expected the Nighthawks to be so considerate. It warmed his heart a bit. He'd planned to rise early tomorrow to wander to Tingen University and inform the interview staff he was withdrawing. His professor's recommendation letter had secured that opportunity, so basic courtesy demanded closure, respect for his mentor's efforts, if not his own. Without phones, telegrams costing per character, and letters too slow, a public carriage to the university seemed the cheapest, most practical choice. With the captain's approval, Klein could sleep in and still make it on time. He was about to tip his hat to Roseanne when a thought struck. Glancing around, he lowered his voice. "Roseanne, do you know what the starting point of the church's complete sequence is?" He'd forgotten to ask old Neil. Roseanne's eyes widened, staring at him in shock. "You wish to become a Beyonder?" Was I that obvious? Klein's body language betrayed him as he mumbled, embarrassed. Having learned that extraordinary and mysterious powers exist, it's natural to have some yearnings. Oh my goddess, do you know how dangerous it is? Didn't Captain tell you? The enemies of Beyonders aren't just cultists or dark warlocks, but themselves. People lose control nearly every year. Some even sacrifice themselves. Aren't you going to consider how your family will feel? Roseanne's hands waved, her tone escalating. Klein, the better choice is civilian staff. Almost no danger, salary grows yearly. In a few years you'll save enough to rent a bungalow in Northborough or the suburbs, marry a rich, charming lady, and have a wonderful family with adorable, naughty little angels. Roseanne, stop! Hold up! Klein cut her off, exasperated as she veered off topic. I just want to, understand the basics for now. All right, Roseanne paused, gaze dropping, sheepish. Because of my father, I get a bit worked up about this stuff, but honestly, I respect anyone who chooses to be a Nighthawk. I understand, Klein echoed. Roseanne blinked her light brown eyes and added, my father said you can't just become more powerful or a higher sequencer to solve hidden risks or fight danger. It's the opposite. More terrifying things come. Facing the unknown or something horrifying, death or insanity are the only outcomes. He sacrificed himself 2 weeks after saying that. Klein, don't look at me with pity. My life's great now, really great. It's only right to fear these things. I only want to know the basics, Klein repeated, torn between laughter and tears. Captain explained it clearer than you. And even if I don't become a Beyonder, I've already stumbled into something extraordinary. All right, Roseanne said thoughtfully. I've overheard Captain and old Neil with extraordinary creatures declining or extinct. High sequences are rare. Becoming a Beyonder is already impressive. In Tingen and its suburbs, hundreds of thousands of people, maybe more, there are only about 30 Beyonders. My guess, anyway, not counting cultists or dark warlocks lurking in the shadows. Before Klein could respond, Roseanne's vibrancy returned, fist clenched to her chest. And most of those 30 plus are sequence 9. I might have gone off topic. It's okay. I wanted to know that too, Klein said, hoping her rambling would spill more. Anyway, it's super impressive to be a Beyonder. Roseanne repeated. The church's complete sequence starts with sleepless, sequence 9, sleepless. Indeed. Klein nodded as Roseanne struggled to stop elaborating. You can guess from the name. A sleepless doesn't need to sleep at night. 3 to 4 hours of daytime rest is enough. Man, I'm so envious. No, not at all. Sleep's a gift from the goddess, the truest bliss. Where was I? Right, sleepless can see through darkness without lights. The deeper the night, the stronger they get physically, intuitively, mentally. They sense dangers in the dark but still need demon-hunting bullets or items for monsters they can't handle normally. My father was a sleepless. Before Klein could prod, she continued, then it's sequence 8, Midnight Poet, and above that, sequence 7, Nightmare. Nightmare? Klein recalled Duns Smith guiding his dreams. For confirmation, he asked, Captain? You know about it? Roseanne's mouth nearly formed an O. Klein glanced around, whispering, got it, Roseanne whispered back, enlightened. She sipped coffee from a cup nearby, then said wistfully, only 2 sequence 7 Beyonders in Tingen's church. Captain's likely one. Even in a big diocese like Backlund, he'd be impressive. Some deacons might not outrank him. So Captain's that impressive, Klein echoed, smiling. Honestly, Dunn's appearance last night left a mark. I already figured he was powerful. Of course, Roseanne puffed up proudly. Moments later, scatterbrained as ever, she frowned. I don't know what's above sequence 7. Among the Nighthawks, maybe only Captain knows. What about other starting sequences? Incomplete ones? Klein shifted topics, satisfied. Roseanne's description of Sleepless matched his Beyonder expectations, but wasn't what he wanted. He sought a sequence 9 that studied mysteries, leveraging knowledge to uncover his transmigration's cause and prepare for a potential return. Roseanne sighed, thinking, I'm not big on this stuff. We have more than other churches. The goddess is the mother of secrets, after all. Maybe 2 or 3 incomplete sequences. Some teammates are cold, distant, with a weird smell. Some members... Talk to old Neil. He knows tons, plus interesting magical rituals. He mentioned his sequence 9 potion name once. Mystery Prior. Interesting magical rituals? Mystery Prior sounds perfect. Klein felt a spark of delight. Also, I know a Sequence 7 name, an incomplete one. Roseanne boasted, recalling suddenly. What is it? Klein asked, curiosity piqued. In a world where high sequences were nearly mythical, Sequence 7 was likely a church heavyweight. Roseanne grinned smugly. Spirit medium. DM daily? Klein blurted. After the initial shock, it made sense. Only a Sequence 7 could perform so strikingly as a medium. Roseanne's eyes widened again. How do you know that too? I've met MDM daily, Klein admitted. All right, Roseanne said, envious. If I could be a spirit medium like MDM daily, I'd be a beyonder. No, I'd think about it for 10 minutes. Yes, MDM daily fulfills all my beyonder fantasies, Klein said, slightly exaggerating. Having gotten what he needed, he chatted with Roseanne a bit longer, gleaning no new info. He tipped his hat, bowed, and left. Descending the stairs, Klein paused after a few steps, patting the notes in his pocket. He pulled out 12 gold pounds, gripping them tightly in his left hand, refusing to let go. A smile crept onto his face. Per foodaholic empire, China. Custom, earning money means treating others. Time to treat Melissa tonight. Chapter 23, Sidearm. As Klein strolled down Zoutland, the warm, humid breeze brushing against him, a realization hit. He only had 3 pence in change. A public carriage back to Iron Cross Street cost 4 pence. Using a 1 gold pound note was like paying for cheap mineral water with a $100 bill back on Earth. Doable, but awkward. Walk 3 kilometers with just 3 pence and hoof the rest? Klein slowed, hand in his pocket, mulling alternatives. Nope, he nixed it fast. The remaining distance would take forever, and carrying 12 pounds, a fortune, wasn't safe. Plus, he'd left his revolver behind, fearing the Nighthawks might confiscate it. If he ran into whatever killed Welch, he'd be defenseless. Get change at a bank? No way. A 0.5% fee? That's robbery. Klein shook his head, the thought of fees stinging his frugal soul. After dismissing ideas, his eyes lit up at a clothing shop ahead. Buy something cheap to get change. A suit, shirt, vest, trousers, boots, or cane, stuff I'll need anyway. He debated. Fitting clothes is a hassle, and Benson's better at bargaining. I'll wait for him. But a cane? Perfect. A gentleman's best defense, half as good as a crowbar. Gun in one hand, cane in the other, civilized combat style. Decision made, Klein entered Wilker Clothing and Hats. The shop mirrored Earth's clothing stores. Formal attire lined the left wall. Shirts, trousers, vests, and bow ties filled the middle, and glass cabinets on the right displayed leather shoes and boots. Sir, may I help you? A male salesperson in a white shirt and red vest approached politely. In Learn Kingdom, elites wore muted black suits, so their servants and salespeople dressed in brighter colors to stand out. Ladies flaunted glamorous dresses while maidservants stuck to black and white. Klein thought briefly. A cane. Something heavier and harder. The kind that cracks skulls. The red-vested salesperson sized him up discreetly and led him to a corner. This gold-inlaid cane is ironheart wood, very heavy and hard. 11 solly 7 pence. Want to try it? 11 solly 7 pence? Why not rob a bank? Gold inlay, big deal. Klein was floored but kept his cool. All right. The salesperson handed over the cane cautiously, as if Klein might break it. Klein tested it. Too heavy, unwieldy. He shook his head, relieved. Too heavy. Not an excuse. The salesperson showed 3 more. This walnut wood cane, made by Tingen's famous artisan Mr. Hayes, is 10 solly 3 pence. This ebony wood with silver inlay hard as iron is 7 solly 6 pence. This white boly tree core with silver inlay is 7 solly 10 pence. Klein tested each, checking weight and tapping for hardness. He picked the cheapest. The ebony wood one. No problem, sir. Follow me for payment. Free maintenance for scuffs or stains, the salesperson said, leading him to the counter. Klein loosened his grip on the 4 gold pound notes, pulling out 2 smaller ones. Good day, sir. 7 solly 6 pence, the cashier smiled. Klein, aiming for gentlemanly poise, extended the 1 pound note but couldn't resist. Can I get a discount? Sir, our items are handcrafted, so costs are high, the salesperson replied. Without our boss, we can't lower prices. Sorry, sir. The cashier added. All right. Klein handed over the note and took the black silver inlaid cane. Stepping back, he swung it to test. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air hummed heavily. Klein nodded, satisfied. Glancing up, he froze. The salesperson had backed away, and the cashier huddled near a double-barreled shotgun on the wall. Learn's semi-regulated firearm laws required an all-purpose weapons certificate or hunter's license. The former allowed any civilian firearm but was hard to get, the latter easier but limited to hunting guns. Wealthy folks often got hunter's licenses for self-defense, like now. Seeing their wariness, Klein's mouth twitched. He chuckled dryly. Not bad, this cane's perfect for swinging. I'm pleased. The cashier relaxed, handing over 2 5-soldi notes, 2 1-soldi notes, a 5-pence coin and a 1-penny coin. Klein nodded inwardly, then checked the note's anti-counterfeit watermarks under the light. Pocketing the change and cane in hand, he tipped his hat and left. He splurged 6 pence on a short-distance trackless carriage, transferring once to reach home safely. Inside, he counted the 11 pounds and 12 soldi thrice before stashing them in the desk drawer. He retrieved his bronze revolver with the wooden grip. Clink! Clang! 5 brass bullets spilled out as he loaded silver demon-hunting bullets with intricate patterns and the dark sacred emblem. Like before, he loaded 5, leaving 1 chamber empty to avoid misfires. The rest went into a small iron case with the ordinary bullets. Pah! He snapped the cylinder shut, feeling secure. He eagerly holstered the revolver at his armpit, buckling it tight, and practiced unbuckling and drawing until his arms ached. He rested, resuming until sunset when Tennant's footsteps echoed outside. Phew! Klein exhaled, reholstering the revolver. He changed into his brownish-yellow coat, swinging his arms to loosen up. Tap, 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 tap. Footsteps approached, followed by a key turning. Melissa with soft black hair entered. Her nose twitched as she glanced at the unlit stove, her eyes dimming slightly. Klein, I'll heat last night's leftovers. Benson's likely back tomorrow. Klein, hands in pockets, leaned against the desk, smiling. Now let's eat out. Eat out? Melissa blinked, surprised. Silver Crown Restaurant on Daffodil Street. Heard it's delicious, Klein suggested. But, Melissa stammered, confused. Grinning, Klein said, to celebrate my new job. You found a job? Melissa's voice rose. But Tingen University's interview is tomorrow. Another job. Klein flashed a faint smile, pulling the stacked notes from the drawer. They gave me a 4-week pay advance. Melissa's eyes widened at the gold pounds and solly. Goddess, you, they, what job? Klein's expression froze as he chose his words. A security company that seeks, collects and protects ancient relics. They needed a professional consultant. 5-year contract, £3 a week. Were you stressing over this last night? Melissa asked after a pause. Klein nodded. Yes, Tingen University's respectable, but I prefer this. Not bad, Melissa said with an encouraging smile, then half suspiciously, why'd they pay 4 weeks in advance? We need to move. More rooms, our own bathroom, Klein said, grinning and shrugging. Surprised? Melissa froze, then blurted, Klein, we're fine now. My bathroom complaints are just habit. Remember Jenny next door? Her dad got injured, lost his job, and they moved to Lower Street. 5 in one room, 3 in a bunk bed, 2 on the floor. They're trying to rent out space. Compared to them, we're lucky. Don't waste your salary. Besides, I love Mrs. Smyron's bakery. Sis, this isn't how I pictured this going. Klein's expression blanked, caught off guard. Chapter 24. Penny Pincher. The sky was golden. Klein looked into Melissa's eyes, momentarily lost for words. His prepared lines were useless. He coughed lightly twice as he quickly racked his brains. Melissa, this isn't a waste of salary. In the future, my colleagues, as well as Benson's colleagues, might visit. Are we going to host them in such a place? When Benson and I get married and have wives, are we still going to sleep in bunk beds? None of you have fiancés yet, right? We can wait a little while and save up more money in the meantime, answered Melissa in a logically concise manner. No, Melissa, this is a societal rule. Klein was stumped and could only count on lofty principles. Since I'm earning £3 a week, I should look like I'm earning £3 a week. Honestly, Joe Mingry was used to such living conditions, but he knew it was inconvenient for a girl. Also, his goal to become a beyonder meant he'd need to conduct rituals at home, which was risky with many people around. Klein saw that Melissa was about to continue arguing and hurriedly added, Don't worry, I'm not planning to get a bungalow, but probably a terrace. Basically, it has to have a bathroom we can call ours. Also, I like Mrs. Smyron's bread, Tingen biscuits and lemon cakes too. We can first consider places near Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street. Melissa pouted, fell silent, then nodded slowly. Besides, I'm in no rush to move either. We have to wait for Benson to return, said Klein with a chuckle. We can't have him be shocked when he opens the door to find nothing, right? Imagine him saying in astonishment, "Where are my things? Where are my siblings? Where's my home? Is this my home? Did I make a mistake? Goddess, wake me up if this is a dream. Why is my home gone after a few days of absence?" His mimicking of Benson's tone made Melissa smile, her eyes scrunching up, revealing her dimples. No, Mr. Frankie would definitely be waiting by the door to get Benson to hand over the apartment keys. Benson wouldn't even be able to come up. The girl disparaged the miserly landlord. The Morettis often joked about Mr. Frankie, thanks to Benson. Right, there's no way he would switch locks for the tenants after us. Klein echoed with a smile. He pointed at the door and quipped, "Miss Melissa, shall we head to Silver Crown Restaurant for a celebration?" Melissa sighed gently and said, "Klein, do you know Selina? My classmate and my good friend?" Selina? A girl with wine-red hair and brown eyes came to Klein's mind. Her parents, Evernite goddess believers, named her after Saint Selina. Not yet 16, younger than Melissa, she was cheerful and outgoing. Yes, Klein nodded in affirmation. Her elder brother, Chris, is a lawyer. He currently earns close to £3 a week as well. His fiancée works part-time as a typist, described Melissa. They have been engaged for more than 4 years. To ensure a decent and stable life after marriage, they are still saving money to this very day. They have yet to go down the wedding aisle and plan to wait for at least another year. According to Selina, there are many people like her brother. They typically get married after 28. You have to make advanced preparations and save up. Don't squander your money. It's just a meal at a restaurant. Is there a need to preach at me? Klein was rendered at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After a few seconds of thought, he said, "Melissa, I'm already earning £3 a week, and I'll have increments every year. There's no need for you to worry. But we need to save some money in the case of any unexpected emergencies. For example, what if that security company suddenly closes down? I have a classmate whose father's company went bankrupt. He had to find temporary work at the pier, and their living conditions turned terrible instantly. She had no choice but to quit school," advised Melissa with a serious expression. Klein extended his hand to cover his face. "That security company and the government?" "Yes, has some connections with the government. It will not easily close down." "But even the government isn't stable. After every election, if the party in power changes, many people will have their positions stripped off. It turns into a mess." Melissa retorted in an unyielding manner. "Sis, you sure know a lot." Klein found the humor in his exasperation as he shook his head. "All right then. Then I'll boil some soup with the leftovers from yesterday. Buy some pan-fried fish, a slab of black pepper beef, a small bottle of butter, and a cup of malt beer for me. Anyway, there should still be some celebration." These were common items from Iron Cross Street hawkers: pan-fried fish, 6 to 8 pence, black peppered beef, 5 pence, malt beer, 1 penny, a quarter pound of butter, 4 pence, or 1 solly, 3 pence for a pound. The original Klein knew prices from buying ingredients. Klein estimated Melissa needed about 1 solly, 6 pence, so he gave her 2 1-solly notes. All right. Melissa did not object to Klein's proposal. She put down her backpack and took the notes. Seeing his sister get containers and head for the door, Klein thought and called out, "Melissa, use the remaining money to buy some fruits." Iron Cross Street hawkers sold cheap, low-quality fruits. Residents didn't mind enjoying them after removing bad parts. With that said, Klein stepped forward, took remaining pennies from his pocket, and gave them to his sister. "Ah?" Melissa's brown eyes looked at her brother in puzzlement. Klein took 2 steps back and smiled. "Remember to go to Mrs. Smirin's. Reward yourself with a tiny lemon cake." Melissa's mouth widened as she blinked. Finally, she said a single word, "Okay." She turned, opened the door, and ran to the stairwell. A river flowed, cedar and maple trees on its banks. The air was fresh. Klein, there to conclude his interview, had his revolver and cane. He paid 6 pence for a carriage, walked a path to a 3-story stone building, Tingen University's administrative block. It's truly worthy of being one of the 2 major universities of the Lone Kingdom. With this being his first time here, Klein sighed as he walked. Koi University across the river was shabby compared to Tingen University. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! Voices neared as 2 rowing boats moved up the Koi River, oars moving rhythmically. Rowing was popular in lone universities. Klein, Welch, and others had joined Coy University's rowing club for scholarship reasons and were good at it. This is youth. Klein stopped and looked into the distance before sighing wistfully. Such sights would vanish in a week with summer break. Down a tree-sheltered road, Klein stopped at a 3-story stone building. He registered, entered, and easily found the office. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked lightly on the half-closed door. Come in. A man's voice sounded from inside. A middle-aged instructor in a white shirt and black tuxedo frowned at Klein. There's another hour until the interview. Mr. Stone, do you still remember me? I'm a student of Senior Associate Professor Cohen, Klein Moretti. You have read my recommendation letter before. Klein smiled as he took off his hat. Harvin Stone stroked his black beard and asked, puzzled, Is there something wrong? I'm not in charge of interviews. Here's the situation. I've already found a job, so I won't be participating in the interview today. Klein gave his reason for coming. I see. When Harvin Stone learned of the reason, he stood up and reached out his right hand. Congratulations, you are really a polite lad. I will inform the professor and senior associate professors. Klein shook Harvin's hand, planning small talk, then heard a familiar voice. Moretti, you found another job? Klein turned to see an elder with silver hair, deep blue eyes, few wrinkles, sharp in a black tuxedo. Good afternoon, mentor. Mr. Azik, he hurriedly greeted. Why are the two of you here? The elder was Mr. Quentin Cohen, Senior Associate Professor of Coy University's History Department, his mentor. Beside him was Mr. Azik, a middle-aged man with bronze skin, no facial hair, holding a newspaper. He had black hair, brown eyes, soft features, weary eyes, and a small black mole beneath his right ear. Mr. Azik was a Coy University history lecturer who often helped the original Klein. He and Cohen often debated but were best friends. Cohen nodded and said with a relaxed tone, Azik and I are here to participate in an academic conference. What kind of job did you get? It's a security company which seeks, collects, and protects ancient relics. They were in need of a professional consultant and are paying me £3 a week. Klein repeated what he said to his sister yesterday. Following that, he explained, As you know, I prefer exploring history instead of summarizing it. Cohen nodded slightly and said, Everyone has their own choices. I'm very happy that you bothered to come to Tingen University to inform them instead of just not showing up. At that moment, Azik interjected. Klein, do you know what happened to Welch and Naya? I read on the newspapers that they were killed by burglars. The incident has become a case of armed burglary, and why it is already on the newspapers. Klein was taken aback as he weighed over his words. I'm not very clear of the specifics as well. Welch had obtained a diary of the Solomon Empire's Antigonus family from the 4th epoch. My help on interpreting it was sought. I helped them for the first few days, but I later got busy with job hunting. The police even came to me 2 days ago. He deliberately mentioned the Solomon Empire and Antigonus family, hoping for information from the history teachers. The 4th epoch, Cohen muttered with a frown. Azik's weary eyes went blank. He inhaled, rubbed his temple with his newspaper. Antigonus rings a bell, but why can't I remember? Chapter 25, Cathedral. While Azik muttered to himself, he glanced at Quentin Cohen, hoping for hints. Cohen shook his head. I do not have any impression of it. All right then. Perhaps it just shares a root word. Azik lowered his left hand with a self-deprecating laugh. Klein, rather disappointed, added, Mentor Mr. Azik, as the both of you know, I'm very interested in exploring and restoring the history of the 4th epoch. If you ever recall anything or obtain relevant information, could you please write to me? No problem. The silver-haired senior associate professor was pleased with Klein. Azik also nodded. Is your address still the same as before? For now, but I'll be moving soon. I'll write a letter to inform you when the time comes, replied Klein respectfully. Cohen shook his black cane. It's indeed about time you moved to a place with a better environment. At that moment, Klein saw the newspaper in Azik's hand and asked, Mentor, Mr. Azik, what did the newspapers say regarding Welch and Naya? I only learned a little from the police who were in charge of the investigations. Azik was about to answer when Cohen pulled out his pocket watch. Click. He opened it and tapped his cane. The meeting is about to begin. Azik, we can't be delayed any further. Give the newspaper to Moretti. All right. Isaac handed the newspaper to Klein. We will be going upstairs. Remember to write a letter. Our address has yet to change. It's still the Coy University History Department office. Haha. He laughed, turning and leaving with Cohen. Klein took off his hat and bowed. After they left, he bade farewell to Harvin Stone, crossed the corridor, and exited the grey building. With his back to the sun, he unfolded the newspaper. Tingen Morning Post. Tingen sure has all sorts of newspapers and magazines. Klein casually recalled some names. Many weren't local, distributed by steam locomotives. The paper-making and printing industries advanced, and a newspaper now cost a penny, reaching a wider audience. Klein quickly flipped to the news section. Armed burglary murder. According to the police department, the scene at Mr. Mart Welch's home was a horrible sight. There was missing gold, jewelry, and money. Not even a penny was left behind. There is reason to believe that this was done by a merciless group of criminals. This is outright contempt for our kingdom's laws. One piece of good news is that the police have located the murderer and captured the main culprit. Reporter, John Browning. The matter has been handled and covered up. Klein walked through the boulevard, nodding slightly. He flipped through the newspaper, reading other articles. Suddenly the hairs on his neck stood, like needles stabbing him. Someone is watching me, observing me, monitoring me. Various thoughts welled up as Klein had a faint realization. He had felt an invisible gaze before on Earth, but never as clearly as now. This was also in the original Klein's memories. Was it the transmigration or the mysterious luck enhancement ritual which enhanced my sixth sense? Klein fought the urge to seek the observer. He slowed his pace, put away the newspaper, and looked toward Coy River. He acted as if admiring the scenery, slowly turning his head, naturally taking everything in. Other than trees, grass, and distant students, no one was there. But Klein was certain someone was watching him. Klein's heart raced. He unfolded the papers, covering half his face, afraid of his expression being seen. He clenched his cane, ready to draw his gun. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein proceeded slowly. The feeling of being spied upon remained, but no sudden danger. He walked stiffly through the boulevard to the public carriage stop as one pulled up. Champagne Street. Klein continually dismissed his thoughts. He'd planned to go home, then to Zouterland Street for Nighthawk help, but feared leading the observer or alerting an enemy. So he chose randomly. 6 pence, the ticketing officer replied. Klein, with only 1 6-pence left after his earlier trip, handed over all his coins. Boarding the carriage, the unease vanished as the doors closed. He exhaled slowly, limbs tingling slightly. What do I do? What should I do next? Klein looked out, racking his brains. Until clear about the watcher's intentions, he had to assume malice. Many thoughts sprang up, dismissed. He took minutes to organize his ideas. He had to notify the Nighthawks, but I can't head there directly or I might expose them. Perhaps that might be their goal. His thoughts turned clearer. He exhaled, regaining composure, seriously watching the scenery. No accidents to Champagne Street. But opening the carriage door, the uneasy feeling of being watched returned. He acted as though he hadn't sensed anything, taking his newspaper and cane, slowly heading towards Zouterland Street. But he didn't enter, taking another route to Red Moonlight Street behind. There was a white plaza and a large, pointy-roofed cathedral. St. Selina Cathedral, the Tingen headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. As a believer, there was nothing odd about him participating in Mass or pray on his day off. The cathedral had a Gothic-like design, with a tall black clock tower and checkered blue and red windows. Klein entered, following an aisle to the prayer hall. Stained windows cast colored light, blue near black, red like the crimson moon, making surroundings dark and mysterious. The feeling of being watched vanished. Klein, unfazed, walked to the open prayer hall. No high windows here, deep darkness was emphasized. Behind the holy altar, on the opposite wall, 20 fist-sized holes allowed sunlight in, like stars in a dark sky. Even though Klein had always believed that gods could be analyzed and understood, he could not help but lower his head here. The bishop preached gently. Klein silently found an empty seat near the passageway. Leaning his cane, he placed his hat and newspaper on his lap, clasped his hands and lowered his head, all done slowly as if genuinely there to pray. Klein closed his eyes, listening in the darkness. Lacking clothes and food, they have no covering in the cold. They are drenched by rains and huddle around the rocks for lack of shelter. They are orphans, snatched from the breast, hope lost on them. They are the poor that have been forced off the proper path. The Evernight did not forsake them, but bestowed them with love. Echoes amplified. Klein saw darkness, his spirit cleansed. He calmly took it in until Mass ended. The bishop opened a confessional. Men and women lined up. Klein opened his eyes, donned his hat, and with cane and newspaper joined the line. His turn came after over 20 minutes. He stepped in, closing the door. Darkness. "My child, what do you wish to say?" The bishop's voice came from behind the wooden screen. Klein took out the 7th Unit Special Operations Department badge and handed it through an opening. "Someone is tailing me. I wish to find Dunn Smith." His tone softened in the silent darkness. The bishop took the badge. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Turn right from the confession booth and walk to the end. There will be a secret door to the side. Someone will lead the way after you enter." He pulled a rope, chiming for a priest. Klein retrieved his badge, pressed his hat to his chest, bowed slightly, then turned and exited. Confirming the watched feeling was gone, he wore his hat. Unemotional, he held his cane, turned right to an arched altar. He found the secret door in the wall, opened it silently and snuck in. The door closed. A middle-aged, black-robed priest appeared under gas lamps. "What is it?" the priest asked tersely. Klein showed his badge, repeating what he told the bishop. The priest didn't ask further, turned, and proceeded silently. Klein nodded, took off his hat, and followed with his black cane. Roseanne had once mentioned that heading left from the crossroads towards Chanis Gate would reach St. Selena Cathedral. Chapter 26. Practice tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed through the dark, narrow corridor. Klein walked silently behind the priest, back straight, not asking questions or chatting, calm as still water. They passed a heavily guarded passage before the priest unlocked a secret door and pointed to a stairwell. "Turn left at the intersection to reach Chanis Gate. May Goddess bless you." Klein gestured the sign of the crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the lady," the priest replied in kind. Klein descended the dim stone stairwell, guided by inlaid gas lamps. Halfway down, he looked back and saw the priest standing motionless in the shadows like a wax statue. He looked away and continued. At the bottom, reaching the intersection, Klein turned right instead of left. Dunn Smith had just ended his shift and wouldn't be at Chanis Gate. He followed a familiar path up another stairwell and entered Blackthorn Security Company. Ignoring the shut doors, he headed to reception. There sat Roseanne, sweetly smiling at a magazine. "Hi, Roseanne." Klein rapped the table. "Knock." Roseanne jumped, knocked over a chair and blurted, "Hi, nice weather today." You, Klein, why are you here?" She patted her chest, sighing in relief like a kid caught skipping class. "I need to find Captain." "You gave me a fright. I thought Captain came out." She glared at him. "Don't you know how to knock?" "Humph, you should be thankful that I'm a tolerant and kind woman." "Well, I do prefer the term lady. Is there a reason why you are looking for Captain?" "He's in the room opposite Mrs. Oriana." Though he was uptight, Klein smiled at her antics. He hesitated, then said, "A secret?" Roseanne's eyes widened, stunned. Klein bowed slightly and took his leave. He passed through the partition and knocked on the door. "Come in," came Dunn's calm voice. Klein entered, doffing his hat. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning. How can I help you?" Dunn's windbreaker and hat hung beside him. He wore a white shirt and black vest. Though his hairline was high, his grey eyes were as calm as ever. "Someone is following me," Klein said directly. Dunn leaned back, hands clasped, and studied him quietly. Then asked, "You came from the cathedral?" "Yes." Dunn nodded, then returned to the matter at hand. "It might be that Welch's father didn't believe our report and hired a private investigator from Wind City." Constant City, also known as Wind City, was one of Lone's top industrial centers. "Or," Dunn continued, "it might be related to that notebook. We're investigating how Welch got the Antigonus family's notebook. There could be other people or organizations looking for it too." "What should I do?" Klein asked seriously. He really hoped it was just the first possibility. Dunn took a sip of coffee, eyes unreadable. "Return the way you came, then do anything you wish." "Anything," Klein echoed. "Anything. Of course, don't scare them off or break the law." All right. Klein exhaled and took his leave. He returned underground, turned left at the intersection, and arrived at the empty, cold passageway. His footsteps echoed, making the silence feel more oppressive. Soon, he reached the stairwell and saw the middle-aged priest waiting. They exchanged no words. The priest silently turned and led him out. They returned to the prayer hall. The light from the altar's holes remained pure, the shadows just as still. There were fewer people lined up for confession. After a moment, Klein exited St. Selena Cathedral as if nothing had happened. Outside the sun blazed, and that familiar feeling returned. He was being watched like prey under a hawk's gaze. Why didn't the observer follow me inside? Klein wondered. He could have just pretended to pray. If he had nothing to hide, why avoid the church? Unless he's afraid of the bishop? Afraid of Beyonders? Then he's likely not a private investigator. With that thought, Klein calmed. He strolled casually to Zoteland Street and entered a weathered building with the number 3 over its door, the Zoteland Shooting Club. Part of the police department's underground range was open to the public for extra revenue. The moment he entered, the sensation of being watched vanished. He handed over his special operations badge to the attendant and was led down into a small shooting room. 10-meter target, Klein instructed. He took out his revolver and a box of brass bullets. The earlier sense of being stalked had finally overpowered his procrastination. He needed to practice. Pa! He flicked open the cylinder and removed the silver demon hunting bullets. He loaded normal rounds. This time, he didn't leave a chamber empty to prevent misfires. He didn't change out of his formal wear or remove his halved top hat. In real danger, there'd be no time to change into something more comfortable. Click. He closed the cylinder and gave it a spin with his thumb. He raised the revolver in both hands and aimed, recalling his military training, how to align iron sights and anticipate recoil. Rustle. Rustle. His clothes shifted as he repeated the motion, correcting his form, just like a student prepping for an exam. After a few tries, he retreated to the wall and rested on a soft bench, massaging his arms. Minutes later, Klein stood, resumed the stance, and pulled the trigger. Bang! His arm jerked and he missed the target. Bang, bang, bang! He adjusted and fired again and again until all 6 bullets were spent. I'm starting to hit the target. He sat back down, exhaled, then reloaded the revolver with the remaining rounds. Bang, bang, bang. He alternated between practicing and resting, firing all 30 brass bullets plus 5 earlier ones. He began hitting the target's center. Finally, he rolled his shoulders and discarded the empty shells. Then, he reloaded the demon hunting bullets, leaving one chamber empty as a safety measure. Holstering the revolver beneath his arm, Klein brushed himself off and exited to the street. The sensation of being watched returned, but this time, he was calm. He strolled to Champagne Street, spent 4 pence on a tracked carriage, and headed back to Iron Cross Street. Once he reached his apartment, the feeling vanished. Klein unlocked the door and froze slightly when he saw a man at the desk inside. Then he relaxed. Good morning, no, good afternoon, Benson. This was his elder brother, Benson Moretti. Only 25, but his receding hairline and world-weary aura made him look closer to 30. He resembled Klein, black hair, brown eyes, but lacked his scholarly air. Good afternoon, Klein. How was the interview? Benson grinned, standing up. His coat and halved top hat were hanging nearby. Horrible, Klein replied deadpan. Benson blinked. In fact, I didn't even participate in the interview. I found a job ahead of it, pays £3 a week. Klein repeated what he'd told Melissa earlier. Benson's smile relaxed. He laughed and shook his head. It feels like I'm seeing a child grow up. Well, this job is pretty good. He sighed. It's great that the first thing I hear after being away is good news. Let's celebrate and buy some beef tonight? Sure, but Melissa might feel the pinch. Let's get the ingredients later this afternoon. Bring at least 3 soli. Honestly, a pound exchanges for 20 soli and 1 soli for 12 pence. They even have half-pence and quarter-pence. This coin system makes no sense. It's one of the most foolish in the world. Benson's face turned stern. Klein hesitated. Had he said something wrong? Was Benson an extreme nationalist in the original Klein's memory? Benson took a few steps forward, looked him dead in the eye, and said solemnly, No, it is not one of, but the most foolish coin system. Not one of. Klein blinked, then laughed. Indeed, Benson had an excellent sense of sarcastic humor. With a perfectly serious face, Benson added, "You should understand, to implement a logical and simple coin system, you need people who can count. Sadly, there are too few among those important figures." Military training recall. Line up iron sights, control recoil. Chapter 27. Siblings' Dinner. "It's simply sharp and incisive," Klein burst out laughing. Drawing on his past life's experience, he added, "In fact, there is no evidence to suggest that those important figures have any brains at all." "Good, very good," Benson roared with laughter and gave him a thumbs up. "Klein, you are a lot more humorous than before." After catching his breath, Benson said, "I have to go to the pier in the afternoon. I'm only off work tomorrow. After that, I'll have time to go to Tingen City Housing Improvement Company with the both of you. Let's see if they have cheap and good terrace houses for rent. Also, I need to pay Mr. Frankie a visit." "Our landlord?" Klein asked, confused. Benson shot him a look. "Have you forgotten the 1-year rental contract we have with him? It has only been 6 months. Hiss. Klein sucked in a cold breath. He really had forgotten. Although rent was weekly, breaking the year-long lease early would be a breach of contract, and costly. "You are still lacking in societal experience," Benson said with a sigh, touching his receding hairline. "This was a clause I fought hard for. If not, Mr. Frankie was only willing to lease it to us for 3 months at a time. For those with money, landlords sign long leases, but for people like us, they worry something bad might happen, so they keep it short. In that case, they can offer to raise prices according to the situation." Klein summarized. "This is the cruel reality of today's society." Benson sighed. "All right, don't worry. Even if we owed a week's rent, Mr. Frankie would have tossed us out immediately and taken anything of value. After all, his intelligence is below that of a baboon. There's no way he can comprehend overly complicated matters." Klein suddenly remembered a meme and replied seriously, "No, Benson, you are wrong." "Why?" Benson blinked. "Mr. Frankie's intelligence is still slightly higher than a baboon's," Klein said solemnly. Just as Benson began smiling, he added, "If he is on form." "Ha ha." Benson couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Pointing at Klein, he laughed so hard he couldn't speak for a moment. Then he sobered. "Of course, as a gentleman, we cannot employ such shameless tactics. I'll discuss it with Mr. Frankie tomorrow. Believe me, he's easily convinced. Easily." Klein believed him. The mere existence of gas pipes proved Benson's persuasive powers. After more chatter, the leftover pan-fried fish was turned into soup with vegetables. The steam moistened the rye bread. With a bit of butter, the two brothers had a simple but satisfying meal. When Benson left, Klein went to the lettuce and meat market with 3 soldi and some change. He bought a pound of beef, a fresh fish, vegetables, spices, and oil. The feeling of being watched continued, but no one approached him. He visited the bakery, then returned home and did light arm training using books. He'd planned to practice military boxing but had forgotten most of it, settling on simple workouts instead. He didn't push himself, not wanting to wear himself out. Then he picked up the original Klein's notes and began reviewing materials, especially anything related to the Fourth Epoch. By evening, Benson and Melissa were seated at the desk, their dinner laid out neatly like model students. The rich aromas of stewed beef, tender potatoes, thick pea soup, mellow rhubarb, and buttered rye bread filled the air. Benson gulped as Klein placed the fried fish down, the scent of hot oil wafting over. "Groan." Benson's stomach protested loudly. Klein smiled and added 2 mugs of ginger beer and a lemon pudding. "We'll have beer while you'll have this." "Thank you." Melissa took the pudding. Benson raised his cup. "This is to celebrate Klein's finding of a decent job." Klein clinked glasses with both of them. "Praise the lady." Gulp. He downed the spicy sour ginger beer. Despite the name, it contained no alcohol, but its heat left an aftertaste similar to the real thing. "Praise the lady," Benson echoed while Melissa quietly nibbled her pudding, chewing with mild reluctance. "Give it a try." Klein gestured to the food. Benson started with the mashed potatoes, smooth, salty, laced with lard. Not bad, he said with his mouth full. "Much more delicious than the one I had back at work. They only used butter." "It's all thanks to the teachings of the chef at Welch's place," Klein replied modestly. Melissa tried the beef soup. Tender beef, soft vegetables, basil, and radish blended into a clear, flavorful broth. She didn't say a word but kept chewing, clearly impressed. Klein sampled it too. Tasty, though not quite his usual standard. Some condiments were missing and substitutions dulled the flavor. Still, he was satisfied. He then tried the cumin rosemary fried fish, crispy outside, tender inside, perfectly charred, fragrant with oil and salt. The stewed rhubarb was palatable, cutting through the richness. Finally, he braced himself for the thick pea soup. Too sweet and too sour. He frowned, but Benson and Melissa seemed satisfied, so maybe it was just him. He washed it down with more ginger beer. By the end, the siblings were stuffed and slouched in their chairs. "Let us praise the lady once more," Benson said, lifting his cup. "Praise the lady. Praise the lady." Melissa finished the last of her lemon pudding. Klein smiled. "Melissa, that's not right. You should eat the thing you find most delicious at the beginning. That way you can fully appreciate it." "No, it's still as delicious as it can be," Melissa answered firmly. They chatted happily. After a rest, they cleaned the dishes, packed up the leftover oil and resumed studying. Benson brushing up on accounting, Klein reading through his materials. Every minute was well spent. At 11 the gas lamp went out and they all went to bed. Klein floated in a dream, staring at the darkness. A familiar figure appeared, black windbreaker, halved top hat. "Captain," he blurted out. Dunn Smith was in his dream. Dunn's calm grey eyes met his. "Someone has sneaked into your room. Pick up your revolver and force him to the corridor. Leave the rest to us." Someone had entered his room? The observer had finally acted? Klein nodded. "All right." The scene collapsed like a soap bubble. Klein's eyes snapped open. At the desk, silhouetted against the window, stood a thin, unfamiliar figure, silently rummaging through his things. Chapter 28. Secret Order. Badump! Badump! Klein's heart pounded wildly, shrinking then expanding sharply, making his body tremble. For a moment he nearly forgot what to do, until the lurking figure paused, ears twitching as if listening. Blood rushed back to his brain. He reached beneath the pillow, feeling the firm but smooth wooden grip of the revolver. Slowly, he pulled it out and aimed at the intruder's head. Honestly, he wasn't confident about hitting a moving target. Practice was one thing. This was quite another. But he vaguely remembered, nuclear weapons are strongest before launch. The best deterrence is not firing. By not shooting, the intruder wouldn't know if Klein was a rookie who'd likely miss. Fear would make him hesitate. Another thought hit Klein. He wasn't the type to calm down under danger. He'd imagined this moment, using intimidation, not attack. The foodaholic empire had an idiom, "Where there is precaution, there will be no danger." When Klein pointed his gun, the thin man froze, sensing something. A chuckled voice spoke. "Good evening, sir." The scrawny man clasped his hands, body tense. Klein sat on the lower bunk, revolver steady, speaking as naturally as possible. "Please raise both your hands and turn around." Slowly. "To be frank, I'm timid and nervous. Quick moves might scare me, and I can't guarantee I won't misfire." "Yes, that's right." The man raised his hands near his head, slowly turning. Klein caught sight of a black tight suit with neat buttons, thick brown eyebrows and deep blue eyes, not afraid, but fierce, like a beast ready to pounce. He clenched the revolver, forcing calm. When the man fully faced him, Klein jerked his chin toward the door. "Sir, let's take this outside. Don't disturb the beautiful dreams of others, and please, slow movements and light footsteps, basic gentlemanly courtesy." The man's pupils rolled, but he obeyed, walking slowly to the door, hands raised. Under gunpoint, he twisted the handle and opened the door halfway, then suddenly dropped and rolled forward. The door slammed shut behind him. Benson on the top bunk stirred, nearly waking. Then came a serene melody drifting in. A calm, heavy voice sang, "Oh, the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. One thing at least is certain, that this life flies. One thing is certain, and the rest is lies. The flower that once has bloomed forever dies." The poem calmed Benson and Melissa, sending them back to sleep. Klein felt peaceful, nearly yawning. The intruder had slipped away too fast to react. He smiled quietly, muttering, "You might not believe it, but pulling the trigger wouldn't release a round." Empty chamber, no misfires. He listened to the midnight poem, waiting for the outside battle to end. After a minute, the melody stopped. Night returned to silence. Klein spun the cylinder, moved the empty chamber away and waited anxiously. 10 minutes passed before Dunn Smith's calm voice came from the door. "It's settled." Relieved, Klein grabbed his revolver and key, opened the door quietly, and saw Dunn standing there in black windbreaker and halved top hat. They walked to the corridor's end, under weak crimson moonlight. "It took time to enter his dream," Dunn said, gazing at the red moon. "Do you know his background?" Klein asked. Dunn nodded. An ancient group called the Secret Order from the Fourth Epoch, linked to the Solomon Empire and fallen aristocrats. The Antigonus family's diary came from them. One careless member lost it to the antique market, where Welch found it. That forced them to send people after it. Without waiting, Dunn continued. "We'll capture the others by following clues. They hide like sewer rats, but at least they'll believe we have the diary or a key clue. Unless it's crucial, they'll give up. That's their survival philosophy." "What if it is crucial?" Klein worried. Dunn smiled but said nothing. Instead, he explained, "We know little of the Secret Order. Your sharp wits made this success possible. Because of hidden dangers and how alertness helps find the diary, you have a choice." "A choice?" Klein's breath grew heavy. Dunn wiped his smile. "Do you want to become a Beyonder? You can pick the starting sequence of an incomplete sequence. Or you can decline and keep your merit points, then wait for a chance to become a Sleepless, the first complete sequence the goddess gave the Nighthawks." Klein felt happy, no hesitation. He asked eagerly, "Which sequence 9 options do I have?" Dunn's eyes glinted under crimson light. "Besides Sleepless, the church has 3 sequence 9 potions. One is Mystery Prior, the power old Neil controls. Roseanne's probably told you about it. She can't keep quiet." Klein smiled awkwardly. Dunn pressed on. "Our Mystery Prior potion and later unrelated sequences came from the Moses Ascetic Order. They hadn't fallen to corruption, sticking to strict morals and secrecy. Members keep silent for 5 years after becoming Mystery Priors to focus better. Their motto, do as you wish but do no harm. Mystery Priors grasp magic, witchcraft, astrology, and rituals. They sense hidden existences and must respect their power. We lack a lot of this sequence, like sequence 8. The cathedral might have it." This sounded perfect for Klein. He asked, "What about the other 2? "The second is Corpse Collector, popular among death cultists in the southern continent. It makes dead spirits mistake you for one of them, gives resistance to cold and decay, and lets you see some evil spirits' weaknesses. We have sequence 8 and 7, the latter is Spirit Medium, chosen by Daly." Spirit Medium sounded cool, but Klein stayed quiet. Dunn glanced at the moon. "We only have sequence 9 of the 3rd type, Seer. The cathedral might have more." "Seer?" Klein's pupils narrowed. He recalled Emperor Roselle's regret in his diary. He regretted not choosing an apprentice, marauder, or seer. Chapter 29. Jobs and rentals are serious business. Klein tried to stay himself as he asked, "What abilities do seers have?" Dunsmith chuckled. "Your question's off. It should be, what abilities does consuming the seer potion give? Astromancy, cartomancy, spiritual pendulums, scrying. The potion just grants the qualification to learn these. They lack direct combat means. Rituals need prep, so not good for fighting. In mysticism knowledge, seers outclass mystery priors." "Sounds about right, but no combat skills is a big problem," Klein thought, weighing mystery priors and seers again. He dismissed Corpse Collector. Dunn smiled. "No rush. Tell me Monday. Whatever you choose, or if you give up, the Nighthawks won't mind. Just listen to your heart." He bowed, then left. Klein silently bowed back. Though he'd wanted to be a Beyonder before, now the risks, the missing sequences, madness danger, Emperor Roselle's diary doubts, felt like a moat blocking him. "No worse than asking an 18-year-old to pick a career," Klein muttered, chuckling. He lay back, eyes fixed on the moonlit top bunk. Outside, a drunk staggered. The carriage sped by, noises deepening the night's quiet. Memories quietly flooded: earth, exercise, loud father, sick mother, friends, games, a failed confession, silent rivers drowning his heart. By dawn, he'd made up his mind. After washing up, Klein bought bread for 1 solly and 9 pence at Mrs. Wendy's, replenishing supplies. "The price of bread's stabilizing," he commented as Benson changed shifts. It was Sunday. Klein and Melissa rested. Dressed properly, Klein flipped through old newspapers. "There's a house for rent, North Borough, 3 Wendell Street. 2 floors, 6 bedrooms, 3 baths, balconies, 2 acres, a garden. Weekly rent £1.6 solly. Contact Mr. Gusev on Champagne Street." "That's our future goal," Benson said, tipping his black half-top hat. "Newspaper rents tend to be pricey. Tingen City Housing Improvement Company has cheaper options just as good. Melissa, holding a veiled hat and wearing a patched grey-white dress, asked, "Why not the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class?" Benson laughed. "Where'd you hear that, Jenny? Mrs. Rochelle? Selina?" "Mrs. Rochelle. I met her washing up. She asked about Klein's interview and suggested the Working Class Association," Melissa whispered. Benson grinned at Klein's confused look. "They serve the poor, lower strata, communal bathrooms, tiny rooms. Do you want to live like that? The improvement company serves lower middle class, which is where we stand. Better than poor, worse than true middle class. Not about salary, but savings." Klein nodded, folded the paper, and stood with his cane. "Let's go then." Benson opened the door. "The company's on Daffodil Street, like the working class group, but called 5% Charities." "Why?" Klein asked. "3 funding sources: donations, government grants at 4%, and investments returning 5%. That's why the name." They walked there, wanting to secure a place before telling landlord Mr. Frankie to avoid sudden moves. Melissa asked, "Are there purely charitable housing groups?" Benson chuckled. "Yes, like Deweyville Trust, founded by Sir Deweyville. Low rent, estate managers, strict criteria." "Not fond of that idea?" Klein smiled. "Respect Sir Deweyville, but he doesn't get true poverty. Tenants must get vaccines, keep bathrooms clean in turns, no subletting or commercial use, no trash tossing, no kids playing in halls. Does he want everyone perfect little ladies and gentlemen?" Klein frowned. "Those sound reasonable." Melissa agreed quietly. Benson tilted his head. "Maybe I sheltered you too well. Poor folks can't afford vaccines. Free ones have 3-month waits. Lose jobs, can't sublet, they're out. Many mend clothes or make matchboxes at home. That's commercial. Kids run halls because parents have no choice. Sometimes they lock kids in or send them to work young." The harsh truth shook Klein. Melissa broke silence. "Jenny stopped wanting me to visit after moving to Lower Street. Hope her dad recovers and finds work. Seen too many drown in booze." Benson laughed darkly. Neither Klein nor Melissa spoke. They reached Tingen City Housing Improvement Company. A middle-aged man in white shirt and black vest greeted them. "I'm Scarter. What house do you want?" He noticed Klein's silver-inlaid cane and smiled wider. Benson answered, "A terrace house." Scarter flipped files. "We have 5 available, mostly for large labourer families crammed tight. Few terraces, 2 Daffodil, North Borough, East Borough, weekly rent 12 to 16 solly. Here are details." He handed them a document. They all pointed to the same place. "Let's see 2 Daffodil Street first," Benson said. Klein and Melissa nodded. This district was familiar to them. Chapter 30, Brand New Beginning, 2, 4, and 6. Daffodil Street were terrace buildings with multifaceted hipped roofs, greyish-blue exteriors, and 3 chimneys. No lawns or porches, entrances faced the street. Scarter, from Tingen City Housing Improvement Company, took out keys and opened a door. "No foyers here. You enter straight into the living room. There's an oriel window facing Daffodil Street for good light. Inside, a fabric sofa basked in golden sunlight, and the space felt bigger than their old 2-bedroom. This living room can be a guest hall. Right's the dining room. Left's a fireplace to warm you in winter," Scarter explained confidently. Klein noted the open layout. The dining room, farther from the window, was dim. A red wooden table with 6 cushioned hardwood chairs sat center. The fireplace looked like one from foreign movies Klein had watched. Behind dining's the kitchen, no appliances provided. Opposite the living room is a small guest room and bathroom. Scarter showed them the layout. The bathroom was 2 parts, outer for washing, inner for the toilet, separated by an accordion door. The guest room was small but as big as Melissa's current room, which stunned her. Scarter led them to the stairway next to the bathroom. "Downstairs is an underground cellar, stuffier, so air it before going down." Benson nodded and followed upstairs. On the left, a bathroom, then 2 bedrooms. The right side matches, but the washroom is next to the balcony. Scarter opened the bathroom door sideways so they could look in. The bathroom had a tub. Accordion door near the toilet was dusty but clean and not cramped. Melissa stared until Scarter moved on, then she followed slowly, glancing back a few steps later. Klein, experienced in life's grime, felt pleased. Their old landlord's cleaning never sufficed. It was often nauseating, and queues for the bathroom were common. 1 bedroom upstairs was bigger with a bookcase. The others were similarly sized with bed, table, and wardrobe. The balcony's tiny, can't dry many clothes at once. Scarter pointed to a locked door. The house has underground drainage, gas piping, meter, and other facilities. Rents 13 solly weekly plus 5 pence for furniture use. Deposits 4 weeks' rent. Klein, curious, asked, roughly, how much to buy the house? As a transmigrator from the foodaholic empire, he still craved property ownership. Benson and Melissa looked at him like he was a monster. Scarter answered firmly, buy? No, we only rent. Klein tried to explain, just curious about price ranges. After a pause, Scarter said, last month 11 Daffodil Street's owners sold a 15-year limited land deed with a similar property on top for £300. That's cheaper than renting outright, but many can't afford it. Full purchase price is £850. £850? Klein did quick mental math. Weekly pay, £3 him, £1.10 solely, Benson. Rent, 13 solely. Food close to £2 weekly. Clothes, transport, socializing add up. Savings less than 20 solly per week, about £35 a year. £850 means over 20 years to buy. Even £300 limited deed is 8 or 9 years, excluding marriage, kids, travel. No housing loans existed, so most people rented. Klein stepped back and nodded to Benson to discuss rent with Scarter. Melissa's bright eyes made her intentions clear. Suddenly, Klein thought about letting Benson take charge. Benson tapped his plain cane and noted, we should see other houses. The dining lighting's bad, balcony's tiny. Only one bedroom has a fireplace. Furniture's old. If we move, half of it must change. He pointed out faults and spent 10 minutes bargaining Scarter down to 12 solly rent, 3 pence furniture fee, and a £2 deposit. They returned to the office and signed 2 copies of the contract, then notarized it. After paying deposit and first week's rent, Klein and Benson had £9, 2 solly, 8 pence left. Standing before 2 Daffodil Street, keys in hand, their emotions churned. It feels like a dream, Melissa said softly, looking up at their Moretti residence. Benson smiled and said, then don't wake up. Klein, less emotional, nodded. We should change the main and balcony door locks ASAP. No rush. The company has a good reputation. Use the rest of the money for your formal suit. But first, we need to see Mr. Frankie, Benson said, pointing to their old apartment. At Iron Cross Street, they knocked on landlord Mr. Frankie's door. You know my rules. No one's behind on rent, Mr. Frankie declared, sitting on the sofa. Benson leaned forward and said, we're here to give up our lease. Klein was shocked by Benson's bluntness. Benson had said the bottom line was 12 solly compensation. No, contract's half a year left. Frankie flailed arms. Benson calmly said, you could make more money. Frankie leaned in, interested. The 2-bedroom was rented to us for 5 solly 6 pence. If rented to a family of 5 or 6 with multiple workers, they'd pay more. 5 solly 10 pence or 6 solly seems fair. Frankie's eyes brightened. Rent's rising lately. The longer we stay, the more you lose. But I need time to find a new tenant, Frankie said. You can find one fast with your resources, 2 or 3 days maybe. We'll pay losses during that time. The deposit of 3 solly covers that nicely, Benson decided. Frankie smiled. Benson, you're honest and conscientious. Let's sign the contract termination. Klein watched, dumbfounded at how easy it was. With the lease ended, they bought Klein's formal wear, then moved house. No heavy items belonged to them, so Benson and Melissa rejected Klein's carriage idea and carried things themselves, going back and forth. The sun set, golden rays streaming through the oriel window onto Klein's neatly arranged books and notebooks. He sighed, relief flooding him. His bed was his own. The sheets and blanket were old but clean. He opened his bedroom door just as Benson and Melissa emerged from the opposite side, faces dusty and dirty. Klein and Benson burst into unusually cheerful laughter. Melissa bit her lip but eventually joined softly. Next morning, Klein stood before a flawless full-length mirror, smoothing his collar and sleeves. He wore a white shirt, black tuxedo, silk top hat, black vest, trousers, boots, and bow tie, £8 total. The effect was striking. He looked scholarly and handsome. Click! He closed his pocket watch, pocketed it, took his cane, hid his revolver, and took a public carriage to Zoterland Street. Entering Blackthorn Security Company, he realized he forgot to give Melissa extra money and let her walk to school. He shook his head and stepped inside. Roseanne, the brown-haired girl making coffee, greeted him. Good morning, Klein. Weather's great. Aren't formal suits hot in summer? Tinge summer isn't like the South's, but still. It's the price of style, Klein joked. Good morning, Miss Roseanne. Where's the captain? Same old place, she said, pointing inside. Klein nodded, knocked on Dunsmith's office door. Come in, came Dunn's calm voice. Seeing Klein in formal wear, Dunn's grey eyes smiled. Have you decided? Klein took a deep breath, serious. Yes. Dunn sat straighter, solemn but kind. Tell me. Klein replied without hesitation. Sir! Chapter 31, Potion Done. Smith stared at Klein with his grey eyes for a full minute without a word. Klein didn't flinch under the silence or gaze, locking eyes with Dunn. You must understand that once you consume the potion, there will be no room for regret. Dunn finally spoke, deep and emotionless. Klein grinned. I know, but I respect the voice in me. First, Sleepless didn't meet his requirements. Same with Spectator based on Tarot Club descriptions. He wasn't sure when he'd meet other Beyonder pathways. A slow remedy wouldn't work for an urgent situation, so no waiting. Corpse Collector was eliminated for the same logic, leaving Mystery Prior and Seer. Since potions of the same sequence were equally dangerous and he couldn't get more info, and both Mystery Prior and Seer fit, the possible regret of Emperor Roselle about Apprentice, Marauder and Seer was enough to tip Klein's choice. Plus, from the diary, if he grasped the true nature of digestion and acting, he could avoid much of the potion's negative effects. The murmurings and illusory temptations that drove people mad or corrupt, he'd already faced similar without being a Beyonder. All right. Dunn stood, picked up his half-top hat, put it on, and said, Follow me down. Klein nodded, gave a gentleman's bow. Tap, tap, tap. Their footsteps echoed through the silent stairwell and passage. Anxiety gripped Klein. He sought conversation. Captain, you said taking the potion doesn't grant the knowledge of mysticism, only the qualification to learn it. Where does the basic knowledge come from? Did predecessors risk their lives for it or get it otherwise? Underground air was fresh thanks to good ventilation, though occasional gusts chilled. Dunn's grey eyes darkened. Calmly he said, One way is experimentation, summarization, enhancement. 2, being bestowed by gods. 3rd, hear those dangerous murmurs others can't hear don't just roar senselessly. Sometimes they describe mysticism, but people who listen long go mad or corrupt. We must thank them, though. The notebooks they left are precious. Human lab rats? The underground chill made Klein shudder. Would his luck enhancement ritual turned social network magic cause similar madness from those whispers? At the intersection, Dunn didn't go toward Chanis Gate or the archives. Instead, left toward St. Selena Cathedral. Halfway he stopped. He touched something, a secret door opened. This is Nighthawk's alchemy room. Old Neil will get the seer potion formula and materials from Chanis Gate. Het, you have good luck. The goddess favors you. We still have materials for 2 seer potions. If not, you'd wait long. Dunn pointed behind the door. Wait here and watch old Neil make the potion. It's the most basic mysticism study. Don't touch anything. It's dangerous, expensive, or both. Dunn added, Oh right, your becoming a Beyonder is because you faced danger and sought the notebook. That meritorious deed is part of it. You're not a team member yet. You remain civilian staff with the same salary. Do what I told you before. Also, learn mysticism from old Neil. Arrange with him. All right. Klein felt a bit disgruntled about no raise, but agreed. According to Dunn, after drinking the potion, Klein needed time to master powers. Joining missions now meant certain death. Dunn walked toward the intersection, but stopped and turned back. Another thing. Klein expected this style. We got something from the Secret Order's actions, Dunn said. They likely won't provoke you soon, but be careful. They're unsure if the Antigonus family's notebook matters to them. We found they keep ancient customs linked to the Solomon Empire and corrupted nobles. Got it. Thanks, Captain, Klein exhaled. This was also why he didn't want to wait, wanting to seize Beyonder status quickly. After Dunn left, Klein entered the alchemy room. Long tables filled with test tubes, pipettes, scales, crucibles. It looked like a chemistry lab from his previous life, but Spartan and ancient. A huge cauldron, dark wood ladle, translucent crystal ball, and strange emblems gave the room a mysterious tint. Klein looked but didn't touch. Footsteps came. Old Neil carried a tiny silver chest with complex patterns, wearing a classic black robe and a rounded felt hat. Lad, I didn't expect you to pick Seer. Old Neil's turbid red eyes studied Klein. You're like me, young. Don't follow the masses. Not bad. Light these gas lamps and close the door. Klein tried not to tremble, lighting lamps, dimming the room. Tack, tack, tack. The door closed. He turned to see white-haired, deeply wrinkled old Neil scrubbing the black cauldron with tied tree branches. Concocting a sequence potion is simple. Sequence 7 and below at least. No special flame, ritual or incantation. Just follow the formula. Add precise amounts, mix. That's all. Old Neil smiled, wrinkles blooming. For real? Klein was surprised. Sounds as simple as my luck ritual. Man, that's scary thinking about it. Perhaps a gift from the gods, praised the lady. Old Neil drew a sloppy circle over his chest. He opened the silver chest and pulled out yellowish-brown goatskin parchment, old and familiar. The ink looked like fresh blood, but otherwise ordinary. Seer, 100 milliliters pure water, 13 drops night vanilla liquids, 7 gold mint leaves. Klein recited silently, but old Neil's wrist blocked more. Pure water is distilled repeatedly. I made some already. Old Neil grabbed a sealed glass bottle, poured 100 milliliters into the cauldron. Klein didn't dare ask. He was the drinker. 13 drops night vanilla juice, old Neil said, adding drops from a tiny bottle. A faint, peaceful fragrance spread. 7 gold mint leaves. Old Neil took leaves from a silver can, dropped them in. Fresh, stimulating scent. 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. He chuckled, reading the formula. 3 drops poison hemlock. Don't drink it casually, it can numb you to death. Once a suicide method. Not like I'm dumb, Klein thought. Old Neil switched pipettes, added hemlock, making a strange fresh smell. 9 grams dragon blood grass powder. He measured black powder, added it, stirred twice. The laid-back process worried Klein. Earlier ingredients are supplemental. Exact amounts don't affect much. The last 2 are crucial. Amount can be slightly less, but not too far off, or enhancement fails. Too much, and mental problems or death. Old Neil joked grimly. Klein tensed as old Neil took a black glass bottle. Lavos squid's blood, 10 milliliters. This squid is mutated, mysterious. Its blood breaks down in sunlight and loses power. Must be stored opaque. Old Neil carefully extracted blue blood, bubbling illusory like it linked to the spiritual world. Leftover drops are ignored for safety, he whispered. When blood hit the cauldron, liquid bubbling started. The room's light turned light blue, making Klein feel distant but oddly familiar, like a mother's womb, elevating the soul. Final item. Stellar aqua crystal, 50 grams. Old Neil's voice jolted Klein awake. He held a pielie-like crystal that reflected light like stars inside. Excellent for divination crystals, just a little less so we don't err. Old Neil sliced the crystal carefully. Pure water, night vanilla, gold mint leaves, poison hemlock juice, dragon blood grass, Lavos squid blood, and stellar aqua crystal make a seer. Klein recalled the formula. Old Neil poured crystal blocks into the cauldron. Sizzle. Illusory fog spewed, blurring the room. Klein saw stars in the fog and felt watched by an invisible presence. Seconds later, the fog cleared. Old Neil ladled out sticky dark blue liquid, gooey and inseparable, none left in the cauldron. He poured it into an opaque cup and pointed. It's done, your seer potion. Chapter 32. Spirit vision. Klein stared at the dark blue gelatinous liquid, unsure if it was a block or a cup of liquid. He swallowed nervously. Am I to drink it just like that? Is there no ritual, incantation, or prayer? Old Neil tersely nodded. Preparation. Sure. Get some Intis Ormir grape wine, suck on a Desi cigar, whistle a relaxing tune, dance an upbeat court dance, or tap dance if you prefer, then play a round of Gwent. Klein's dumbfounded expression made old Neil laugh. If you feel nervous. You're quite humorous, aren't you? Klein's mouth twitched as he fought the urge to draw his gun. He put down his cane, raised the opaque cup carefully. The potion smelled faint and ethereal. Don't hesitate. Hesitation only makes you more nervous, which affects absorption, old Neil said casually, turning on a nearby tap to wash his hands. Klein nodded silently, took a deep breath, pinched his nose and drank it like medicine. The cool liquid slid down smoothly. The sticky blue substance felt like it sent long tentacles through his body, stimulating every cell. He convulsed as his vision blurred, colors saturating intensely, the reds redder, blues bluer, blacks blacker, blending like an impressionist painting. He'd seen this before during his session with Spirit Medium daily. His mind felt light but clear, like a castaway floating in the sea. Slowly, His surroundings took form through a greyish fog filled with translucent objects and glowing clusters of coloured light, alive or full of knowledge. This is similar to the luck enhancement ritual. Klein looked down and saw his convulsing body still in place. Suddenly, his consciousness sank and fused with himself. Boom! The fog cleared, colours normalized, the halo and ghostly objects vanished. The alchemy room returned to normal, but Klein's head throbbed, overwhelmed by after-images and an ethereal murmur. Hornassus, Phlegrea, Hornassus. Pain stabbed his forehead, tempting destructive thoughts. He frowned and shook his head. Is your vision abnormal? Hearing things you didn't before? Old Neil asked with a hidden smile. Yes, Mr. Neil. What should I do? Klein managed. Old Neil chuckled. It's the potion's energy leaking. You can't control it yet. Think of a simple object in your mind, focus on it, keep repeating and outlining it. Does it help? Klein pictured his halved black silk top hat, recalling its feel and shape. Focus on it. Keep repeating. Old Neil's voice soothed. Gradually the murmurs faded, after images stacked without blur. Much better, Klein said, calming his chaotic mind. He looked down, everything normal. Did I succeed? Am I a seer now? Old Neil pulled out a mirror-like mercury plate. Look at your eyes. Klein's brown eyes had deepened to a night-like black, as if they could swallow souls. Normally dark brown pupils looked pitch black now, barely noticeable. This is the potion's physical effect. When you learn cogitation and control your power, your eyes return to normal. Old Neil smiled. Congrats, our new Beyonder, our seer. Thank you. Klein shook his hand. When do I learn cogitation? Now. The first step is simple, like just now, focusing on an object to divert attention and turn energy inward. Try it again. Klein closed his eyes, imagined the halved top hat. Concentration came easier. Random thoughts vanished, leaving only the hat's outline. Good. Now imagine something that doesn't exist in this world, something pure imagination. Follow this rule to enter cogitation and surpass the I. You become one with the universe, gaining knowledge only you can understand. In mysticism, it's called a mystic experience. Old Neil's tone was calm. Listen to me later, but focus on entering cogitation first. Klein tried imagining an earthy green intercontinental missile from TV, but failed to focus on it. Does Earth stuff count? No luck. He let imagination run wild, drawing glowing spheres stacking in fantasy. His thoughts floated ethereal and calm. The fog, light clusters and strange colors returned, floating nearby. He extended his spirituality and absorbed the vision. Very good, seer. You entered cogitation smoothly, just slightly behind me back then, Old Neil chuckled. Now I'll teach you spirit vision, the most common, easiest and useful ability in mysticism. Old Neil switched off the gas lamps but opened the door to the alchemy room. It was dark, but Klein could still see silhouettes. Raise your hands before your eyes. Index fingers face but don't touch. Keep eyes open until your sight adjusts. Klein followed. He saw his finger silhouettes and nearby objects. Normally, lie down to relax, but your cogitation's good enough to continue. Old Neil laughed. Focus on a spot behind your hands. Move your fingers slowly. Don't touch. Keep them in sight. Klein focused on the empty space behind his palms and moved his fingers. Once, twice, thrice, suddenly a fiery red color appeared between his fingers. Klein gasped. You see color? That's your aura. First step to spirit vision, Old Neil chuckled. No rush, do it a few more times, then look elsewhere, I'll explain colors. All right. Klein moved fingers, eyes fixed on the red aura. Old Neil explained, mysticism splits non-physical parts into 4 levels. Core is the spirit body, everyone's basic spirituality. Some say all life has it. Cogitation aims to strengthen this. Outside it is astral projection, how the spirit body communicates with spirits and stars. It reflects your ambitions and emotions. The potion scenes, that's your astral projection wandering the spirit world. That world breaks physical laws and time stacks. It's where divination comes from. What you see there is imagery needing interpretation. Divination and magic spells often use astral projection. Don't confuse it with the spirit body. Klein summarized silently, one's a body, the other a form. Next is the body of heart and mind, tied to the brain, representing inference, analysis, observation, identification. Some potions target it, and many spells too. Old Neil detailed, outermost is ether body, vital energy in physical form. The aura you see reflects the ether body. You can see ghosts, spirit bodies, and others' ether bodies or auras. Their color, brightness, and thickness show health and emotions. Better spirit vision reveals more details, even lifespan. Emotions show through astral projection. Red for passion, orange warmth, yellow happiness, green calm, blue thoughtfulness, white brightness, dark for sorrow, purple for spirituality's cold lead. Klein memorized and stabilized his spirit vision. Good. Look at other objects. Old Neil nodded silently. Klein turned to Old Neil, seeing different aura colors on his body, bright purple at head, dull red limbs, faded overall whiteness. Indeed, he's getting on in age, Klein thought. Feeling like a true beyonder now, he exclaimed, I am now a beyonder. Suddenly, Klein saw translucent, cold, browless eyes staring behind Old Neil. He gasped, You have eyes behind you. Old Neil was startled but forced a smile. Ignore them. Chapter 33. Switch. The moment Old Neil finished speaking, the illusory eyes lurking in the darkness behind him vanished. Even with spirit vision, Klein couldn't trace them anymore. This is typical of ritualistic magic, Old Neil chuckled. Fascinating. Is spirit vision an enhanced yin-yang eye? Klein felt like a kid with a new toy. Excited, he scanned every corner of the room, comparing the alchemy room with and without spirit vision. The outlines of tables, test tubes, scales, cups, and cupboards looked the same as before, no light or color emitted. Objects without life have no spirituality? Klein murmured, his gaze settling on the silver chest. Suddenly, vibrant colors exploded before him, sky blue, starry resplendence, and fiery crimson. Materials from extraordinary beings still have some life, even if the source is dead, Klein speculated, turning to Old Neil. They have remnant spiritualities. It's crucial for successful potion making and why beyonders can lose control. Dunn should have told you, Old Neil explained. He laughed, recalling something. The corpse collector formula calls for a desiccated, mature, black-spotted frog. Drinking that potion takes guts. Klein imagined it and felt queasy, choosing not to respond and scanning the shadows for spirits. Isn't the spirit world everywhere? He asked. Old Neil chuckled. Punk, repeat after me. This is the Nighthawk Squad headquarters, beneath the Church of the Ebonite Goddess. Many beyonders here. Think we'd allow spirits to roam? Spiritual world and spirits are different. Klein blushed, pretending to study the faint gas lamp glow. I get it. Suddenly, his glabella spasmed painfully. What's happening? Turning, he spotted a figure standing quietly by the door, blending perfectly with darkness. Hiss. The spasm worsened, vision blurring, then the figure vanished. Mr. Neil, my glabella hurts from spasms. Ha ha, common for new beyonders. Spirit vision strains your spirit body and drains you. Symptoms: glabella spasms, headaches, oversensitivity, minor hallucinations, emotional sensitivity. It's normal. Practice helps. Use spirit vision sparingly and end it promptly. Old Neil smiled. Why does he sound so pleased? Klein hurriedly asked, how do I exit spirit vision? He'd planned to mention the invisible figure, but dismissed it, suspecting hallucination. Think of something to divert your attention. Close your eyes, control your spirituality, and tell it to end. Open eyes. Spirit vision's gone, Old Neil said. That's crude. We can train to set simple switches. For example, 2 taps on your glabella to toggle spirit vision on and off. Your habit, your choice. Got it. Klein decided 2 taps on the glabella would be his switch. 1 tap might seem like a knock. 3 was too slow and danger. Snapping fingers would draw too much attention. Relaxing, he imagined stacked spheres of light and entered cogitation. Under Old Neil's guidance, after practice, he set his switch. 2 taps, and glowing auras appeared. 2 more taps, and all returned to normal. I've finally got it. Klein sighed with relief. Only then did exhaustion hit him. He felt like he'd been up 3 nights. Old Neil chuckled. We're not sleepless. Each use drains you. You need rest. Go home. Rest well. In the afternoon, visit Welch on Iron Cross Street and look for clues about the Antigonus notebook. Tomorrow, more mysticism lessons. Don't forget to read history. All right, Klein agreed. He grabbed his cane and left the alchemy room. Old Neil returned to the armory. Klein rubbed his temples and climbed the stairs slowly. Behind him, Dunn Smith appeared with a smirk. Old Neil said you're a natural, using spirit vision without cogitation. Maybe it's a seer trait, Klein replied modestly. Dunn slowed, then warned. Remember, curiosity killed the cat and beyonders. Don't pry into murmurings or see things you shouldn't. Understood. Klein took the caution seriously. Inside Blackthorn Security, he greeted Roseanne, who didn't know about his new beyonder status. Outside, he took a trackless carriage to Daffodil Street, nearly dozing on the ride. Morning was warm, about 26 Celsius. At home, many items were missing. Benson and Melissa had left early. Klein had no energy to sort anything. He went upstairs, entered his bedroom, hung up his tuxedo, and collapsed onto his bed, instantly asleep. Sunlight woke him. He checked the pocket watch. Just past noon. Plenty of time before the Tarot Club meeting at 3. He hadn't closed the door or drawn curtains, but no matter. Tapping his glabella twice, spirit vision returned, his body shimmering bright again. 2 taps ended it. Relaxed, he brewed tea, nibbled rye bread with butter, and studied historical materials and the original Klein's diary, consolidating knowledge. At 2:57 p.m. Klein closed his book, locked the door, and darkened the room. 2 taps activated spirit vision, no invisible spirits detected. He checked the time, 1 minute to 3. Quickening his pace, he walked 4 steps counterclockwise in a square and softly incanted in Chinese. This time, no food was prepared. Closing his eyes, he felt an itch on the backs of his hands, as if the 4 black dots forming a square projected something. Hysterical shouts and murmurs echoed, but his headache was less intense. He focused on not listening, exercising self-control as a beyonder. His body lightened and floated. Grey-white fog emerged, along with dark red stars, 2 connected to him with a strange familiarity. He stared at his blurry self. The astral projection old Neil mentioned? Calmly, he transformed the scene into the divine palace with a tall bronze table under a domed ceiling and 22 high-backed chairs representing constellations. He walked to the seat of honor. Immersed in thick grey fog, extended his right hand and tapped 2 deep red stars, creating a miraculous connection. Chapter 34, Advance Payment. In a dark underground basement, Alger Wilson sat at a long table cluttered with strange apparatuses and goatskin parchments. A half-burnt candle flickered, casting shifting shadows over the room. Alger's deep blue-black hair was messy, and he wore a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. His eyes fixed on a sealed bottle of black liquid beside the candle. Inside the bottle, sounds like tempestuous winds and crashing waves echoed. A faint fog swirled where the ink hadn't sunk, forming vague eyes and a mouth. Checking the clock, Alger noted it was 3 o'clock. Suddenly, a deep red light surged like a tidal wave and engulfed him. At the luxurious Hall family mansion in Backlund, Audrey locked her door after her dance lesson and sat at her dressing table. Sunlight spilled in. Before her lay a pristine light brown goatskin notebook and a fountain pen with a golden tip set with rubies. She tested picking up the pen, eager to write the potion formula after the gathering. "I'm so looking forward to it," she breathed, suppressing her excitement. But instead of her reflection, the mirror burst with a dark red illusory beam from her body. Above the grey fog, a majestic divine hall appeared. Dark red colours blossomed on both sides of a bronze table, carving out 2 blurry figures seated as before. Audrey, with her soft blonde hair and slim figure, instinctively looked to the seat of honor, where Klein sat immersed in thick fog, stroking his chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," she called cheerfully. Then, facing the other figure, she greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man." Klein smiled inwardly at her unsophisticated cheerfulness. Does she really think I'm a good person? No fear at all. Must be a noble lady, well protected, he mused while maintaining his mysterious aura. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice," he said calmly. Bowing slightly. He tapped his glabella twice. His vision shifted. Justice and the Hanged Man now emitted auras in vivid colors, just as old Neil had described. The surrounding fog and dark red stars stayed unchanged, with no unexpected spectral glimmers. Justice's aura gleamed in red, purple, blue and white, bright and lively, clearly a vibrant young woman. Her emotions, shown in red and yellow, reflected joy and excitement. The Hanged Man's aura was simpler, calm blues mixed with orange, suggesting thoughtfulness and mild pleasure. Klein judged this cautiously, given it was his first time reading such things. But then he noticed something odd. The Hanged Man's innermost aura layer was nearly the same color. Focusing hard, Klein glimpsed a deep blue within the Hanged Man's ether body, like a stormy sea surface. His astral projection? The surface of it? Klein's mind raced. He's definitely a beyonder, maybe stronger than old Neil. Not necessarily, he countered himself. It might be this unique environment, my home ground, letting me see what old Neil couldn't. He glanced back at Justice, confirming the aura's characteristics were unique to Beyonders. At that moment, Alger finished his greetings. Audrey gasped lightly. "Mr. Hanged Man, did you receive the box of ghost shark blood?" Alger glanced at Klein, who was still tapping his glabella thoughtfully. "Thank you, it perfectly met my expectations. I didn't expect such a quick delivery. Ghost shark blood isn't typical among extraordinary creatures," Alger said honestly. Audrey smiled modestly. She'd loved mysteries since childhood and had mingled with aristocrats who shared her interests, exchanging books and artifacts. None had real Beyonder powers, only whispered offers from princes to grant favors if they became consorts. She'd taken the ghost shark blood from her family vault, reasoning a small amount wouldn't be noticed. If exposed, her parents probably wouldn't press the issue. Alger studied the fog-wrapped fool, then smiled. "Per our agreement, I will now share the formula for the potion, Spectator." "Please, I'm ready," Audrey said, focusing. "Low-sequence potions are easy if you follow my order precisely. Smaller ingredient amounts are acceptable, but not more. That causes serious problems. You've heard about Beyonders losing control. No need to repeat that," Alger warned. Audrey nodded gently. "I understand." She glanced at Klein for input, but he remained silent and unreadable. Alger continued, "Smaller quantities don't mean large deviations. If you have no assistant, spend time familiarizing yourself with chemistry." "I have a family tutor," Audrey replied confidently. Alger recited smoothly, "Spectator, sequence 9 potion, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn crocus essence, 13 grams of cow teeth pionol powder, 7 petals of elf flowers, a matured manhole fish's eyeball, and 35 milliliters of goat-horned black fish blood. The last 2 are key ingredients from extraordinary sea creatures. Handle them carefully." "Got it." Audrey repeated the formula precisely but looked worried. Alger asked, "Do you know about cogitation?" Justice nodded, so he explained, "After drinking the potion, immediately begin cogitation to control your spirituality and energy. Practice daily to grasp its power, uncover its meaning, and avoid losing control. The potion's name, like Spectator, is symbolic and key." Klein listened silently but suddenly had a thought. Audrey was about to ask more when she heard a gentle rapping on the table. They all turned to the fool, who tapped fingers and said deeply, "It's not about grasping, but digesting. Not about discovery, but acting. The name of a potion is not just symbolic, it's imagery. The key to digesting." Audrey was dazed, not fully understanding. She glanced at the Hanged Man, who suddenly froze as if struck by thunder. Digesting, acting, key," Alger murmured, entranced. After a moment he raised his head hoarsely. "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as valuable as my life. You've enlightened me, though I'm not sure I fully comprehend it yet." Klein smiled mysteriously. That was an advance payment. In truth, he didn't fully understand either. Only that Emperor Roselle was stronger than the usual Beyonder, and even stronger than the Hanged Man. Advance payment. Audrey watched the Hanged Man's reaction and realized the hint's importance. She then asked, "Mr. Fool, what do you want us to do?" Alger nodded in agreement. "What matter would you entrust to us?" Klein leaned back, glancing between them, and said softly, "Collect Roselle Gustav's secret diary for me, even if it's just a single page." Chapter 35. Exchange of Information. Roselle Gustav's secret diary? Emperor Roselle? Audrey was initially startled, but then unsurprised. Rumor said Emperor Roselle once saw the blasphemy slate, and the secret cards he created concealed the 22 divine paths, something every high-sequence Beyonder would chase. Diary? That's a diary? Alger frowned, intrigued. The item Mr. Fool called a diary. How did he know? Could he decipher Roselle's cryptic text? Faced with the Hanged Man's question, Klein relaxed, leaning back. "Let's just call it a diary for now." He neither confirmed nor denied. Audrey had heard noble children mention it, but never learned much. Curious, she asked, "It said Emperor Roselle's diary was written in cryptic symbols he invented?" "Yes," Alger replied simply. "Some say it's a mystic symbol set. Others think it's hieroglyphs. No one's cracked it yet, at least not that I know." He glanced at Klein, seeking confirmation or a hint. Klein stayed calm, internally amused. Imagining deciphering Roselle's symbols made him picture a ridiculous scene, a dark-robed mage rolling up his sleeve to reveal a tattoo in 2 giant, simplified Chinese characters. "Retarded Joker!" The corners of Klein's mouth twitched with a smile. After the hangman's explanation, Audrey looked stumped. We can't understand the symbols or words, so how do we pass the info to you, Mr. Fool? Mail it. Klein hesitated. He had no secret way to receive physical items. Then he thought, since I can create this divine palace and table, maybe I can project content into others' minds here. He decided to try. Audrey and Alger watched as Mr. Fool sat up amid thick fog. Miss Justice, imagine writing a paragraph urgently. Pick up the fountain pen and write on the paper. Before Klein finished, Audrey saw a yellowish goatskin parchment and dark red fountain pen before her. Curious but doubtful, she pictured a poem Emperor Roselle once wrote, "If winter comes, can spring be far behind?" She concentrated, picked up the pen and projected the desire to write. Klein sensed her emotion, using the pen as a medium to guide her. The moment her pen touched the parchment, a line appeared. "If winter comes, can spring be far behind?" "Goddess, how fascinating," Audrey gasped, impressed but rueful. She glanced at Klein with fear. "Mr. Fool, can you read my thoughts?" "No, I'm only guiding you. I simplified the writing process, making an imprint. If you didn't want to express it, nothing would appear," Klein assured her softly. "So we just memorize the symbols or text's shape, then present it as needed." Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, that's not bad, Miss Justice. Don't doubt your memory. Once you become a spectator, your memory will improve immensely." Alger watched, now fully convinced of the Fool's power and mystery. Audrey nodded happily. "You've reminded me well. Mr. Hangman, any other advice for spectators?" She looked at the seat of honor. "Mr. Fool, I'll work hard on your mission to gather more pages of Emperor Roselle's secret diary. I'm a fan of fair exchange. The advance I gave equals 2 diary pages per person. More pages will earn more in return," Klein said calmly, like a generous adult dealing with children. The added payment would come from the diary pages collected, a virtuous cycle. "You're truly a generous gentleman." Alger bowed slightly, hand on chest. He then turned to Justice. "Let me stress this. A spectator remains a spectator. Many spectators imagine themselves as protagonists or characters, investing emotions to the point of crying, laughing, or raging over the drama. But that's not right. You must be an absolute bystander, calmly observing societal dramas and players. You'll notice habits, lies, nervous tics. These clues reveal true thoughts. Everyone's emotions secrete different things and smells. Only a true spectator can detect these. If you invest too much emotion, your observations get clouded. Your sensitivity to others' feelings will distort." Audrey listened, eyes brightening. "It sounds really, really interesting." Klein's heart stirred hearing that. The spectator potion's core seemed to be an absolutely objective, neutral spectator. In a way, it's acting. Acting? Was this the acting Emperor Roselle meant? So I must act like a seer and digest the potion bit by bit? As Klein pondered, Alger finished his explanation. He sighed. "Is there nothing else? Maybe we can chat casually, talk about things around us. What's normal to you might be a big clue for others." "Sure," Klein nodded, planning to act as a seer. It didn't seem harmful. "Then, shall we start with you, Mr. Hanged Man?" Audrey said eagerly. Alger thought a moment. "The infamous pirate Lieutenant General Deweyville has begun exploring the eastern Sonia Sea again." "Oh, the owner of the Black Tulip?" Audrey asked. "Yes. I don't know who that is." Klein listened silently, pondering what news he might share, something safe but useful. He decided, caressing the bronze table's side. "According to my knowledge, the Secret Order lost an Antigonus family notebook. This was known not only by the Nighthawks from Tinjin City, but also by the Secret Order and close beyonders." "An Antigonus family notebook?" Alger repeated, smiling wryly. "I wonder how the Church of the Evernite Goddess will react." "Why mention that church?" Klein sensed a problem but kept silent. Asking would break his mysterious fool image. Audrey, curious, asked, "Why curious? What special reaction would the goddess's church have?" Alger smiled. "The Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Evernite Goddess. I'm unsure if it was late 4th epoch or early present epoch." Klein's pupils narrowed, a chill sweeping over him. "The Nighthawk's value on this notebook far exceeds my guess. The reason they nominated me as a Beyonder, to raise my spiritual sensitivity to help find it, is likely more important than minor reasons. Captain never hid this, but I ignored it." Audrey, intrigued, said, "I never imagined such a thing happened." "All right, my turn. Let me think." She cocked her head, chuckling. Yesterday, my etiquette teacher taught me how to faint elegantly, useful at social events to avoid awkwardness or nasty guys. Heh. What I really want to say is, since the failure at Balaam's eastern shore, the king, premier, and gentlemen are under immense stress. They're eager for change. Chapter 36, A Simple Question. While recalling her father and brother's discussion, Audrey summarized, "They believe the government's structure is chaotic. Every election brings a complete personnel change, causing disorder, inefficiency, battle losses, and civilian inconvenience." Klein knew the Lone Kingdom hadn't evolved a public servant exam system yet. Political appointments were still given as rewards after elections. Emperor Roselle not setting this up in Intis seems odd. Maybe he shifted focus later? Alger chuckled. They believe. They'll only realize the problem a year after getting bitten by black mosquitoes. Audrey covered her mouth, ignoring the mockery, and said, "Unfortunately, they can't find a good replacement system yet." Klein smiled. "This is simple." He explained that the foodaholic empire and its imitators had success with exams, open tests to objectively select elites held in rounds for government positions based on expertise. Political roles like ministers or mayors still go to elected parties, fair slice of the pie, Klein added. Audrey frowned, thinking deeply. "No rush to replace everyone at once," Klein advised. "Gradual exams every year or 3. New openings come with resignations or expansion. This way, elites fill civil service, keeping basic operations effective regardless of party." Of course, bureaucracy would arise. Audrey asked skeptically, "So even if ministers are monkeys, the impact would be minimal?" Alger interjected, "I think monkeys are better than current ministers. They only eat, sleep, mate, no foolish ideas or brainless projects." Klein silently shook his head, amused by the hanged man's terrible superiors. Audrey, considering Klein's idea, said, "It might actually work, a simple but effective solution." She looked at Klein admiringly. "You must be an elderly person with great intelligence and life experience." Klein's mouth twitched as he glanced at Alger and Audrey. "Let's end today's gathering here. If Audrey can influence her family and push this change, Klein could prepare Benson for a civil servant career, but it was unlikely she'd volunteer openly. Alger and Klein could easily trace the idea back to her. She might act more secretly. "By your will," they said, standing. Klein leaned back and severed the connection. Justice and the hanged man's figures dissipated. Alone in the divine palace above the fog, Klein stayed seated, alert. He ended early because he'd grasped the Nighthawk's deep interest in the Antigonus notebook. He had to search seriously and not slack off, or Dunn Smith would grow suspicious. Klein observed the serene grey fog, noting no one had entered for ages. When he summoned the hanged man and justice, he'd sensed something special. As a beyonder, he could touch another dark red star. "Does this mean I can summon another?" he muttered. But he hesitated, not knowing the newcomer's nature. Pulling in someone like Dunn Smith could expose his secret group to the church's watchful eye. As a boss of an evil group, that would be trouble. Klein believed the 7 Orthodox gods likely existed as powerful beings under strict limits. They hadn't appeared much since the 5th epoch. Forcefully pulling people here isn't good. No one wants to be mysteriously summoned. Let's wait and see. He sighed and stood. He released his spirituality, felt his body, and imitated plunging down. The grey fog vanished. He emerged in his dark room. Fully awake now, Klein noticed subtle differences between the grey fog and the spirit world. After thinking it through, he opened the curtains. Sunlight poured in. Watching pedestrians below, Klein breathed deeply, muttering, "Time to go out and work. How should I act as a seer? No rush. For now, spirit vision." Backland, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall stared at her flushed, bright-eyed reflection, but barely noticed it. She grabbed a ruby-studded fountain pen and carefully wrote the spectator potion formula on goatskin parchment. 80 milliliters pure water, 5 drops autumn crocus essence, 13-gram cow teeth peonal powder, 7 elf flower petals, a matured manhole fish eyeball, 35 milliliter goat-horned blackfish blood. She reread it, sighed with relief, and resisted the urge to dance. Then she added complicated chemical names around it to disguise the secret formula. Anyone casually flipping through wouldn't spot the details. Excellent, she praised herself, then planned to search vaults for materials and trade for missing parts. If I can't find them all, I'll ask the hanged man or fool. But what can I offer as payment? After a moment, she closed the notebook, placed it on a tiny bookshelf, and headed to the door. Outside sat a golden retriever, obediently waiting. Audrey smiled brightly. "Susie, you completed the mission perfectly. Detectives always have a capable assistant. A real spectator should have a big dog supporting them." In a flickering candlelit underground basement, Alger Wilson stared at his palm, sighed, and admitted, "It's still miraculous. I can't figure out how the fool summoned them." He glanced at the goatskin parchment on the table, where a dark blue Hermes sentence was inscribed at the top. 7. Chapter 37. The Club. Under the scorching afternoon sun, Klein left his house. Since he had to walk all the way from Iron Cross Street to Welch's place, he wore a linen shirt instead of his usual top hat and leather boots. A brown coat, round felt hat, and old leather shoes completed the outfit, sparing his expensive suit from sweat stains. As he walked down Daffodil Street toward Iron Cross Street, he glanced at the nearby square. The tents were gone. The circus troupe had moved on after their show. Klein had once imagined the animal trainer who read his fortune was a secret expert sent to guide him. But she had just left with the troupe. How cliché, he thought, smiling wryly. Iron Cross Street wasn't just one road but two crossing to form an intersection dividing it into left, right, upper and lower streets. Klein and his friends had lived on Lower Street, though locals called that area Middle Street, to distinguish themselves from the poorer district just 200 meters away, where cramped rooms housed many people. Walking along Left Street's edge, Klein's thoughts darkened as he remembered the missing Antigonus family notebook, the danger it posed to the Nighthawks and the deaths tied to it. His face paled, heart heavy. A familiar voice pulled him from his gloom. "Lad?" He turned toward Smyron Bakery and saw Mrs. Wendy waving, her grey hair catching the sunlight. "You don't look very happy?" she asked kindly. "A little," Klein admitted, rubbing his face. "Tomorrow always comes," she said with a smile, handing him a cup. "Try my new sweet iced tea. I'm not sure if locals will like it." "Locals? Aren't you one, Mrs. Smyron?" Klein chuckled. She smiled. "I'm a Southerner, came here over 40 years ago with my husband, before Benson or even your parents were born. I miss the food from home, pork sausages, potato bread, roasted pancakes, and sweet iced tea." Klein smiled broadly. "That sounds delicious, thank you. I feel better already." The tea was like Earth's iced red tea, but less sharp, more refreshing, cooling the heat away instantly. "Excellent," Klein praised. "That's good to hear." Wendy's eyes crinkled with warmth as she watched him finish the tea. After a bit of chat, Klein continued to the street he knew best. Fewer hawkers lingered in the afternoon. The few left looked tired and listless. As he entered the area, an inexplicable gloom pressed down on him. His heart felt heavy and dark. What's going on? He stopped and scanned his surroundings, nothing unusual. Tapping his glabella thoughtfully, his vision shifted, revealing the auras of hawkers and passers-by. Though he couldn't read their exact thoughts, he saw gloom, apathy, and despondency deeply etched into their spirits, an oppressive darkness that even sunlight couldn't erase. Klein understood immediately. Just as old Neil said, activating spirit vision pulled him into unfamiliar emotional spaces, making him vulnerable to others' feelings. This passive perception was an unshakable sense gained as a seer, allowing him to detect abnormalities, but also making him sensitive to others' intense emotions. Controlling this took practice. Such repression must have built up over years, Klein sighed, feeling weighed down. He tapped his glabella twice more, focusing his spirituality to search for anything unusual or a trace of the Antigonus notebook. The streets were as usual, dirty, trash-strewn except near the apartment entrance where it was cleaner. Inside, the wooden stairs creaked as he ascended. The dim second floor revealed no clues, no spiritual presences. If spirits were easy to detect, everyone would notice extraordinary things, Klein mused. Most spirits existed as raw spirituality, not visible forms. Only spirit mediums could truly communicate with them. After a fruitless search on the third floor, Klein left and headed toward Welch's place. He walked for an hour without finding anything. Outside the locked iron gates of Welch's garden bungalow, Klein muttered, "No point searching here. Captain and Madam Daly probably already did. Besides, I don't have the key. They wouldn't expect me to climb walls. I'll try another way tomorrow." He grumbled about the lack of step counters for his long walk and turned back toward the district, planning to take a carriage to Blackthorn Security Company to collect his 30 daily bullets for practice. Asir's lack of offensive power meant relying on revolver and cane. The streets near Welch's place were clean, lined with shops boasting bright windows. At the corner, Klein caught sight of several signs on a second-floor balcony. Harrods Department Store. Military Veterans Mess. Divination Club. Divination Club. Klein repeated silently and remembered he needed to act as a seer. I should check it out and maybe get some fresh ideas. Crossing the street, he climbed to the second floor and entered the main foyer, greeted by a beautiful female attendant with coiled brownish-yellow hair. She sized him up and smiled. "Sir, do you want your fortune told, or would you like to join our club?" "What are the conditions for entry?" Klein asked casually. The woman explained fluently. "Fill out your details and pay an annual membership fee. £5 the first year, £1 thereafter. No recommendations needed, unlike political or business clubs. Members can freely use meeting rooms, divination tools, enjoy our coffee and tea, read newspapers and magazines we subscribe to, and buy meals and drinks at cost. We also invite at least one famous fortune teller monthly for lectures and Q&A. Most importantly, you'll meet friends who share your interests and can exchange ideas." "Sounds good, but I don't have the money," Klein thought with a self-deprecating smile, then asked, "Then what if I want my fortune told?" Chapter 38. Novice Hobbyist. Upon hearing Klein's question, the lady with elegantly tied-up brownish-yellow hair seemed impatient, but kept her smile. "Our members are free to do divination for others in the club. They also have their prices, and we take a very tiny cut as a fee. If you wish to have your fortune told, you can take a look at this album. It has introductions and rates of the members who are willing to do divination for others. However, it's Monday afternoon, so most of our members are busy at work. We only have 5 here today." She invited Klein to sit on a sofa by a window in the reception hall and flipped through the album, pointing out the present members. Hannes Vincent, famous Tingen fortune teller, the club's resident mentor, good at various forms of divination. He charges 4 soldi each time. "It's really expensive. That's enough to feed Benson, Melissa and me to 2 sumptuous dinners." Klein clicked his tongue silently, staying quiet. The woman continued introducing other members. "And the final one, Glassis, a member who joined this year, skilled in tarot divination. He charges 2 pence each time." "Sir, who do you plan on choosing?" Klein didn't hesitate. "Mr. Glassis." The attendant paused for 2 seconds. "Sir, I have to remind you that Mr. Glassis is only considered a novice." "I understand. I will be responsible for my own decision." Klein nodded with a smile. "Then please follow me." She led Klein through a door beside the reception hall. A short corridor led to an open meeting room with sunlight, tables, chairs, newspapers, magazines, and paper cards. A faint coffee aroma lingered. Near the meeting room, the attendant gestured for Klein to stop, entered a room and called softly, "Mr. Glassis, someone wishes for your divination." "Me?" a surprised, doubtful voice replied, followed by a chair scraping. "Yes, which divination room would you like to use?" the lady asked flatly. "Topaz room. I like Topaz." Glassis appeared at the door, eyeing Klein curiously. He was in his 30s, with slightly dark skin, dark green pupils, and light yellow hair. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and monocle, he had a pleasant demeanor. The attendant opened the Topaz room's door. The curtains were shut, dimming the space for divine revelations. "Hello there. I'm Glassis. I never expected you to choose me for your divination." Glassis bowed, sat behind a long table, and spoke frankly. "Frankly, I'm only attempting divination for others. I do not have much experience. For now, I'm not a good fortune teller. You still have a chance for regret." Klein returned the bow, closed the door, and smiled. "You are a really honest man, but I'm someone who is very firm on his choices. Please have a seat." Glassis pointed to a chair, pausing. "Divination is my hobby. Heh. In life, one often receives guidance from the divine, but the ordinary person is unable to accurately understand the meaning. This is the reason why divination exists, and also why I joined this club. In this aspect, I still lack confidence. Let's make the divination that follows an exchange, a free exchange. How do you like my suggestion? I'll cover the fees the club requires. It's just a 1/4 pence." Klein neither agreed nor disagreed, smiling instead. From the looks of it, you have a pretty well-paying and decent job. He leaned forward, tapped his forehead twice and added, but that does not enhance the accuracy of my divination. Glasses replied humorously. Does your head hurt? Do you want to divine problems regarding health? A little. I wish to divine where an item is. Klein had prepared an excuse, leaning back. In his eyes, Glassis's aura showed dark, sparse orange near his lungs, dimming other areas. Not exhaustion. Klein noted subtly. Are you searching for a lost item? Glassis asked. Then let's do a simple determination. He pushed the tarot cards toward Klein. Calm down, think of that item and ask yourself, can it still be found? While doing so, shuffle and cut the deck. All right. Klein didn't recall the Antigonus notebook's appearance but repeated, can the Antigonus family's notebook still be found? He shuffled and cut the deck skillfully. Glassis took the top card and placed it horizontally before Klein. Turn it clockwise until it sits vertical, then flip it open. If the card is inverted, which means the picture on the card is facing away from you, it indicates that the item cannot be found. If the card is upright, then we can continue the divination and seek its actual location. Klein turned the card vertical and flipped it. It was inverted. What a pity. Glassis sighed. Klein focused on the card. The Fool, in gorgeous clothes and headdress. It's the Fool again? It can't be so coincidental, right? Divination reflects my spirituality's link to the spirit world. Tarot cards just interpret the truth symbols. The tool shouldn't matter. Klein frowned, pondering briefly. Can it be divined whether the item is already in the hands of others? Of course. Follow the same procedure and do it again. Glassis nodded eagerly. Klein shuffled and cut the deck, thinking of his question, then drew a card, turned it vertical, and flipped it. Please do not be the Fool again. He relaxed. It was the Star inverted. From the looks of it, the item has not been taken by others yet, Glassis interpreted, smiling. Klein nodded, tapped his glabella as if thinking, and slid 2 pennies toward Glassis. Didn't I say it was free? Glassis frowned. Klein stood, laughing. This is the respect divination deserves. All right, thank you for your generosity. Glassis stood, shaking Klein's hand. Klein stepped back, turned, and reached for the doorknob. He paused, looked back, and said, Mr. Glassis, I suggest that you see a doctor as soon as possible. Focus on your lungs. Why? Glassis asked, surprised. Are you cursing me because you aren't pleased with the divination results? Klein considered, then said, It's a symptom based on the color of your face. Your glabella seems dark. Glabella seems dark, Glassis muttered, hearing the phrase for the first time. Klein smiled, left, and closed the door. Is he an unlicensed doctor or a herbalist? Glassis shook his head, amused, picking up his monocle for divination. His glabella was dark, but the dim room's closed curtains made his whole face shadowed. It's not a very likable joke, Glassis muttered, divining his health to confirm all was well. Leaving the divination club, Klein planned to save for the club's membership fee to act as a seer. He avoided street hawking to preserve his reputation, lacking resources for independent divination. He took a 2-pence public carriage to Zoutland Street and entered Blackthorn Security Company. Roseanne wasn't at reception. Instead, Leonard Mitchell, with his poetic air, stood behind the counter. Good afternoon. Where's Roseanne? Klein asked, removing his hat and bowing. Leonard smiled, pointing at the partition. It's her shift tonight at the armory. Before Klein could ask more, Leonard mused, Klein, I have a question that has always puzzled me. What is it? Klein asked, puzzled. Leonard stood, smiling lightly. Why did Welch and Naya commit suicide on the spot while you returned home? It likely has to do with how the unknown existence made me take the Antigonus family's notebook away to hide it, Klein answered with the official surmise. Leonard paced, then looked into Klein's eyes. If your suicide was meant to silence you and wipe out any clues, why weren't you made to destroy the notebook there and then? Chapter 39. Interesting trick. In fact, I do not know if the notebook is destroyed or hidden, but if it was meant to be destroyed, it could have happened on the spot. No need for me to take it away. Klein mused, piecing together possibilities from novels and shows about cult sacrifices. Upon hearing Leonard's question, Klein sighed, slipping into detective mode. Perhaps when Welch, Naya, and I made contact with the unknown existence, it enjoyed the sacrifice of life or wished for similar situations to continue. With the suicide definitely easily discoverable, I was made to take away the notebook to hide it, so as to prepare for the existence's second round of entertainment. However, some mishap happened during the process, and I failed to succeed in my suicide. The mishap was his transmigration, but he kept that to himself. Quite a good explanation, but I believe there might be other possibilities. Welch's and Nayer's suicide sacrifice might have made it possible for the unknown existence to descend on this world. Then, that notebook is a vessel or a breeding ground for evil. It made you take it away to hide it, worried that we would destroy it if we discovered its birth before it became strong. Leonard suggested, eyeing Klein with a slight smile. Of course, perhaps the notebook has been destroyed. The goal is to hide its content, to conceal the vessel or the brooding of evil. That way there is a sufficient reason for your failed suicide. What does he mean? Is he suspecting me? Is he implying my body is a vessel for evil? No, it's just hosting a transmigrator. Also, brooding sounds off. Klein's thoughts raced, wary but critical. He responded carefully, I will not try to defend myself since I've lost memories from that period. Be it Captain or Madame Daly, they have already confirmed that I'm fine. Your joke isn't funny. I'm only considering a possibility. It does not eliminate the blow the unknown existence encountered when it descended, which caused your suicide to fail. We believe that the goddess will ultimately bless us. Leonard laughed, shifting topics. Did you discover anything in the afternoon? Klein, cautious of Leonard's probing, answered calmly. No, I plan on trying a different route tomorrow afternoon. He pointed to the partition. I'll need to head to the armory to draw the bullets. The shooting club stayed open until 9, catering to members after work. May Goddess bless you. Leonard smiled, gesturing the crimson moon on his chest. As Klein passed the partition, Leonard's smile faded, his green eyes clouding with doubt. He whispered something displeased. Klein followed the gas-lit corridor to the armory. Roseanne stood at the table, chatting with a bearded, top-hat-wearing man. Good afternoon, no. Good evening. It's always night here. Klein, I heard from old Neil that you have become a beyonder. It's called seer. Roseanne turned, bombarding him with questions, her curiosity and concern evident. Klein nodded, smiling. Good afternoon, Miss Roseanne. It's indeed always night here, but it makes one feel a sense of serenity. The description you gave wasn't accurate enough. It should be said that the sequence potion I consumed has the name seer. You still chose to become a beyonder after all. Roseanne sighed, lost in thought. Klein glanced at the man. You are? Another Nighthawk or a civilian staff I haven't met, he wondered. Roseanne puckered her lips. Brett, our colleague, he wishes to change slots with me to free up the night after tomorrow. He plans on going to the theatre in the North District with his wife to watch The Prideful One. It's to celebrate their 15th year wedding anniversary. He's truly a romantic gentleman. Brett smiled, extending his hand. With Miss Roseanne around, there's nothing that requires repeating. Hello, Klein. I never expected you to become a beyonder so quickly. As for me, I might never have the courage. Perhaps it's as the saying goes, the ignorant knows no fear, Klein said, self-deprecating, shaking Brett's hand. Me not having courage is not something bad, Brett replied, shaking his head. A beyonder once told me before his death to never probe the strange and dangerous matters. The less you know, the longer you live. Roseanne interjected, Klein, there's no need to mind it. I heard from old Neil that as a seer you are used as support. It's relatively safe as long as you do not attempt to communicate with unknown existences. Why are you dressed in such clothes? It's so unbecoming of a gentleman. What are you here for? I'm here to draw my 30 bullets. Klein sidestepped her first question, expecting her to forget it. All right. Roseanne pointed at the table. Brett, it's all yours. You should know where the keys and bullets are. Oh, old Neil really is petty. He did not even leave his hand-ground coffee behind. He promised me that I could drink my fill today. Klein collected the bullets as she prattled. They left together, parting at Zouteland Street. Roseanne took a carriage home. Klein entered the shooting club. Bang! 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 Klein practiced, gripping the gun, aiming, shooting, ejecting shells, reloading, building muscle memory. He took breaks to review his technique. Afterward, he did push-ups and exercises to strengthen his physique. Finished, he rode an untracked carriage home, nearing 7, the sky dark. Planning to buy dinner ingredients, he saw Melissa return with groceries and her stationery bag. "I thought you and Benson would be home rather late. This morning I took out 1 solly from the place you hide the money." Melissa explained, seeing his questioning look. "Since you took the money, why didn't you take the public carriage to school?" Klein recalled the morning. Melissa frowned. "Why should I take a public carriage? It costs 4 pence to get to school. A return trip means 8 pence. Counting Benson and you, we will be spending 24 pence on transportation daily. That's a whole solly. In a week, yes, without counting Sunday, that's still 12 pence. It's almost equal to our rent." "Stop, stop, stop! Don't flaunt your mathematical prowess." Klein lowered his palm, amused. He countered. "Then let's do the math again. The public carriage costs 12 solly. The rent is 12 solly and 3 pence. It's a total of £1, 4 solly and 3 pence. Using Benson's salary is enough to pay for it. And there will be quite a bit of change left. Yes, he has received last week's salary. As for me, I can still earn £1 10 solly every week. Even if we eat meat every day while counting expenses like gas, charcoal, wood and condiments, we would still have some left if we are frugal with lunch. We can even subscribe to the morning papers for just 1 penny. In 2 months, when I make up for the advanced payment, I can save money for both you and Benson. We can have new clothes. But we have to think of the possible accidents." Melissa stood firm. Klein smiled. "Then we can eat less meat. Don't you find spending 50, no, 100 minutes on the road a waste of time? You could use that time to read more and think over problems and improve your results. That way, Melissa, you will graduate with excellent grades. You will be able to find a job with a pretty good salary. When that happens, what is there to worry about?" Drawing on his message board debating skills, Klein convinced Melissa to take the public carriage. "Phew, I've finally suckered her into doing it." "No, how can I call it suckering? This is called convincing." Klein lampooned, taking the groceries. He sighed. "Remember to buy beef or meat like mutton and chicken. Eat until you're full and enjoy yourself. Only then will you be equipped with a healthy body and a clever brain to match the demanding requirements needed for your studies." Just mentioning it makes me salivate. Melissa pursed her lips, silent for a moment. "All right." The next morning, after ensuring Melissa took a carriage, Klein and Benson parted for work. At Blackthorn Security Company, Klein saw old Neil and Roseanne chatting at reception. Old Neil wore his black robe, unfazed by stares. Roseanne donned a cream-colored dress. "Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roseanne," Klein greeted, removing his hat. Old Neil gave a mischievous look. "Good morning. You did not hear anything you shouldn't have heard last night, right?" "No, I slept very well." Klein was puzzled. "Maybe my perception's too weak," he thought. "Ha, don't mind that. Actually, it's not that easily heard." Old Neil pointed to the partition. "Go to the armory. We will continue our mysticism lessons this morning." Klein nodded, following Old Neil to the armory to relieve Brett. "What will we be learning today?" Klein asked curiously. Old Neil drawled, "The complicated and basic knowledge. But before that, let me teach you an interesting trick." He pointed at the silver chain on his wrist, a moonstone dangling from it. Chapter 40, Mysticism Curriculum. "An interesting trick?" Klein asked out of extreme curiosity. Old Neil chuckled. "I'll complete my patrol of the armory, storeroom, and archives. Use the 2 cups on the table to make 2 cups of coffee. In one of the cups, put something unpleasant. As for what it is, you can decide for yourself. Use your imagination. The only request from me is to not waste too much coffee powder. Those are coffee beans grown on the Fainapotter Plateau and hand-ground by me." "All right." Although Klein was unsure what Old Neil was up to, he happily agreed. Old Neil entered the armory with a copper key. Klein prepared 2 cups of coffee using a silver tin of aromatic powder and hot water, familiar from his past life's instant coffee days. For the unpleasant addition, he scraped mud from his boot into the left cup, stirring until both cups looked identical. Minutes later, Old Neil returned, closing the iron gates. "Are you done?" His dark red eyes glanced at Klein. "Yes," Klein nodded. Old Neil smiled, removed his silver chain with a moonstone, and sat down. His expression calmed as he held the chain over the right cup, the moonstone nearly touching the liquid. It trembled, spinning counterclockwise. "This cup is the one with the unpleasant thing," Old Neil said confidently. Without waiting for confirmation, he sipped the other cup. Do you like bitter coffee? I'm used to having a tablespoon of sugar and a tablespoon of milk. Klein, intrigued, asked, Your divination sure is accurate. Was it because of the moonstone? That was moonstone, right? This is known as pendulum dowsing in divination. It's also called spirit dowsing. It relies on your own astral projection's connection with the spirit world and space to communicate with spiritual intelligence through the aid of natural materials such as crystals, gems, or special metals. The good and bad of things can be divined. Let's talk about the 2 cups of coffee. A counterclockwise motion implies bad, while a clockwise motion is good. If it doesn't move, it's neither good nor bad. You can write the statement on a piece of paper. Take note, it's a statement and not a question. Old Neil set down the cup and explained. Klein asked thoughtfully, Does that mean one should use questioning sentences? Yes, you cannot use is so-and-so willing to be my fiancé, but you should instead use so-and-so is willing to be my fiancé. Write it on a piece of paper and place it on the desk. Then use your dominant hand to hold the pendulum chain. Take note, use your dominant hand, Old Neil chuckled. When doing so, keep your arms straight. Adjust the chain's length and make the moonstone hang just above the piece of paper to the point of almost touching what we wrote. Then, close your eyes and repeat the sentence 7 times in your mind. Open your eyes when you are done and see if the spirit pendulum turns or not. If it doesn't, close your eyes again and repeat the process until it moves. Klein nodded. Counterclockwise means no and clockwise means yes. It can also be interpreted as success or failure, Old Neil corrected, detailing other uses of spirit dowsing. Klein saw its value for quick checks, like detecting poison, but noted its limits, only simple answers, no nuanced insights. I'll need to save for a crystal or silver pendulum, he thought. Old Neil looked puzzled. You can apply for one directly. This is standard issue for Beyonders, especially Beyonders like us who take on a support role. There's still a topaz and pure silver spirit pendulum in the armory. But I'm still not a formal member of the team. Klein hesitated, heart racing with excitement. Old Neil chuckled. For Beyonders, regardless of whether they are formal members or not, they have to be provided with conveniences in other areas since there's no pay rise. Maybe the word perk is more suitable. I'll apply with Captain later. Klein decided eagerly. How was he to know if Captain would approve without trying? All right, Old Neil smiled. We can officially begin our mysticism curriculum. The basics consist of symbolism. Do you know what symbolism means? Klein drew on his spirit world experiences. The spirit world and unknown realms can't be described by our senses. We get indescribable experiences and revelations, appearing as abstract symbols representing different meanings. Very accurate, as expected of a seer. Old Neil nodded. Only by grasping the ability to interpret the symbols can you really take the next step into the world of mysticism. Yes, the pictures on tarot cards and each of the elements in the pictures are symbols. They are man-made symbols that help us understand and interpret primordial revelations. He drew a short curve with a fountain pen, adding vertical lines beneath it. Do you know what this symbol represents? Klein studied it. Eyelashes? Old Neil exhaled. This is the symbol of the bumper harvest constellation. This is the thunderous constellation, and this is the frost constellation. He drew more symbols, teaching Klein their names and roles in divination, including the astrolabe, crystal ball creation, and incantation choices. The information overwhelmed Klein, but his seer potion's memory boost helped. That's all for today's mysticism class. Think over it yourself and ask me if you have any questions. Old Neil checked his gold pocket watch. Do not forget to read the historical documents I prepared for you. To be frank, I feel fear seeing them. All right. Klein took the symbol-sketched papers, mentally reviewing the lesson. Old Neil sipped fresh coffee. Memory itself won't do. You have to use it often. That way you can make the knowledge instinctual. Also, cogitation has to be carried on every day. Only more practice and usage will allow you to grasp the power of the potion, digging into the mysteries it hides away and removing its unpleasant effects. Klein mentioned his divination club plan to practice as a seer. My potion's abilities are related to divination. Practicing by myself will not do. I need to make contact with lots of people and divine for them to quickly grasp it. I plan on joining the divination club after having some spare cash, the one on Howe Street in Northborough, to become a real seer. Your idea is very similar to Daly's. She has always clamoured to be a real spirit medium. Old Neil shook his head, laughing. But why must you wait till you have spare cash? You can apply to Dunn and get him to approve of the expenses. Organizations like a divination club might also have cultists or members of evil organizations in them. As a civilian staff member of the Nighthawks and a standard Beyonder, your membership makes it easy for us to monitor them. It's part of the job. We would regularly monitor these places, but as we lack manpower, we can't keep watch on them for long. Now it can be handled to you. I can do that? Klein was stunned. This is making an expense claim for private matters. I know nothing about such matters. Indeed, I'm just a keyboard warrior. You wish to use your own money to do this? Old Neil smiled when he saw Klein's face. Klein shook his head firmly. I plan on reporting it to Captain. Old Neil nodded, satisfied, and glanced at the untouched coffee. What did you put in there? Klein smiled embarrassingly. It's just some dirt underneath my boots. Its colour and your coffee powder looks almost the same. Old Neil froze, then clasped his mouth, roaring, Why aren't you pouring it away yet? Chapter 41, Audrey and her Susie. After disposing of the tainted coffee, Klein collected a stack of historical materials and transcripts from Old Neil in the armory, then ascended the gas-lit staircase to Blackthorn Security Company. His footsteps echoed in the quiet basement. Emerging from the spiral staircase, he headed to the second office across from him, now familiar with the company's layout after 2 days. The entrance led to a reception hall with sofas and tables. Beyond the partition, the left corridor held Mrs. Oriana's account room, a rest room with sofa beds, and the basement staircase. The right had Dunn Smith's office, a civilian staff office with a typewriter, and the Nighthawks entertainment room, where Klein had seen Leonard Mitchell playing Fighting Evil, Emperor Roselle's renamed version of Fighting the Landlord. With Brett resting after his night shift, Roseanne at reception, and Cesare Francis out procuring, the civilian staff office was empty. Klein muttered, Akers & Company's Model 1346 typewriter, admiring its mechanical beauty, reminiscent of his mentor's and Welch's offices. At the typewriter desk, he practiced typing, initially struggling with the local language but gradually recalling Klein's memory fragments to avoid mistakes. The rhythmic tapping felt like a mechanical symphony. He typed an expenditure application but focused first on studying Old Neil's materials, reviewing mysticism lessons. Near noon, he stretched, organized the documents, and took the application to Dunn's office, knocking gently. Dunn, awaiting lunch, smiled at the document. Did Old Neil teach you this? Yes. Klein betrayed Old Neil without hesitation. Dunn signed with a dark red fountain pen. I happen to be applying for funding for the months of July, August, and September from the church and the police department. I'll add yours in. When it's approved, get the money from Mrs. Oriana. You can draw the spirit pendulum in the afternoon. All right, Klein replied, his tone and eyes brimming with joy. He asked casually, shouldn't the budget for July, August, and September be applied for by June? Dunn sipped his coffee, pausing. We encountered 3 cases in June. I was so busy that I forgot about it. As expected of Captain and his poor memory, Klein regretted asking but chuckled and left. He settled into a routine, morning cogitation, mysticism lessons, and document study, a nap after lunch, bullet collection and shooting club practice, a walk to Welch's place, varying routes to save carriage fees, and grocery shopping, practicing spirit vision and spirit dowsing en route. In a private chemistry lab, Audrey, a tall blonde, eyed a bubbling cup of silver liquid. Ha, I'm indeed talented in mysticism. I succeeded in 1 try. I was worried of failure and prepared 2 sets of materials, she muttered delightedly. She hid the cup in a dark corner, ready to drink the spectator potion, when barking interrupted. Frowning, Audrey addressed her golden retriever. Susie, who's here? Her maid Annie appeared. Audrey exited, closing the lab door. Didn't I tell you? Do not disturb me when I'm running chemistry experiments. Annie looked vexed. But there's an invitation from the Duchess Della. Duke Negan's wife? Audrey asked, stepping forward. Yes, she has managed to hire the palace's baker, Madame Vivy, and plans to invite you and Madame to afternoon tea, Annie explained. Audrey tapped her cheeks discreetly. Tell my mother that I have a headache. Perhaps I'm a little dehydrated because of the scorching sun. Please get her to convey my apologies to Madame Della. She acted frail. It's not only afternoon tea but a literature salon, Annie added. But that won't treat my dizziness. I need rest. Audrey rejected firmly. If they insist, I'll faint for all of you to see. The etiquette teacher said that I can do it most perfectly. I think I heard something, she thought. All right, Annie sighed. Do you need me to help you back to your room? There's no need. I'll clean up the laboratory first. Audrey yearned to consume the potion but suppressed her impatience until Annie left. Noticing Susie missing and the lab door ajar, she recalled, I forgot that Susie can open doors with handles. What was that sound? Not good. Hearing crisp sounds, she rushed in. The cups lay shattered, Susie licking the last drop of silver liquid. Audrey froze like a statue. Susie sat, wagging her tail innocently. On a storm-shrouded island, an ancient sailboat docked. A blond man in a lightning-patterned robe faced Alger Wilson. Alger, you could have returned to the kingdom and become a captain of a mandated Punisher team or a reputable bishop. Why did you choose to voyage out into sea and become the captain of the Blue Avenger? Alger, stoic and rough-faced, replied, The sea belongs to the storm. This is the Lord's kingdom. I am willing to abide by the Lord's will and monitor this area of his kingdom. All right. The man saluted, fist to chest. May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you. Alger returned the salute. As his companions departed, Alger muttered, Sayings you do not understand because you do not know enough. Meanwhile, Audrey, in a panic, finished a second spectator potion, nearly crying with relief when it matched the first. She drank it quickly. Friday brought a storm to Tingen, rain pounding windows. At Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Roseanne, and Brett ate lunch in the reception hall. With no way to heat leftovers, Klein joined colleagues in eating office rations from Old Will's restaurant delivered in meal boxes. His 7-pence meal included wheat bread, a small piece of meat, vegetable soup, and butter or margarine. We actually only have one Nighthawk here today, Roseanne said, sipping soup. I heard that a case with cultist elements is going on in Golden Indus, therefore the police department has requested for 2 Nighthawks. Brett added, setting down his bread. Klein mopped up meat juice with bread, staying silent. A topaz pendulum hung under his sleeve. Knocks sounded at the half-closed door. Please come in. Roseanne, startled, wiped her mouth and stood. A man in a halved top hat entered, his suit's left shoulder drenched. Greying at the temples, he closed his umbrella. Is this the former small mercenary squad? You can say that, Roseanne answered automatically. The lanky man coughed. I have a mission request. Chapter 42, Butler Clee. A mission request. You probably came to the wrong place. This security company's signboard is really nothing but a signboard. Klein stifled his urge to lampoon, wishing for a message board to vent. He recalled Dunn's explanation that they could accept jobs if free, with earnings funding the team's petty cash and bonuses. Roseanne's eyes darted before she said, Our security personnel are all out on missions. The fastest it will take for them to return is an hour. If your matter isn't urgent, you can consider our services. Dunn was at the cathedral, Leonard at Chanis Street, and other Nighthawks were on assignments or leave. Old Neil was too old for missions, and Klein, a novice, lacked experience. They are all out. The lanky man, umbrella in hand, looked gloomy, removed his hat and bowed. Sorry for intruding. Goodbye. He left through the storm. What a bloody pity. Roseanne sighed, lamenting the lost chance for a meal. There's nothing to do about it. Canis Gate needs someone watching it all the time. Klein finished his meal, satisfied despite disliking the soup. Don't tell me you want Brett to take the mission. Or yourself. Roseanne giggled, rolling her eyes. Brett won't do, but you can. Ah, Mr. Sear. She gasped, covering her mouth, realizing the half-closed door risked leaking beyond her secrets. Thankfully, Captain isn't around. She stuck out her tongue. Or I'll have to go for confession again. Brett and Klein laughed, exchanging glances, and cleared the cutlery. With rain persisting, Klein, umbrella-less, stayed at the company, reading newspapers on the sofa. He scanned the Tingen City Honest paper, pausing at a report. The suspect responsible for killing Mr. Welch and Miss Nair has been caught. Welch's father, Mr. McGovern, has escorted his youngest son's corpse back to Constant City. Welch's father seems to have accepted the police's story. No private investigator hired. His grief must be immense, like my parents over their son. Klein sat sullen and motionless. He wasn't surprised about missing the burials, planning to offer flowers later. Preparing to nap, he heard another knock. "Please come in." Roseanne jolted awake. The lanky man returned. "Can I wait here? You're mercenaries." "No. Security personnel should be back soon, right?" "Sure. Please have a seat." Roseanne pointed to the sofa. Klein asked curiously, "Where did you hear about our security company? Who introduced you here?" The Nighthawk's reputation must be strong, he thought. The man set his umbrella outside, replying ruefully, "I have traveled the nearby streets and paid a visit to all the mercenaries, security companies and private investigators. You are my only hope. The others do not have the manpower to take additional missions. To be frank, if not for the waiter that delivers meals, I really did not imagine that there was another security company here. It's completely different from what I imagined." Klein was stunned. Roseanne asked, "They are very busy. Are there that many missions?" The man sighed. "You are a mercenary team, no, a security company. I believe you must have heard of the armed burglary murder at House Street?" "House Street. Armed burglary murder. All right. Unfortunately, I'm one of the people involved." Klein nodded heavily. "Yes. Due to the presence of a ferocious and cruel criminal, the rich men living in the neighboring streets, and even across all of Tingen City, are terrified. Apart from increasing the numbers of their security detail, they have also hired many more security personnel and private detectives. This resulted in a shortage of supply in your line of work," the man explained. A standard chain reaction. Klein and Roseanne shared self-deprecating smiles, noting Blackthorn's obscurity despite the industry's boom, a testament to the Nighthawk's secrecy. After 20 minutes, as the rain eased, Klein prepared to head to the shooting club. Leonard Mitchell emerged, eyeing the sofa. "This is? A client. Is Captain back?" Roseanne asked eagerly. "Back." The man looked confused, having watched the door. Roseanne chuckled, her expression freezing. "As a security company, we don't only use the front door." "Figures." The man nodded. Leonard, shirt untucked, vest loose, glanced at him. "I'm a member of the security personnel at Blackthorn. How might I address you? How may I help you?" The man, unfazed by Leonard's casual demeanor, exhaled. "My name is Clee, a butler of Mr. Vickroy, a tobacco merchant. His only son, little Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We have already informed the police, and the matter has been given high priority. However, Mr. Vickroy remains uneasy. He wishes to go through the channels which mercenaries, security personnel have, as well as your understanding of Tingen, to investigate the case from a different angle and ensure that little Elliot is rescued safely. If you are able to find where the kidnappers are hiding, Mr. Vickroy will be willing to pay you £100. If you have the means to successfully save young Master Elliot, he is willing to pay double, £200. Leonard smiled leisurely. "Mr. Vickroy seems to only wish for us to find the kidnappers' hideout. If not, he will not think that his only son is worth £100. The tobacco merchant who has close ties with the southern plantations will not just offer £200. No, Mr. Vickroy is only an ordinary merchant. He's not considered wealthy. Besides, he believes the police will be more professional when it comes to rescuing his son," Clee answered frankly. "All right, no problem." Leonard snapped his fingers. He turned to Roseanne. "My beautiful lady, please write up a contract. Don't always act like a poet. In fact, all you do is recite the works of others," Roseanne quipped, forgetting the client. The company's indifference to clients was clear, nice to have, but not essential. Roseanne entered the staff office, typing sounds soon echoing. Klein's mouth twitched. There was no standard contract template. This sure is tragic. And more saddening is the fact that I'm working at such an unprofessional company. Roseanne produced a simple contract. Clee and Leonard signed, and Mrs. Oriana stamped it with the useless Blackthorn logo. "I'll wait for your good news." Clee stood, bowing with his hat off, taking a contract copy. Leonard, deep in thought, suddenly turned to Klein, smiling. "I need your help." "Ah?" Klein was taken aback. "I mean, you and I can finish this mission together." Leonard's mouth curved slightly. "I'm good at combat, shooting, climbing, sensing and chanting, and taking on some support roles, but that does not include looking for people. You don't expect old Neil to go out in such weather, right? He mumbled, sensing, softly. All right. Klein was eager to test his seer abilities but remained wary of Leonard. Let's hope it goes smoothly. I'm curious how useful my seer skills will be, he anticipated. Chapter 43, Search. While looking at Klein, Leonard smiled and nodded. Then, do you need anything from them? He knew divination required a medium for absent subjects. Klein considered briefly. I need some of Elliot's recent clothes which have not been washed or starched. It would be better if you have any accessories he used to wear on him. Clee looked puzzled. Why? He added. I have a picture of young Master Elliot on me. Why? Because we're divining his location. Klein hesitated, wary of breaching confidentiality or scaring Clee off. Leonard chuckled. Mr. Clee, my partner, colleague rears a unique pet. Its sense of smell is sharper than a hound's. That's why we need clothes that little Elliot wore and items he used to wear on him to aid us in finding him. As you know, clues typically bring you to a general region. As for the picture, we would need it too. Both of us need to know what little Elliot looks like. Clee nodded slowly. Will you be waiting here, or will you be going with me to Mr. Vickroy's residence in the city? Let's go together. It saves time, Klein replied, eager to test his beyonder abilities and save the child. All right, the carriage is downstairs. Clee handed Leonard a black and white photo of Elliot, a 10-year-old with long hair and freckles. Leonard glanced at it, passing it to Klein, who studied and pocketed it. They boarded the spacious carriage, silent to avoid sensitive topics around Clee. The carriage driver is quite good, Leonard said, breaking the silence. Yeah, Klein answered curtly. Clee forced a smile. Your compliments are his honor. We will be there soon. To avoid alerting the kidnappers, the carriage stopped near Vickroy's residence. Clee returned with a bag of Elliot's clothes and a bronze storm amulet carved with gale and wave symbols, which didn't trigger Klein's perception. I'll recount in detail the incidents leading up to young Master Elliot's kidnapping. Hopefully, it will let you find him easier. Clee described the morning's events. Klein and Leonard focused only on key details. 3 kidnappers, nothing unusual, armed with firearms. They bade Clee farewell and hired a 2-wheeled private carriage, Leonard covering the cost with 2 1-solly notes. Charge it by the time, Leonard instructed, closing the door. Where are you going? The driver asked, puzzled. Wait a moment, Leonard said, looking at Klein. Klein spread Elliot's clothes on the carriage floor, wrapped the storm amulet around his cane, and entered a half-cogitation state, his eyes deepening. He silently repeated, Elliot's location, 7 times, releasing the cane, which stood upright despite the carriage's motion. Feeling unseen eyes, Klein recited again. The cane fell forward. Straight, he said ethereally. This was dowsing rod seeking, a divination skill he'd mastered, using his cane instead of traditional rods. Without recalling the Antigonist notebook, he couldn't locate it. Go straight, Leonard told the driver. We will tell you when there's a need to turn. The driver, swayed by the payment, complied despite the odd request. The carriage navigated rainy streets, Klein correcting the direction with dowsing rod seeking. After circling a building, Klein confirmed Elliot was inside within 30 minutes. Using the cane and amulet on the ground, he divined again, the cane pointing to a staircase. There. At times, I really envy old Neil. Similarly, I envy you now, Leonard sighed, smiling. Klein glanced at him. This is nothing difficult. If you're willing to learn, you would definitely be able to master it. Your perceptivity should be very high, right? Leonard nodded, chuckling. That's not something good. He entered the 3-story building as the rain eased. Klein, mindful of his suit, jogged after. On the 1st and 2nd floors, the cane remained still, pointing upward. On the 3rd floor, Klein divined again, the cane pointing to the right room amid eerie sobs and breezes. They should be in there. Klein tapped his glabella, activating spirit vision. 3 kidnappers and 1 hostage. The numbers match. 1 oar is short, likely Elliot. Mr. Clee said they have 2 hunting rifles and a revolver. Leonard chuckled. Let me recite a poem for them. Why be a kidnapper? Why can't you happily be a civilized person? His expression turned serene, voice magnetic. Oh, the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. One thing at least is certain, that this life flies. One thing is certain and the rest is lies. The flower that once has bloomed forever dies. Chapter 44, Fate. Leonard's singing drifted like a lullaby through the stairwell. Klein's mind dulled, envisioning moonlight and a tranquil lake, his eyelids growing heavy. A strange, indifferent gaze seemed to fix on his back, evoking a sense of wandering the spirit world. This déjà vu stirred him, and with his seer's spiritual perception and cogitation familiarity, he shook off the midnight poem's influence, though a serene calm lingered. Leonard stopped, smiling. "I'm considering asking Captain's permission to apply for a Faina Potter lute. How can there not be an accompaniment when singing?" "Ha ha, I'm just kidding. I can hear them asleep." He approached the kidnapper's door, punched the lock, and shattered the wood. "This requires precise control," he said, smiling, opening the door. Klein, alert, drew his revolver, ensuring it was ready. Inside, one kidnapper slept on a table, a gun nearby, another stirred groggily. Bam! Leonard knocked the waking one out. Klein sensed movement, spinning to face the stairwell. A hatless man in a brown coat carrying bread ascended. He froze, spotting Klein's revolver. "Do not move, raise your hands. 3, 2, 1. Klein's voice was calm but firm, treating the man like a practice target. The man tossed the bread bag and raised his hands. "Sir, is this a kind of a joke? Has there been a misunderstanding?" he asked, eyeing Klein's trigger finger with a forced smile. Klein, unsure if he was an accomplice, replied, "Do not attempt to resist. Someone will determine if it's a misunderstanding in a while." Leonard emerged, spotting the man. "So the kidnappers have another accomplice responsible for buying and delivering food." The man kicked the bread to obscure Klein's view and fled. Klein fired, aiming for his legs, but hitting his shoulder. The man stumbled, and Leonard leapt over the railing, knocking him out. Leonard brushed off blood splatter, chuckling, "Nice shooting. I was trying to hit his legs." Klein's mouth twitched, noting his heightened spiritual perception despite no sensory enhancements. Leonard found a dagger on the man and dragged him inside. Klein entered, seeing Elliot Vickroy awaken, startled by the gunshot. Leonard tied the kidnappers with their own rope, using torn clothes for the fourth. The shot accomplice was bandaged but left with the bullet. "Who are you people?" Elliot stammered, delighted. "Yes, you guessed right, very precise," Leonard answered casually. "I never expected this bastard to have some humor cells in him." Klein lowered his revolver. "We are mercenaries hired by your father. You can also call us security personnel." "Phew, for real? Have I been saved?" Elliot asked joyfully, cautious after his ordeal. Leonard stood. "Go downstairs and find some patrolling cops. Get them to inform the tobacco merchant. I do not wish to walk out with a child and 4 idiots like a kidnapper." Klein nodded, holstering his revolver and grabbing his cane. As he descended, he felt he'd forgotten something. He overheard Leonard say, "Don't be nervous. You will soon see your father, mother, and your old butler, Clee. Why don't we play a round of Quint?" Klein stifled a laugh, found policemen, and reported the incident as a security company member, using his weapon permit. One officer left for reinforcements. The other followed Klein to the room. Leonard signaled Klein to slip out. "Trust me, heading to the police station is an extreme waste of time. Let's leave first," he said. Klein followed, trusting Leonard to handle repercussions. Soon, Clee and Vickroy arrived, dazed by the swift resolution. Leonard snapped his fingers from their passing carriage, closing the window. "It was a pleasure working with you." "I don't think we are on that good terms." Klein politely shook his head, marveling at Beyonder's capabilities. "This is a celebratory gesture of peace among aristocrats after a clash of swords," Leonard explained. "I know." Klein frowned, looking out. "Shouldn't we confirm with Mr. Clee? If he believes the police rescued Elliot, our commission will be halved." They were due £100. "Don't mind it. To us, money isn't that important." Leonard shrugged. "It's very important to me." Klein forced a smile. "Many poets died early from poverty," Leonard chuckled. "I believe Elliot would not lie on this matter. He still has some innocence. However, you will not get much of the £200 commission either." "How much would I get?" Klein asked. "Half the commission goes to Mrs. Oriana for team funding. The rest is split among members. A pity you aren't a formal member. You will only get about 10% of the remaining half." £10? That isn't bad either. Klein feigned disappointment. "Aren't you worried the kidnappers will realize they were influenced by a Beyonder? They won't suspect anything. They'll just think the weather was good for sleeping and the song was a dream. "We verified this," Leonard confidently replied. "Instead, your demon-hunting bullets might arouse suspicion. Of course, you being a queer who enjoys mysticism would be a perfectly reasonable explanation." "I see." Klein was relieved, but still felt he'd forgotten something. After returning home, Klein bought dinner. The meal was enjoyable with his siblings and a gas meter collector. Later, Klein awoke, sensing something familiar. He found himself outside the empty bedroom, pushed open the mottled door, and saw a black notebook on a grey desk. A baffling déjà vu washed over him. He opened it to a picture. Someone in gorgeous clothes, the fool! Beneath it, in Hermes, "Everyone will die, including me." Horror gripped Klein. The fool's mouth was curving up. He sat up in shock. Crimson moonlight cut through his curtains. He'd had a nightmare. As a seer, knowing dreams portend, he seriously reviewed his recollections. Klein froze, realizing what he'd missed, the formless, indifferent focus on his back during Leonard's singing. The déjà vu feeling was distinct. According to Captain Dunn, déjà vu meant... Klein sat straight, confirming it. "Yes, it's that notebook, that Antigonus family's notebook." Chapter 45. Returning the Antigonus notebook is in the apartment across the kidnappers. Klein's intuition screamed certainty despite the coincidence. He leapt from bed, swapping sleepwear for a white shirt and black trousers. Misfastening the buttons, he noticed the warp, shook his head, and used cogitation to calm himself. He donned his holster, secured his revolver, and grabbed his hat and cane. Leaving a note for his siblings about an early work call, he stepped into the cool, quiet street at 6, the crimson moonlight fading against the dawn horizon. Spotting an early public carriage, Klein flagged it down, puzzled. "There are public carriages this early in the morning?" "Good morning, sir," the driver replied, reining the horses. The yawning ticketing officer demanded 4 pence for Zouterland Street. Klein paid and boarded the empty carriage. "You are the first one." The driver smiled. "I never imagined there to be a public carriage so early," Klein said, easing his tension. The driver scoffed. "From 6 in the morning to 9 at night, but all I earn is £1 a week." "Are there no breaks?" Klein asked. "We take shifts to rest once a week," the ticketing officer explained, detailing their grueling schedule, spurred by a past accident from fatigue. Klein fell silent as the carriage filled with passengers, mentally reviewing yesterday's events. At Zouterland Street, he entered the closed Blackthorn Security Company, finding Leonard Mitchell sniffing a cigarette. "To be honest, I prefer cigars. You seem to be in a rush," Leonard said leisurely. "Where's Captain?" Klein asked. Leonard pointed to the partition. "He's in the office. As an advanced sleepless, he only needs 2 hours of sleep in the day. I believe it's a potion those factory owners or bankers would like the most." Klein found Dunn at his office door. "What's the matter?" Dunn asked, stern in his black windbreaker. "The feeling of déjà vu came to me. It should be the notebook. The Antigonus family's notebook," Klein said clearly. "Where was that?" Dunn's expression stayed steady, though Klein sensed a subtle stir. "It's at the place Leonard and I saved the hostage yesterday, opposite the kidnapper's room. I didn't notice it back then until I had a dream and received a revelation," Klein explained. "From the looks of it, I missed out on making huge contributions." Leonard chuckled from the partition. Dunn nodded. "Get Kenley to replace old Neil's watch of the armory. Let old Neil and Fry come with us." Leonard alerted Kenley and Fry. 5 minutes later, the Nighthawk's carriage rolled through morning streets, Leonard driving. Klein and old Neil sat opposite Dunn and Fry, a pale, cold corpse collector with a faint corpse scent. "Repeat the situation again in detail," Dunn said, adjusting his collar. Klein recounted from the mission to the dream, stroking his topaz pendulum. Old Neil chuckled. "Your fate seems to be entwined with that Antigonus family's notebook. I never expected you to meet it in such a manner." "That's right. Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" Klein found it odd, relieved by Leonard's report of no hidden factions behind Elliot's kidnapping, ruling out a setup. Dunn and Fry remained silent. At the building, Dunn drew a long-barreled revolver. "Let's go up. Klein, you and old Neil walk behind. Be careful, very careful." The 5 Beyonders ascended quietly to the 3rd floor. Leonard pointed to the apartment. "Is this the place?" Klein activated spirit vision, feeling familiarity. "Yes," old Neil confirmed. "There's no one inside, nor are there any spiritual glows of magic." Fry added hoarsely, There aren't any evil spirits. Leonard punched the lock, shattering it. Klein sensed a seal vanish, followed by a rotting stench. Fry noted coldly, corpse, a rotting corpse. Dunn pushed the door, revealing a chimney radiating unnatural heat. An old woman in a rocking chair, her swollen, blackish-green body crawling with maggots, sat motionless. Her eyeballs fell, rolling with a yellowish streak. Klein, overwhelmed by the stench, vomited. Chapter 46, Portrait, Luck. Klein squatted, vomiting from the stench, his empty stomach soon settling. A tin flask appeared, its tobacco, disinfectant and mint scent clearing his nose. He stopped retching, tracing the flask to Fry's pale hand. "Thank you," Klein said, standing with effort. Fry nodded expressionlessly. "It'll be fine once you are used to it." He pocketed the flask and examined the corpse bare-handed. Dunn and Leonard inspected the room, touching surfaces, while old Neil, pinching his nose outside, grumbled, "Seriously gross. I'm going to request for additional pay this month." Dunn touched the chimney wall, asking Klein, "Does this place look familiar?" Using cogitation, Klein calmed himself in spirit vision, memories surfacing, chimney, rocking chair, newspapers, rusty nails. The déjà vu intensified with an ethereal scream, Hornesis, Phlegrea echoing faintly, linked to the Antigonus notebook's deciphered content. "It feels a little familiar," Klein admitted, a stabbing pain hitting his brain. He tapped his glabella, wary of losing control. Dunn nodded, opening a cupboard to reveal moldy bread and dead rats. "Leonard, go downstairs to get patrolling cops and explain the situation here." "All right." Leonard left. Dunn searched the bedrooms, finding no notebook or clues. Fry stood, wiping his hands. The time of death was more than 5 days ago. No external injuries nor clear signs of beyonder powers. The exact cause of death will require a post-mortem. "Did you discover anything?" Dunn asked old Neil and Klein. They shook their heads. Old Neil added, "Apart from the corpse, everything else is normal. Actually, no, there was an invisible energy sealing the apartment in the beginning. As you know, there will usually be similar processes when we use ritualistic magic." Dunn was about to speak when footsteps approached. A policeman, gagging at the smell, identified the corpse as Katie Stefania Bieber, a widow living with her son, Ray Bieber, both unseen for over a week. Ray Bieber's absence suggested he had the notebook. "Do you have a picture of Ray Bieber?" Dunn asked, acting as a high-ranking inspector. The officer shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'll have to return to the station to search for it." "Got it. Continue questioning the residents on the first floor," Dunn ordered. He closed the door and turned to old Neil. "I'll leave the rest to you. If not, we will have to make all the residents sleep and obtain Ray Bieber's looks. Yeah, I don't really trust sketches based on verbal descriptions." Old Neil scattered liquids and powder, creating an invisible force field. Muttering incantations invoking the goddess, he triggered a wind that spread a terrifying presence. Klein felt tense, as if solving a complex problem. Old Neil's eyes turned pitch black as he sketched a portrait swiftly, noting black hair, deep blue eyes. Left of his mouth is a fully ceramic tooth implant. The pen fell as old Neil convulsed, then returned to normal, dissipating the force field. "This is the image of Ray Bieber according to what's left in the room." Klein noted Ray's unremarkable features and sagging philtrum. He tried dowsing rod seeking with Ray's clothes and portrait, but the cane spun erratically, indicating interference. Dunn removed his glove. "Take Ray Bieber's portrait and inquire the residents for a final confirmation. Following that, we will issue a warrant of arrest against him for the murder of his mother." "All right." Klein picked up the portrait. After residents confirmed Ray's identity, Dunn sent Leonard to the station with the officer. He and Fry visited bars for leads, while Klein and old Neil returned to Blackthorn Security Company before 8. Klein asked old Neil, "Why would I send the Antigonus family's notebook to Ray Bieber's home?" Old Neil sat on the sofa, chuckling. "Isn't that obvious? Who knows what powers inside the notebook you invoked? Maybe you did some described ritual out of curiosity and ended up provoking a strange existence that you should not have. The motive of this existence was to have the notebook sent to Ray Bieber and sever all clues, to prevent anyone from discovering it. Therefore, apart from you who were selected, Welch and Naya committed suicide. Regarding you, to be frank, I still have no idea how you survived." "I would like to know too," Klein replied wryly. I've also thought of the guesses you have of the proceedings. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did I have to hand the notebook to Ray Bieber? Old Neil shrugged. Perhaps his life path number 1 matches the requirements, or maybe he's one of the last remaining descendants of the Antigonus family. In short, there are too many possibilities, and why the notebook was sold to Tinkin City would have similar reasons. I do not think it's because he's a descendant, Klein said, enlightened, then sighed. Unfortunately, I did not discover immediately that Ray Bieber and that notebook have vanished. Old Neil laughed. This is something that Dunn has to worry about. As for you, it's something good. Why do you say so? Klein frowned, puzzled. Chapter 47, Old Neil's Lack of Money. Old Neil rubbed his temples. I believe we have a general idea of why the 3 of you engaged in a mass suicide. That notebook is also now purportedly in Ray Bieber's hands. Furthermore, the matter has already been exposed. Regardless of whether you are alive or dead, it will hardly influence any subsequent developments. I believe that the surreptitious existence or mysterious power that caused all of this will not pay you any special attention. It's just like how you would not pay attention to the ants on the ground. As long as you do not try to make him recall you. And our arrest warrant for Ray Bieber will quickly reach the secret order. They will also be able to guess that it is related to the Antigonus family's notebook. Believe me, for a secret organization that has been in existence for more than 1,000 years, it has many channels of information. Therefore, their focus will be diverted to Ray Bieber's whereabouts in a bid to find the notebook before us. They will not, nor is it possible for them to harass, stalk, or deal with you. Lad, congratulations on stepping out from the shadows of the past. What follows will be a brand new journey filled with sunlight. Klein nodded, relieved. I hope so. The notebook's lingering tie to him, evident in the coincidental mission, left him uneasy, fearing its sudden return. Let's hope Old Neil's right. He prayed silently. Old Neil scoffed. You don't seem to be a devout believer of the goddess. At this moment, shouldn't you be drawing the sign of the crimson moon at your chest and say, "May Goddess bless us"? Mr. Neil, you don't seem like one either. A real devotee would not say what follows will be a brand new journey filled with sunlight, Klein retorted, their friendship allowing for banter. They chuckled, tapping their chests. Praise the lady. The door's gears ground as Mrs. Oriana entered, her light green dress complementing her coiled hair. Good morning, Mr. Neil. Good morning, Klein. It's another fabulous day today. A pretty good day. Good morning, Oriana. You are still as beautiful as 10 years ago, Old Neil replied. Oriana's eyes narrowed. Mr. Neil, the way you praise is still as infuriating as 10 years ago. Is that so? Old Neil looked confused. Never mention anything that will remind the ladies of their age. Klein thought, amused. Good morning, Mrs. Oriana. You are as beautiful as always. Thank you, our outstanding Coy University graduate, Oriana smiled. That old butler has already paid the mission's commission. According to captain's rules, half of it will be used as additional funds, while the other half will be split between you and Leonard. But since you aren't a formal member, you can only take 10% of the half. Come over later to sign for it. How much did he pay? Klein asked, eager yet pained. £200. This was what he said back then. Lord, the esteemed Storm, I never imagined or believed that this was resolved just like that. This is even harder than us having a dream. Why is your security company so unknown? It's an insult to the entire industry. Oriana mimicked. Klein quipped, this is just too unfair for those kidnappers. 2 Beyonders had resolved the problem quickly using methods that could be described as easy and pleasant. This is like an adult bullying a few kids while in full combat attire. They were just too unlucky. They must have lost the protection of the divine. Oriana laughed. I told the butler that we were only lucky. One of our informants happened to see the kidnappers bring the child into the hideout. Therefore, do not have too much hopes for us. We really are just a very ordinary security company. Typically speaking, the more you emphasize something is ordinary, the more extraordinary it is. Klein lampooned silently. Old Neil sighed enviously. You really are a lucky lad. You haven't joined us for long and you've encountered a job worth £200. Is that very rare? Klein asked. According to Oriana's accounts, we might not encounter a single job an entire week, and most jobs are worth less than £20, old Neil replied, rubbing his moonstone. He looked at Klein eagerly. If you encounter any similar jobs in the future, remember to inform me. Klein sensed something odd. Mr. Neil, you seem to be lacking in money. How much do you get paid a week? If you aren't comfortable telling me, just ignore my question. Old Neil chuckled. This isn't something that needs hiding. I've been here for so many years. At present, I will obtain salaries from both the church and the police department every week, a total of £12. A weekly salary of £12? Klein blurted out, shocked at the £600+ yearly, rivaling top lawyers. Yes, such a salary is actually quite generous, and we do not need to pay any taxes, old Neil added. It's something admirable, Klein echoed. However, old Neil shook his head. Such a salary is insufficient for beyonders like us who have to frequently study the hidden mysteries, practice and attempt rituals. Aren't materials obtainable via application? Klein asked. Old Neil scoffed. There's a limitation to it. At times we have to give a sufficient legitimate reason. If you want to learn more and experiment in the field of mysticism, you can only spend your own dime to buy materials. Klein asked, surprised. There are beyonder materials that are sold in underground markets? I thought the churches would not permit their existence? Old Neil explained that ordinary materials like hemlock and mint, used in potions, couldn't be banned, and even extraordinary creature parts were hard to control fully. Underground markets, tolerated for strategic reasons, offered materials while allowing minor contraband. Is it because the few large churches put each other in place so no one can take excessive action? Klein guessed. Old Neil nodded but didn't elaborate. I'm a seer. In the future, I'll definitely need to practice and will need more materials. Mr. Neil, can you take me to the underground market to have a look? Klein asked. Old Neil hesitated. In fact, those guys who are active in those places are mostly not beyonders. Some of them might be aristocrats that like mystery, or rich people who have inclinations towards mysticism. All right. I have a £30 bill that needs paying soon. It wouldn't be convenient for me to head over there for the time being. All right. Klein was stunned by old Neil's debt. He offered, Mr. Neil, do you need me to lend you money? I just earned a commission of £10. Haha, there's no need. I'll be able to settle it, old Neil said, standing. Sigh, age is truly an enemy that biological creatures can't fight. I'm exhausted from last night's watch. Yeah, revise what I've taught you later this morning. Read more documents. Tomorrow, I'll teach you the foundations of ritualistic magic. All right, Klein replied, saluting as old Neil left. With Dunn absent at noon, Klein roamed the streets, claiming to search for the notebook. With £10 earned, he headed to the Divination Club, eager to act as a seer to counter the murmurings and illusions from cogitation and spirit vision. Chapter 48. Hanas Vincent. At the Divination Club on the second floor of 13 House Street, Klein spotted the familiar brunette receptionist, her brownish-yellow hair coiled elegantly. Hello, Mr. Glassis isn't here today. Would you like to change fortune-tellers today? She smiled. Klein, surprised, asked, You still remember me? The woman smirked. You are the first customer that sought Mr. Glassis's services. You are also the only one to this very day. It's hard for me not to have a deep impression of you. Was this the image of him being penny-wise, pound-foolish? Klein lampooned himself. When was the last time Mr. Glassis came to the club? She considered. To be honest, we are unable to grasp when our members will come and go. They have their free will and personal matters to tend to. Well, I do believe that Mr. Glassis hasn't come to the club since he told your fortune that day. I wish him the best of luck. May the goddess bless him. Klein prayed silently, then smiled. I'm not here for divination services this time. I plan to join the club. Really? That's our pleasure, she replied delightedly. For the first year as a member, the membership fee is £5. It will be £1 a year thereafter. Klein paid the £5 note, filled out a form with his details, omitting his birth date to protect his life path number, and received a receipt and dark gold cufflinks inscribed with Fortune Teller in Hermes. Congratulations on joining Tingen City's Divination Club. I'm Angelica Barahart, your hard-working server, she said, shaking hands. Might I ask what divination arts you are most familiar with? I know a bit of every divination art. There's no need to give me any special considerations, Klein embellished. Can I begin telling the fortunes of others? I'm not a total rookie. You can tell fortunes any time, Angelica replied, but we won't promote you until your skills are confirmed. How much do you plan on charging? 2 pence, Klein said, aiming low to attract customers. We will go by the standard of taking an eighth, so we will be taking a 1/4 pence for fees, she explained, noting club rules and entering his details into the fortune teller album. She pointed down the corridor. Mr. Hanas Vincent is currently explaining astrolabe divination. You can find a quiet spot to listen in. All right, Klein said, curious about Hanas's teachings versus old Neil's. Angelica offered, would you want coffee or tea? We provide Saibei black tea, Southville coffee, and Desi coffee. A cup of Southville coffee. 3 teaspoons of sugar without milk, please, Klein chose. I'll send it to you, she said. In the meeting room, a middle-aged man in a black robe, Hanas Vincent, spoke with a thick Awa accent. Astrolabe divination is a relatively more complex one among the divination arts, but that's only for ordinary people, Klein added silently. Hanas, with dark circles and stiff porcupine-like hair, nodded as Klein entered. 6 members surrounded him at 5 tables, engaged or smiling ruefully. Klein sat, tapped his glabella twice, and observed Hanas's aura in spirit vision. Dark red. He's a little worried. Maybe a health issue, he muttered, stifling a laugh as he felt like a quack. Astrolabe divination involved calculating planetary positions at birth to determine fate, a complex task simplified by lookup tables for amateurs. Klein listened quietly, sipping Southville coffee and caressing his topaz amulet without interrupting. Hanas concluded, perhaps you will need to attempt at creating your own astrolabe. Ask me if you have any questions. I'm for to be in Moonstone. A young man approached Klein. Nice to meet you. I'm Edward Steve. My pleasure. I'm Klein Moretti, Klein replied, bowing. Astrolabes are too complicated. Every time I hear about it, I can't help but doze off, Edward said self-deprecatingly. That's because Mr. Vincent can't help but pass the knowledge he grasps to us. It's like giving us an Intis feast. It's just indigestible, Klein grinned. I'd be able to finish the Intis feast. They usually use a huge plate to serve tiny bits of food, Edward chuckled. Are you new? I just joined the club today, Klein admitted. What are you good at? Edward asked. I know a little of everything, but just a little, Klein said, understating his seer knowledge. Angelica interrupted. Mr. Steve, someone wants you to tell their fortunes. All right, Edward stood. I can tell you are an excellent fortune teller, Klein said. No, it's because my price is most suitable, Edward chortled. When ordinary people come to have their fortunes told, they will absolutely not choose the most expensive ones. And unless they had their heads kicked by asses, they would definitely not be choosing the cheapest few. It's easiest to gain opportunities if you are in the middle. I'm one of those that had their heads kicked by asses. Klein shook his head wryly, realizing his pricing error. He found Angelica. I wish to change the prices of my divination. Set it to 8 pence. She studied him. We will satisfy your request, but we will also tell customers that you only recently joined the club. No problem, Klein agreed, valuing mystery for a seer. Back in the meeting room, Hanas emerged from Moonstone, holding a silver-coated mirror. I recently learned a new divination art, magic mirror divination. Does anyone want to learn? Magic mirror divination? That's not safe. Klein frowned, pausing outside. Chapter 49, Divination Art. Klein, a novice seer, knew divination art split into 3 categories based on revelation sources. The first, like tarot and pendulums, used the inquirer's spirituality to connect with the spirit world, with cards being accessible to non-beyonders. The second, including spirit numerology and astromancy, relied on the fortune teller's calculations using personal or natural data. The third involved external entities, like Ouija boards, often risky and potentially tragic, especially when invoking unknown forces. Magic mirror divination, which Hanas Vincent offered to teach, fell into this third category, prompting Klein to linger outside the meeting room to assess its safety, wary of needing to alert Captain Dunn. Safe magic mirror divination invoked orthodox divinities, posing no danger to ordinary people despite rare revelations. Forbidden versions, targeting evil gods, were strictly controlled. Klein suspected the original Klein's group had performed such a ritual with the Antigonus notebook, leading to their fate. Hanas explained, "First, you choose a suitable time and date according to the divinity you believe in. You can decide this using the astromancy manual. For example, we all know that Sundays symbolize the Evernight goddess, for Sunday is the embodiment of rest. 2 to 3 in the early morning, 9 to 10 in the morning, 4 to 5 in the evening, and 11 to midnight are all related to the moon. Thus, they are controlled by the Evernight goddess." "Quite a good foundation." Klein nodded, partially hidden by the door, noting the leakage of mysticism knowledge due to church rivalries. Hanas continued, "Second, we must scrutinize the mirror carefully. It must be a mirror coated with silver. You place the mirror at the position representing the moon." "No, what he needs now is spirit dowsing." Klein silently corrected, feeling like a teacher auditing a class. Hanas detailed preparations, unaware of Klein's thoughts. "After showering, confirm that you have drawn all your curtains and locked your doors. After that, light up a candle and place it in front of the mirror before sincerely praying to the divinity you believe in. Try to keep your questions simple. After praying 7 times, pick up your mirror and gently toss it on the ground. Remember the way it shatters as a revelation from the gods." "Phew, this is orthodox magic mirror divination," Klein sighed, entering and finishing his Southville coffee. Orthodox methods offered vague revelations, unlike Beyonders who could gain clear insights from mirrors directly. Hanas taught symbolisms extensively. Edward Steve returned from a fortune-telling session, and Klein respected the unspoken rule against prying into methods. Edward sighed, "I discovered that many a time our interpretation is too vague, as though it's meeting different requests, allowing different people to find a description of themselves from the interpretation. For example, those that encounter adversities and calamities will eventually see the light of hope. But no one knows when the light of hope will come. For example, a journey might not be very smooth sailing, but you will definitely arrive alive. Hey, the dead will not retort me." "Survival bias," Klein smiled, referring to skewed data ignoring the dead. "Right, Emperor Roselle was really a philosopher," Edward marveled. Speechless, Klein sipped his empty cup. The afternoon passed with horoscope and magic mirror discussions. Klein steered conversations away from Beyonder topics, but no inquirers chose him for divination. "Perhaps I have to be more proactive." "No, that's nothing like a seer." Klein shook his head wryly, leaving after farewells. At 5:30, Edward saw Glassis. "Good afternoon, Glassis. Long time no see," he smiled, noting Glassis's frail appearance. "Good afternoon, Edward." Cough. Glassis coughed, holding his hat. "You seem to be ill?" Edward asked. "A very serious illness. It even turned into pneumonia. If it wasn't for my wife who met an impressive apothecary, you would have probably had to visit me at the cemetery," Glassis said, relieved yet fearful. "Lord, I can't believe it. I remember when I did divination on you, there were no signs that indicated that you would get a serious illness," Edward sighed. "My own divination had the same result as yours. Perhaps we are not qualified fortune-tellers. Besides," Glass's expression grew serious, recalling Monday's events. Angelica approached, bowing. After health inquiries, she said, "Mr. Glassis, Mr. Moretti, who requested your divination services previously, has joined our club as well. The one who got me to tell his fortune." Glassis's eyes lit up. "Lord, where is he?" "He just left," Angelica replied. Glassis stepped forward agitatedly. "The next time he comes, please ask him when he will come if I'm not around." "Glassis, what happened?" Edward asked, puzzled. Glassis stared intensely. "He's a very, very, very magical." He lowered his arm. "Doctor." Chapter 50. Old Neil's Method of Repayment. At 7:30 p.m., the Moretti family gathered around their dining table. Benson forked a potato from the stew, asking, "Klein, why do you need to be at work so early as a consultant? Would emergency matters at the security company be more dangerous?" Klein spat out fish bones and replied, "A batch of historical documents needed immediate shipping to Backlund. I had to be present to handle the handover and make sure there was nothing missing. As you can guess, the bunch of fist-swinging bastards don't know any FASAC." Benson sighed. Knowledge is truly important. Klein handed over a £5 note. "This is my additional payment I received today. It's time you get some decent clothes too." £5? Benson and Melissa exclaimed. Benson examined the note, shocked. This security company sure is generous. Are you doubting me? Klein teased. Benson chuckled. I doubt you have the ability nor the guts to rob a bank. You aren't someone who can lie, Melissa said seriously. I'm now someone used to lying. Klein felt a pang of shame at her trust, hiding his other £5 to avoid suspicion and fund his seer practice. It was relatively urgent and important today. I also played a crucial role, which is the reason for the £5, he explained truthfully. Benson declined new clothes, proposing, I plan on buying a few books on accountancy and studying. Klein, Melissa, I do not wish that my weekly salary remain below £2 in 5 years. Ha, as you know, my boss and manager have shit for brains. Their mouths stink the moment they open them. Excellent idea, Klein agreed, suggesting, why don't you read some of the grammar books in my room? To be truly dignified and to earn a handsome pay, that's something rather critical. Benson's eyes lit up. I've indeed forgotten about that. Here, let's toast to a beautiful future. They clinked cups of oyster soup. Benson added, Melissa needs a new dress too. Melissa shook her head. No, I think it's best. To save it up, Klein finished. Yeah, she nodded. Klein insisted, if you do not seek the best fabrics, it would not be too expensive. We can save up the remaining money. Benson pressed. Melissa, are you planning on wearing the old dress again to Selena's 16th birthday bash? All right, Melissa mumbled, forking beef. She mentioned Mrs. Shord from next door got her maidservant to send a calling card over. She wishes to make a formal visit on Sunday at 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. Mrs. Shord? Klein queried. Benson recalled. Mrs. Shord from 4 Daffodil Street? He's a senior solicitor. Perhaps he knows Selena's brother, Melissa said delightedly. Klein nodded. It's imperative we get to know our neighbors, but as you know, I still have to be at the company on Sunday. Please pass my apologies to Mrs. Shord. To have formal visits. Shouldn't neighbors get to know each other through natural interaction? Klein sighed, amused. Benson laughed, explaining middle-class etiquette from women's magazines. They placed families with an annual income of £100 to £1,000 as middle class. These magazines impart many simplified ceremonies, thus this results in the differences between intimate calls, semi-formal calls, and formal calls. He chuckled. Typically, gentlemen, madams, and ladies will visit their neighbors and friends from 2 to 6 in the afternoon. It's known as a morning call. Morning call? Klein and Melissa asked. Benson shrugged. I do not know why either. Perhaps it's because they wear their morning gowns to make the call. All right, remember to buy some good coffee powder and tea leaves in the afternoon. Buy some muffins and lemon egg tarts from Mrs. Smyron, Klein said, eating his bread. On Sunday morning, Klein took a carriage to Zoterland Street, greeting Roseanne at Blackthorn Security Company. In the basement, he met sleepless Royale Rydeen, a cold woman with long brows and silky black hair. Good morning, Madame Rydeen, Klein smiled. Royale glanced at him, nodding slightly. As they passed, she said, ritualistic magic is a very dangerous thing. Klein, startled, replied, thank you, as she walked away. Meeting old Neil and Brett in the armory, old Neil said, let's go to my place. I've already received the corresponding materials. Brett has agreed to watch the armory for me. We aren't doing it here? Klein asked, surprised. Old Neil tutted, there's no space here to practice ritualistic magic. At old Neil's suburban bungalow, a garden of roses and golden mint led to a carpeted foyer and a living room with light wallpaper and a piano. My deceased wife loved music, old Neil noted. Let's do the ritualistic magic in the living room. All right, Klein said cautiously. Old Neil opened a silver chest. Let me demonstrate to you ritualistic magic. Make sure to observe and remember the ritual. He drew on a goatskin parchment, seemingly crafting an IOU with 30 and pounds. Klein asked, confused, Mr. Neil, what kind of ritualistic magic are you doing? Old Neil coughed. I'll be using magic to settle that debt of £30 today. You can do that? Klein's eyes widened, mouth agape. Chapter 51, The Grounded Ritualistic Magic, Using Magic to Settle an IOU? Is he trying to curse his debtor to death or create counterfeit notes? I might not have a solution to the problem, but I can finish you instead. Klein eyed old Neil oddly, half considering alerting the Nighthawks. Old Neil glared back, peeved. I can see ignorance, foolishness, and the weak and shameless disbelief in your eyes. Didn't Dunn tell you the maxim of the mystery priors? Do as you wish but do no harm. He explained the maxim's origins from the Moses ascetic order, reducing the risk of losing control if followed with reverence. Your suspicion towards me is an insult to mystery priors. Sorry, Klein apologized, recalling Dunn's mention of the maxim. Old Neil chuckled. A pity. Very few beyonders choose to be seers. There is no corresponding maxim to help you. But I have Emperor Roselle's diaries, Klein mused, noting the maxim's similarity to acting. Old Neil cleared the round table, placing a black and a crimson candle from a silver chest. If ordinary people attempt ritualistic magic, they have to follow the results from astromancy or read corresponding manuals. But for us beyonders, our acute spiritual perception and potent astral projections are key. He stressed choosing suitable times for uncertain rituals and warned solemnly, low-sequence beyonders can only consider orthodox divinities like the goddess or the Lord of Storms. Absolutely, absolutely do not attempt to communicate with the unknown or unpredictable existences. As long as you attempt once, you will go down a slippery slope into the abyss. I'll remember, Klein vowed, inwardly shaken by his past luck enhancement ritual's unknown source. So, Nighthawks should seek the help of the goddess? He asked. No one will stop you if you pray to the Lord of Storms. However, we are unable to tell from our ritualistic magic whether he replies with malicious intent or not. Old Neil quipped, dissuading Klein. He explained the candles, crimson for the goddess's lady of crimson identity, black for the night, and an ordinary mint-scented one for himself. They believe that all objects are numeric. 2 represents the world and various divinities. 3 represents contact between divinities and material objects to create all things. 3 begets all things? Klein recalled past philosophies. Old Neil set up a cauldron with the dark sacred emblem, a silver knife, water, salt, and full moon essence oil, noting mystery priors and seers needed minimal artifacts. He placed the IOU parchment under the cauldron, explaining, ritualistic magic needs a clean spiritual environment. The steps are to first enter cogitation, draw out our strength and construct it around us. Incantations are best done in Hermes. All right, I have to focus on the ritualistic magic. Pay attention by watching and listening, he said. All right, Klein stepped back, observing. Old Neil lit the candles with his psyche, sanctified the silver knife in salt and water, and used it to create an invisible sealed wall around the altar. He dripped essence oil on the candles, drew a controlling square and cancelling cross on the IOU, and chanted in Hermes, I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the crimson. Please provide me with the funds to pay this IOU. Klein, flabbergasted, thought, such an incantation can work. Isn't this way too simple and down to earth? Wouldn't the goddess be angry and multiply the debt several-fold? The candlelight flared. Old Neil dripped more oil, burned the IOU in the cauldron and sensed its incineration. Praise the lady, he concluded, extinguishing the candles and dismantling the wall. It's done, he sighed. That's it? Klein asked, dazed. Has the IOU been settled? How? I don't know either. Anyways, it will be settled in a reasonable manner, Old Neil smiled, shrugging. Klein was speechless, doubting its reliability. Chapter 52, Spectator. Stop thinking about the bloody IOU. Let's discuss the ritualistic magic, Old Neil said, stowing the candles and ritual items. Klein wanted to shrug but refrained, focusing on questions about incantation formats and safety, learning they could be creative in Hermes if respectful. Isn't this a little unreliable? He wondered, still skeptical about the IOU ritual. Old Neil coughed. We have to return to Zouteland Street, he grumbled. To get these bloody materials I missed my beloved breakfast. Klein asked, amused, Mr. Neil, do you have a chef, or a maidservant in charge of cooking? That's not right. With Mr. Neil's debt of £30, Klein regretted asking. Old Neil shook his head. I often attempt ritualistic magic at home, so I don't, nor is it possible that I hire ordinary people as chefs, butlers, or maidservants, and if they are not ordinary people, do you think they will be willing to do such jobs? I seem to have asked a silly question, Klein said self-deprecatingly. Old Neil rambled, I seem to smell pan-fried foie gras. Once the IOU is completely settled, I'll definitely have one set. You are making me hungry, Klein swallowed, following to the carriage stop. Back at Zouteland Street, Old Neil grunted, What do I see? Goddess, what am I seeing? He darted to pick up a dark brown wallet with a Dove logo bulging with over 20 £10 notes. £10 notes, a total of 30 notes, he chuckled. More than £300? Klein's breathing grew heavy. I wonder which gentleman dropped it, Klein analysed. There's no need to care who he is, Old Neil chuckled. We should wait here for a moment. Klein sighed, relieved by Old Neil's morals, having worried he'd claim the money. A carriage with a matching Dove logo arrived. A butler said, Sirs, that should be my master's wallet. Might I ask how much money is there in the wallet? Old Neil asked politely. The butler, unsure, conferred with his master. More than £300, but less than £350. My master does not remember. Does not remember. If I had that much money on me, I would definitely be counting it again and again. Klein envied. Old Neil returned the wallet. The butler offered 3 £10 notes. My master is Sir Deweyville. This is what an honest person should receive. Thank you, Sir Deweyville. He is a kind and generous gentleman. Old Neil accepted. As the carriage left, Old Neil flicked the notes. £30. The IOU is settled. I said it will be settled in a reasonable manner. This is the power of magic. Holy fucking power of magic. That actually works. Klein was flabbergasted. Here, Mr. Neil, why didn't you ask for more money? Do not be greedy. Temperance is a critical trait needed by every mystery prior, Old Neil explained. In a grand ballroom, chandeliers glowed, tables laden with foie gras steak and fine wines. Servants weaved through elegantly dressed guests. Audrey Hall, in a high-waisted dress and white gloves, held champagne, observing quietly from the shadows. She noted Count Wolfe's son exaggerating, Duchess Della flaunting her sapphire, and Baron Larry's flirtations, seeing through their facades like an opera. Everyone is a good opera actor, she sighed, her eyes clear. Sensing something, she spotted her golden retriever Susie watching from the balcony's shadows. Susie, Audrey's composure broke, her spectator state faltering. Chapter 53. Listener. An ancient 3-masted sailboat moved slowly through a violent storm. Though it lacked speed and size and the sea around it was chaos, it sailed on calmly, unaffected by the towering waves or howling winds. Alger Wilson stood alone on the deck, watching the massive waves. It's going to be Monday again. To others, it was the start of a week in the day of Mother Earth. But to Alger, it meant something else. It belonged to a mysterious being shrouded in greyish-white fog. At least I haven't been reduced to a madman. He stopped scanning the sea and let out a dry chuckle. A nearby sailor asked with reverence, Your Grace, where are we setting course for this time? Alger calmly replied, Pursue the listener from the Aurora Order. As the storm faded, mist rolled in. A strange sailboat armed with cannons rocked gently. A boy of 8 or 9 with soft yellow hair stood aboard, nervously watching the pirates. Some drank, some brawled, others shouted and swung on ropes. He turned to a black-robed man standing in the shadows. In a low voice he asked, Father, where are we going? 5 days ago he'd met his father for the first time, a man claiming to be an adventurer. If not for the oil painting his mother had left and the orphanage's acceptance, he wouldn't have followed this stranger at all. The man smiled gently at him. Jack, I'm bringing you to a holy place, a holy residence where the Creator once lived. Is that the kingdom of God? We mortals can only enter by winning his grace. The man, his jawline like a carved sculpture, raised his hand to his ear as if listening. Jack, mortals are a wrong concept. The Creator created this world and he is everywhere. He exists in every living being. Therefore, all beings have godhood. Once the godhood attains a particular level, they can become an angel. The 7 fake gods at present are only powerful angels. Look, I can now hear the teachings of the Creator. Ah, how extraordinary is this revelation. Life is only a tour of the spirit. When the spirit is sufficiently potent and resilient, we can find our godhood and fuse with even more godhoods. Jack couldn't understand it. He shook his head and asked what he'd been meaning to. Father, I heard from Mother that after the Creator created this world, he split into all beings and does not exist in actuality. Then why does his holy residence exist? The man froze, turned away as if hearing more voices. Suddenly he dropped to his knees. Black shards pushed out of his skin. Clutching his head, face twisted in pain, he shouted, They are lying. After lunch, Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company, now with a promise from Old Neil to visit the underground market together next time. He was deciding between reading files or going to the divination club when Dunn Smith entered, dressed in his usual black coat and half-top hat. "Captain, any updates?" Klein asked, thinking about the Antigonus notebook. Dunn's grey eyes were clear. "The facts have corroborated that the Antigonus family's notebook is in Ray Bieber's hands. However, he has vanished completely. I have already informed the various Nighthawk teams of this matter through a telegram. They were requested to pay attention to the various piers and steam locomotive stations. The first batch of printed portraits was mailed out yesterday afternoon and will be printed in various major newspapers. How nice it would be if there were phones, fax machines, surveillance cameras and big data. What a pity. I know how to use all of them and even understand a little of the logic behind it." Klein sighed to himself. "But regardless, we can consider ourselves as having found the notebook. And this is all thanks to you. Of course, it still needs another round of confirmations. I have already sent a telegram to the Backlund Diocese requesting them to escort sealed artifact 2049 here. It was once a dangerous item of the Antigonus family. It can help us know if Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. A grade 2 sealed artifact. Dangerous. They can be used with care and moderation." Klein wanted to ask more, but remembered his clearance wasn't high enough. He gave up. "May Goddess bless us." Klein tapped 4 spots on his chest, forming the sign of the full moon. Dunn nodded slightly. "The goddess has always been protecting us. Klein, if you had not chosen Seer, you would be a formal member after this matter is verified. You could have chosen Sleepless, but pity. To be frank, I'm still puzzled over your choice. Although Corpse Collector is quite off-putting, you have seen Daily as well. You should know that spirit mediums vary in strength. As for Mystery Priors, they're a good choice too. At the very least, you have old Neil as a role model, so he will make sure the risk of losing control is minimized." Klein finally used his prepared answer. "My considerations stem from the fact that Seers and Mystery Priors are considered beyonders with a support role. They do not need to always face enemies, for that's too dangerous. And both you and old Neil said that in the domain of mystery and beyonders, curiosity and experimentation usually brings about terrifying outcomes. Describing Mystery Priors as prying mysteries made me worried, so, as you know, I was only an ordinary graduate not long ago. A lack of guts is the only reason I made such a choice. I have to say that this is a very reasonable answer that goes beyond my expectations." Dunn massaged his temples and chuckled. He turned slightly and looked at Klein. "Continue going out for now. Do not limit yourself to the paths leading from Welch's Place to Iron Cross Street. Perhaps you might sense the notebook and help us confirm Ray Bieber's location." "All right." Klein no longer felt conflicted. He turned to leave, counting silently. 3? Told on, Dunn said. Klein turned and smiled. "Captain, is there anything else?" Dunn coughed. "Well, support beyonders have to fight their enemies from time to time. Although seers sound like they can avoid such battles, they are not to be ignored. You have to maintain your shooting skills and work on increasing your strength. This is what I'm working hard towards." Klein pointed outside. "I'll be leaving." "All right, wait a moment." Dunn called again. He seemed to be thinking, "Perhaps I have to consider hiring a combat trainer for you. Of course, this matter is under the premise that you become a formal member." Klein responded briefly, then asked carefully, "Captain, is there anything else?" "No." Seeing Klein's doubtful look, Dunn smiled and shook his head. "Really? Nothing." Finally, Klein passed the partition, bid farewell to Razan and Mrs. Oriana, and headed to the shooting club. After practice, he visited the divination club, where Angelica was reading newspapers leisurely. Home. Klein read the headline silently. He walked over with a smile and greeted her. "Good afternoon, Madam Angelica." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." She put down her magazine and stood. "Not long after you left yesterday, Mr. Glasses came. He just recovered from a major illness." Klein smiled with relief. "That sure is something worth celebrating." Angelica lowered her voice, curious. "Mr. Glasses said that you are a very, very, very magical doctor, are you?" "What?" Klein looked at her, unsure if he heard correctly. "What made him think I'm a doctor? Even I do not know." Chapter 54, The First Divination Requester. Upon seeing Klein's odd expression, Angelica felt her confidence waver. "Is that so?" Mr. Glassis mentioned that you were able to tell of an ailment in his lung simply from observation. Her voice faded as doubt crept in. Observation? A dark glabella? Klein immediately understood and chuckled, shaking his head. I believe Mr. Glassis was mistaken. He'd planned to brush it off, but remembering the lack of clients the day before, he reconsidered. His seer persona needed development. It's actually a form of divination, he explained. Divination? But Mr. Glassis only mentioned that you observed his face. That's also considered divination? Angelica asked, shocked. Klein stayed composed. As a member of the divination club, you should know about palm reading, right? Palm reading existed even on Earth, across cultures. In a world with beyonder powers, it wasn't so far-fetched. I know about it, but it seems you did not read his palm. Were you observing him in secret? Angelica pressed curiously. I was using face reading. Klein smoothly invented. Its principles aren't very different from palm reading at a fundamental level. Really? Her eyes narrowed with disbelief. To reinforce his persona, Klein tapped his glabella thoughtfully and activated his spirit vision. Angelica's aura became visible, purple around her head, red at her limbs, blue at her throat. A bit of dullness showed fatigue, but no illness. Emotionally, she radiated orange, red and blue, warmth, excitement and thought. All normal, until he saw a hidden pocket of rich darkness within her emotions. And she's missing a bit of white, an eagerness to improve, Klein nodded inwardly. Mr. Moretti, were you reading my face? Angelica asked, uneasy as Klein stared in silence. Klein didn't answer immediately. He tapped his glabella again, wearing a scrutinizing look. Just as she began to fidget, he said gently, Madam Angelica, there are some sorrows and pains which you should not seal in your heart. Her eyes widened in stunned silence. He added with a comforting voice, you need to either go mountain climbing, a game of tennis, or perform a tragic play to exhaust your body through exercise. Let your tears flow uninhibited, then cry and scream. Express all those emotions. That will be very helpful to your health. Angelica froze like a statue. She blinked and lowered her head, flustered. Thank you for your suggestion. Klein turned casually toward the meeting room. It seems like there are many members here today. Sunday afternoon, at least 50 members. Angelica's voice was hoarse, her tone distant. She cleared her throat. Do you want tea or coffee? Sea Bay black tea. Klein nodded, removed his hat politely, and walked slowly into the meeting room. Only once the door closed behind him did Angelica exhale. The Divination Club's meeting room was large, nearly twice the size of Klein's old classroom. In the past, it felt empty with only a few members. Today, dozens of fortune-tellers filled the space. Sunlight streamed in through oriel windows. Some members chatted quietly, others questioned Hannas Vincent, while a few practiced divinations or read newspapers over coffee. The calm atmosphere reminded Klein of his school days, though it was much quieter here. He glanced around but didn't spot Glassis or Edward Steve. Taking a divination textbook, he found a corner and began flipping through it. Soon after, Angelica entered and placed a cup of tea beside him. As she turned to leave, she noticed Klein withdrawing a silver chain from his left sleeve. At its end was a chunk of topaz. What is he doing? Angelica paused instinctively. Klein held the chain with his left hand, letting the topaz dangle just above the surface of his tea. With a serene expression, he half closed his eyes. The air around him grew still. The topaz began rotating gently with the silver chain, moving clockwise. Angelica stared, fascinated. Mr. Moretti really is mysterious. The black tea you provide is great, Klein said softly, smiling as he opened his eyes. The display was intentional. He needed Angelica's support to gain clients. With no more hesitation, he fully embraced the seer role. Yes, Mr. Vannis is very picky about the quality of tea, Angelica replied, slightly dazed. Klein packed away the pendulum, raised his porcelain teacup with a polite smile, and gestured a toast. Back at the reception hall, Angelica no longer had the heart to read. She sat quietly, staring into the distance, deep in thought. A knock at the door jolted her upright. She looked up and saw a lady in a light blue dress removing her veiled hat. The woman looked calm but sorrowful. Good afternoon, esteemed lady. Would you like to join the divination club, or are you looking for a divination? Angelica asked smoothly. I want a divination, the woman said quietly, biting her lip. Her eyes shimmered with sadness. Angelica guided her to a sofa and explained the process, then handed over a photo album. You can pick anyone. The woman flipped through the pages seriously but grew more disheartened as the options overwhelmed her. Can you recommend one? From these few pages. She pointed to a mid-range section, excluding the most expensive and cheapest readers. Angelica took the album and thought for a while. I suggest this gentleman. The woman glanced at the name. Klein Moretti. Mr. Moretti just joined the club. Is his divination reliable? She asked hesitantly. Angelica nodded with certainty. Another member and I are sure Mr. Moretti is an outstanding fortune teller. If not for his recent arrival, his fees wouldn't be so low. I understand. I'll pick Mr. Moretti for a divination then. All right, please hold on. Angelica took the album and walked briskly to the meeting room. She approached Klein and whispered, Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to divine for them. Which room would you like to use? That was effective. My first business is here. Klein set down his teacup and nodded calmly. Topaz room. All right. Angelica led the way and opened the wooden door for him. Klein sat behind the divination table, surrounded by tools. In less than a minute, the woman in the light blue dress entered, looking subdued. As she closed the door, Klein tapped his glabella. The yellow in her stomach is dull. Her emotional colors are dark, mainly worry and anxiety. He studied her a moment longer, then deactivated spirit vision and leaned back. Good day, Mr. Moretti. She sat across from him. Good afternoon, how may I address you? Klein asked politely, not expecting a real name. He wasn't surprised when she replied, You can call me Anna. Setting aside her veiled cap, she looked at him with hope and uncertainty. I would like to divine about my fiancé's situation. He traveled to the southern continent in March for a business deal. He sent me and his family a telegram last month on the 3rd saying that he was going to set sail and return, but he did not return after 20 days. At first, I believed that his delay was due to the berserk ocean's weather, but as of today, it has been more than a month. The ship he took, the Alfalfa, still hasn't arrived at Enmat Harbor. The berserk ocean, the violent stretch of sea between the continents, was infamous for storms and dangerous currents. Without Emperor Roselle's mapped routes, colonization and telegraph cables would have been impossible. Klein looked at his first client as a seer and asked carefully, Which divination method do you wish to use? Chapter 55, Revelation. Anna, her beautiful eyes uncertain, hesitated over 10 seconds. You can choose whatever you believe is accurate. You're the fortune teller, not me. I've tried studying tarot at home too. They always felt more like toys or a game. Klein rested his wrists on the table, fingers steepled before his face. Calmly, he said, Then we shall use the astrolabe. He gestured to a pen and paper. Write down your fiancé's name, facial features, address, and date of birth. If possible, include the time. Judging from her attire and bearing, Klein assumed she was literate. Anna said nothing, took a sheet of paper, dipped the pen in ink, and began writing, pausing occasionally. 2 minutes later, she slid it over. Klein scanned it. Joyce Meyer, 15th September 1323, 2 p.m., Tingen City, East Borough, 8 Stevens Street. Short blonde hair, aquiline nose. He quickly calculated Joyce's birthday path number, 1 + 5, 6. In mysticism, the day of birth shaped one's fate before 27. The birth month path number, 9, influenced ages 27 to 54. The birth year path number applied after 54. It was July 1349. Joyce wasn't yet 27. Klein moved on to the year path number 1 + 3 + 4 + 9 = 17. 1 + 7 = 8. 8. Current year, +9 month +6 day = 23. 2 + 3 = 5. A 5 suggested turbulence and risk. He nodded to himself, verifying the data. Klein looked up. Mr. Meyer departed on June 3rd? If he wasn't lying, yes, Anna answered, biting her lip. All right. Klein made a note, then said gently, I'll begin constructing the astrolabe. It will take time and complete silence. Could you wait outside? Angelica will bring tea or coffee. All right. Used to a fortune teller's quirks, Anna rose without protest, took her hat with the light blue ribbon, and exited the topaz room. Klein locked the door and went to work, setting up the astrolabe with planetary positions and horoscopes, all from memory. He hadn't even opened the astromancy manual. Over the past days, he'd discovered divination came easily to him, almost instinctively. Perhaps that's the ability of a seer. He completed the setup, feeling an odd inner peace. By the stars, Joyce had endured disaster, but would survive. Though the result was clear, Klein took it a step further. He wanted to make a good impression. Picking up the pen, he wrote in Hermes, Joyce Meyer's current situation. He silently read the question, memorized the data, and repeated the process 7 times. Then he leaned back and entered cogitation. The world blurred into fog. He recalled the question and relaxed into sleep. He was performing a dream divination, a method seers use to receive revelation through dreams, free from the garbled mess ordinary people forgot by morning. The dream unfolded. Klein saw a blond man with an aquiline nose swimming frantically through a sea of blood, waves nearly swallowing him, until he reached shore. The image shifted. The man entered a blue house with a toy windmill at the door, smiling faintly. Suddenly the scene changed again. Klein stood in a ruined palace, moss and weeds creeping through cracks. Beyond shattered walls lay a misty mountain peak. At its center was a massive, ancient stone throne, inlaid with faded gold and gems, clearly not meant for humans. The throne sat empty, time-worn. Confused, Klein turned to leave and felt a gaze on his back. He spun around. On the throne, countless transparent maggots, twitching and swelling. Klein gasped and awoke. Crystal balls, tarot cards, and the astrolabe filled his vision. Reality returned. The first dream was the divination. But the throne and maggots? That was something else. He rubbed his temples. Not my fear, this was external. A palace atop a mountain, that eerie gaze, the maggots. Did the ritual attract something? Or the Antigonus notebook? He remembered the note about the nation of the Evernite near the Hornassus mountain range. The palace matched that geography. Good thing I picked seer, Klein thought. Mystery priors can dream divine too, but not like this. Sigh, it's not letting me go. Just catch Ray Bieber already. Klein composed himself and took the astrolabe diagram, heading to the reception room. Anna was staring out the window, her tea untouched. Mr. Moretti, is there a result? She rose quickly. Klein didn't answer right away. Instead he asked, does your house, or Mr. Myers, have a toy windmill? Anna's eyes widened. After a long pause, she whispered, he gave me one as a present. It's by my door. How did you know? See, can that be divined? Klein smiled gently. Congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is at your home. If you hurry, you'll still catch him. He just went through a catastrophe. What he needs now isn't interrogation, it's comfort and a warm hug. Really? She asked, stunned. The fortune tellers she knew never spoke so confidently. You'll know if you go back immediately, Klein said, still smiling. Oh, Lord of Steam, is it true? Is Joyce really back? I can't believe it, she stammered. She handed Klein a 1 solly note and rushed out, skipping change, catching a carriage home. Does this include my tip? Klein glanced at the note and laughed softly. The 2-wheeled carriage darted into East Borough. As streets passed in a blur, Anna sat with bated breath. Her eyes widened as the toy windmill came into view. She leapt off before the carriage fully stopped and ran to the door, ringing the bell. It creaked open. A blond man in a black suit stood there, haggard but smiling. He had an aquiline nose. I thought I'd miss you today, Joyce said. Oh, exalted steam, you really are back, Anna exclaimed, tearing up. It's true. The fortune teller was right. No, he was a real seer. Overcome, Anna threw her arms around Joyce, weeping joyfully. They embraced in silence at the door of the blue-grey house. The little toy windmill spun gently in the breeze, as if casting all troubles behind them. Chapter 56, Escape from the Sea. In a spacious living room, Anna and Joyce sat on separate sofas, with Anna's parents in between. Joyce exhaled deeply, looking grateful. Exalted steam, I'm so lucky to be alive, and to see Anna again. My poor Joyce, what happened? Anna asked, concerned. Joyce glanced at her, expression darkening. I still wake up in a cold sweat. 5 days after leaving Caesar Pier, we were attacked by pirates, terrifying ones. The only stroke of luck was that their leader was Nast. The so-called King of the 5 Seas? Mr. Wayne asked in shock. Joyce hadn't shared much until Anna returned and hugged him, which finally seemed to calm him. Yes, he claims to be descended from the Solomon Empire and refuses to kill captives. They robbed us but left enough food. His body trembled as he recounted the true horror. I didn't lose much, and thought that was it. But then, the passengers and crew turned on each other. Arguments escalated into fights. Guns, swords, blood everywhere. People dropped dead next to me, limbs, guts, all of it scattered. Those of us who didn't want to become beasts had nowhere to run, surrounded by nothing but ocean. Some cried, some begged, some sold their bodies, didn't matter. Their heads still ended up hanging from the mast. Anna, I thought I'd never see you again, but in that nightmare, there was one hero. The captain hid us in the keel. We lived on stored food and water until the madness burned out. Then Mr. Triss led us in a final assault. After the bloodbath we survived, but only a third of the crew remained. As he spoke, Joyce remembered Triss, the shy, quiet man with a friendly face, who liked staying in corners. No one expected him to become a leader in crisis, but he did. Oh, exalted steam, my poor Joyce. Tears welled up in Anna's eyes. She repeatedly tapped her fingers into a triangle forming the sacred emblem of steam and machinery. Joyce smiled faintly. This is the reward of faith. The Alfalfa went through storms, drifted off course, and finally reached Enmat Harbor. But due to the violence on board, we were all detained and questioned. No way to send a telegram. They released us this morning. I borrowed some money and caught a train straight back. Thank God I made it to Tingen and found you all. Then he turned to Anna, puzzled. But Anna, when you saw me, you looked happy, sure, but you rushed to the door so suddenly. I wanted to surprise you. Anna blinked, still in disbelief. There's no secret. I went to a divination club today, worried about you. The seer told me your fiancé has returned. He's in the house with a windmill. What? Joyce and the Waynes exclaimed together. Anna covered her face. I couldn't believe it either. Maybe there really are miracles. He asked for your name, appearance, address, birth date, said he'd perform an astrolabe divination, then asked if the house with the toy windmill was mine. I said yes. He smiled and said, Congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your place. What he needs now is not questions, but consolation and a warm hug. God, Joyce stared in disbelief. Did he know me? Was he tipped off? Is he in touch with the police in Enmat Harbor? But how would he know you'd visit for a divination? Did you book in advance? No, it was a last-minute choice, Anna said, still dazed. Maybe a real seer keeps track of all sorts of info, even if they don't need it right away, Mr. Wayne mused. Divinations existed for over 1,000 years since the Fourth Epoch. There must be a reason. What's the seer's name? Joyce asked. Anna thought for a moment. Klein Moretti. At the Divination Club's reception lobby. Angelica hadn't dared approach during the session, but saw Anna leave looking stunned. She walked over, curious. Was it a good result? Yain nodded, pulling out 3 copper coins. 1/8 of a soli is 1.5 pennies, right? Yes. She noticed 1 penny and 2 halfpennies. There's an extra halfpenny. She tipped me. It's only fair you get one too, Klein said with a faint smile. And for recommending me, he added silently. Angelica hesitated but accepted. The reasoning was sound and she couldn't explain her odd sense of unease around Klein. Klein returned to his room expecting more clients. None came, not by 5:40. Not because business was bad, just that most patrons had already chosen their fortune-tellers, likely through referrals. Still lacking in reputation, Klein thought wryly, using gamer lingo in his head. After finishing his 3rd cup of Saibai black tea, he grabbed his top hat and walking stick and strolled out. Angelica suddenly recalled Glassis's message and stopped him. Mr. Moretti, when will you visit next? Mr. Glassis would like to thank you personally. I'll stop by when I can. If fate allows, we'll meet. Klein replied in a deliberately mystical tone. Then he left before she could respond and took a public carriage home. When Klein arrived, Benson was reading the paper and Melissa was tinkering with gears and springs in the evening light. Good afternoon. Did Mrs. Short visit? Klein asked casually. Benson didn't look up. 15-minute visit. She brought gifts, loved the muffins and lemon cake, invited us over. She's polite and a good conversationalist. The only issue is their belief in the Lord of Storms, Melissa muttered. They think girls shouldn't go to school, should be homeschooled. She was clearly annoyed. Don't mind it. As long as they don't interfere, they're still good neighbors, Klein said with a smile. Lone was a multi-faith nation. Unlike the Frozak Empire or Fainapota Kingdom, where only one god dominated, Lone's 3 major churches, Storms, Evernight, and Steam, often clashed, but centuries of coexistence had forced mutual restraint. Okay. Melissa pooted, then went back to her work. After dinner, Klein continued revising history. Only after Benson and Melissa had showered and gone to bed did he clean up and retreat to his room. He locked the door and opened his notebook. Time to summarize what he'd learned, spot any gaps, and organize his thoughts. Only by doing so could he face the future with clarity. He took out his pen and began writing, in Mandarin. Why is the key to digesting potions acting? Chapter 57, Organization and Summary. After a pause, Klein resumed writing. The key to resolving potion issues lies in digestion, not mere control. Controlling it treats the potion's power as an external tool, a tamed beast, not truly part of the person. There's always the risk it turns on them. Digestion, however, treats the potion as something to absorb and integrate, breaking it down, fusing with it, and forming a cohesive whole. I'm certain of this now. More importantly, acting plays a role in this digestion. From today's experience as a seer, I have two hypotheses. 1. Acting according to the potion's name alters body, heart, and soul, aligning them with the potion's core psyche, creating resonance that enables gradual assimilation. 2. The potion's psyche is like a secure system. To break it down, you need a bug or key. The potion's name offers that key. By acting, we trick the system's defenses, disguising ourselves as part of it, like Emperor Roselle suggested. Either way, it's about body, heart, and soul. They bridge acting and the potion's power. Klein looked at what he wrote. For a moment, he almost wanted to thank his foodaholic empire education. Whether it was science or engineering, he'd learned logical thinking, enough to become a keyboard warrior and, now, to dissect his Beyonder path. Acting might work. I'll need time to verify, he noted. Next, he posed another question. Why is a seer, though versed in mysticism, so poor in direct combat? Shouldn't deeper knowledge offer more power? Possible reasons. 1. Like web novels, maybe this is a game world where different classes have distinct strengths and weaknesses, but there's no evidence for this. No missions, no HUD. Unlikely. 2. Balance is a fundamental law of this world, part of its design. 3. Potions of the same sequence level provide optimal power. Exceeding that risks losing control. Falling short yields no effect. So, if power levels are fixed, strengths in one area mean weaknesses elsewhere. 4. All things come from remnants of the Creator, meaning each being is just a fragment. Complementing others implies inherent flaws. I lean toward reasons 3 and 4, but 4 is rooted in myth. I'll treat 3 as the working theory and seek confirmation. Despite already filling 2 pages, Klein didn't stop. Based on what I learned today, my luck enhancement ritual qualifies as classic ritualistic magic. Ritual magic usually includes a sacrifice to attract attention, incantations that specify the target entity, symbols or wording that clearly express the request. In my case, part 1 is the food and 4 counterclockwise steps. Part 2 is the line, blessings stem from the immortal Lord of heaven and earth. But there's no third part. I just closed my eyes and waited. I didn't specify my intent. So the entity can only guess what I want and just do whatever it wants. Do as it sees fit. What a troll. That darn quintessential divination and arcane arts of the Qin and Han dynasty is a total scam. I must have been brain dead back then to try it. Klein stopped, exhaled, and calmed down. I should redesign the ritual. The goal should be to return to Earth, to my parents and friends. But, was the entity acting randomly, or is there intent? Also, is the entity here the same as the one on Earth? If yes, maybe the difference in ritual results is just the entity's mood. But the second and third times brought me to the grey fog and connected me to justice and the hanged man. That consistency suggests purpose. If the fourth ritual is the same, then the entity likely has an agenda, and modifying the ritual might backfire. If the first and later rituals were answered by different entities, that would explain a lot. But if it's the same entity, why the shift? Could results depend on the world I'm in, like different interfaces? So how do I tailor the ritual to get what I want? If I assume it's one entity, then it's acting with intent. If it's different ones, then I'm caught in something larger. The real question, who is the entity? Where is he? Why won't he guide me? Is he asleep deep within the fog? If so, maybe he just reacts in a fixed way to specific triggers like a machine. In that case, I could run small ritual tests and see if the feedback is consistent. That might help me find the path back. But if he's not asleep, these tests could provoke something dangerous. The first attempt must be careful, no risk of angering the entity. I need more knowledge. Klein sighed and moved on to a summary. Then he wrote down miscellaneous thoughts. I keep hearing formless whispers, something like Hornassus, Phrygia, Phagria. Hornassus is the mountain range between Lone and Intis. Its main peak is 6,000 meters. The Antigonus family's diary mentioned a nation of the Evernite from the Fourth Epoch. Could it be linked to the Evernite goddess? Allies? Enemies? Did the church destroy the Antigonus family because of that nation? Were those whispers from the diary? The howls of the Antigonus family across the ages? And what's Phrygia or Phlegria? Also, the Antigonus family left behind a sealed artifact, 2049. That implies real power. What sequence did they reach? Was it a complete pathway? Finding the diary in Ray Bieber's hands was coincidence, or was it fate? He jotted down everything, events, theories, questions. In total, 4 full pages, front and back. Rip! Klein tore them out, reviewed the pages, marked sections, made minor additions. Time passed. The crimson moon slipped behind dark clouds. He glanced at his pocket watch. Then he pulled out a match, struck it, and brought it to the edge of the papers. Flames caught and spread. Klein held the burning notes over the trash bin, watching ash drift down. In 10 seconds, nothing remained but grey ash and scorched wood. Because Emperor Roselle's diary existed in this world, Klein couldn't risk anyone discovering he could write Chinese. If old Neil saw those pages, there'd be no explaining it. And no matter what language he used, Lone, ancient Physac, Hermes, he feared the watcher of his dreams might still read it. Only Chinese was safe. And only if he destroyed the evidence immediately. He planned to do this summary weekly, just in case he forgot something. Watching the ashes settle, Klein pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and wrote, "To my respected mentor." He was going to write to Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen to ask if he had any historical records about the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Chapter 58, A Train of Thought. The next day was Monday. Klein had the day off and stayed home. He handed Melissa a letter addressed to Mentor Cohen Quentin, along with enough money for stamps, asking her to mail it at the post office near her school. After breakfast, he caught up on sleep, only waking near noon when his stomach protested. He reheated last night's leftovers, paired them with rye bread, then took a newspaper into the upstairs bathroom. As always, he sighed at the lack of a cell phone. 7 or 8 minutes later, refreshed, he washed his hands and returned to his room, locking the door. He drew the curtains, lit the gas lamp, and spent half an hour in thought. Then he practiced spiritual vision, spirit dowsing, and the use of his dowsing rod, followed by reviewing recent mystical knowledge. Next, he tore up an old newspaper and wrote names of ritual materials like moonflower candle and full moon essence oil on the scraps. He walked through the ritual steps mentally, determined not to try real ritualistic magic until he'd mastered every detail. Wasting materials or attracting danger wasn't an option. After repeating the process several times, he checked his vine leaf patterned silver pocket watch. It was 2:45. He took the paper scraps downstairs and burned them in the kitchen, clearing his mind and preparing for the tarot gathering. Once back in his locked bedroom, he didn't wait for the clock to strike 3. He planned to enter the world above the grey fog early, to explore it more thoroughly. But a thought struck him. What if Justice and the Hanged Man hadn't found a suitable location yet? Could they be discovered or interrupted? Previously, he had told them they could apply for leave if they couldn't attend due to lack of privacy or emergencies. Back then, it was a tough problem. There was no way he could build an internet server in this world. Anything beyond telegrams risked exposing him. Now, though, he had a flash of inspiration: ritualistic magic. Ritualistic magic borrows power by seeking aid from higher existences. The incantation usually states who it's directed to, like the Evernite goddess or Lady of Crimson, describing mysterious, clandestine beings. Then, can I amend the chant and direct it at myself? Direct it at me. If they perform the ritual anywhere, I might receive their messages. Excited, Klein analyzed the idea. There are 2 problems. 1, I'm not a high-level seeker, so I might not receive the message. 2, how can I ensure the incantation is accurate and doesn't call on some other existence that fits the description? That would be dangerous. Pacing silently, he connected the idea to the grey fog world. Even if I can't get the message directly, Maybe the grey fog can. It connects to the crimson stars and can pull people in from anywhere. If I link myself and the fog in the chance description, then, even if I don't see the message immediately, I'll see it when I return, like checking messages while offline. The more he thought, the more promising it seemed. But what kind of description can precisely direct it to me in the grey fog? He did have one that would certainly work. Blessings stem from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, but that would relinquish control over the fog, not an option. Fool from an alternate world? Too accurate and too revealing. He went through options, rejecting them one by one. 7 or 8 minutes later, he settled on the first line. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Still too vague. He added, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. That narrowed it down. But just in case, he added a final line. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. It echoed the meaning of the original Loan incantation, but with the first 2 lines as context, he believed it would safely direct the message to him. Satisfied, Klein recited it aloud. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. He nodded and checked the time, 2:58. Putting away the watch, he entered cogitation, then took 4 counterclockwise steps to form a square. The chaotic muttering and roaring sounds returned, the kind that made the pain of drinking a seer potion feel pleasant in comparison. It was a throbbing pain that clouded the mind, maddening and irrational. Using cogitation, he forced himself to ignore it. The murmurs faded like receding tides. His body grew light, spiritual. Everything floated. He saw the grey fog, endless and vast. Crimson stars dotted the space like eyes, and the ancient palace loomed beyond, towering, silent, eternal. With a thought, Klein appeared at the seat of honor at the long bronze table with 22 high-backed chairs. The effect of the ritual is definitely fixed, he muttered. He tapped his glabella and shrouded himself in thick fog. If Justice was now a spectator, he needed to avoid revealing any subconscious habits. No time to explore. He reached out and connected to 2 familiar crimson stars. On the roaring Sonia Sea, an ancient sailboat sped along. Alger Wilson, sealed in the captain's cabin under layers of ghost ship protection, watched his pocket watch beside a brass sextant. The ticking was tense, not calm. When the hands aligned, crimson light burst forth, bypassing all barriers. He sighed. The sound echoed in the cabin. Backland, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall reclined against a down feather pillow, yellow paper in hand. Her gem-like eyes reflected calm, like she awaited the start of a play. As crimson light swallowed her, she watched with serene detachment. Above the grey fog in the ancient palace. Klein, spiritual vision active, saw Audrey's form begin to materialize. The deep colors in her aura had blended, becoming clear and serene. She really did become a beyonder. He was about to look away when he saw her chair shift. The stars behind it rearranged, forming a surreal constellation, familiar, a mysticism symbol. Giant dragon. Spectator. Giant dragon. Klein held back a headshake and turned to the hanged man's chair. Normally, he wouldn't see its back from here, but in this space, his will shaped reality. That chair's symbol hadn't changed, but he recognized it. Windstorm. Sailor, keeper of the sea. Windstorm. That fits. His aura's purer too. Did he level up? Oh, what about the symbol behind my chair? He resisted the urge to peek, rapped the table thrice, and smiled. Congratulations, Miss Justice, you are a beyonder now. He can tell straight away? Audrey was stunned, then smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Fool, and thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. That was much faster than I expected, Alger admitted. Klein didn't linger on the topic. He tapped his glabella again and smiled. Lady, sir, have either of you found Roselle's diary? Chapter 59, Roselle's Origins. Upon hearing the fool's question, Audrey didn't respond immediately as she usually did. Instead, she widened her crystalline eyes and scrutinized the hanged man. Alger instinctively composed himself. After a brief pause, he said, I found 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary and have memorized their contents. I have 1 page, Audrey added, her voice calm and distant through the fog. Pretty good, Klein replied, his tone betraying neither joy nor disappointment. 3 full pages, better than none, though progress would now slow. Early on, gathering pages was easy via known connections, but it would only grow harder. Should we express them now? Audrey asked. Yes, Klein nodded, remaining still. One had to be cautious before a spectator. Goatskin parchment and dark red fountain pens appeared before Audrey and Alger. They began to write, channeling the emotions and symbols from memory. Lines of text emerged, some neat, some slanted, but all legible. In under a minute they finished. Klein summoned the pages, quickly skimming them. Grammar errors and missing words stood out, but he wasn't bothered. He'd read enough censored web novels to fill in blanks. Diary entries. April 8th. I stood at the bow of Black King and told Grimm and Edwards, "My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own at the ends of the fog sea." They didn't get the joke and asked if I really had treasure. How boring. You can't be my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse with that attitude. April 11th. Found a nameless island not on any safe sea route. Extraordinary animals, no extraordinary beings, live here. More impressive that way. Some weird creatures too. If Darwin transmigrated here, he wouldn't have written the theory of evolution. April 15th. Grimm's acting odd. Has he been infected? Klein furrowed his brow. When did Roselle, born in Intis, start voyaging? The Fog Sea was likely west of the Intis Republic. He'd need to check historical records. He turned the page. There was no need to hide his ability to decipher Roselle's symbols. It suited the fool's persona. Audrey and Alger waited without surprise, accepting it as natural. October 2nd. They want me to marry Matilda from the Abel family without asking me first. Heavens, I haven't even met her. No, I must decline. Even if I have to run away and suffer, I will resist this marriage. October 5th. Miss Matilda is really pretty. October 6th. Her personality and demeanor are just my type. I'm starting to look forward to the marriage. Where's your integrity, Emperor? Klein thought, keeping his emotions veiled in the fog. He noted that Roselle didn't write daily, only when he needed to vent, record, or joke. The final line on the page read, October 9th, they actually called me the son of the steam. I like that very much. So far, little valuable information. Klein moved to the 3rd page, which had writing on both sides. May 24th, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship offered me 2 sequence pathways. One is Savant, complete. The other, Mystery Prior, from the Moses Ascetic Order, lacks higher sequences. May 22nd, choice was easy. Savant. It's complete. Yes, more mysticism might help me return home, but relying on unknown external entities is dangerous. Better to grow stronger and return on my own. That's why a full sequence was key. May 23rd, I've become a savant. The potion's power brought back all my past knowledge, physics, chemistry, etc. Not just recalled, I understand it deeper with new insights. This is a job tailored for transmigrators. If I returned to my 3rd year of high school now, I'd be top scholar. I could even become a scientist. May 26th, loving my status as a savant. Something odd. When I embrace the role and act accordingly, the maddening murmurs quiet down. My temper's better too. I also remembered the diary. Is this the acting Mr. Zaratul spoke of? It might be the key to resolving potion side effects. Klein absorbed the content. He and Roselle had fundamentally different approaches. Klein sought mystic knowledge to avoid risk, while Roselle relied on himself and accepted it. Sometimes I envy people like that. Still, strengthening myself is important too. Klein sighed inwardly. Roselle's description of acting reassured Klein that his own conclusions were likely correct. He set the diary pages down and looked at Justice and the Hanged Man. Apologies, I got absorbed in reading. Audrey calmed the flutter in her heart and smiled faintly. Understandable. I hope to exchange diary content someday. That will require a price, Klein said, glancing at her, then Alger. Audrey clasped her hands together. Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, I have 3 questions. If the answers are costly, tell me the price. I'll do my best to meet it. No problem, Alger said succinctly. Klein leaned back at ease. Audrey hesitated, then asked, First, what does acting really mean? I've noticed faint influences from the potion's remnant psyche. Could that be because I've been acting as a spectator? Alger turned to the fool, deferring to him. Klein rubbed the edge of the table. Let me explain with an analogy. Imagine the potion's core power is a castle, and the remnant psyche lives inside. To gain full control, you must eliminate it. One method, forcefully storm the castle. Dangerous, possibly fatal without overwhelming power. The second, get an invitation to enter. With that, you bypass the guards and defeat the psyche easily. But the invitation requires the guest to look and act a certain way. So we must disguise ourselves and act the part. Understand? Alger nodded. Then the invitation is the potion's sequence name? Exactly, Klein affirmed. Audrey paused, then her eyes lit up. She felt as though she completely understood. Exiting her spectator state in her excitement, she exclaimed, "What an exceptional method! It fits your title perfectly. It's very fool-like. I wouldn't have believed acting had such an effect. Luckily, I've been acting as a spectator." She calmed herself. "This answer is valuable. I can't accept it for free. Mr. Fool, what do you ask in return? I still owe you a diary page, of course." More pages of Roselle's diary, or, Klein hesitated. He had wanted information on the seer sequence, but feared it would make the fool seem less mysterious. He decided to ask another time. "I just advanced recently and still need to digest the seer potion. Anything on the Antigonus family, even if I already know it," he said evenly. Alger stayed silent for a moment, eyes fixed on the bronze table. "Mr. Fool, I believe I can pay you back immediately with that information." Chapter 60, Second Blasphemy Slate. No problem. Klein kept his deep, calm tone. He rested his elbow on the chair's armrest and supported his forehead with his fingers, posing as though he was calmly listening. Alger paused, then said, "The Antigonus is an ancient family. Their history goes back to the Cataclysm epoch before the Fourth epoch and is connected to the Second Blasphemy Slate." "The Second Blasphemy Slate? There's a second one? How many are there?" Klein's pupils contracted, nearly giving away his reaction. The Blasphemy Slate contained the mysteries of the 22 divine paths. There are 2 or more of such items. 22 paths, sequences and pathways. Are they the same thing? Does every complete sequence pathway lead straight to godhood? A cascade of thoughts followed. Klein was thankful for the grey fog shielding his emotions. Miss Spectator would have spotted his reaction otherwise. As a historian, he was familiar with the Cataclysm epoch, the Third epoch divided into the Glorious Era and the Cataclysm Era. A second blasphemy slate? Audrey's surprise was evident, but she quickly slipped back into her spectator state. "Nice question," Klein cheered inwardly. "One I couldn't ask as the fool." Alger checked the fool's posture, unchanged, and continued, "The first slate appeared in the Dark Epoch, the second epoch, when humans survived under divine protection. The second appeared at the end of the third epoch. Its appearance marked the Cataclysm epoch's end. Both are kept secret by the 7 major churches. I only know fragments. They involve the paths to godhood, but I don't know the differences between them." "Was the Slate Emperor Roselle saw the first or second?" Audrey asked. Klein recalled Alger's earlier mention of potion names being derived from the Blasphemy Slate. "That confirms it. Sequence pathways are the paths to godhood." Alger replied simply, "The second one." Audrey's eyes dimmed as she returned to her spectator state, now watching the hanged man closely. The scrutiny unsettled Alger, but he pressed on. "During the Solomon dynasty in the Fourth epoch, the Antigonus family was noble but unremarkable until they helped establish the Tudor Empire. That's when they gained prominence. Names like Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, and Jacob were once famous across the northern continent, but after the War of the 4 Sovereigns and the fall of the Blood Emperor, they lost everything and are now hunted by the 7 gods. I don't know the full details, but I do know they were destroyed by the Church of the Ebonite Goddess. Mr. Fool, for more, you'll need to ask them, or certain ancient secret organizations. You know which." "I don't," Klein nodded solemnly. "The Secret Order?" Captain and Old Neil mentioned the Moses Ascetic Order. Maybe the Psychology Alchemists too. As Klein tallied possibilities, Alger added, "I don't know which sequence pathway the Antigonus family followed. The only descriptions that repeat are strange and terrifying." Strange and terrifying. Klein thought of the notebook, the original Klein's classmates, and Ray Bieber's mother. "That fits." He tapped the edge of the table lightly a few times. Then he spoke slowly. "Very well, I am satisfied with the payment." The tapping gesture served a dual purpose, appearing habitual while secretly activating and deactivating his spirit vision. "It's my pleasure," Alger said. Audrey looked at the hanged man, then the fool, and smiled faintly. "Then I shall ask the second question. What is the name of the subsequent potion for Spectator? Where can I find the clues?" "I'd like to ask so directly too, but different paths have different difficulties." Klein said nothing, only looking at the hanged man. Alger paused, then offered. I'll answer this for free. I led you onto this path. The sequence after spectator is sequence 8, telepathic. Sequence 7 was once called psychoanalyst, now known as psychiatrist. I got this from a member of the psychology alchemists. They likely have several formulas for this pathway. Psychology alchemists? Daly respected their theory, but Captain called them mad. Klein reflected. Do you know where that psychology alchemists member is? Audrey's eyes sparkled. Alger chuckled. I do. He's currently in the waters around Sonia Island. I sank him with my own hands. If you want to find the psychology alchemists, I'm afraid I've severed the trail. It had been done privately, so he wasn't concerned about being identified. Sank. Audrey was speechless. She took a deep breath, lost her spectator composure, and asked shyly, the third question, if, and I'm saying if, a normal animal were to drink a sequence 9 potion, what would happen? What kind of question is that? Klein tapped his glabella in disbelief. He quickly sensed her nervousness, embarrassment, and panic. Did she actually do something that stupid? He was shocked but not surprised. After 2 gatherings, he'd accepted that Miss Justice was an airhead. Alger was stunned too. He eventually answered, normal animals don't have human intellect. They can't learn cogitation, so they'd likely die or become monsters. But if they survive, they'd become extraordinary. If the potion boosts intelligence, they could even grow smarter. All right. Audrey sighed in relief. I have no other questions. Alger didn't bring up the Aurora Order or the listener and simply said, nor do I. I have something, Klein said with a smile, posture unchanged. It will require your cooperation. His spirit vision still active, he noticed the hanged man's nervousness and Justice's lack of caution. Before they could speak, Klein reassured them, don't worry, it's trivial. If it works, it benefits you too, so no extra payment. Go ahead, Audrey said, slipping into spectator mode again, though she couldn't see through the fog. As you will, Alger replied. Klein moved his fingers and said, I previously mentioned doing experiments so you could take leave if you're unavailable Monday afternoons. That's our wish. Audrey's expression relaxed. Alger asked, what do you need us to do? Try a simple ritual when you're free. Nothing formal, just somewhere private. Set 4 new candles on an altar, 1 at each corner. Sandalwood scented, ideally. Place white bread near the top left candle, Feine Potter noodles top right, Paella bottom left, and Desi pie bottom right. Use a silver knife to create a sealed spiritual environment. Klein described his luck-enhancing ritual, teaching Audrey how to form a spiritual environment, for free. As the ritual targeted himself, he knew the initial part to draw attention could be skipped, but he still made it sound formal. Though it didn't align with old Neil's belief of gods first, oneself last. Mix moonflowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron and rock rose together, distill them and extract the essential oil. Place 1 drop on each candle. Audrey listened with great interest, taking notes. When he finished, she asked, what about the incantation? Mr. Fool, what's the corresponding incantation? Alger also paused his writing to look up at the Fool. Klein, seated in the grey fog, tapped the edge of the table and said in a calm, monotone Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Chapter 61. Strange symbol. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Audrey recited the incantation silently, feeling a wave of emotion disrupt her spectator state. As a mysticism fan, she'd learned Hermes for rituals and tested those mentioned in private gatherings before her formal contact with Beyonder powers. None worked, but they gave her a basic understanding of incantation structures. She knew these 3 descriptions usually referred to one of the 7 gods watching over the world. So the fool's incantation claimed status equal to the Lady of Crimson, Mother of Secrets and Empress of Disaster and Horror. Is Mr. Fool the mysterious, godlike entity Glaint warned about? The danger we must avoid in rituals? Audrey's mind raced. Alger shivered inwardly. If this ritual truly summons Mr. Fool's favor, they'd have to address him as him. The third person reserved for gods. How lucky I was to align with him and not act foolishly, Alger thought. Maybe the Fool was an ancient, horrifying existence, disguised from them, the primordial demoness, the hidden sage, or the true creator many secret churches worshipped. Klein propped his forehead, tapping the table, noticing the subtle changes in Alger and Audrey, but acting as if all was as expected. Calmly, he continued, I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moonflower, herb of the red moon, please lend your power. Fingered citron, herb of the sun, please lend your power. He finished another ritual's incantation and smiled. Lady sir, have you memorized it? Audrey exhaled, quickly covering her mouth, then repeated the incantation carefully to confirm. Alger kept writing steadily, no matter what he thought. Klein smiled. If this test works, we'll modify the ritual next time for our goal. Please complete it by Wednesday. He planned to return Thursday night to check results. Klein didn't want them to ask for leave outright. He needed to know if the ritual itself succeeded, or if it was just them requesting time off. If it failed, would he have to drag them into the gathering? By your will, Audrey and Alger said respectfully. Following the hanged man's suggestion last week, we'll have casual talk after official matters. Who wants to start? Klein gestured. Audrey sighed. Your suggestion about exam selection and separating civil from political matters has gained many Parliament members' approval. It might become law, though with our government's speed, not for at least 6 months. She wasn't worried about the hanged man tracking her using this info. She'd subtly guided the proud wives to think it was their idea. They'd tell their husbands, fathers, brothers. Audrey pictured the women flaunting their achievement, soon forgetting her role and squabbling over credit. This strange way for a spectator to influence the kingdom gave her odd satisfaction. Let's hope so, Alger said sarcastically. He paused, then glanced at the fool. Secret organizations have been more active lately. New ones even appear, some with many beyonders. Are you hinting at something? I don't even have info on illegal groups yet, Klein smiled, avoiding the topic. He changed course. An ancient power is waking. Like the one in the Antigonus family diary. Is that so? Alger muttered, recalling something. Klein looked at the hanged man, then past Justice. If nothing else, let's end today's gathering. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood. Klein severed his connection to the dark red stars, watching them vanish from the grand palace. He rose and turned toward his own chair, the seat of honor at the bronze table, studying its symbol. Radiant stars formed a strange emblem, not fitting any mysticism Klein knew. He identified the pupilless eye, symbolizing secrecy, overlapping contorted lines for change. Both incomplete, merged into a new symbol. An incomplete secret and incomplete change. What does that mean? Klein frowned, muttering to himself. He looked around the ancient palace. When I imagined this place before, it was just a rough concept, no details on design. Where did this come from? A prototype? A reflection of reality? He sighed, admitting his lack of experience and observation. Examining every corner, he found no living thing or oddity. He dared not go deeper into this illusory, boundless land, fearing he'd get lost. This place is full of mysteries. Maybe it'll change when I grow stronger, Klein sighed, unleashing his spirituality to break through the grey fog. Illusions shattered as he saw reality, the table, curtains and clothes rack in his room. Backlund. Empress Borrow. Audrey saw the oil painting on the wall and felt the soft down feather pillow beneath her head. She didn't get up immediately, recalling the gathering as if watching a play. Mr. Fool was confident, telling us to try the ritual and describing the mysterious king of yellow and black. Confidence. She shuddered slightly. Forget it. I can't fight it. Mr. Fool seems friendly, respectful of order. Her mood lifted as she thought of her acting and the potion's fading effects. Humming a tune, she got up, adjusted to spectator mode, and opened the door. A maid passed by. Audrey noticed her calloused hands, facial marks, and deduced much. Suddenly she felt a strange sensation and glanced toward the balcony's shadowed corner. There sat her golden retriever Susie, silently observing her like the maid. My goddess. Audrey's lips twitched. She wanted to hide her face. On the Sonia Sea, in the heavily guarded captain's quarters. Alger woke, noting everything unchanged, as if nothing had happened. He sighed to himself. An ancient existence. Klein, having exited the ritual, pulled back the curtains and took out his notebook. He rewrote Emperor Roselle's diary notes to reinforce his memory. After reading them several times, he tore the pages and burned them. If I do this weekly, I won't forget the key points. But as missions get harder, no better ideas yet. I haven't learned cryptography. He stretched and planned to visit the divination club. Different people define a seer differently. No one's method is wrong. Klein, unsure which seer fits the potion's requirements, could only experiment and refine to find the best fit. Chapter 62, The Seer's Suggestion. Before leaving home, Klein meticulously cleaned his suit and top hat with a brush and handkerchief. He washed his white shirt and changed into a similar linen one along with his only decent cheap coat. Then he briskly walked out. First, Melissa's dress. Then, Benson's suit. Only then can I consider a second suit for myself. Money is never enough. Besides, we need to save money to buy porcelain tableware to receive our guests. Plus, I have to save money to buy a variety of materials related to mysticism. Klein sat on the public carriage, reviewing the family's finances. The more he calculated, the more he shook his head. He reckoned it would take at least a year for him and his siblings to live comfortably as a middle-class family, without promotions or pay rises. The carriage stopped opposite the Divination Club on House Street. Klein pressed his black top hat down and hopped off. Walking along the familiar street, he entered the club on the second floor and saw the beautiful brunette Angelica. Her eyes had a hint of redness, but she looked extremely relaxed. Klein tapped his glabella lightly, noting the grayness in Angelica's emotional colors had dispersed, replaced by a sunlight-like whiteness. Taking it in, Klein smiled, took off his hat and said, "Madam Angelica, it's a lovely day today, isn't it?" Angelica lifted her head, briefly shocked, then beamed. "You are just like Mr. Vincent's cat. You don't make any sounds while walking, do you? You managed to tell? Haha, I forgot that you are a fortune teller skilled in face reading." She paused, then gently bit her lip before bowing. Thank you for your suggestion yesterday. I feel much better. I haven't been this relaxed, happy and contented in a year." Klein smiled back, feeling his spirituality relax and turn livelier. "It's my pleasure. Is this what the seer potion wants? A seer that can really help the inquirer?" He pinched his glabella, tapping twice to activate and deactivate his spirit vision. He found the glabella tap insufficiently inconspicuous, but hadn't found a better method yet. As a new seer, his spiritual mastery was limited. The glabella was the best activation switch so far. When I become a true seer after fully digesting the potion, I should be able to design a more inconspicuous activation motion. Klein nodded slightly and walked toward the half-opened meeting room. "Coffee or tea?" Angelica asked hurriedly. "Desi coffee." Klein planned to try all the club's drinks. He noticed 6 or 7 members present, but not Hannes Vincent, who was almost always there. "Mr. Vincent isn't here?" Klein stopped and asked. Angelica was taken aback. "Mr. Vincent doesn't come every day. He accepted an invitation to give a lecture for a divination organization at Enmat Harbor. Are you looking for him?" "Not at all. I was just curious. After all, I've seen him every time I've come here." Klein smiled. He recognized a familiar face among the members, Glassis, who had divined for him before. Glassis was reading some papers through his monocle when he sensed someone looking. He looked up, joy filling his face. He stood and dashed over. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I've been wondering if you would come today. I heard from Angelica that you are not a doctor, but a fortune teller who is good at face reading." Klein smiled. "That's not the only thing I'm good at. Mr. Glassis, you no longer seem plagued by your ailment?" He tapped his glabella twice and saw Glassis's health colors had returned to normal. "Yes, I was very regretful for not taking your suggestion back then. Luckily, there is a very amazing apothecary near my place. He gave my wife a magical medicine which brought me away from death," Glassis said emotionally. As a quasi-member of the Nighthawks, Klein asked out of interest, "Very amazing apothecary? Very magical medicine?" "Magical? How magical? Is it within the range of beyonders?" Glassis answered without noticing the question's nuance. He said that it was a kind of folk medicine from Lemberg. In short, it helped with treating my illness a lot. "Folk medicine apothecary?" Klein tapped his glabella thoughtfully. "What's his name? Where does he stay? As you know, even a fortune teller can't guarantee they would remain in perfect health all the time. Perhaps I will need to go to purchase some medication from him in the future." Klein knew the current health system was still developing and magical medicines held the market. It was good to know more, just in case. Glassis replied honestly, His name is Lawson Darkwade. He has a tiny store at 18 Vlad Street in East Borough, named Lawson's Folk Herb Store. Thank you. Klein nodded sincerely. Glasses invited him to sit beside him. Angelica came over to serve the coffee. Compared to Southville coffee, Desi coffee was more fragrant but tasted inferior. Klein took a sip and savoured it. Glasses hesitated, then said, "Mr. Moretti, can I request a divination from you? I will pay according to a price you set. 8 pence is sufficient. I will not raise the price out of the blue." Klein hoped for practice. "Do you need a divination room?" "All right. Topaz?" Glasses led the way confidently. Inside the divination room, Klein sat behind the long table and asked seriously, "Mr. Glasses, what would you like the divination to be about?" "I have an investment opportunity, but the amount of money it involves is huge. If it fails, my family and I will take a heavy hit. I wish to know if it will be a successful investment," Glasses volunteered. "I have divined using tarot cards previously. A divination after purifying my soul. The result was pretty good. Yes, I did the interpretation myself, but I did not violate the principles of those symbols." Klein asked curiously, "It'd be great if you could describe the entire situation once more and give me your information again. It'd be best if you have the other party's information too. We will do an astrolabe divination." "All right." Glasses organized his words. When Mr. Lanivus examined the Hornassus mountain range, he discovered a gigantic mine rich in high-quality iron ore. He poured in all his savings to buy that land and hired a professional company to survey it. The result was a heartening one. He lacks funds needed for subsequent developments, so he formed a steelworks company and intends to apply for a loan from the bank using the project. At the same time, he will also issue a corresponding number of shares to raise its initial capital. The plan is still in its preparatory stage and promises fat returns. Klein, who had recently read newspapers and studied history, knew about shares and their origin from Emperor Roselle. During southern continent colonization, Roselle had set up the Ciberon Company and solved fiduciary issues by raising funds through shares, kick-starting investments like railway shares, mining shares, and more. This led to the Backlund Stock Exchange. The emperor also created national bonds and unit trusts, the former being the most stable investment with 4 to 6% interest. Klein remembered Benson saying inheriting £3,000 meant no need to work. 5% annual interest gave £150 yearly, about Klein's current annual income. Rentier capitalism. Klein sighed and asked carefully, "Are you sure there's nothing wrong about this? Is Lanivus trustworthy? I've seen his property papers and the inspection report. There is the Civilhouse County government stamp and an endorsement of a professional company. Plus, inside Mr. Lanivus's office is a group photo of him with Sir Deweyville and the mayor." Glasses nodded. "Group photo? That doesn't mean anything." Klein had seen too many similar cases to be fooled. But belief didn't matter here. He only needed to draw the astrolabe based on the time and info Glasses gave him. After a while, Klein pointed to the astrolabe. "You should be able to tell that this will be a very unsuccessful endeavor. Below the flourishing surface is a cliff, a chasm. My divination suggests going around it, to avoid it." Glasses fell silent, his mouth opening and closing several times before he said with a rueful smile, "I'll consider it carefully when I'm back." Klein sighed silently, realizing the helplessness of a seer. A seer can only give suggestions, not make decisions for others. As they left the Topaz room, Angelica walked over. "Mr. Moretti, someone wishes for your divination," she whispered. "He did not ask for my recommendations, nor did he view the album. Has my reputation spread?" Klein looked toward the reception hall, puzzled. Chapter 63, Dream Interpretation. Klein took a few steps forward and saw the client, dressed in a formal black suit and half-top hat, holding a gold-inlaid wooden cane. His short blonde hair flared from the sides and his aquiline nose looked like a hawk's beak. Anna's fiancé, the Joyce Meyer who survived that terrifying ordeal. Klein, having seen him in his dream divination, smiled warmly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Joyce removed his hat and bowed. "Thank you for the advice you gave Anna. She cannot stop praising how miraculous you are." Klein chortled. "I did not change a thing. You should be thanking yourself. Without your determination and hope for a better tomorrow, you wouldn't have overcome such an ordeal." He couldn't help lampoon inwardly. Does this count as mutual professional bootlicking? In all honesty, I still find my coming back alive a dream. I still cannot believe I survived wave after wave of terrifying ordeals. Joyce shook his head wistfully. Without waiting for a reply, he asked, "You knew who I was the moment you saw me. Was that because of my unique nose, or because you divined I would visit you?" "I had your detailed information. That is enough for a seer," Klein answered vaguely, playing the charlatan. Joyce was stunned. After more than 10 seconds, he squeezed out a smile. "Mr. Moretti, I wish to request a divination from you." The moment he said this, he realized something. Mr. Klein Moretti had called himself a seer, not a fortune-teller, a seer. "All right, let us head to Topaz." Klein gestured. He felt like he should be wearing a long black robe and kept his words to a minimum to sound more mysterious. Joyce locked the door after entering the divination room. While observing the room, Klein tapped his glabella twice to activate his spirit vision. Joyce sat down, set his cane beside him, tugged his black bow tie and said hoarsely, "Mr. Moretti, I wish for you to interpret my dream." "Dream interpretation?" Klein acted like it was expected but was really asking for confirmation. He noticed Joyce's health colors were dull but no signs of illness. His emotional colors were predominantly dark blue, showing he was clearly high-strung. Joyce nodded seriously. "I've had the same horrific dream every night since the Alfalfa arrived at Enmat Harbor. I know it could be linked to trauma and I should see a psychiatrist, but I suspect it's no ordinary dream. A normal dream would have varying details even if recurring, but this one is constant in what I recall." "To a seer, such dreams are revelations from the divine," Klein said, half consoling, half explaining. "Can you describe the dream?" Joyce clenched his fists and thought deeply before speaking. "I dreamed I was falling from the Alfalfa into the ocean. The ocean was dark red like rotting blood. As I fell, someone on the boat grabbed me. I couldn't identify him, but he was very strong. I was holding on to someone to save him from falling too. I know that person, Eunice Kim, a passenger. Because of his weight and struggling, I couldn't hold on and had to let go. I watched him get devoured by the sea of blood. Then the person above me also let go. I flailed my arms to grab something, but there was nothing. I plummeted rapidly. Then I woke up in horror, sweat covering my back and forehead." Klein held his forehead and tapped it gently as if thinking, then said, "Mr. Meyer, nightmares, especially repeated ones, are psychological problems with roots. A recurring nightmare is a reminder from your spirituality. It's a divine revelation." Seeing Joyce's confusion, Klein elaborated, "Don't doubt it, ordinary people's spirituality can give reminders too. I don't know exactly what happened on the Alfalfa, but it was a tragedy of blood and steel. It left deep trauma in you." Joyce nodded slightly. "You must have been horrified and fearful on the ship. When overwhelmed by intense emotions, it's easy to lose observational skills and miss signs. That doesn't mean you didn't see them. You disregarded them. In your subconscious and spirituality, those missed details remain. If important enough, your spirituality reminds you through dreams. I had a similar case, ignoring a feeling only to realize later the diary was with Ray Bieber, but I was more sensitive and knowledgeable about mysticism and could deduce faster." Klein paused, looking into Joyce's eyes. "Did Mr. Eunice Kim, whom you let fall into the sea of blood, request something from you on the boat, but ultimately couldn't escape his fate?" Joyce fidgeted, opening his mouth several times before answering, "Yes, but I don't pity him. Perhaps soon you'll read in the newspapers how cruel he was. He raped and murdered at least 3 women and tossed a baby into the raging sea. He led savages who massacred passengers and crew. He was scheming, strong, and evil. I dared not stop him. I'd have lost my life." "I'm not doubting what you did," Klein said firmly, "but your dream tells me you feel regret. You believe you shouldn't have let go back then. If you believe killing him was justice, why do you feel regret and have recurring dreams about releasing your hand?" "I don't know either." Joyce shook his head, confused. Klein crossed his arms under his chin, analyzing. "Considering all this, you missed certain details, what Eunice Kim said, how he pleaded, his demeanor. I can't recall the incident, so think carefully." "There's nothing. All he said was, 'Spare me, I surrender.'" Joyce muttered, puzzled. Perhaps you felt Eunice Kim was more useful alive, that he could prove or explain something? Joyce frowned. After a while he said, perhaps. The conflict on the alfalfa happened too suddenly and grew intense too fast. It was as if the passive evil in everyone erupted uncontrollably. Too abnormal. Perhaps I wish to interrogate Eunice Kim on why he acted possessed by the devil. Klein suddenly had an insight and spoke mysteriously with a charlatan's tone. No, that's not the only reason. What? Joyce looked shocked. Klein crossed his arms, held his chin high and stared deeply into Joyce's eyes. Not only did you find the situation abnormal, you also saw things you disregarded. Putting those together leads to a terrifying conclusion. Your spirituality tells you someone should be under highest suspicion. That person grabbed you but let go in your dream. You don't suspect him subconsciously, so you can't identify him. He's your partner. He once controlled your fate, maybe even saved you. Joyce leaned back suddenly with a dull thud. Sweat formed on his forehead, his eyes filled with confusion. I see it. He stood abruptly, the chair wobbling. Mr. Triss, he said, using all his strength. He was a friendly, bashful little boy with a round face, the hero who saved survivors. Klein didn't interrupt and leaned back, waiting. Joyce's expression changed several times, then returned to normal with a pale tinge. He gave a rueful smile. I understand now. Thank you for interpreting my dream. Perhaps it's time I visit the police station. He pulled out his leather wallet and took a 1 solly note. I don't think money can represent your worth, and I can only pay your requested price. This is for you. Joyce pushed the note forward. I wouldn't have minded if you gave me £10. 1 solly? You sure like your fiancée? Klein kept his mysterious charlatan vibe silent, but smiled as he pressed the note. Joyce took a deep breath, put on his hat, and walked toward the door. Unlocking it, he suddenly turned back and said sincerely, Thank you, Master Moretti. Master? Klein laughed quietly to himself, watching Joyce leave. Whatever happened on the alfalfa seems extraordinary. If only the captain was here. He'd understand everything in Joyce Meyer's dreams. Tuesday at dawn, Backlund Empress Burrow Audrey woke early and beckoned her golden retriever Susie. Susie, you are also a beyonder now. We are the same kind. You know what I mean is, we have to help each other. Guard the door later and don't let anyone disturb me. I have to conduct a ritual. Susie looked at her mistress and wagged her tail with exasperation. Chapter 64. Instigator. After instructing her golden retriever, Susie, Audrey paced anxiously. She wasn't sure if the ritualistic magic would do anything strange. Let's do this. Her eyes calmed as she mentally visualized the process. Soon, she adjusted her setup. Audrey unlocked her bedroom door. Susie, sit here. If Annie or anyone tries to barge in, go to the bathroom and alert me immediately. Her maid had the key, preventing any accidental lock-ins. Susie gave her an inscrutable look, wagging her tail 3 times. Good girl. I'll let you pick anything you want for lunch today. Audrey smiled. After briefing Susie, Audrey entered the bathroom. The square tub, 3 to 4 meters each side, held gently rippling clear water with steam rising, dreamlike. She tidied a table cluttered with bottles, then arranged candles, sacrificial items, and a white robe nearby. Closing the bathroom door, Audrey sighed with relief and picked up a translucent light blue bottle beside 4 candles. The cylindrical bottle shimmered in the light. Inside was a blend of essential oils she'd distilled the day before. As a mysticism enthusiast, Audrey had researched extensively. Pure dew, flower essences, perfumes, essential oils, and incense she brewed herself. She'd completed the initial preparations per the fool's instructions. Moonflowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose. Odd mix. Audrey murmured, one must cleanse body and mind before ritual magic, a form of reverence to the divine, or the target. Going over the ritual mentally, she placed the essential oil by the tub, then began undressing. Silk garments slipped off and fell into the laundry basket. Audrey tied her hair into a bun and tested the water temperature. Slowly, she sank into the warm embrace of the bath. Phew, she exhaled, feeling completely relaxed. I don't even want to move a finger. Audrey fought the urge, but reached for the light blue bottle and dropped a few drops into the water. A refreshing fragrance filled the silence. She inhaled deeply, nodding, not bad, smells great. How relaxing, how comfortable. Don't want to move at all. Just lie here quietly. Silence in silence, silence. Time slipped away until barking snapped her back. Eyes flying open, she saw Susie squatting outside the tub, exasperated. Rubbing her eyes, Audrey noticed the water had cooled considerably. I fell asleep, she wondered. Susie sat quietly, no barking or wagging tail. Ha, that essential oil really works. Yeah, really well. Audrey chuckled dryly. She stood, grabbed a towel and wrapped herself, telling Susie, "Keep watch. No letting Annie or anyone in." Only after Susie left did Audrey secretly stick out her tongue. She tossed the towel aside and donned a clean white robe. Closing the bathroom door, Audrey recalled the ritual steps. She lit 4 candles, placing them at the table's corners. At the top left, a loaf of white bread, top right, a bowl of finer potter noodles. Great smell, but a bit cold. No, not the time to think about that. Bottom left, paella, bottom right, desi pie. She set the altar per the fool's instructions, shaking her head twice during the process. Once ready, she left the candles burning, picked up a silver knife, and stabbed it into a pile of coarse salt. Reciting the sacred incantation in Hermes, she lifted the knife, ornate and beautiful, and dipped it into a cup of clear water. Focusing, she pulled out the silver blade, channeling spiritual energy from within. Invisible energy radiated as Audrey circled the altar once, erecting a spiritual barrier. She expelled all distractions and impurities beyond it. Maintaining a detached spectator mindset, she controlled her excitement to avoid disrupting the ritual. Setting down the knife, she picked up the tiny light blue crystal bottle and dripped a drop onto each candle. Sizzle. A faint fragrance spread, and Audrey's body, heart and soul settled into tranquility. She inhaled deeply, bowed her head in reverence, and began chanting in Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moonflower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers to my incantation." As Audrey finished, she felt a stir within the spiritual wall. A dark red star swirled on the back of her hand. Her heart leapt. She closed her eyes and calmed herself, pleading sincerely. When it ended, she looked around in wonder, but saw nothing unusual. "Is that all?" she whispered, frowning slightly. Meanwhile, in the Blue Avenger's captain cabin, Alger Wilson, wearing his windstorm robe, quietly repeated the 3 lines he'd heard that afternoon. "The king of yellow and black who wields good luck, the fool that doesn't belong to this era." He shook his head, clearly vexed, but did nothing. Though he controlled the ancient Tudor relic of a ship, Alger felt uneasy. Hidden secrets lurked, like the Blood Emperor. He planned to test the fool's powers, but avoided trying the unknown ritual on board. After a few minutes' thought, he left the cabin and went on deck. To the sailors, he announced, "We'll reach the Rosted archipelago soon. We'll anchor there for a day." The sailors cheered, shouting, "Thank you, Your Grace." Though the ghost ship didn't need sailors, a few were on board. Fresh food and water were guaranteed, but endless sea and horizons drained them mentally and physically. They felt constantly repressed, barely holding on. The Rosted archipelago was a bustling colony on the Sonia Sea, thriving in industry and commerce. "I can't wait," one crew member joked, gyrating his hips with a grin that all men understood. On a public carriage to Zouteland Street, Klein read the newspaper leisurely when suddenly he jolted, hearing an ethereal voice. Shapeless murmurs echoed in his mind, his forehead throbbed. The strange calling vanished as fast as it came. Klein pinched his forehead, resisting the pain. Could this be the murmurings old Neil mentioned? The effect of enhanced spiritual perception? He wondered as 4 tiny black dots appeared on the back of his right hand like moles. The dots quickly faded and disappeared. Klein stared in surprise and guessed, "Justice or the hanged man must have tried the ritualistic magic I gave them. Was I right?" Those 3 lines pointed to me through that mysterious space above the grey fog. But I'm too weak. I couldn't hear their full requests. Maybe the info is stored above the grey fog. Yes, I'll confirm by entering tonight. Feeling perturbed, Klein raised his newspaper to hide his expression. Arriving at Zouteland Street, he entered Blackthorn Security Company. Before greeting Roseanne, he saw Captain Dunn Smith walk out holding a paper with a portrait. "Look at this internal arrest warrant. A very cruel beyonder has entered Tingen." Dunn, in black windbreaker and no hat, handed it over. Klein saw the sketch of a round-faced boy, amiable, a bit shy, about 18 or 19. Triss, suspected Beyonder, estimated Sequence 8 instigator, the Theosophy Order might be involved, the culprit behind the Alfalfa massacre. Witnesses say he came from Enmat Harbor, his whereabouts are unknown. Triss, Alfalfa, a Beyonder crime. Klein recalled yesterday's dream interpretation and Joyce Meyer's description. Captain, I know a witness. He might be important. I know. Joyce Meyer, Machinery Hivemind requested my help last night. I saw you in Joyce's dream. Details confirm Triss caused the Alfalfa tragedy. Dunn chuckled calmly. How boring. Lucky it was my day off and not during seer duty. Klein thought, relieved he wasn't caught slacking. He asked, which sequence pathway is instigator? What is the Theosophy Order? Is instigating others to kill each other how Triss avoided potion side effects? Or a requirement for advancement? Dunn paused. Coincidentally, it's time you learned about Beyonders and secret organizations. Old Neil shouldn't always have you reading historical documents. Captain, wasn't I recruited as your history expert? Klein didn't dare say it, but nodded seriously. All right. Chapter 65, Beyonder Information. With a document signed by Dunn, Klein went underground and entered the armory. Dunn's right, it's time you learned about the different Beyonders and secret organizations, said old Neil, dressed in a black robe. He read the note calmly, approving the captain's decision. He added with a smile, You'll be heading to the underground market with me tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Klein asked, pleasantly surprised. Old Neil sighed, I can't sleep when I'm in debt. I prefer to settle things quickly. You didn't act like that before, leaving it to the last moment and using ritual magic to fix it. So I'm not the only procrastinator? Klein thought, but kept quiet, urging Mr. Neal, please retrieve the relevant info from Canis Gate. The armory held mostly archaeological and historical documents, with only a few on Beyonders and secret groups, and those were basic. Old Neil sipped his hand-ground coffee, smacked his lips, then left with the signed document. Klein stayed behind to watch the place. 10 minutes later, Neil returned with a huge stack of papers. They can only be read here. No taking them out, he warned, placing them on the desk. Understood. Klein nodded and quickly skimmed through the pages. Very detailed. As expected from the Nighthawks and a church with 4,000 years of history, Klein thought, impressed. The documents not only introduced secret organizations but also listed many sequence pathways. Some listed potion names, others only described Beyonder abilities, and some were blank. Holding back excitement, Klein found the sequence pathway that followed Seer. He flipped and spotted a familiar word, but his smile froze. No potion names were listed for sequences 7 and 8. Thankfully, their abilities were described. Klein exhaled quietly and read carefully. Sequence 8, potion name unknown. The Beyonder specializes in fighting with artifice and is very crafty. Fighting with artifice? The next step after Seer? Why does this feel weird? I'm not a hunter. Will I become a melee mage? What does crafty mean? Am I just smarter at fooling enemies? Klein was stunned, suspecting Nighthawk's info might be wrong. He read the case studies but found no satisfying explanation. Then he looked at sequence 7. Potion name unknown. This Beyonder excels at quickly casting many spells and fuses physical skill with supernatural powers. That sounds right. This is what an advancement of Seer should be. Klein relaxed. The case studies of sequence 7 confirmed it. The pathway description with this sequence was established by the Solomon Empire's Zaratul family. Though nearly destroyed during the 4th Epoch, the family's name appeared occasionally in the 5th Epoch history. It's suspected to be linked to the ancient secret order. Zaratul? Klein's eyes narrowed. He'd just seen that name in Emperor Rosel's diary yesterday afternoon. Rosel's acting was triggered by the mysterious Zaratul. Because of that, Rosel regretted not choosing Seer. So I was indirectly influenced to become a Seer. It all feels predestined. Klein frowned, sensing something was off. Logically it made sense, but mysticism and predestination often tangled matters further. Plus, transmigration was baffling. The guy I possessed tried to commit suicide over the Lost Secret Order notebook. Klein had many guesses but lacked proof. Phew. After rereading, he suppressed his thoughts and moved on. He found the sailor sequence, tied to the Lord of Storms. For an old enemy not faced in over 2,000 to 3,000 years, Nighthawk's records were surprisingly detailed. Sequence 8, Folk of Rage. Ancient name, Guardian of the Windstorm. When enraged, this Beyonder strikes beyond normal limits, greatly increasing strength and speed. Facing them is like facing a storm. Sequence 7, Seafarer. Ancient name, Windstorm Priest. This Beyonder is a scholar of astronomy and geography, with an intuitive grasp of magnetic fields, ocean currents, wind and clouds. A boat with a seafarer never gets lost at sea. They gain enhancements on the ocean, are friends of water, can act underwater for over half an hour, and cast some water-related spells. Some innate, some granted by the Lord of Storms. Sequence 7, Seafarer is powerful. Klein thought of the Hanged Man, likely a guardian of the windstorm, or more probably a seafarer. This hinted the Hanged Man was either mandated punisher or a pirate secretly absorbed by the Church of the Lord of Storms. Impressive. Klein flipped back and found Spectator's advancement, matching what the Hanged Man had said. Sequence 9, Spectator is like a seer, lacking direct combat, but skilled at observing targets to gather information and subtly influence outcomes. Sequence 8, Telepathic is the advanced Spectator, reading deeper, auras, ether body, mysteries, effectively mind-reading, leaving no secrets. Sequence 7, Psychiatrist, aka Psyche Analyst, builds on that, able to directly influence targets, curing madness or causing it. A Beyonder who's hard to notice, Klein thought. Next he read about the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, since Emperor Roselle chose their Savant sequence. Sequence 9, Savant. This Beyonder values knowledge as power. They grasp the supernatural but excel in aqua regia, nitroglycerin, gears and bolts. They seem to know everything. No wonder Roselle said this potion suited him perfectly. Klein nodded and read on. Sequence 8, Archaeologist. They know history, survival, forbidden ruins, knowledge, and have a strong body. Sequence 7, Appraiser. They intuitively understand extraordinary items and use them with minimal risk. Klein's clearance only allowed access up to Sequence 7, which frustrated him. He hoped Backlund would send sealed artifact 2049 soon to verify if Ray Bieber was an Antigonist descendant, so he could join formally and get higher clearance. Composed, Klein read through everything carefully. He knew sequences following Corpse Collector were Gravedigger and Spirit Medium. Mystery Prior's Sequence 8 was missing potion name and description. Sequence 7 was Warlock. Sounds impressive. He flipped further and saw Apprentice and Marauder, which Roselle had interest in. Records only went to Sequence 8. Sequence 9, Apprentice. Abilities are strange, originating pathway of mages, rarely trapped or stopped, able to escape and pass obstacles. Sequence 8, Trickmaster, wields many strange but weak spells. Sequence 9, Marauder, hard to distinguish from ordinary thieves but with more impressive skills. Their goal of stealing riches isn't just survival, it's answering a calling. Sequence 8, Sequencers, found in fraud investigations they enjoy swindling. Enjoying swindling, that's another form of acting, isn't it? If I had a choice, I'd pick Apprentice. Klein thought quietly. Suddenly, he found the sequence potion linked to Triss, the instigator, culprit of the Alfalfa tragedy. Chapter 66, Demoness Sect. Sequence 8, Instigator. They are adept at triggering the evil desires deep in people's hearts, causing contradictions and inciting conflict, thus resulting in bloody massacres. The description wasn't detailed enough. The Nighthawks clearly didn't fully understand this potion's capabilities, but it did match the characteristics of the Alfalfa tragedy. Klein looked up and read Sequence 9 for Instigator. Sequence 9, Assassin. Can transform their bodies quickly and become light as a feather. They can also utilize vision equal to that of an eagle. Every assassin is adept at hiding in shadows. They have dexterous steps and can release all their strength in one blow. Klein was completely confused. Assassin? Advancing to Instigator? That's as odd as how a seer advances to a class skilled in artifice combat. Some sequence pathways are straightforward like Spectator, but others defy intuition. Maybe I just haven't uncovered some hidden common ground. Assassins and instigators both bring catastrophe, but Seer's advancement baffles me. Could it be the Gandalf lineage? Add supportive magic, then dump points into strength and technique? Klein shook his head, speechless. He flipped to the Theosophy Order section, connected to Instigators. Theosophy Order, a secret group from the Fifth Epoch's early era. They believe the mind is fundamental, the body a cage. Humans do evil because of the body's influence. Using spirituality, one extricates the mind from the body. Through the stars' trials, the self is purified and attains eternal redemption. Many extremists destroy others' bodies, causing massacres. They have two sequence pathways, common apprentice and trickmaster potions, and the rare assassin and instigator. No evidence exists of sequence 7 or above potions in their ranks. The Theosophy Order's origin is unknown. Their pathways hint at ties to the Abraham family's trickmaster dynasty of the Fourth Epoch and possibly the Tamara family, linked by marriage. The assassin and instigator pathways point toward the Demonist sect. The Fourth Epoch's secretive history: Abraham, Tamara, Antigonus, Zaratul families, the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor, Tudor Dynasty's Blood Emperor, Trunsost Empire, Jacob and Amon families, was dense and foggy. Klein was astounded at how much was hidden. The outline left him shuddering, imagining a beyonder era of blood and strangeness dancing in horror and distortion. He flipped through the book but found no description of the Demonist sect. Looking up, he saw old Neil struggling with filter paper and coffee. "Mr. Neil, what organization is the Demonist sect? I can't find anything about them." Old Neil chuckled after fiddling with his coffee. "Your clearance isn't high enough, even with Dunn's okay. You can't access that info. Much is only at the Holy Cathedral, not behind Chanis Gate. Maybe once you're a Nighthawks captain, you'll train there and get access." "I don't know much. They worship the primordial demoness, the true inheritor of the Creator, born from chaos, the earliest from the Creator's body, and the ultimate ender. Their upper echelons are all female, hence the Demonist sect name. Beyond that, even formal members like me don't know much. I've heard they aim to spread catastrophes." "Spread catastrophes? That fits assassin and instigator's link. Mr. Triss's future looks bleak if later potions favor females." Klein nodded and continued reading. Secret organizations were more numerous than he'd thought, but that made sense given the long history and past beyonder activity. He grouped them by era. First, ancient Fourth Epoch groups: Moses Ascetic Order, Secret Order, Blood Sanctify Sect, Devil Worshippers, and Demonist Sect. Second, early Fifth Epoch groups: Theosophy Order, Death-worshipping Numinous Episcopate, Life School of Thought, Master Disciple, Rose School of Thought, Bloody Sacrifices. Third, newer groups from the past century or two: Aurora Order, Iron and Blood Cross Order, Element Dawn, Psychology Alchemists, which Klein already knew. Others existed but were minor. Benson and Melissa probably never imagined the world was this dangerous. Not just wars, Klein mused with a wry smile as he neatly stacked the classified documents and handed them to old Neil. "Please don't let my tarot club be on the list." Old Neil, unaware he faced a secret leader, chuckled and left for Chanis Gate. Klein considered divining instigator Triss's location, but abandoned it quickly. Vague info and an uncertain name wouldn't make him a seer but a prophet. When old Neil returned, Klein calmed himself and resumed studying ritual magic. He spent the day revising and skipped the joint operation to capture Triss. The sealed artifact 2049 from Backland was delayed, arrival time unknown. Having earned nearly 2 solli from divinations, Klein bought Benson a 2-liter barrel of Enmat beer and some fresh lemon cakes for Melissa. "Klein, I know you care for us deeply, but there's no need. No need to keep spending money on such things," Benson said, eyeing the beer. Melissa nodded. "This is probably how our consumer habits differ." Klein sighed, amused. "Benson, Melissa, don't worry. This was bought with my additional reimbursement. I earn an extra 2 to 4 solli every week. I can't tell them it's from divinations," he thought. "That job of yours is better than I imagined." Benson looked surprised. "That's right. I even learned divination from it." Klein mused silently, then went to the kitchen. Thanks to their combined efforts, dinner was sumptuous. After eating, they lounged before cleaning, chatting, and studying. When Benson and Melissa fell asleep, I'll head above the grey fog to check the ritual's effects. Klein glanced at his siblings while revising history. Westborough. Iron Cross Street, Lower Street. A 3-story apartment sat dark, no street lamps or lights. Suddenly, a figure leapt from a 3rd-floor window, landing gently like a feather. He crouched and vanished into shadows, only his faint outline was visible. Moving swiftly, he arrived at the harbour, circling a corner piled with goods, then entered. His round, friendly face appeared. Instigator Triss, the cause of the Alfalfa tragedy. "How does it feel?" A hoarse female voice emerged from shadows. A black-hooded woman stepped forward. Triss smiled. "Feels great. It was a scene I dreamed and yearned for. I think I have appropriately completed the mission and have taken the necessary preparations for the advancement." The woman nodded faintly. "Very well. According to the promise, I'll hand you the Sequence 7 formula and the 3 main ingredients. You'll have to gather the rest yourself." "No problem." Triss seemed ready. She handed him a book-like object with an ancient bronze cover and a star-shaped lock. Inside were the formula and ingredients. Triss was thrilled. Trying to compose himself, he read the potion's name on the cover. "Witch!" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Witch? I'll advance to become a witch? What a joke!" The woman covered her mouth, chuckling. "Weren't you always curious? Curious why our upper echelons are all female? That is the answer." Chapter 67, Response. The crimson moon hung silently over Tingen City as Klein stood by his desk, looking out onto empty Daffodil Street. He heard distant carriages galloping quietly. Checking his vine-leaf silver pocket watch, he drew the curtains, locking his room and switching off the gas valve. Darkness filled the room except for a sliver of red moonlight, perfect for late-night tales. Klein took out the silver knife he'd acquired and entered a half-cogitation state. He focused, letting his spirituality flow from the blade's tip, fusing it with his surroundings to seal the room, preventing any strange noises from waking Benson or Melissa. He then walked 4 counterclockwise steps, chanting earth incantations with each, enduring the grueling half-conscious stage. The endless grayish-white fog and towering divine palace greeted him, unchanged over thousands of years. But Klein noticed one difference: a dark red star pulsing steadily. It was the star of justice. He sent his spirituality toward the star and felt a hum in his head. A blurry, distorted scene appeared, accompanied by layered prayers. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. I pray for you to give me a good dream. I pray for you to give me a good dream." The female voice repeated constantly, irritating Klein like someone pounding upstairs just as he was falling asleep. He repressed his annoyance and calmed himself with cogitation, focusing on the blurry figure, a girl in white robes, golden hair bowed, chanting before 4 flickering flames. It was Miss Justice. This confirmed his ritual worked. He'd connected precisely to the grey fog and himself. Feeling a small victory, Klein thought, "I won't praise myself for being awesome." But his mood lifted. The buzzing voice was now tolerable. He sent a mental reply through the dark red star. "I'm aware." A distorted figure appeared deeper in the grey layer, eyes swirling with deep redness, repeating in the vast silence, "I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm aware." Suddenly Audrey Hall woke, wrapped in a blanket, still thinking about her dream of the fool. "Is this a response to my morning prayers?" she wondered, entering her spectator state. Though puzzled why the fool only responded at night, she was amazed the ritual worked, something her prayers to the Evernight goddess never achieved. Even if the fool wasn't a god, he was close enough. Audrey exhaled slowly, setting aside worry to plan her next steps. "First, I have to completely digest the spectator potion. My acting is still pretty good. Second, I have to seek out the psychology alchemists. Third, I should try to obtain the telepathist potion formula from Mr. D. Fool or clues about the psychology alchemists elsewhere. However, every godlike existence should have a complete sequence pathway unique to them. They might not know the formulas of others. A new Beyonder organization like the psychology alchemists might not catch Mr. Fool's attention." Back in the grey fog, Klein sat at the bronze table in good spirits. He was alone in silence. It seemed he could only exchange messages here, not use powers as he'd hoped. His original plan to bind himself to the grey fog, pray to himself and bypass limitations, was too idealistic. His understanding wasn't that advanced. Just then the star for the Hanged Man pulsed. Klein reached out, connecting with it, and saw the Hanged Man in a black robe before 4 flames, surrounded by a spiritual barrier isolating him. The Hanged Man prayed heavily. "You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help." After waiting with no reply, he dismantled the barrier, extinguished candles, and cleansed the altar with water magic. Klein noted, water-based spell, the bestowment of the storm. The hanged man is at least a seafarer. Before the scene vanished, Klein sent a quiet reply. Meanwhile, Alger Wilson was in the Rorsted Archipelago's city of generosity. He skipped the Red Cabaret, staying in his hotel room to attempt the Fool's Ritual. After praying, he got no response. It seems this attempt isn't too successful. Mr. Fool needs to change methods. Alger thought, both hopeful and disappointed. He planned to head downstairs for a bottle of Langsky Proof, an alcohol favored by mandated punishers to unleash powers. But as he opened his door, his vision blurred. Grey fog filled the corridor, revealing a hazy figure seated on a throne deep within it. "I'm aware." The deep voice echoed in Alger's head, freezing him with a slight headache. His eyes darkened. He looked around. The corridor was unchanged, the old floorboards creaked and the candle stands were dusty, but the voice persisted. Alger hit his chest lightly, but didn't speak any words of respect to the Lord of Storms. After a long silence, his expression settled, but his gaze grew deeper. Klein quickly left the grey fog world, enveloped in spirituality, and plunged back into the material world. Scenes flashed rapidly until he saw the crimson moonlight filtering through his curtains. He picked up his silver knife, removed the spiritual barrier in his room, and a gust swept the corridor. There were no disturbances from Benson's or Melissa's rooms, and Klein felt relieved. This luck enhancement ritual is really indispensable for traveling. "It's concealed and mystical," he murmured, closing the door and heading to bed. Tomorrow his mission was to visit underground markets with old Neil for Beyonder items. Chapter 68, Monster at Dusk. Long shadows stretched from carriages and horses. Klein told Benson and Melissa he was dining at Blackthorn Security Company, then took a public carriage to the harbour with old Neil. Dressed in cheap formal wear, he dreaded ruining his precious tuxedo if a fight broke out. When the sun turned fiery, the carriage stopped. Old Neil, clad in his usual black robe and round felt hat, ignored onlookers and strode toward the Evil Dragon bar ahead. Though the bar was distant and its heavy doors shut tight, Klein heard cheers inside, patrons rooting for a hero. Near the bar, Klein spotted something unsettling. A stocky man in uniform crouched atop the warehouse across the street, carrying a large greyish-white mechanical box connected to a thick rifle by piping. "A steam-pressured rifle?" Klein muttered, shocked. "This place actually has military-grade weapons?" The bulky backpack was powered by extracted phlogiston, and the rifle's power and muzzle velocity nearly matched a low-tier sniper rifle. Old Neil squinted. "What's going on here?" Klein noticed several men with repeating rifles searching the area. Old Neil approached the bar's muscular doorman, who recognized him and smiled wryly. "The bar almost got destroyed earlier," the man said. "A wanted man showed up buying materials, got recognized, and chaos followed. Man, I was more scared than after a night with Ginger Sunny." Old Neil asked if he knew the suspect's name. "Something like Triss," the man replied uncertainly. Klein connected the dots. Instigator Triss had unwittingly walked into danger, likely flagged by informants from the machinery hive mind or Nighthawk sparking the fight. "Was he caught?" Klein tapped his silver-inlaid cane. The doorman shook his head, nodding toward the warehouse rooftop. "He fled before those guys arrived. Fastest runner I've seen." Klein smirked inwardly. Obviously, the man hadn't seen a real assassin's skills. Old Neil then asked if the market was open. "Just reopened," the doorman said. Old Neil pushed open the bar's heavy door. The stench of alcohol hit Klein hard. Inside, a boxing ring held two half-naked men in a fierce brawl, surrounded by shouting, vulgar patrons. Old Neil ignored the chaos and led Klein through a billiard room at the back, where two cue holders fell silent upon seeing him and then moved aside to reveal a secret door. After several rooms, Klein stepped into a space about the size of a lecture hall. Vendors had roadside stalls selling bottles and cans, with passers-by examining goods or bargaining. "They pay Swain, the bar's boss, 5%, Old Neil explained. "Ex-captain of a mandated Punisher squad, older than me. He's the type who wants to drink himself to death." Klein nodded. "A pretty profitable setup. He just provides space and protection." Old Neil warned that if you're short on money you can borrow from Swain, but the interest is brutal. Klein asked if Swain was a seafarer. "No, just a folk of rage," Old Neil said. Tingen's a landlocked city. The Church of the Goddess is stronger than the Lord of Storms here. Swain could have become a seafarer but feared losing control. Before Klein could ask more, a strange presence caught his attention. A pale young man wearing worn linen and jeans, eyes wild, muttering to himself. Klein furrowed his brow. The young man's spiritual perception was either extremely high or distorted. It triggered Klein's own sense. Their eyes met. The young man, half asleep and half mad, approached, then suddenly guffawed. "Ha ha! It's the smell of death! Death! Ah!" He screamed, eyes squeezed shut, blood-colored tears streaming down. He collapsed, struggling and panting until he calmed. No one in the bar batted an eye. Klein looked at old Neil, silent shock written all over his face. Old Neil shook his head. "Don't mind him. Ademasol, the monster. Born with such high spiritual perception, he sees and hears things others can't, so he raves and hurts himself." Klein lowered his voice. "Have the Nighthawks, Punishers, or Machinery Hive Mind ever tried to recruit him?" Old Neil sighed. "No sequence potion suits him." Klein recalled. He started with half a sequence. What sequence fits him? Sequence 9, called Monster. "Sadly, only the Life School controls its beginning," Old Neil explained quietly. Klein thought of the Life School, a secretive organization from early in the epoch, known for dividing the world into the rational, spirit, and material realms. Rumor said they produced a soothsayer linked to seer pathways, a confusing but intriguing detail. Ademasol got up and shuffled away. Klein gathered his thoughts and followed Old Neil past stalls selling exotic plants, moonflower, fingered citron, night vanilla, and minerals like silver, topaz, ruby. "Impressive selection," Klein murmured. Mysticism aficionados of all kinds browsed, talked, and bartered, giving the place lively energy. Old Neil pointed to a room at the end. "I'm settling my bill. Walk around." Klein nodded and wandered to a stall selling self-made amulets, inspecting them carefully. Suddenly, a voice behind him asked, "Is this powder ground from cow teeth payanol?" Cow teeth payanol, an ingredient in the spectator potion. Klein turned toward the questioner, alert. Justice had repeated the potion formula many times. The ingredients stuck firmly in Klein's mind. Chapter 69, Protection Amulet. Klein glanced at the man asking about the cow teeth payanol. He stood less than a meter away, dressed in a black suit and half-top hat, holding a silver-adorned cane and wearing gold-framed glasses. His posture was refined. "Yes, do you need it?" "This jar is 3 soli," said the stall owner, robed in black with a mystical air. The pale yellow sideburns man paused. "Can it be cheaper? I have other ingredients to buy, like this bottle of white-edged sunflower petals." The stall owner considered briefly. 2 soli and 6 pence. You won't find it cheaper." Klein felt he'd overthought things, seeing the man buy more than just the payanol. Still, he tapped his glabella twice, cautious, and scanned the man with spirit vision. No issues. Healthy, stable emotions. "Mister, keep this up." Klein withdrew his gaze and turned to the amulet stall again. The amulets were neatly arranged, some silver, some steel, some gold. Only a few emitted weak auras, crimson, pale white, or golden. These faint auras showed some spiritual energy, definitely somewhat effective. Klein observed that the stall owner had a mysticism foundation. He paired energy sources to incantations well and chose materials fittingly. But as a mere aficionado, the owner made mistakes. Incantations weren't perfectly formatted, and symbols didn't always match the energies. Only 2 or 3 amulets faintly glowed out of dozens. Those 2 or 3 would help a bit. Better than nothing. True amulets needed the craftsman to release spirituality from a blade while carving symbols, supplemented by ritual magic, things ordinary people couldn't do. Tapping his glabella again, Klein pointed to the upper left corner of the stall with his black cane. "How much for these 2? He meant the half-finished silver amulets. No incantations or symbols yet. Klein wasn't interested in weak amulets. He wanted to transform these half-done pieces into real protective amulets. 1 each for Benson and Melissa. For mine, I can get the Nighthawks to supply ingredients." Klein thought, feeling no guilt. Old Neil's influence was rubbing off. The owner picked up 2 silver amulets, one elongated with angel feather patterns, intricate and beautiful, the other plain, with a vertical line for night and a circle for the crimson moon. Klein, who cared about looks, liked both instantly. "That's 6 soli," the man said, pointing to the intricate one. After a pause, he rubbed the simpler one. 5 soli 3 pence. "Too expensive. They're far from amulets, Klein haggled, influenced by Benson and Melissa. After some back and forth, Klein bought them for 5 solly 6 pence and 4 solly 9 pence. For now they were just silver accessories. The 10 solly 3 pence came from his divination club reimbursement. Pocketing the items, Klein was about to leave when a gentle voice stopped him. "Sir, why not buy a completed amulet?" He turned to see a teenage girl about 15, in a lacy yellow dress holding a veiled hat. "It's because I want to make my own. That's the wish of every mysticism aficionado," Klein said politely, not wanting to seem like a business threat, though he'd considered using his skills for quick cash. The girl had curly brown hair and baby-fat cheeks. Her light blue eyes looked at him sincerely. "Can I ask for advice? A friend introduced me here. I'm interested in mysticism but don't know much. She's turning 16 soon, and I want to surprise her with an amulet. I didn't bring her because I want it to be a secret. I asked her before but forgot key points." Klein smiled. "What kind of protection? Disaster avoidance? Illness prevention? Fortune? Different goals mean different energy sources and gods, different constellations, different materials. For disaster, the Evernite goddess, the empress of disaster and horror, is key. Her symbol is the moon and the metal is pure silver. So for disaster protection, pure silver with proper incantations is best." He thought it too complex to explain incantation formats and spell structures here. Her eyes lit up, but she asked hesitantly, "Can a follower of one goddess wear another's amulet?" "No problem. Gods don't mind that, but the maker must be cautious. Like a Lord of Storms follower crafting an eternal blazing sun amulet might get bad results. That applied mostly if ritual magic was involved, otherwise less so." She sighed in relief. "I want one for good health. Which deity? Eternal blazing sun, Mother Earth, or God of knowledge and wisdom?" "No problem with the sun or Mother Earth. The sun's symbol is the sun, metal gold. Mother Earth's is the brown star, metal lead. I suggest the sun, if your budget allows." He'd noticed a health amulet glowing faintly, linked to the sun. "Isn't this—" She hesitated, then glanced at the silent stall owner. "How do I check the incantations and symbols after choosing material?" "Do you know Hermes?" Klein asked. "I just started learning," she replied, embarrassed. "Then I'll choose for you." He pointed at the gold health amulet. "This one's perfect. Incantations and symbols are correct." She lifted her dress edge, squatted, and picked up the sunray-designed amulet, feeling nourished and relaxed. "Thank you," she said, curtsying. Klein chuckled. "I'll leave the rest to you and the owner. I have other matters." He noticed the owner eyeing him oddly, maybe considering a cut. Klein smiled and moved on, finding no extraordinary materials at the market. Old Neil, having paid off his debt, held a dark wooden box. "Go there if you want to buy or sell extraordinary items. No one wants others to know what they're buying," he said, pointing to a back room. Klein nodded, not needing to go yet, and headed to the exit with old Neil. "How much for these elf flowers?" Klein suddenly heard. "Elf flowers? An ingredient for the spectator potion," he thought, glancing sideways at the refined, bespectacled man. "What's up?" old Neil asked. "Nothing," Klein said, looking away. Though quasi-Nighthawks, Klein believed not all Beyonders should be church-controlled or locked up. Spectators were low risk, especially at Sequence 9. After leaving Evil Dragon Bar, Klein and old Neil took a public carriage from the harbour, parted at the North Borough, and headed home. The carriage stopped at Daffodil Street. As Klein was about to get off, he noticed a young lady in a greyish-white dress about to board. She had smooth black hair, a roundish face, thin eyes, and unassuming features, but gave off a sweet, gentle vibe. Klein noticed her body was shuddering unnaturally. "Miss, are you all right?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, I'm just too tired." People behind urged Klein to disembark, so he left. Once steady, he tapped his glabella twice to check her condition with spirit vision. Colours of auras surfaced as he turned to assess the gentle young lady. Chapter 70. 2-049's arrival. Clip-clop. The horses quickened as the carriage wheels turned. Klein activated his spirit vision and turned, hoping to spot the refined, sweet lady, but only saw brown figures rushing past. The passengers had boarded, and the door was firmly shut. Inside, 20 to 30 people stood close, their energy fields overlapping, a confusing explosion of colors in Klein's vision. He quietly shook his head and tapped his glabella, turning off his spirit vision. To him, Helping if he happened upon something was fine, but missing unclear situations wasn't worth dwelling on or delaying his own affairs. Bathed in crimson moonlight, Klein strolled home on the bustling Daffodil Street. Melissa sat at the dining table, deep in thought, biting her fountain pen under the bright gas lamp. "Where's Benson?" Klein asked casually. Melissa blinked, then said, "He went around a few burrows and was sweating. He's taking a nice relaxing bath." "All right." Klein chuckled and noticed her wearing a beige dress he hadn't seen before. It was simple, with fashionable engageantes and thin frills along the collar and edges, perfectly fitting a 16 or 17-year-old. "New dress?" Klein smiled. Melissa nodded tersely. "I just took it back from Mrs. Rochelle. I thought since I had to wash it later, I might as well try it on first." Klein was puzzled. "Mrs. Rochelle?" "Their former neighbor." Melissa explained seriously. "Mrs. Rochelle is a seamstress, but has had a tough life. She sews and mends clothes for others at home. Her skill is good, and her price is cheaper than stores. The dress was well tailored, cost 9 solely 5 pence, and took a few days. A similar dress at Harrods would cost 3/2 of a pound. What a frugal girl." "Sis, I know half the reason is pity for Mrs. Rochelle." Klein smiled but didn't reproach. "When did you go to Harrods?" he asked. "Near the Divination Club on Howes Street, a middle-class shopping spot." Melissa hesitated, then said, "Selina and Elizabeth insisted I go. Actually, I prefer gears. I like steam and machinery. It's quite nice for a girl to shop at a department store sometimes." Klein laughed, comforting her. After chatting, he went upstairs, eager to wash off the bar's unpleasant smells. Just as he headed for his room, he heard sounds from the bathroom near the balcony. Benson emerged, drying his receding hairline. "How was it? Did you compliment Melissa's dress?" Benson smiled. "I forgot. I only asked where it was made," Klein said. Benson chuckled, shaking his head. "How unbecoming of an elder brother. Melissa couldn't stop wearing the dress once she got it. After cooking and washing, she put it on and hasn't taken it off since." "Wasn't she going to change after showering? She could wash and starch it then," Klein argued internally. "Tsk," Benson sighed. "It's been scorching lately. She was busy in the kitchen, so she probably feels better doing homework after a shower." "That's right," Klein smiled knowingly. "So that's Melissa. There's nothing wrong with caring for appearance, no need for excuses." His lips curled as he shook his head gently and went into his bedroom. While showering, he faintly heard knocking downstairs and wondered, isn't the gas meter collector due only every 2 weeks? Could it be Mrs. Shord next door? Unlikely. She's strict about etiquette and wouldn't visit at odd hours. Drying off, Klein dressed in old comfortable clothes and went downstairs. Seeing no strangers, he asked, "Was someone at the door just now?" Benson, reading the paper, smiled. "Bitch Mountbatten, a cop from Iron Cross Street. He asked if we saw an 18 or 19-year-old boy with a rotund face. He even showed a sketch. Neither of us have seen him, or we'd get a reward. You?" "Nope." Klein already knew. Instigator Triss had escaped the Evil Dragon Bar near the harbour in Iron Cross Street. Police were canvassing door to door, meaning the capture operation had utterly failed. Klein didn't bother. He hadn't started combat training and only had basic shooting skills. Facing a natural assassin would be suicide. He didn't sleep well, worrying the instigator might hide at their place and cause another massacre. Thankfully, Daffodil Street was quiet through the night, the morning sun dispersing the fog. Relaxed, Klein dressed formally with a top hat and cane, then headed to Zoteland Street. He greeted Roseanne at reception. "Good morning, Klein," Roseanne replied happily, then whispered, "I heard the big operation last night failed?" "The one to nab Instigator Triss?" Klein asked. "Yeah, an informant tipped off the mandated punishers about Triss at the harbour. They planned to wait for more Beyonders and a special ops police squad before striking quietly, but the instigator was sharp. He broke through their circle and escaped. At times like this, they need a tracker Beyonder like me," Klein joked. "There was no lack of trackers," Dunsmith's voice interrupted. Roseanne turned sharply to see the captain leaning against the partition, glaring. She quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head in innocent denial. Dunn looked at Klein and said, 6 Beyonders from the mandated punishers, Machinery Hivemind and Nighthawks traced the injured Triss to Iron Cross Street's lower street. We found his temporary place, but the trail ended. Neither Beyonder nor normal investigations worked. It's like he vanished into thin air. Need my divination help? Dunn shook his head. The machinery hive mind has his own machinery hive mind. Likely a senior beyonder like old Neil, maybe sequence 8. I just don't know the potion's name. The Theosophy Order's heritage must be special, Klein comforted. Klein spent the rest of the morning on mysticism studies, reading documents and practicing techniques as usual. By lunchtime, his mind wandered. After a few more minutes, hunger pushed him to put away the papers. Just then, Dunn entered the clerk's office, speaking deeply but calmly. Klein, follow me to Chanis Gate. Sealed artifact 2049 has arrived. You might need to sense that notebook during the operation. All right. Klein stood up, thoughts swirling, wondering how the sealed item looked and if the operation was dangerous. In tense silence they descended the stairs and entered the tunnel. At the intersection, Dunn stopped and turned to Klein sternly. Do this action with me. Keep doing it. Don't stop. Absolutely don't stop. It's for your own safety. Dunn bent and extended his arm repeatedly without pause. Klein, confused, watched and then asked, Is this about the sealed artifact's uniqueness? Yes. Dunn nodded seriously. Repeating this lets us detect if anything happens to you immediately. That way we can save you before life-threatening danger. Okay. Klein started copying the arm movement without hesitation. If your arm gets sore, switch arms, Dunn added. Sealed artifact 2049 sure is odd. What does this action mean? It seems dangerous. Klein's thoughts swirled as he looked at the captain solemnly. All right. Too many questions, but with Chanis Gate in sight, he had to endure it. Besides, with his clearance, he likely wouldn't learn the details. He could only obey. Klein exhaled and followed Captain Dunn to the keeper room outside Chanis Gate. Chapter 71. Sluggish Phenomenon. Klein bent and extended his arm repeatedly as he watched Dunn edge open the keeper's room sideways. The captain's alertness and laughably exaggerated protective actions left him abnormally tense. They reminded him of nighttime courage tests from his youth, where he had to walk alone through spooky cemeteries. A Grade 2 sealed artifact. Dangerous. Even formal Nighthawks don't know the details. What if it's too dangerous to control? Klein couldn't stop overthinking. Then his brain abruptly turned numb, like a switch had been flipped. Everything slowed. His own arm movements dulled. He saw Dunn halt and drift toward him in slow motion, pushing him on the shoulder. Suddenly, everything snapped back to normal. Klein gasped. What happened? Dunn shook his head. Observe carefully. He walked into the keeper's room. Klein followed and saw 4 others inside, all doing arm exercises with strange seriousness. One was Leonard. The other 3 were strangers. Klein Moretti has a miraculous connection with the Antigonus family's notebook, Dunn explained. These lady and gentlemen are from the Backlund diocese. They escorted sealed artifact 2049 here. He gestured to the woman. This is Madame Larotta, sequence 8 gravedigger. She is a master sharpshooter. The black-haired woman dressed in tailored men's attire nodded at Klein with a smile. Dunn pointed to the man behind the desk. Aya Harson, someone just like me. Before he finished, Aya Harson's arm motion turned sluggish like a rusted joint. What's wrong? Larotta pushed him, and Aya returned to normal. Was I like that earlier? Klein realized with a jolt. This is how dangerous 2049 is. What happens if you're not jolted awake in time? Do you turn into a zombie? Klein greeted Aya Harson, still shaken. Dunn then pointed to the final Nighthawk, Borgia. The cold man with a knife scar and hawk-like eyes didn't speak, just scanned the room sharply. Let's set off, Aya said, standing. The faster we end this, the faster we can seal 2049. Klein glanced around but saw no trace of the sealed artifact. All right, Dunn turned to Leonard. You'll be in charge of driving. Best not to involve Cesare. Leonard stopped his usual act and nodded seriously. Just then, Aya bent down and lifted a black metal chest from beneath the table. It was etched with stars and a crimson moon, faintly shielded by a formless barrier. The sealed artifact is in there? Klein leaned forward curiously. Thump, thump, thump. Sudden violent knocking boomed from within the chest. Its surface bulged like something was slamming against it. Thump, thump, something alive? Klein thought. Dunn's arms turned sluggish. Borgia quickly pushed Dunn, restoring his motion. It's like doing the robot dance. If we all get hit at once, we'd be an awkward dance squad. Klein lampooned to ease his nerves. He kept up his own arm exercises without pause. They left their canes behind and followed Dunn through the tunnel to the Blackthorn Security Company's second floor. Leonard had warned everyone ahead of time, so Roseanne and the others had retreated upstairs. Kenley had taken over Dunn's post at Chanis Gate. Klein felt relieved upon reaching the carriage. He glanced out. Won't 2049 affect people on the street? From the tunnel to the carriage, it had already caused 6 sluggish episodes, 2 targeted at him. Only quick pushes from Dunn and Leonard had saved him. Lorotta replied lazily, "It targets humanoids within 5 meters. As long as 3 people surround it, no passers-by will be affected." Weird artifact, Klein thought, arms still moving. On the way to Ray Bieber's home, everyone stayed silent, watching each other's condition. Only Lorotta looked relaxed, admiring the streets or praising Backlund's sewers. Finally, they reached the familiar building. The 6 climbed to the 3rd floor. The door bore the police seal, unauthorized entry forbidden. Dunn unlocked it while doing stretches, then stepped aside for Ayor to enter first with the chest. Thump, 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 thump. The knocking resumed, more violent than before. Ayor's arm trembled. Will it break out? Klein wondered. He noticed Dunn's sluggishness again. As he moved to help, a buzz filled his brain. His vision slowed, his thoughts dragged. Didn't they say it only affects one person? He was affected too. Lorotta and Borgia had prepared for this. They quickly pushed both men, restoring their motion. Klein glanced around in lingering fear. He nearly blurted out, "Didn't you say that 2049 can only affect one person at a time?" "Thank goodness I didn't stop my stretches." "In berserk mode it can affect 2, Ayor explained. "Ray Bieber is definitely a descendant of the Antigonus family." Lorotta chuckled. 2049 becomes very agitated when near a descendant, even if just their scent remains. I believe you understand its feelings. "Well, I don't," Klein muttered to himself. Then aloud, "So, is it a living creature?" Lorotta just smiled. "You'll know in a while. As long as Ray Bieber's still in Tingen, 2049 will lead us to him." Klein shelved his other questions. After securing the apartment, they left for the carriage again. Ayor checked that no one was within 5 meters, then gently set the chest down and unlocked the spiritual restraints. The thumping stopped instantly. A dead silence fell. Klein held his breath as the lid creaked open. Creak, a slender brown arm only the length of a child's finger reached out. Then another. Something palm-sized began crawling out. It had jointed limbs and a stained brown cloth body. Its face was painted like a clown, red and yellow, a wooden puppet with a grotesque smile. 2049 lifted its head and looked at Klein with its pitch-black eyes. Its rigid mouth parted slowly into a clown-like grin. Chapter 72, Tracking. The wooden puppet's face was painted red and yellow like a clown, its mouth curved into an abnormally comical smile. Its lips parted to reveal a dark, deep mouth. Klein, locked in its gaze, felt his hair stand as intense horror leapt from his heart uncontrollably. Everything blurred as if seen through thick brown glass. His thoughts slowed, and he instinctively tried to call for help, but his neck felt tightly bound. No sound escaped. Just then, Dunn noticed Klein's sluggish arm movements and pushed him heavily. The brown glass shattered instantly, and Klein finally managed to blurt out, "Help," the word echoing sharply in the carriage. "It's getting stronger," Klein said, certain. Being near 2049 was terrifying. It wasn't just dangerous, it was impossible to guard against, only avoid. "It's normal," Ayor Harson said steadily, nodding. Lorotta chuckled. "It seems to like you. Don't worry, it is a relatively less dangerous Grade 2 sealed artifact." In her lazy voice, the puppet, its joints clearly human-like, stood up and tottered left, moving like a rusty steam engine. "Robot dance." Klein's mind flashed the phrase. He guessed 2049 assimilated the living it controlled. If not woken in time, would he become a human-sized puppet? A real-life Barbie doll? As these thoughts flooded him, Dunn woke Ayor Harson, who extended and bent his arms, pointing toward the puppet's direction. "Over there," he said to Leonard, who drove the carriage. Leonard had to detour since the carriage couldn't pass through the building. During the detour, 2049 kept adjusting its facing, like a compass pointing to the Antigonus family. Klein, still exercising his arms, nearly laughed under the tension. "I heard 2049 was created by the Antigonus family. Is this loyalty or a perfect example of screwing things up? Leonard drove according to Aya's instructions. Whenever 2049 reached the carriage's edge, Aya pulled it back and restarted its walk. Each time, its mouth opened, and two people fell under its influence simultaneously. Klein's tension eased. With three or more people keeping their arm motions and waking each other in time, 249 was just a puppet with odd quirks. The carriage sped to the harbour, where warehouses clustered. After circling, they confirmed 2049 aimed for the innermost greyish-white warehouse. Ayor's face grew serious as he carefully stuffed the puppet back into the black chest. Thump, 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 the chest rattled violently. With help from Borgia and Larotta, Ayor repeatedly woke himself to activate the mechanism, injecting spirituality and reactivating the star and crimson seals. When the formless seal reappeared, Ayor exhaled heavily. "Let's get down," Dunn said softly. "Leonard, tie the horse here." Wearing windbreakers, suits or shirts, the six left the carriage, stretching and bending their arms uniformly. The comical dance added ridiculousness to the tense moment. The Nighthawk awkward dance squad, Klein mentally complained, but there was no other choice. 2049 first affected the upper body, so only arm stretches or neck shakes could warn them in time. Blinking or eyebrow flicks were too subtle or too big. This awkward squad was still better than Causeway Bay triads. Klein sighed and followed Dunn. Approaching the warehouse door, Klein's anxiety deepened. No one knew what the notebook's effect on Ray Bieber was. If disaster struck, Klein didn't dare hope for transmigration again. He'd already realized he could be injured and bleed like any normal person. As they walked, Dunn stopped 10 meters from the door, lowering his hand in a pressing gesture. "Klein, divine, if there is any danger in the warehouse. It'd be better if you could tell the level of danger," Dunn said, turning to Klein. His grey eyes were steady, fearless. Klein nodded subtly and stopped his arm exercises. He removed the silver chain with a topaz pendant from his cuff. Still moving his arms, Dunn noticed his sluggishness and nudged him awake. Holding the chain, Klein let the topaz hang and moved his right arm in smaller motions. He half closed his eyes, outlining a sphere of light, entering cogitation. Muttering, "There's danger in the warehouse." After 7 repetitions, he opened his eyes. The topaz slowly circled clockwise, speeding up until Klein felt it tugging his hand. "There's danger. Great danger," he said honestly. Clockwise meant yes. Counterclockwise meant no. Others could only detect danger's presence, not its degree. Klein had found the pendulum's varying speed gave a rough sense of severity. As expected of a seer potion, Klein was pleased. Just as he was about to pocket the pendulum, Leonard, silent until now, spoke. "Divine, if there is danger around us also." Dunn nodded. "Yes, I worry the Secret Order hasn't given up. They might have our location under surveillance and cause trouble at a critical moment." Klein took a deep breath, entering a calm, ethereal state again. When the chain stabilized, he recited mentally, "There is danger surrounding us." After repeating it several times, he opened his eyes. The pendulum first moved counterclockwise with difficulty, then paused and switched to clockwise. "There is danger surrounding us," Klein's voice was careful. Someone had tried to block his divination but lost the invisible fight. Suddenly, an orange-yellow fireball, fist-sized, flew toward them at blazing speed. Dunn, who had drawn his revolver before Klein's divination, raised his hand, aimed, and fired. Bang! The fireball ignored the shot and pressed on, forcing everyone to scatter. Klein had underestimated the troublemaker following them. With 6 Beyonders present, including Sequence 7 and 8 experts, they seemed unstoppable in Tingen. But when the fireball struck, he realized their true enemy was not the tracker or Ray Bieber, but sealed artifact 2049. Once battle started and they dispersed, they wouldn't wake each other in time and would turn into puppets, one by one. As chaos overwhelmed him, Leonard pulled Klein aside to dodge the fireball. No time to care for his clothes, Klein saw the Nighthawk split into 2 orderly groups. Poof! The fireball hit the ground, stirred no dust, and vanished. An illusion, Klein thought. Aya Hassan lifted the black chest and threw it at least 10 meters away. "Stay away from it! Watch it!" Ayor shouted. Before he finished, Leonard and Borgia positioned themselves at least 7 meters from the chest, blocking approach. Dunn and Larotta held guns, standing by Ayer, who brandished a thin silver sword. They formed a crescent and advanced toward the fireball's origin, watching the perimeter. Seeing this, Klein, still needing arm exercises without his cane, sighed in relief. He'd overlooked something important. 2049's influence had a limited range. At a safe distance, danger was minimal. Klein rolled over, stood, pocketed his topaz pendulum, and drew his revolver. Chapter 73, First Battle. Under the afternoon sun, Klein, dust-coated, quickly twisted his revolver's barrel to remove his self-imposed safety. He took a shooting stance, light glinting off the bronze body of the revolver. He held the revolver in one hand, moving the other cautiously, alert to everything around him. He worried slightly about Captain Dunn and Aya Harson. Both were nightmare beyonders specializing in influencing enemies from the shadows. Klein wasn't sure if they were good at direct combat. As he considered this, Aya Harson slowed, his expression calm and peaceful. He opened his mouth and recited a gentle poem, one that seemed to immerse a person into the night. When once the sun sinks in the west and dewdrops pearl the evening's breast, almost as pale as moonbeams are, or its companionable star, the evening primrose opens anew its delicate blossoms to the dew, and, hermit-like, shunning the light. The recital reverberated. Klein almost lost his tension and relaxed completely. Luckily, he'd experienced something similar before and wasn't directly facing Aya Harson. He quickly collected himself and entered a half-cognitive state to fight the poem's influence. Phew, he sighed. No longer doubting Dunn's and Ayur's direct combat skills. Klein had just advanced recently and hadn't fully understood Sequence Potions yet. He'd forgotten that Sequence 7 Nightmare was the advancement of Sequence 8 Midnight Poet. They retained previous abilities and even gained some small enhancements. His impression of Midnight Poets came from Leonard Mitchell. This job inherited sleepless traits, skilled at combat, shooting, climbing, sensing, and influencing living creatures with poems. In other words, violent poets. While Ayur recited, the stacked wooden crates around them rippled like water. A man in a black tuxedo and halved top hat appeared. His face was painted in 3 pastel colors, red, yellow, and white. His lips arched high like a clown's, contrasting absurdly with his formal attire fit for an evening banquet. Thud! Thud! The black-haired Larotta, introduced as a sharpshooter, charged forward quickly. Gun in one hand, fist clenched in the other, she closed in within inches. The suited clown, affected by Ayur's poem, swayed peacefully, eyes calm, with no desire to retaliate. Larotta tilted her body with a boxing maneuver, pulled back her fist, and punched the clown's face. Bang! The air crackled as the clown shattered like a mirror, pieces evaporating and vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, the clown reappeared in the shadows of the crates nearby. The figure affected by the poem was only an illusion, a performance. The suited clown grinned again, comical, pressing his halved top hat and pointing a finger gun. Bang! The finger gun's shot rang out. Larotta dropped to the left, rolling on the floor to dodge. But nothing happened. It was a fake shot. Bang! 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 Dunn and Aya raised their guns and fired steadily. The clown dodged deftly, right, left, rolling like a circus acrobat. Suddenly, Larotta charged again. Despite being a sharpshooter, she used her fists. Bam! The clown couldn't dodge and lifted his left arm to block. Seeing the clown stopped, Dunn and Ayur took aim and fired. The clown's blocking arm ignited with orange-yellow flames that spread toward Larotta. Bang! Bang! The flames burned fast, leaving black ashes floating skyward. The clown reappeared behind the crates. He raised his right hand and pointed his finger gun again. Bang! This time Larotta halted. Mud splattered in front of her as a bullet appeared. The clown's strike was no longer an illusion. It was hard to tell real from fake, reality from illusion. Bang! 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 The clown fired repeatedly at Dunn and Ayur while hiding and appearing unpredictably. Larotta squinted and lifted her dull gold revolver in her left hand. Bang! The clown squatted to avoid the fatal shot. His hat flew backward, scorched by the bullet. After rolling on the ground, the clown climbed the crates like a monkey and shot air bullets from above. Ayur stepped back and lowered his gun, resuming his recital. Wastes its fair bloom upon the night, who blindfold to its fond caresses, knows not the beauty it possesses. The clown jumped between crates, scratching his ears with a comical smile. Could he have stuffed his ears? Klein thought silently. The Secret Order's sequence potions sure were strange. Just then, Klein saw a figure appear atop a nearby warehouse. The figure ran toward where Ray Bieber hid. Dressed in a grayish-white dock worker uniform, his face painted red, yellow, and white. The suited clown distracted the captain and the rest while the other person retrieved the diary. Klein raised his right hand and shot at the rooftop figure. The figure squatted, switching to a roll. Bang! Klein kept firing. Blood spurted from the figure, who looked shocked but pressed forward. That felt like a lucky shot. Klein twitched his lips and fired again, hitting the wooden roof beside the figure. Bang! 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 Leonard and Borgia also fired but missed. Klein wanted to scold their poor shooting but stopped suddenly. Wait, why stop him? Didn't I divine grave danger in the warehouse? Wouldn't it be better if this guy stepped on the landmine first? Leonard and Borgia must have thought the same. With that, Klein fired shots into the sky. Bang! 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 The figure reached the warehouse's innermost area unimpeded. He lunged down, slamming the roof as it collapsed. Immediately, Lorotta's eyes turned black. Her left hand made a strange pulling motion. The clown's jumps halted. An invisible hand seemed to grasp his ankle tightly. Dunn lowered his revolver, pointed it downward, and spoke without using his throat, producing an ethereal voice. Thus it blooms on while night is by. When day looks out with open eye, bashed at the gaze it cannot shun, it faints and withers and is gone. The clown suddenly became limp, as if losing will to live. Ayer lifted his handgun, aimed, and fired immediately. From inside the warehouse came an abnormal, tragic wail filled with immense fear. Klein's hair stood on end. The cry abruptly stopped, leaving a skin-crawling silence. Bang! Affected by the cry, Ayer's shot hit the clown's belly. Ah! The silence broke again from deep within, soft panting growing louder and tightening everyone's nerves. Thump, 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 thump. Inside the black chest, 2049 had reached a frenzied state. Chapter 74. Ray Bieber, ha ha ha, thump, thump, thump. The loud panting and pounding echoed, first alternating, then merging, an eerie sound that made Klein and the others deeply uneasy, like hearing some sinister whisper. Seizing their distracted focus, the sweeted clown suddenly pulled a long paper slip from his pocket. Pah! With a flick of his right hand, the paper burst into a black fiery whip. He lashed it at his ankle. A sharp, pained scream broke out as he broke invisible shackles and flipped backward. Bang! 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 Done! Ayer and Lorotta fired, but their shots only smashed into wooden crates. The clown didn't linger. Pressing his wound with his right hand, he darted away from the warehouse. He moved so fast only his back remained visible for a moment. Before disappearing, his right hand shifted from his stomach, where the wound had vanished, to his left arm. That spot suddenly mangled, revealing a silver bullet lodged in torn flesh. Dunn and company held back. The frantic panting from the innermost warehouse unnerved them. Bang! The warehouse door exploded outward. Wrapped in torn cloth, something flew out and landed near Klein. He saw it was an arm. Bloody, flesh-chewed, bone jaggedly protruding. Pa, pa, pa! More gruesome parts followed. A spray of blood, a torn-out eye and ear, half a beating heart, intestines filled with yellow-brown matter. If Klein hadn't seen worse at Ray Bieber's place, he'd have vomited. His nerves nearly broke. Fighting the urge to fire blindly into the darkness, he ejected spent shells and reloaded with demon-hunting bullets. Bang! Dunn stepped up, steady shot into the warehouse. Only silence responded. Ha! Ha! Panting accelerated as a greyish-white mass spilled from the doorway. Two more shots from Ayer and Borgia pierced the mist but couldn't stop it from spreading. No wounds, no blood. Klein held his breath, resisting blind shots, watching the shape form. A towering humanoid over 2 meters tall appeared. Its joints were grotesquely twisted like broken limbs. White bones jutted beneath greyish-white skin, riddled with gullies, resembling a brain stripped of its shell. Rotting, sticky liquid dripped across it. Its head looked almost normal, wrinkled and pale. Mouth opening and closing, Klein glimpsed a loose porcelain false tooth, bloody saliva strands, and minced bone and flesh. Was Ray Bieber even human anymore? Klein gasped, heart pounding. Bang! Leonard's bullet pierced Bieber's forehead, leaving a deep hole. Greyish-white fluid dripped, wriggling into pale cream maggots. Yet the monster seemed unfazed. Neither fast nor slow, it lunged at Borgia, nearest to it. The real target was the black chest containing sealed artifact 2049. Loss of control of Beyonder powers. Dunn's voice was low and urgent. Lorota, it looks like a dead soul. Quickly find its weakness. All right. Lorota said nothing more, raising her hands to her eyes. Her pupils turned grey, then colourless, entering the spirit world, the realm of dead souls. From above, she searched for a node on the enemy. Klein, seeing normal bullets were useless, tapped his glabella to activate spirit vision to aid Lorota. From his vision, Bieber's only remaining spiritual glow was pure greyish-white madness. Nothing else. At that moment, Ayur and Leonard began singing simultaneously. Oh, the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. One thing at least is certain, that this life flies. One thing is certain and the rest is lies. The flower that once has bloomed forever dies. A power of peaceful slumber flowed from their voices. The twisted, greyish-white monster slowed as if resisting the poem's charm. Then it opened its mouth and screamed, shrill and beyond normal hearing. Ah! Bang! Klein felt sharp pain in his head, exiting spirit vision automatically. Warm liquid trickled from his nose, wiping it revealed blood. Ayur and Leonard collapsed simultaneously, blood staining their lips, noses and eyes. Borgia, Dunn and Lorota stepped back, faces drained pale. That single scream was more than the 6 Beyonders could endure. They were instantly weakened. Bam! The monster closed on Borgia, swinging its twisted joints. Bang, bang, bang. Borgia and Dunn fired twice each, but nothing harmed Bieber. Bang! A blow sent Borgia flying, his revolver clattered to the ground. He tried but failed to stand. Stringy liquid dripped from Bieber's mouth as it lunged for the black chest. Bang! At the last moment, Ayur shot the chest, knocking it away more than 10 meters and disrupting the monster's momentum. The chest cracked, and thumping grew louder. Found it, Lorota said sharply. Hold it for 3 seconds. All right. Dunn immediately tapped his glabella and closed his eyes. He seemed to fall asleep as shapeless waves rippled outward. The monster paused. Its crazed eyes dulled and transparent eyelids began closing. Dunn's body shook. Something wriggled beneath his clothes like slippery, scaleless snakes. Lorota rolled forward under Bieber. Supporting herself on one hand, she hammered the monster's crotch with clenched fist. Poof! Ignoring the corrosive pain, she pressed harder, then pulled out her forearm, dragging out an intestine stained brownish yellow. Inside was an ancient notebook. Ah! Bieber screamed blood-curdlingly as his body lit and melted. Get down! Ayur shouted. Klein barely finished hearing the warning before Bieber suddenly swelled. Boom! The explosion's shockwave threw Klein into the air. He landed hard. Head throbbing, he saw Bieber reduced to a pile of rotting flesh. Dunn and Lorota lay a dozen meters away, unconscious. Ayur, Borgia, and Leonard were down too, some groaning, some failing to rise. Just as Klein started to relax, he spotted something 2 or 3 meters away. The black chest lay cracked, facing the sky. A skinny brown arm extended out. Sealed artifact 2049. Fuck! Klein's heart tightened as he leapt away, trying to escape its effective range. The blast had thrown the chest near him. His head buzzed suddenly, his thoughts slowed. Chapter 75, Saving Himself. Oh no! I've been controlled by the puppet. Captain and company are either unconscious or haven't recovered yet. They can't even get up. They won't be able to wake me in time. No, I have to save myself. Everything around Klein slowed to a crawl. His joints and brain felt like they were coated in thick glue. He had no interest in becoming a puppet, so despite not being fully controlled, he struggled to find a way to save himself. I definitely can't hit myself. There must be an external force. I'll give it a try. There's no time for hesitation. Without time to think, Klein moved his rusty knee and took a slow counterclockwise step. He didn't try to escape the invisible rope around his throat. Instead he recited inwardly, "Blessings stem," from the immortal Lord of heaven and earth. He wanted to use the mysterious world above the grey fog to awaken himself and escape sealed artifact 2049's control. Crake! Crake! His knees and ankles let out painful sounds as he took another slow step. Blessings stem, from the Sky Lord of heaven and earth. His thoughts became sluggish, like a computer overloaded with bloatware and antivirus software. He lifted his left foot jerkily for another step. Blessings stem, from the exalted Thearch. His mind stiffened further. The final step came purely from instinct. He knew he was almost fully under the puppet's control. Even if Ayur Hassan woke up, Klein might not be able to be saved, but his will to live made him chant the final line. Blessings, stem, from the celestial worthy. Suddenly, chaotic and hysterical shouts flooded his mind, shattering the puppet's grip. His brain became a boiling pot, but his stiff body grew light, and his spirit lifted. Endless greyish-white fog and distant dark red stars appeared before his eyes. His mind settled, and he saw the magnificent palace. "Phew! Thankfully it worked," he whispered, still fearful. Usually, falling under 2049's control was like death, no cure. Luckily, his luck ritual and the mysterious world above the fog were no ordinary tricks. After pacing a few times, Klein considered his situation. I can't just stay here forever, right? By the time Captain and company wake up, I won't be able to explain. Right now, I only have the shell of my body, more zombie than man. If I risk returning, there's no guarantee I won't be controlled again. While pondering, Klein smacked his forehead and chuckled softly. It looks like I haven't gotten used to my status as a seer. Before finishing, he was sitting at the seat of honor before the long bronze table, in the high-back chair with the strange symbol. He extended his hand and a fountain pen appeared. He scribbled on an illusory piece of paper, "Returning to the real world is very safe." He then pulled out a spirit pendulum projection. Though his items were only illusory above the fog, he held the silver chain and touched the topaz to the paper. Calmly, he repeated the words aloud. "Returning to the real world is very safe. Returning to the real world is very safe." After 7 repetitions, he completed the divination. The topaz swung clockwise, an affirmation. Klein sighed and stored the chain away. He released his spirit and simulated falling. The fog and stars turned ethereal and floated upward. Soon he was back in a daze in his original spot. He saw the brown puppet halfway out of the black chest, the sealed artifact motionless. Just as he prepared to move, a voice whispered on the wind. "Do you wish to be awakened? You can be saved as long as you promise me one thing. This one thing is to help me take that Antigonus family notebook. Nod if you agree. I know you are still capable of acting." "Who is it?" "Yes, 2049 doesn't seem to be controlling me again. It won't influence the same person twice in a row." Klein was shocked but kept his expression. The voice added quickly, "You can get extra rewards if you complete this. I know you are a seer. The Church of the Ebonite Goddess lacks a sequence 8 to follow sequence 9. Our secret order can give it to you." "Ha! I was a seer before. If not, I wouldn't have dared return. To prove my sincerity, I can tell you the sequence 8 for seer is clown." "Clown? Secret order." Klein almost broke his puppet act. He never connected seer and clown. Were they about to become circus leaders? "All right, make your choice. Believe me, you don't have much time." The voice came again. Dunn and Larotta were still unconscious. Borgia was injured and moaning. Ior and Leonard were trying to sit up. "Why me? The secret order? Is it that suited clown from before?" After escaping, he secretly came back to fish in troubled waters. Klein's doubts raced. Since the voice said it was a seer, Klein used his seer logic. The clown returned because he divined hope, expecting Monster Bieber's destruction and a setback for them. He didn't take the notebook or confront them directly because the risk was too high. He suspects Captain and Madame Larotta are faking unconsciousness or that this is a trap. He didn't check Klein's state because he either had no time or thought Klein was fully controlled and useless. He's confident Klein can't escape the puppet's control and is using him as bait. From another angle, the luck ritual doesn't make Klein's status abnormal. With clear thoughts, Klein was confident in his analysis. He believed the clown's promise was a lie. Cannon fodder has no rights. As these thoughts flashed, Klein controlled his neck with difficulty and nodded. This confirmed he had escaped 2049's control. Just then, a transparent curtain stirred nearby, revealing the suited clown with pastel clown makeup, the secret order member who fled earlier. Klein had turned to try escaping 2049's range, so his back faced the chest and puppet. The clown stayed to Klein's side, both to avoid 2049 and the revolver barrel. He was cautious. He pulled out a long paper slip, shook it straight like a wooden pole, and poked Klein's shoulder to wake him. This clown knows 2049 well. He knows the puppet would go berserk if it smells an Antigonus descendant. He's careful, staying just out of range. Just as the pole touched Klein's shoulder, Klein grabbed it and yanked backward. The clown stumbled forward, surprised, now less than 2 meters away. Klein squeezed the revolver trigger twice, but didn't aim at the clown. He fired beside him, near 249. The clown rolled away instinctively, backing off, but his thoughts slowed. He was caught in the puppet's grasp. Klein stepped back quickly and aimed with both hands. From watching the clown's fights, Klein knew he was agile and skilled at rolling. Instead of a direct shot, Klein forced the clown to dodge toward the kill zone, near 249. If the puppet had failed, the clown would have fled immediately. Bang! The bullet reflected in the clown's strange eyes. Chapter 76, Dealing with the Aftermath. Bang! The silver bullet tore through the sweated clown's neck. Blood gushed, staining his skin and bow tie red. He couldn't cry out, just wheezed as if suffocating, his limbs sluggish, as though stuck in glue. Bang! In half cogitation, Klein fired again with a calmness like routine practice. A gaping hole appeared on the clown's forehead, crimson spraying. The luster faded from his eyes. Knees buckled, arms dropped, and he collapsed with a dazed stare. A few twitches later, he was still. Klein spun his revolver coolly and let the empty shells fall. Turning toward Aya Harson, he loaded the last silver demon hunting bullet. He hadn't looked back. He wasn't ready to face his first kill. But it had been necessary. Who knew what the puppet would do if fully controlling the clown? Besides, he couldn't risk entering sealed artifact 2049's range. Even if his luck enhancement ritual had succeeded, it wasn't worth testing the odds. He wasn't in a rush to search the body for the clown potion formula. That could wait until the others joined him. If the Nighthawks had it, he could access it eventually. He reached Ayur, who lay in the dirt and failed to sit up. Dust and mud covered his windbreaker. "Mr. Harson, what do you need me to do?" Klein squatted, gun pointed down. The monster was too strong, if not for its weakness. Aya pointed at a small sky-blue bottle and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. "I was trying to consume some medicine, but my hand shook." Klein picked it up. No longer than 5 centimeters, spiral cap off, liquid spilled. "Mr. Harson, there are only a few drops left in the bottle. Go to Borgia and search his body, in his inner pockets." "All right." Klein stood and asked, "Is this restorative medicine?" "No, it only has certain restorative effects. The main goal is to stimulate our minds and squeeze out the potential of our bodies. It allows to maintain a decent state for a short period of time until we return where we can receive treatment. Its name is the goddess's gaze. Remember to let Borgia drink half a bottle." Klein found Borgia groaning in pain. He located a matching bottle, uncapped it, and carefully fed him half. The effect was swift. Borgia's eyes regained clarity. "Thank you," he whispered, pushing himself up, tending his wounds, and going to Dunn and Lorotta. From Dunn's coat, he retrieved another bottle of the medicine. Klein returned to Ayur and gave him the rest. After a few pants, Ayur stood like he'd never been injured. "I'll help Borgia. Help that partner of yours." He nodded toward Leonard. Klein jogged over. "There's no need. I can drink it by myself." Leonard smiled, tousled hair swaying as he raised the bottle and pushed himself up with one hand. Klein froze. Leonard's injuries were that light? He had the ability to take the medicine all along. He could have seen me walk counterclockwise during the luck enhancement ritual. No, he had chanted inwardly. It didn't look odd, or the sweeted clown would have noticed. Still, Leonard had witnessed a lot. How Klein was unaffected by 249, how he'd struck from the shadows. Just as Klein's eyes narrowed, Leonard stopped beside him and chuckled. "I actually wanted to save you, but discovered that you didn't need it. Don't mind it. There are many special people in this world that can always do things others can't, such as you and me." Leonard passed him with a smile and walked to the awakening Dunn and Lorotta. "Narcissist." But Klein relaxed slightly. Leonard Mitchell was definitely hiding some secrets. They regrouped just as Dunn, using a cloth, picked up the Antigonus family notebook, covered in yellowish-brown blood. Its thick black cover gave off an aura of ancientness, unsoftened or rotted. It looked just like the one in his dream. For a moment, Klein half expected to see the fool in his ornate crown, but Dunn opened it, and there was no such image. "Ahem, there's nothing wrong with it." Dunn closed the notebook and held it tightly. "Let's store this notebook and sealed artifact 2-049 behind Tingen's Chanis Gate. We can wait until all of you are recovered or Backlund sends someone over." Klein felt disappointed. He had hoped to study it, find clues about the original Klein, Welch and Naya. But the item seemed cursed. It brought nothing but calamity. Maybe sealing it really was for the best. All right. Aya, Borgia, and Larotta nodded and approached the artifact. As they woke each other, they stuffed the puppet, which had resumed moving, into the black chest under strict watch. Everything is back to normal. Ayur sounded more relaxed. Inside the chest, the clown-faced puppet twisted its body with a creak, aligning its face to the light. Two thin red cracks formed beneath its black eyes. Dunn, Leonard, and Klein gathered around the clown's corpse. They found paper flowers, glass shards, cards, handkerchiefs, bizarre items, but nothing truly valuable. Other than a wallet with 70 to 80 pounds and 10 plus solli. Klein sighed. He looked down and nearly cursed aloud. His formal suit, costing several pounds, had 5 or 6 rips, and it was filthy from rolling on the ground. Dunn shot him a look, the corners of his lips rising. Losses during a mission can be reimbursed. Reimbursed. The term, coined by Emperor Roselle, instantly lifted Klein's spirits. Yeah, some cleaning and mending and it'll still be presentable. When the reimbursement comes, I can buy a second set and rotate them. Not that I'd spend that money on something else, of course, but I really should get combat clothes. Maybe a windbreaker like the captain's. Cheaper than a tuxedo. Tsk. Is that why Leonard never wears formal suits? Let Fry take care of the dead body. We'll see if he can find what the man originally looked like or find any relevant clues. Dunn used his gloves to touch the clown's face paint. They entered the innermost warehouse. Inside were chunks of bloody flesh as if smashed by a boulder, white bones strewn about. Ray Bieber was absorbing the power in the notebook via an ancient ritual, just like how we would consume a higher-level sequence potion. A ritual like that is full of danger. It must be performed in an environment isolated from all disturbances, and the ritual would have required him to enter a deep sleep for a certain amount of time. That was probably why he had yet to leave Tingen. Dunn speculated aloud. Larotta laughed, her black hair stark against her pale face. Such a pity, we awakened him ahead of time. His anger at being woken up truly left a deep impression on us. This is a kind of losing control, Dunn explained, looking toward Klein. Why didn't he just leave Tingen and try to absorb it elsewhere? Klein asked. Aya tapped his temple. People influenced by ancient or sinister powers often are lacking in this department. Dunn inhaled and said with faint pain, Leonard, you are still in good condition. Stay here and do not allow ordinary people to come close. The rest of us will immediately search for items among Ray Bieber's remains. We will return with them and the sealed artifact, as well as the Antigonus family's notebook. We will then get Fry, Royale, and the police to come here. Chapter 77. Remnant Items. All right, answered Leonard with a relaxed expression when he heard Dunn's suggestion. The team exited the warehouse, searching outward from where Monster Bieber self-destructed. Klein, fighting nausea at the scattered flesh, asked, Captain, what are we looking for? Dunn scanned the ground with grey eyes. Awakening ahead of time, losing control, and becoming a monster. This means that Ray Bieber did not fully absorb the Beyonder powers provided by the notebook. It also means that a part of his body is considered extraordinary, making it prime material. If you ever encounter something similar, make sure not to miss out on doing a search. It might be a relatively important item. So that's the case. Klein nodded, enlightened. If the part where Monster Bieber had concentrated the Beyonder powers were some indescribable part, wouldn't that be awkward? Wouldn't it be extremely disgusting to concoct it into a potion? He mused humorously. Borgia shouted, Found it, ahem. They gathered and Klein saw a greyish-white, fist-sized brain-like item, intact despite the explosion. Dunn's gloved hand touched it, turning it into sticky liquid. Ayur offered a tin case, smiling, I know you only like pipes. Dunn chuckled and took the square case. Then he poured the greyish-white sticky liquid into the case for temporary storage. After confirming nothing was missed, they left, noting the nervous horses. I'll drive, Borgia coughed. I know you are good at placating animals, Ayur nodded. In the carriage, Dunn spoke. I know you are filled with curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. You wish to understand what happened. No, not at all. Klein denied internally, wary of the relic's misfortune. However, I have to first report this to the Holy Cathedral. Only after they determine the confidentiality level of the notebook can we consider if this can be shown to you. Dunn continued. No problem, Klein replied. I once promised that you can be made a formal member of the Nighthawks when we confirm that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family clan. Now, not only have we determined Ray Bieber's identity, we have even eliminated the monster and spoiled the Secret Order's conspiracy. In this entire process, your performance was outstanding. You personally killed a member of an evil organization. Therefore, I will fulfill my promise and immediately make an application to the Holy Cathedral. We'll wait for their approval. Right, I forgot something important. I still need to ask if you are agreeable to it. Mr. Klein Moretti, are you willing to formally join the Tingen Nighthawks as one of its members? Your salary will increase several-fold, reaching £6 a week. Furthermore, you will get a raise every subsequent year. Your salary will be paid by the church and our county's police department equally. You will also gain the identity of a probationary inspector. It will be very useful at times. As a support-type Beyonder, you do not always need to face enemies, but you will have to guard Chanis Gate once a week. Without the squad's permission, you are not to leave Tingen without permission. Furthermore, you have to keep this a secret from your family, Dunn said, exercising his arm. I wish to become a formal Nighthawk, Klein agreed, seeking to deepen his mysticism knowledge and control the grey fog safely. Could higher sequences enhance my grasp of the mysterious space? He wondered. Very well. Once the Holy Cathedral approves of it, you will become one of us, Dunn said, his eyes joyful. Klein, don't mind me calling you Klein. Your performance today was really excellent. You managed to kill a Beyonder from the Secret Order. I even suspect that he has reached Sequence 7. How did you do it? I really find it incredulous, Ayur said. The question has finally been raised. Klein, prepared, answered, It's an extremely lucky event. The clown in the tuxedo had made a fatal misjudgment. Back then, sealed artifact 2049 was thrown near me as a result of the explosion's blast. It looked about 5 to 6 meters from me, but it was only a crude observation. It was very easy to come to the conclusion that I was within the sealed artifact's area of influence. And back then, I was feeling faint because of the explosion. My actions turned sluggish and looked as though I was being controlled. It was unknown when that suited clown came close to me in an invisible state. He tried to entice me by offering to save me and the corresponding Sequence 8 clown of the seer potion. He wanted me to help him retrieve the Antigonus family's notebook. Right? He said that the Secret Order is in control of the seer potion's corresponding sequence pathway, and that he was once a seer. Klein detailed the encounter, claiming the clown misjudged his control to hide his immunity to 2049. Divined that it was extremely risky to retrieve the notebook? Yes, it's indeed highly risky. However, the risk was actually because of you, said Loretta with a chuckle as she covered her mouth. His divination was right, but it caused him to end up in a fatal situation. This sure is an interesting account. Indeed. Divination is never crystal clear, and that vagueness only means that an interpretation can be wrong. Yes, I have to take note of that. Klein nodded. How did you finish him off after that? Asked Dunn while he did his arm exercises and leaned back. I pretended to agree to him and made him awaken me. However, he did not dare enter the effective range of the sealed artifact. He stayed 2 to 3 meters away and used a strange paper slip in an attempt to push me. I seized the opportunity and pulled at his paper slip, causing him to be thrown into 2049's effective range. I then complemented it with repeated shots and completed my goal. Heh, it's quite an embarrassing matter for me. I didn't even have the confidence of hitting him despite being only 2 to 3 meters away from him. Klein smiled. With his evasive abilities, a distance of 2 to 3 meters is not an absolute guarantee. You might be able to strike him, but fail to hit him in a vital spot. That would only make things worse. Your choice back then was impeccable. It can even be said to be outstanding. If I were in your shoes, I might not have been able to do it better than you, Ayur nodded. The subsequent sequence of Seer is Clown, how odd, Dunn said with a sigh. Chapter 78 Trauma, Ayur Hassan added. Exactly, it's hard to imagine that the next sequence of Seer would be Clown. According to normal logic, no one would link them together. Is that strange? Many sequence potions seem unrelated between their levels. Loretta yawned, clearly more exhausted than usual. Her injuries were severe. Goddess's gaze couldn't help maintain her energy. No, Loretta. This is different. Even if other sequence potions lack a clear connection, we can still find common ground. But with seer and clown, nothing makes sense, Aya said, shaking his head. Klein laughed at their discussion. No, there's still a common point. What? Aya asked, intrigued. Dunn paused his arm exercises. Klein replied, both seer and clown can be found at the circus. Aya, Dunn, and Loretta were stunned. That's a good answer. I like young men with humor. Loretta burst out laughing first. Aya smiled and shook his head. In this age, gentlemen with self-deprecating humor are rare. Glad we met one today. Do they think I enjoy self-deprecation? It's not like I figured out anything special about the two. Klein complained inwardly, replying with a wry smile, I just wish the sequence potions didn't have names like Beast Tamer, Acrobat, or Magician. That would really form a circus. A one-man circus. Ha-ha, Dunn and the others chuckled, filling the carriage with laughter. The carriage proceeded to Zouteland Street, and Klein, uninjured, was the first to enter Blackthorn Security Company. Goddess, what happened to you? Why do you look like that? Roseanne exclaimed when she saw him. Klein looked at his dirty, torn suit. There are always accidents during a mission. Thankfully, the goddess blessed us, and it ended well. Praise the lady! Roseanne made the sign of the crimson moon across her chest. Before Klein could continue, she asked, Do you need us to hide upstairs again? Is the sealed artifact really that dangerous? Trust me, it's far more dangerous than you can imagine, Klein replied, still shaken. If not for his mysterious luck enhancement, he would have perished at the hands of 2049. Goddess. Roseanne's lips trembled as though she had a million questions, but she held them back, considering the captain was waiting downstairs. She told Mrs. Oriana and the others to head upstairs. The neighbors of Blackthorn Security Company were either church estates or devout clergymen who vaguely knew the situation. Once the civilians were gone, Klein didn't rush to the entertainment room to brief the other Nighthawks. He immediately followed the captain and the rest to escort sealed artifact 2049, Monster Bieber's remnants, and the Antigonus family's notebook to the second floor. Through the partition, Dunn pushed open the door to the entertainment room and said to the two Nighthawks playing Gwent, Fry, Royale, you're to head to the harbor's Tyrell warehouse and help Leonard with the aftermath. All right. Royale, with her raven-black hair and cold expression, was the first to stand. Corpse Collector Fry, with his black hair, blue eyes, and pale skin, stood up as well. They set down their cards and walked out, pausing as they passed through the partition. Wait, Dunn called out, not lowering his expectations. What else is there? Sleepless Royale turned, her face emotionless. Remember to inform the police to seal off the area. Keep everyone away until you finish and move the body, Dunn said, smacking his forehead. All right. Royale nodded, turning to leave, then paused again. She turned back, blinked, and coldly asked, Captain, is there anything else? No, Dunn replied. Royale nodded and continued on her way, while Fry followed, exuding an aura of coldness. At that moment, Dunn added, Tell Roseanne, Mrs. La, Oriana, and the others they can come down. No problem, Fry responded with his usual calm. Klein watched as the two Nighthawks left and felt a quiet relief. He followed the captain and the rest to Chanis Gate. As Dunn gestured for Sleepless Kenley to open the gate, he instructed Klein, Go to the armory and bring old Neil here. We need his ritual magic to heal. As the effects of the medicine wore off, his mental state began to wane. All right. Klein didn't wait for further instructions, adding, I'll stay in the armory in old Neil's place. I'll also request at least 20 demon hunting bullets and wait for the Holy Cathedral's approval, curbing my curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn was speechless for a moment. Captain, is there anything else? Klein asked with a smile. Dunn shook his head, still silent. He pulled out his cane and turned, walking away. Klein entered the armory and briefly explained what had happened to old Neil, who was sipping plain water. He became a monster that lost control. You even killed a Beyonder? Old Neil quickly tidied his desk. It's like a script for a play. He mumbled, walked around the desk, and headed toward the corridor without waiting for Klein's response. Klein asked out of curiosity, Mr. Neil, doesn't the church have real restorative medicine? Why use ritual magic? No medicine made from ordinary ingredients can have the permanent restorative effects of a ritual. Extraordinary ingredients are rare, and most aren't suited for restorative medicine, old Neil explained casually. You know about Goddess's gaze, right? When it's first made, it's a real restorative, but after a minute, its effect starts to fade. I see, Klein nodded, disappointed. As a former keyboard warrior and avid gamer, he had always wished for magical healing medicine. Old Neil left, and Klein sat in the rare peace that had eluded him for a long time. In the silence, he recalled the tragic death of the sweeted clown, his cold shot, the gruesome wound, and the blood splattering. Klein's body shivered at the thought. He stood, sat back down, then repeated the process, pacing back and forth in between. Phew! He exhaled and decided to occupy himself to push away the dark images. Klein took off his silk hat and formal suit, then cleaned the dirt and mud with a handkerchief and brush. After an uncertain amount of time, old Neil's familiar footsteps echoed as he made his way down the hall. How tiring, old Neil complained as he entered the room. Tell everyone no one's to come here for the next hour. I need rest, he said, glancing at Klein. Why not rest upstairs? I'll keep watch here, Klein suggested kindly. Old Neil shook his head. It's too noisy upstairs. Roseanne never stops talking. All right, Klein agreed, not pressing further. He put on his coat, grabbed his cane and went to the corridor, pulling the armory door ajar. Tap, tap, tap. He slowly walked down the empty path and suddenly noticed many rooms he hadn't seen before. There's a secret door here. Klein stopped near a bend, spotting a room. He realized corpse collector Fry had returned and was carefully examining a completely dissected corpse. A corpse? Klein's heart stirred, and he cautiously approached. He knocked softly on the open door. Knock! 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 Fry stopped his actions and turned, his ice-cold blue eyes fixing on him. Sorry to disturb you. I just want to know if this is the corpse of a beyonder, Klein asked, controlling his voice. Yes. Fry's lips parted, but only one word escaped. Klein's gaze shifted to the body where he recognized the familiar, gruesome forehead wound. It's the suited clown. Klein silently exhaled and asked, Any discoveries? No, Fry answered simply. The mood grew awkward. Just as Klein was about to leave, Fry spoke again. If you're uncomfortable, you can come in. You'll see it's just a corpse. Afraid I'll be traumatized? Klein nodded in thought. All right. He entered the room and approached the long white table, examining the corpse. The suited clown's face, now stripped of red, yellow and white paint, was unremarkable. He appeared to be in his 30s with black hair and a high nose bridge. Fry went to a corner, picked up a pencil and paper and returned to the body, sketching the suited clown's head. Klein watched in curiosity as Fry's pencil moved. Soon, Fry stopped, revealing a lifelike portrait of the clown's head. The only difference was the absence of the wound and the addition of blue eyes. What a talented genius, Klein marveled. I didn't know you were that good at sketching. My dream was to be an artist before becoming a nighthawk, Fry replied flatly. Why not follow your dreams? Klein asked. Fry set the sketch down and said, My father was a priest of the goddess. He wanted me to be a priest. It's a presentable job. You were a priest? Klein asked, surprised. Fry's demeanor was far from religious. Fry gave a faint smile. More of a family tradition than a personal choice. Klein chuckled. Fry shifted his gaze back to the corpse. Enough talking. I have work to do, Fry said, growing serious. Sure. Klein nodded and backed out of the room. Chapter 79. Another murmuring, Klein's hair stood on end as the icy hand tightened around his wrist. Desperate, he yanked his arm back with every ounce of strength. Bam! The pale corpse was yanked to the side, falling off the autopsy table, but the icy fingers remained firmly gripping his wrist. Klein's mind went blank. His first instinct was to pull out his revolver and shoot the corpse to pieces. But as he couldn't use his dominant hand, he threw his cane and fumbled for his gun, but to no avail. Suddenly the corpse's eyes opened, revealing calm blue eyes. Its mouth moved as it muttered, Hornassus, Hornassus, Hornassus. Klein's confusion grew as the grip loosened. The corpse's eyes shut, and it lay still again as if nothing had happened. Holy shit. Klein gasped, his body trembling. He carefully backed away, keeping his revolver aimed at the motionless body. When he checked his wrist, 5 deep red finger marks were imprinted on it, marking the encounter. Fucking hell, I almost died from the shock. Klein's mind raced as he calmed himself, thinking through the bizarre event. The corpse had repeated Hornassus, a word he knew from the Antigonus family's notebook. The Hornassus mountain range was linked to a possible evil god sealed away, and he wondered if the corpse's resurrection was connected. After taking a deep breath, Klein re-entered the room, double-checking the corpse. He didn't want Fry to think he'd messed up the place. Hesitantly, he moved the corpse back onto the autopsy table. The cold touch of the body made his skin crawl, but he forced himself to finish the task. As he examined the sweated clown's wrist, he noticed a strange blue blood-like sphere floating in the air. "What is this?" Klein muttered, cautiously avoiding touching it. He didn't want to keep it, not knowing whether it was harmful or not, but also he knew Fry would have noticed it if it was important. A few minutes later, Fry returned, immediately spotting the blood sphere. "What is this?" Fry asked. "No idea," Klein replied, recounting everything without hiding anything. He then explained the corpse's muttering. "The brand slipped off into a blood sphere," Fry said thoughtfully. "Beyonders often have strange transformations after death." He paused before adding, "Bring the captain here and tell him what the corpse murmured." Klein nodded, eager to leave. Fry added, "You don't have to come back with him. I believe you wouldn't like what happens next." Klein, feeling a little relieved, grabbed his cane and left for the keeper's room. Inside, Captain Dunn, no longer frail, listened to Klein's report. "I'll report this to the higher-ups," Dunn said. "Maybe they'll send someone to check the Hornassus range." Klein nodded and then casually asked, "Are Aya and the others resting?" "Aya and Borgia are at St. Selena Cathedral. Larotta's probably at a coffee shop," Dunn said with a chuckle. "Coffee shop? But isn't Larotta still recovering?" Klein asked. "Larotta has 3 hobbies, coffee, dessert, and maidservants," Dunn explained. "She says they help speed up her recovery." "Maidservants?" Klein raised an eyebrow. "Does Madame Larotta have a fetish?" Dunn just shook his head, laughing. "Yeah, she likes maidservants, especially the ones with big breasts. She sure is weird," Klein muttered, unsure of how to respond. Dunn headed out, but before leaving he stopped and turned back. "Klein, you went through a lot today. Get some rest. No need for you to be here in the afternoon." Klein nodded, feeling oddly relieved. "Don't worry. Killing that Beyonder saved more lives." "Actually, I'm feeling better now," Dunn added. "I've also handed the Beyonder's sketch to Leonard. He'll handle the follow-up with the police. Wherever he went, he'll have left traces behind. Emperor Roselle's words are truly sensible." "Right?" Klein muttered, surprised by the sudden shift in the conversation. As Dunn left, Klein stood in the keeper's room, pondering something. He recalled the sweated clown's words about the secret order controlling the seer sequence. Could they be after him now that he'd killed one of their own? He stopped midway up the stairs, silently running through the possibilities. No, he realized. The secret order didn't know who the Nighthawks were, and even if they did, they wouldn't target a civilian like him. Plus, unless they had a prophet, they wouldn't know who the murderer was. Relieved, Klein exited the Blackthorn Security Company and caught a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Though his stomach growled, he had no appetite. He went to his bedroom, removed his suit and lay down to sleep, but his mind wouldn't stop racing, especially not about the corpse and that terrifying moment. "I don't feel guilty about killing for the first time," Klein thought, "but the memory of handling that corpse gives me the chills. Probably Fry's plan to make me face my fear and get over it." The next thing he knew, he was waking up to the sound of his stomach growling. "I feel like I can eat an entire horse," Klein muttered. Changing into comfortable clothes, he hurried downstairs. Before he could think about dinner, the door creaked open. Melissa walked in, her bag of books and stationery in hand. She looked over at the kitchen. "Klein, there's a letter for you. It's from your mentor." Klein paused. His mentor? Right, he'd asked him about the Hornassus mountain range. Chapter 80, Banquet Invitation. After dinner, a satiated Klein relaxed on the living room sofa, opening a letter from his mentor. Melissa worked on a textbook at the dining table while Benson read Accountancy for Beginners. Klein found 3 pages. His mentor expressed happiness but sadness over Welch and Naya's deaths, reflecting on life's unpredictability and humanity's helplessness. He then mentioned archaeologist Mr. John Joseph's monograph, Research of the Hornassus Main Peaks Relics, published by Lone Publishing Firm, detailing ancient buildings over 1,000 years old. Joseph had ample evidence of a developed civilization in the Hornassus mountain range. His mentor suggested Klein borrow the monograph from Deweyville Library, also noting relevant papers in New Archaeology and Archaeology Summary. Klein read every word, silently repeating the titles. He then penned a letter of gratitude. "Melissa, help me send this letter out. This is the money for the stamps." Melissa glanced at the money. "Klein, stamps don't cost that much." "Yes, stamps don't, but a girl should have some allowance." Klein smiled. "I believe Selina has mentioned this to you before." He added, "It can be used to buy the materials and tools you need." "Tools," Melissa repeated softly, then nodded. "All right." Klein smiled, returning to the sofa. "Excellent persuasion skills. You precisely pinpointed Melissa's weakness." Benson gave a thumbs up, stifling a laugh. Klein cleared his throat. "Then how shall I persuade you? Your self-study should emphasize language and ancient literature. Of course, basic mathematics and logic are equally important." He was confident this aligned with civil servant exam focus. Benson touched his hairline, self-deprecating. "I feel like a curly-haired baboon in front of those books. But they're really useful," Klein insisted. Melissa then stood. "Benson, Klein, this Sunday is Selina's birthday. She and her parents wish to invite all of us to their place for a banquet. Are both of you free?" "Should be fine for me," Klein said after a moment. He wanted to meet his sister's friends. "Me too," Benson added. "It looks like we'll have to think of a birthday present for Miss Selina." Klein smiled. "This should be left to Melissa. She knows Miss Selina better than us. Besides, what we need to do is what a gentleman ought to do, pay for it." "This is the first time I've heard someone describe laziness in such a pleasant manner," Benson chuckled. Klein returned the smile. "This is the purpose of language and ancient literature." Benson was left speechless. The next day, Klein, in his suit, arrived at Blackthorn Security. Captain Dunn emerged. "Good morning, Klein. Did you have a good night's sleep?" "Better than I expected. I didn't even have nightmares. But I still feel heavy and a little disgusted when I recall it." "Very good. I feel assured hearing that," Dunn nodded. After small talk, he mentioned, "The Holy Cathedral has replied. Antigonus, Larotta and Company are to immediately escort sealed artifact 2049 and the Antigonus family's notebook back to Backland. They've also sent an additional Nighthawk yesterday afternoon. I believe that they've already set off by now." "Already set off by now? Does that mean I'm completely free from the traumatizing Antigonus family's notebook?" Klein found it surreal. "This is more relaxing than I imagined. It's unlikely that there will be any follow-up, right?" After a silence, Klein made a gesture. "May the goddess bless them, and that they will have a smooth journey." Dunn pointed outside. "I have to patrol Raphael Cemetery. Heh, I forgot one thing. Leonard's investigations bore fruit. They found the carriage driver and confirmed their temporary residence, but they were cautious, leaving no valuable clues." "As expected of an ancient secret organization," Klein echoed. Dunn nodded, then stopped. "Also, the Holy Cathedral needs another 2 to 3 days before they notify us of your application to become an official member. Ha, this is dealt with by a different department. They have different levels of efficiency." "I understand," Klein replied, inwardly adding, "Remember to submit the compensation application today." As Dunn left, Roseanne exclaimed, "Goddess! Klein, are you becoming a formal member? You haven't even joined us for a month." Klein smiled. "After I consumed the seer potion, it was only a matter of time." "That's reasonable." Roseanne sighed. "I was praying you'd finish your mysticism lessons to watch the armory, but, Goddess, I have to be on duty every 2 days. I'm not a sleepless. My skin, my state of mind. Goddess, save me. Shouldn't you be very familiar to such a lifestyle? Before I joined, it has always been you, Brett, and old Neil who took turns, right?" Klein asked. Roseanne shook her head, depressed. "No, there were 4 previously, 5 even earlier. Kenley chose to become a sleepless. Viola didn't extend her contract and joined Coy Noel Machinery Company. She's a gifted girl. 5 years as civilian staff gave her enough savings." Roseanne then laughed, covering her mouth. "I've thought of a good solution. Klein, get married as soon as possible, then accidentally expose the secret to her. It's minor, so no heavy penalties. Who can lie to a person sharing their bed?" Introduce her to us, make her a civilian staff member. What a perfect plan. Klein's mouth twitched. Miss Roseanne, you can also quickly find a husband. It should be even easier. I believe you have the adequate means to divulge the secret to him. Roseanne's eyes widened. How can I? Marriage is a very serious matter. I have to carefully pick and observe him to ensure that he's all right. That's not what you said a second ago. Klein didn't argue, smiled, made small talk, then headed underground. In the armory, old Neil wrestled with hand-ground coffee. Klein sat patiently. Soon you'll be an official member, right? Old Neil asked. Captain said another 2 to 3 days are needed. It's still a question of whether the Holy Cathedral will approve of it, Klein said frankly. He. Old Neil chuckled. The Holy Cathedral won't deny cases like these, especially when you're already a Beyonder. He turned to Klein, chuckling. You must be mentally prepared. There's a ritual every official Nighthawk member has to undergo. Complete a mission independently. Dan would choose the easiest for a rookie. Besides, you're a support-type seer. Chapter 81. Finally meeting. I have to complete a mission independently in order to become an official member? Klein was taken aback. But we might not even have a mission this week, and it might not be so simple. Wouldn't this mean that it'll take me 1 to 2 months to become an official Nighthawk? Only then will I get a pay rise. Old Neil sniffed his coffee. It's only a ritual among Nighthawks. After all, we stand at the peak of Beyonder danger and don't want our teammates to act like children who require constant care. This won't affect the salary that you'll receive as an official member or your privileges needed to fulfill your duty. So it's just a ritual to gain the recognition of the other Nighthawks. But Mr. Neil, why did you emphasize that it would not affect my pay grade as an official member? Did I make it that obvious? Klein touched his face, smiling in embarrassment. Does it have to be a mission of the Beyonder variety? That should be the case, but your performance yesterday was truly outstanding. You ingeniously killed a Beyonder that's at least at sequence 8. I believe Fry, Royale, and the rest have already acknowledged you. Therefore, Dunn might just assign you to an ordinary mission, Old Neil said, then sighed. You'll have your salary increased several-fold. I'll never encounter something like that again in my lifetime. Klein chuckled, then asked about his sequence pathway. Mr. Neil, do you think that the corresponding sequence 8 of Seer is Clown? He felt the confidential document's description, good at fighting with artifice, aligned. I can't give you any guarantees, but I think it's highly likely. Firstly, it matches up with what's said on the documents. Their agile movement and deception-based battle style are key points. Next, other sequence pathways have similar situations. Do you know the corresponding sequence 8 for Mystery Prior? Old Neil chuckled. No, it's not written in the information provided by the church. Klein shook his head. Old Neil chuckled. I'm close friends with 2 old guys from the machinery hive mind. They mentioned it in passing, as a joke. The corresponding sequence 8 potion of Mystery Prior is Melee Scholar. Did you hear that? Melee Scholar. Goddess, I don't like melee combat at all. This doesn't suit the image of a Mystery Prior at all. I can understand. Mystery Priors pursue the mysteries behind things. Melee combat is one of those mysteries, Klein said after some thought. Old Neil finished his coffee. All right, let's not waste time. Let's continue our mysticism studies. You still have a lot of ritualist magic that you need to grasp. You also need to learn how to create amulets and charms. All right, Klein sat down, planning his day. Morning mysticism and historical records. Then submit the compensation request. After lunch, practice at the shooting club, then to the Deweyville Library for the monograph and journal on the Hornassus main peak. If time, a visit to the Divination Club to practice acting. Once the compensation request is approved and I receive the money, I'll be able to buy a new suit on the way home. Yes, I'll apply for the materials tomorrow morning and try to make a protective amulet to ward off danger for Melissa and Benson. In an elegantly adorned dining hall, friends congratulated Joyce Meyer on his safe return to Tingen. We all read the news. Just the written description alone was enough to scare me, a man with a stubble said. Joyce, I can't believe you went through such an ordeal. Cheers. The tragedy is over now, and the sunlight shines down upon us. Exalted is the steam. Joyce and his fiancée, Anna, raised their cups, clinked them with friends, and finished their champagne. Anna was extremely worried at the time. I suspect that she cried every night. Whenever I invited her for some afternoon tea, she was always absent-minded. Thankfully, you're finally back now. Otherwise, I reckon she would have passed away just like that. A young lady with a cute small nose and coiled brown hair said, glancing at Anna. If Anna were to experience something like that, I'd be the same. I might be in an even worse state. The aquiline-nosed Joyce gave Anna a gentle look. Anna, not one to express emotions openly, looked across the table. Bogda, why have you been keeping your head down this entire time? I can sense how terrible your mood is. The young lady replied for Bogda. Bogda is sick. The physician told him that there's something seriously wrong with his liver. He can only use medicine to reduce the pain, but it doesn't treat his illness. He needs to undergo surgery. Lord, when did this happen? Anna and Joyce asked, surprised and concerned. Bogda, a short-haired young man with a sallow face and dim eyes, explained, It happened last week. Since Joyce wasn't back yet, I told Irene not to tell you. Joyce asked, Have you decided when you'll undergo surgery? Bogda's expression changed. No, I haven't decided yet. As you know, those surgeons are practically butchers. The patient is like a piece of meat on a chopping block, allowing them to butcher people as they please. I've read a lot of reports. They'll even use an axe for amputation. Lord, I suspect I might very well die on the operating table. But if you delay it further, then surgery might not be able to save you, the man with the stubble urged. Anna then interjected, Bogda, perhaps you can consider doing a divination. If the divination indicates that everything will go smoothly, then proceed with the surgery as soon as possible. If the outcome of the divination is bad, seek other means. Seek it with the help of the fortune teller. I know of a real, mysterious fortune teller. No, I should address him as a seer. I believe he can definitely help you. For real? Bogda questioned, looking doubtful, as did their friends. Yes, Anna nodded without hesitation. I hired his divination services, and after divining Joyce's situation, he told me to return home. Your fiancé is at home waiting for you. Back then, I was like all of you, filled with doubt. But when I returned home, I really saw Joyce. He was really back. I can testify on this point, Joyce echoed. He didn't mention Klein interpreting his dreams, as the police hadn't caught Triss yet, necessitating secrecy to prevent revenge. Lord, this is absolutely unbelievable. Is divination really that magical? Amidst the exclamations, Bogda thought deeply. Perhaps I should get a divination. Anna, Joyce, could you tell me the seer's name and address? Anna sighed in relief. You made a very wise choice. That seer is at the Divination Club at Howe Street. His name is Klein Moretti. At Deweyville Library in Golden Indusborough, Klein used his mentor's introduction note to get a borrowing pass. Flipping the card, he asked a librarian, Do you have the research of the Hornassus Main Peaks relics here? It was published by the Lowen publishing firm. The librarian checked records. Sorry, sir. We do not have this book in our collection. How regretful, Klein said, disappointed. From the looks of it, I need to write to the Lowen publishing firm or pay a visit to the Coy University. He sighed inwardly at the library's outdated management. You people need a computer. Unfortunately, I can't produce one. Klein then asked, Then do you have the journal issues of New Archaeology and Archaeology Summary? We do, the librarian confirmed. A gentleman just returned them. He directed Klein to the bookshelf. Klein found the issues, then sat by a window. Under the afternoon sun, he quietly read, Ancient relics don't solely exist on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. They're also spread out across the surrounding forests, valleys, and gentle slopes around the main peak. These relics are formed from lofty domes and gigantic stone columns. Honestly, they can be described as magnificent. I'm curious as to how the original residents mine and process these rocks. Hypothetically, let's assume that they performed their mining operation on the spot without needing to send them up the mountain. There's a strange pattern where the relics become larger in size the closer you are to the mountain peak. But surprisingly, there are no ruins on the peak. According to our hypothesis, there should be palaces that don't resemble man-made buildings, divine halls used for sacrifices. Chapter 82, Herb Store. Various colors surfaced as auras, entering Klein's eyes as he casually studied Sir Deweyville. He's very healthy, almost no hidden problems. His emotional state is horrendous. Amid the dullness, there's frailty. His mental state is frail. He has trouble sleeping well. But the purple aura at his head is completely fine. Klein muttered silently as Sir Deweyville left the library. Klein pinched his forehead, sighing. Being a tycoon sure isn't easy. He didn't dwell on it, returning to the journals. Klein found few clues, confirming only a few things. An ancient kingdom existed on the Hornasis mountain range, dating back at least 1,500 years. Its architecture was grand, with murals suggesting belief in Evernite protecting the departed, and ruins showed symbols of the Evernite, distinct from the sacred emblem. If I had a chance, no, even if I have a chance, I'll never go there. Klein muttered, vowing not to court death. He tidied the journals, returned them, then put on his hat, lifted his cane, and left the Deweyville library. Divination Club Bogda approached the receptionist Angelica. I'd like to have a divination, Angelica smiled. Do you have a preferred fortune teller, or would you like to flip through our introduction guide? Bogda pressed his abdomen, gasping. I wish to have Mr. Klein Moretti divine for me. But Mr. Moretti is not here today, Angelica answered uncertainly. Bogda paced. When will Mr. Moretti be available? No one knows. He has his own matters. From what I've seen, he usually comes here on Monday afternoons, Angelica pondered. All right. Bogda's face darkened as he turned to leave. Sir, you can choose other fortune-tellers like Mr. Hanas Vincent, Angelica offered. Bogda stopped, considered, then said, No, I only trust Mr. Moretti. Can I wait here? Perhaps he might come after he's done. No problem, Angelica said warmly. Bogda sat on the sofa, stroking his cane, looking out the window, clearly impatient. Just as he debated leaving, Angelica exclaimed, Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Klein saw Angelica about to ask why she was always there, but then remembered he was a seer and should use a charlatan's tone. Would this sound like I'm hitting on her? He finally replied, Good afternoon, Madam Angelica. A customer wishes to hire you for a divination. Angelica pointed to Bogda, who had hurried to stand. Someone actually requested for me? Klein took off his half-top hat, pinching his glabella twice. Good afternoon, sir. His voice paused as he looked. In spirit vision, he saw the requester's liver, dim and nearly black, throwing his aura off balance. Klein deliberated, then said seriously, Sir, you should see a doctor and not seek a divination. Bogda stood stunned, then pleasantly surprised. How fascinating, Anna wasn't lying to me. He looked up earnestly. Mr. Moretti, I've already seen a doctor and might have to undergo surgery. However, I'm frightened. I would like to divine the outcome. The surgery of this era is really fraught with danger. Although Emperor Roselle had given the impetus, this era still lacks most of the necessary technology. Klein nodded. My divination fee is 8 pence. Is that fine? 8 pence, Bogda exclaimed. You're only charging 8 pence. According to Anna's description and the performance Mr. Moretti had just shown me, I'm willing to pay at least £1. Haven't you heard of small margins with large volume? Klein was embarrassed, then calmly smiled. It is enough just being blessed with the ability to receive revelations from the divine and catch a glimpse of fate. Therefore, we must maintain our humility and suppress our greed. Only by doing so can we continue being bestowed with our gifts. You are a true seer. Bogda bowed, his tone sincere. Klein's spirituality seemed to relax, and his principles gave him new insight. Miss Angelica, is Topaz available? Yes, Angelica smiled. Inside the divination room, Klein instructed Bogda to lock the door. He sat behind the table, pinching his forehead. Shall we use tarot cards? Spirit dowsing was only for himself, and an astrolabe took too long. I'll leave it up to you. Bogda had no objections. Klein shuffled and cut the deck, laying them in an intis formation. Being a seer, Klein didn't flip other cards, only the final result. A reversed wheel of fortune. Things will develop badly, he said solemnly. Bogda's face instantly drained, his lips trembling. Is it hopeless? Klein, trying to find a solution, said, Let me try a different divination method. Please leave your ring. Next, write your date of birth on this paper. Then, please wait outside quietly. Bogda, calmed by Klein's tone, followed instructions. As Bogda left, Klein wrote, Outcome of Bogda Jones's surgery. He picked up the ring and paper, leaned back and used dream divination. In a blurry, distorted world, he saw the gentleman collapse, ashen, covered in white cloth, pushed from a quaking operating room. This time, Klein encountered nothing strange. The sense of being watched was gone. He quickly woke, frowning, considering how to inform Bogda. The surgery may very well lead to death. I can try the restorative ritualistic magic I learned today, but that would expose the matter of beyonders. Besides, I have to apply for Captain's approval first. Yeah, and I might not be able to treat such a severe disease. Klein racked his brains, then remembered. Mr. Glassis's lung disease was treated by an apothecary. He said that the medicine was extremely miraculous. What was it? Right, Lawson Darkwade, 18 Vlad Street in East Borough. Lawson's folk herb store. He'd memorized the address. He rapped the table, quickly deciding. After a quick spirit dowsing confirmed it was a good idea, Klein walked out. Seeing Bogda stand flustered, he returned the ring, smiling warmly. I found hope for you. Really? Bogda asked, pleasantly surprised. Klein didn't reply, continuing. Your hope lies in the East Borough, on Vlad Street. It's related to the single-term Lawson. If you can't find it, come back here again on Monday at 4 in the afternoon. Good, good. Bogda nodded, repeating himself. He excitedly fished out his wallet, producing 5 pence and 3 pennies, paying without a tip as Klein had implied. Klein's lips twitched, receiving the money, but he smiled brilliantly. I hope you will find hope as soon as possible. After Bogda left, Klein handed over the commission and gave Angelica tips, pretending he'd collected a solly. East Borough, Vlad Street. Bogda walked the street 3 times until his liver ached. Finally he found the Lawson's folk herb store, number 18. Mustering courage, he entered, smelling various herbs. The owner had short black hair, a round face, and looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His formal attire resembled a village witch doctor's, a deep black robe embroidered with strange symbols. Hello, do you have medicine that can treat my disease? Bogda asked politely. The boss looked up, his deep blue eyes sweeping over Bogda, and smiled. Your liver disease is very serious, but the premise of everything is whether you have the money. Do you have enough to pay for the medicine? He can tell? Bogda felt more confident, nodding frantically. How much is your medicine? £10. It's a very fair price. The boss took a bag of herbs from under the counter. Add sufficient water and boil it into medicine. After boiling it, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood, then drink it down immediately. This bag of herbs can be cooked thrice. You will be fine after 3 times. He opened the yellowish-brown paper, throwing in strange herbs. It sounds extremely shady, Bogda gulped. That's it. The boss stared at him, then smiled. Do you still want something else? What about this bag? Once you recover from your liver disease, I can give you a guarantee that your wife will be very satisfied. He chuckled, taking out a black-papered bag of herbs, lowering his voice. There's mummy powder inside. Trust me, a lot of aristocrats consume this stuff. They put it in their tea or boil it as soup. Bogda's confidence in the boss wavered, turning to disgust. I believe in Mr. Moretti. He took a deep breath, fished out his wallet, and pulled out the 2 biggest notes from his remaining gold pounds. Chapter 83. Carving. Holding the yellowish-brown paper bag of herbs, Bogda staggered out of Lawson's folk herb store. Waiting for a tracked carriage, he suddenly realized he'd spent £10, nearly a month's salary, on a bag of stuff. Could it be that Mr. Moretti's low divination fee was a scam, colluding with the herb store boss to earn more? Bogda even began to suspect Klein, Joyce, and Anna. A tracked carriage stopped. Unable to return, he entered with a heavy heart. Inside Lawson's folk herb store, the boss watched Bogda leave, then shouted to a pile of herbs, Charmaine, stop purchasing herbs from today. Why, master? A handsome youth with dishevelled hair emerged. The boss smiled. This is the 16th customer who came because of my fame. If this carries on, I believe the Nighthawks, machinery, hive mind, and mandated punishers will notice me. When the time comes, I'll need to consider heading to other cities. Then, do we need to sublease this store? Charmaine nodded, concerned. The boss chuckled. If you wish to stay, you can be the boss. You're already capable at identifying herbs and concocting medicine. Of course, remember to deposit half of your monthly profits into my anonymous Backlund bank account. But I haven't learned what you are really good at. Charmaine was tired of moving yearly, but unwilling to give up learning his master's magical formulas. The boss leisurely rocked in his seat. That's not something you can learn just because you want to. A blackish-green bubbling liquid, smelling of stinking socks, appeared before Bogda. Its color made him deeply suspicious of his day's actions. When rooster blood bubbled into the liquid, Bogda's father worriedly said, "I think surgery is the best option." The rooster blood vanished. Bogda took a deep breath. "If this medicine is useless, I'll consider surgery. The Lord will watch over you." Bogda's father made a triangular sacred emblem. By the time it cooled, Bogda, unwilling to waste 10 pounds, closed his eyes and gulped it down. The pungent, noxious, bloody aroma nearly made him vomit. That night he had an upset stomach, visiting the bathroom 6 times. By the time the crimson moon vanished, he fell asleep groggily. He jolted awake, having dreamed of being reprimanded at work. "Thankfully, I took 3 days of annual leave. I don't have to rush to work." Bogda sighed, feeling much more spirited, a stark contrast to recent weeks. He subconsciously pressed his right abdomen. The previously painful area felt normal, only hurting with ordinary pressure. "Don't tell me it was really effective. That apothecary was clearly just fooling me." Bogda was surprised and doubtful, but felt his health returning as he stretched. He muttered, "According to the apothecary, I still need to drink it twice. Once I'm done, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup. That apothecary didn't tell me how many times I can drink a day. I still think he's a cheat." In the Blackthorn Security Company's civilian staff office, Klein, having requested a private space, held a carving knife, emitting his spirituality. He meticulously carved incantations and symbols onto 2 silver accessories. The incantation was a request to avoid disaster in Hermes. The 2 mysticism symbols represented the Evernite goddess and the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Klein also added the goddess's path number 7 and the magical characteristic. Charms and amulets had to be engraved on both sides, with specific mystical requirements for symbols, incantations, and locations. Common versions were often flawed. Klein had many damaged materials from practice. Only after confirming sufficient practice did he begin the amulets for Benson and Melissa. He calmed his mind, his spirituality flowing from the knife tip, forming the number 7 on a silver accessory. He had already finished the other side. Setting down the knife, his spirituality chained together, and he felt a strange, majestic, terrifying energy surge through the room. The commotion quickly vanished as the incantations on both sides completed, emitting a serene blackness in Klein's spirit vision. He polished the silver accessory, feeling coolness from its mild surface. "It's done." He happily pocketed the finished amulet and another one, planning to give them to Benson and Melissa. Beyond the created amulets offered some disaster avoidance, but their spirituality waned, lasting a maximum of a year unless a high-level ritualistic magic was used to create a prayer set, which required immense spirituality. Klein couldn't currently endure. "When the time comes, I can use my spirituality to make another one," Klein thought, nodding as he tidied the messy table. He didn't make one for himself. Such amulets had limited effects on him. His goal was to deepen his understanding of incantations, then try pairing them with ritualistic magic to create defensive, sound-activated amulets. As he finished, Klein walked out, preparing to hand over damaged materials, when he saw Captain Dunn approaching in his black windbreaker. Dunn's deep grey eyes swept over him. "Klein, the Holy Cathedral has approved it. You're now an official member." "Really? That's great." Klein expressed his delight. Dunn nodded. "You can now receive a make-up pay of £3 for this week. You'll receive £4.50 every subsequent week until the advance payment is cleared. By the way, did I mention the Nighthawk's ritual? Every official Nighthawk has to independently complete a mission. Only by doing so will you gain the recognition of your partners. In consideration of your outstanding performance, I believe I can assign you an ordinary mission instead. When that happens, I'll formally introduce you to all the Nighthawks in Tinjin City." Klein replied without hesitation, "All right." £3 plus his £7 compensation meant a new suit was no problem. He'd even have plenty left. "Well, who knows when my mission will arrive?" Klein waited until Sunday, the day of Selina's birthday banquet. Changing into his formal suit and tidying his half-top hat, Klein looked in the mirror with satisfaction before going downstairs. Melissa was inspecting Benson's clothes. "Is there a problem?" Benson raised his cane, feeling inadequate under her gaze. He thought he looked decent. Melissa stopped staring. Benson, that is a very old suit you're wearing. There will be a lot of excellent ladies and madams participating in today's birthday banquet. I believe that by wearing that, it'll be a form of disrespect to them. Klein, understanding Melissa's emphasis, chuckled. Benson and I share a similar build. He can wear my other tuxedo. He'd told his siblings about buying a new suit, explaining it was company compensation for torn clothes during an inspection. He hid his promotion and pay raise, fearing to scare them, planning to tell them in 6 months. This explanation made Blackthorn Security and Melissa envious, seeing it as an impeccable employer. There's no need to, right? Benson retorted, oblivious. No, it's extremely important. Klein pushed Benson upstairs. My tuxedo is hanging on the clothes rack. After Benson went upstairs in a daze, Klein turned to Melissa. Are you hoping that Benson will use the opportunity provided by Selina's birthday banquet to begin a beautiful new romance? He knew banquets were often for blind dates. Melissa nodded solemnly. Yes, Benson has missed out too much because of us. Sis, why are you like a mother? Klein shook his head with an exasperated laugh. Chapter 84, Elizabeth. Seeing his sister's unconvinced look, Klein sized her up. Melissa, I think you aren't showing enough respect to today's banquet as well. What? Melissa wore a puzzled look. Klein pointed at her neck. As a lady, you are lacking a necklace that accentuates that area. He smiled, fishing out a silver amulet wrapped with angel wings. Thankfully, I prepared one for you. Melissa was taken aback. How much was it? Sis, your concerns are really quite misplaced. Klein scoffed inwardly. He chuckled. It's actually not very expensive. Since it was in an incomplete state, I imitated an item that I've seen before and engraved blessing incantations and beautiful patterns on them. You engraved them? Melissa was distracted. How is it? What do you think of my work? Klein handed her the amulet. Melissa studied it, gently biting her lip. I like the surrounding angel feathers. If you think the incantations and symbols I engraved are ugly, then just say so. There's no need to mince your words. An amulet's value is in its effects. Klein's mouth twitched. As he was about to urge her to accept it, Melissa put on the necklace with a forced expression, carefully adjusting its position. Perfect. Klein gave her exaggerated praise. Melissa glanced at him. Klein, you were never like that before, acting like that. Perhaps it's because of my good job. With a decent income, I've become more confident. Klein interrupted his sister. Sigh. Even though I received the original Klein's memory fragments, making myself appear natural in most major aspects, certain fine details are still there. I'm still used to presenting my real personality, especially when I'm getting closer and more familiar with Benson and Melissa. Melissa seemed to accept it, pouting. It's great that you're like that. Really great. After their short conversation, Benson came down, transformed in a white shirt, black vested tuxedo, black bow tie and straight trousers. He looked like a successful businessman. Same for the receding hairline. Klein chuckled inwardly. Excellent, Benson. It suits you very well, he said with a brilliant smile. Melissa also nodded. The facts show that my clothing is more important than me, Benson commented self-derisively. Klein took out the remaining amulet, repeating his explanation. I also made one for you. Not bad. I'll bring it with me. Benson accepted it. Klein, I wouldn't find it odd, even if you were to suddenly know how to style your hair, make clothes, fix watches, and feed curly-haired baboons. Life is just so full of surprises, Klein replied. The siblings tidied themselves, then took a public carriage to Selina's house on Fannier Street, North Borough. The Wood family lived in an elegant terrace house with a porch and a small lawn. After ringing the doorbell, Selina Wood appeared. The wine-red-haired girl hugged Melissa. I like this dress of yours. It makes you look exceptionally beautiful. Selina's father, Mr. Wood, a senior Backland Bank employee, greeted them. Welcome our honourable elder brother, welcome our young historian. He exaggeratedly addressed Benson and Klein. Young historian? Why doesn't he add the description of me having a conscience? Klein retorted inwardly, taking off his hat. Mr. Wood, you look much more spirited and younger than I imagined. His flattery unconsciously leaned towards the foodaholic empire. Benson shook Wood's hand. I know a lot of bank employees, but they're all equally arrogant and stiff, as though they're the latest machines. None of them are as civilized as you. If you were to meet me at the bank, you might not say that about me. Wood laughed cheerfully. After pleasantries, Selina in a new dress led them inside. She mentioned, "Elizabeth is already here," and then whispered, "Melissa, your brothers are more handsome than I imagined." "Hey, I have good hearing. Although you are flattering me." Klein helplessly looked at the two 16-year-old girls ahead. "This isn't right. I'm still quite far from being considered handsome. Miss Selina, how ugly did you imagine Benson and I to be? A balding, gloomy, fat man with a pale expression and lifeless eyes?" Klein pinched his glabella, practicing spirit vision. "Miss Selina Wood is healthy. She's excited and very happy. Mr. Wood's lungs are a little problematic. Right, I see his pipe." Klein swept his gaze across the crowd in a good mood. "Elizabeth, Melissa is here." Selina introduced her. A girl in a blue frilly dress, with naturally curled brown hair and baby fat, walked over. Klein was stunned. He knew her. He had helped her choose an amulet at the underground market. Elizabeth greeted Melissa, then looked at Benson and Klein, stunned, brows knitted as if thinking. Soon, she smiled and politely greeted them as if nothing had happened. Klein also pretended not to recognize her. Under Wood's lead, they joined Chris, Selina's brother, and other guests in the living room. As Klein watched Benson chat happily with Chris and solicitors about their neighbor, Mr. Shord, he felt envious. "I don't have such socializing skills." He picked up a cocktail, listening quietly, nodding and smiling occasionally. Soon, all guests arrived and the banquet began, buffet style. Klein clicked his tongue at the elegant enamel plates and silver cutlery, feeling the Woods were extravagant for a middle-class family. Since they're so rich, why would Chris need so many years to prepare for his wedding? Yeah, it was probably to save up money to buy this cutlery that would have taken them so many years to afford. To such families, they have to look respectable. Amidst his thoughts, Klein picked up a plate, forking honey-glazed roasted meat. Elizabeth approached, whispering, "So you are Melissa's brother. Thank you. Selina likes the amulet I gave her a lot. She said that she felt healthier the moment she wore it." Selina? Amulet. Klein recalled helping the girl choose an amulet for a friend who liked mysticism as a birthday gift. That friend was Selina? Selina liked items related to mysticism? Klein frowned slightly. It might just be akin to a placebo effect. He waited for her to praise Emperor Roselle. Elizabeth looked confused. "What's a placebo effect?" "It means it's completely psychological. At times, we believe that we will turn for the better and end up really becoming better," Klein explained crudely. "No," she said, "it's different from the amulets that she bought in the past. It feels different," Elizabeth emphasized. She cocked her head, glancing at Klein. "I never expected Melissa's brother to be an expert at mysticism. As you know, I studied history, so it's common to encounter similar matters." Klein skillfully diverted the topic. "Are you also studying at the Tingen Technical School?" "No, Selina and I were Melissa's former schoolmates. Later she went to a technical school. I study at the nearby Ivos Public School," Elizabeth explained seriously. Public schools were expensive, privately run institutions that prepared students for university. She didn't talk much. After choosing her food, she returned to Selina's side. After congratulating the birthday girl, the banquet gradually ended. Klein and Benson were invited to Texas Hold'em. Melissa, Elizabeth, Selina, and friends went upstairs, either chatting or playing games. Klein's luck was bad. He played about 20 rounds, folding every time. He found a 2 of hearts and a 5 of spades. "Shall I try a bluff once?" he considered, but couldn't muster the courage, resisting the urge to cheat with divination. He covered his cards, wrapped the table to fold, then headed for the bathroom. Roselle was also a person with an obsessive-compulsive disorder. He actually found an odd reason to name the playstyle Texas. Klein shook his head, proceeding. Suddenly, he halted, his pupils constricting. His spiritual perception told him that there was a strange fluctuation upstairs. Chapter 85, Urgency. The strange, twisted, and obscure fluctuation was short-lived, making Klein almost suspect a hallucination. If not for his spiritual perception, he would have dismissed it. Klein frowned, thinking of his sister upstairs. He tightly held his cane, going around the bathroom and hobbling to the staircase. He quickly ascended, following the traces with his spiritual perception, arriving at the living room beside the balcony. "This should be it," Klein mumbled, tapping his glabella twice. Auras penetrated the walls and door, entering his vision. Most were ordinary, blurry. However, one rippled with a sinister dark green slowly corroding inward. Just as I thought, something wasn't right. Klein's expression turned stern. He removed the silver chain from his left wrist, holding it so the topaz dangled. When it stopped swinging, he traced the spherical light, chanting inwardly, "The room before me has danger caused by the supernatural." Normally, spirit dowsing was only suitable for matters related to him or immediate surroundings, so he described the chant specifically, emphasizing the danger could affect him and the room was directly in front. "The room before me has danger caused by the supernatural." After repeating the chant 7 times, Klein's eyes widened as the topaz rotated rapidly clockwise, indicating considerable supernatural danger within. Selina is a mysticism enthusiast. Did something go extremely wrong when she was dabbling with some sort of ritual? What should I do? Klein massaged his brows, wrapped the chain around his wrist, and knocked on the door. Thump! 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 He knocked rhythmically, wearing an amiable smile. The door creaked open. Melissa in her new dress appeared, surprised. "Klein, is something wrong?" Klein smiled, showing no distress. "I was just curious since I heard you gals enjoying yourselves. Sorry for disturbing all of you." Melissa lowered her head, embarrassed. "We're playing with magic mirror divination. Selina knows a lot and it's very fun." "Magic mirror divination, sis, why don't you gals play Charlie Charlie Challenge or Ouija boards?" Klein shook his head, peeved and amused. He looked past Melissa into the living room. Selina, beaming, held a silver-coated mirror, but in his spirit vision, she was being encroached by sinister dark green. Klein considered his words. "Haha, I won't be interrupting your game." "Ah, right. Where's Elizabeth?" "I had chatted with her over FASAC grammar. She mentioned that she wanted to ask me some questions." "Elizabeth?" Melissa sized her brother up, emphasizing, "She's only 16. "Hey, don't let your imagination go wild." Klein immediately explained, "It's a very normal academic discussion. Elizabeth is very interested in history and ancient languages." Melissa gave him a deep look. "She's inside. I'll inform her." "All right." Klein stepped back. As his sister turned, he sighed in relief. It wasn't ideal, but at least Melissa wasn't the one in danger. He waited about 10 seconds before a puzzled Elizabeth walked out. "Mr. Moretti, what's the matter? I never said I was interested in history and ancient languages." Her sentence halted as she saw Klein's stern expression, sensing something was wrong. Klein stepped diagonally, gesturing for Elizabeth to hide partially behind the door. The girl, influenced by the sudden seriousness, unknowingly complied. "As you know, I'm a mysticism enthusiast." Klein turned, getting straight to the point. Elizabeth nodded. "Yes, I even believe that you're an expert at mysticism." "No, I'm only an enthusiast, but this doesn't stop me from noticing that your magic mirror divination has turned into a problem," Klein said with a heavy tone. "A problem?" Elizabeth nearly raised her voice, quickly covering her mouth. Klein thought, "I know words alone will make it difficult for you to believe me. Return to the room, and when Selina isn't paying attention, steal a glance at the front of the mirror, which Selina has hidden away from all of you." "How do you know that she hid the front of the mirror from us?" Elizabeth blurted out. "According to the information from the Nighthawks, more than 90% of the time, magic mirror divination cases which involve evil share such similarities." Klein smiled. General knowledge. When the doubtful and frightened Elizabeth returned to the room, Klein's composed smile vanished, replaced by worry. "Even though we're all in the North Borough, to go from Fannia Street to Zoutelan Street will take at least 15 minutes of travel by public carriage. By the time Captain arrives after making a round trip, the situation might have deteriorated to a hopeless state. If only Benson and Melissa wasn't here. But I can't deal with those hidden and unknown existences. Do I have any means to contain it? Right, Selina's a mysticism enthusiast. Her room definitely has no lack of pure dew, essential oils, herbs, and other items." As Klein racked his brains, Elizabeth sat next to Selina, feigning discussion. A girl opposite sipped wine, blushing under teasing, then bravely asked, "Can you help me divine when I'll meet a romantic handsome gentleman?" Selina lightly coughed, rubbing the mirror's back. "Mirror, mirror, tell me, when will the gentleman in Yonina's heart appear?" After repeating it thrice, she held up the mirror. Seizing the chance, Elizabeth turned, stretching her head to glance. She expected to see Selina's face and half her own, Instead, she only saw Selina's entire body. The tiny mirror was pitch black, with Selina standing cold in the middle. Elizabeth trembled, lunging back against the sofa, momentarily forgetting to breathe. She involuntarily shook, then, without excuse, stumbled to the door, not daring to look back at the beaming Selina. Janina's gentleman will appear on the Sunday of the second week, half a year later. Amidst giggles, Elizabeth opened the door, finding Klein in the shadows of the wall lamps, in his tuxedo and half-top hat. "Mr. Moretti." "Aye," she stammered in a daze. Klein calmly smiled. "Don't disturb the girls and ladies inside." Infected by his smile, Elizabeth calmed significantly. She closed the door, quickly walking to the wall lamp. "I saw it. I saw only Selina inside the mirror. A devil-like Selina," she whispered hoarsely. Indeed, Klein's expression turned serious. "Do you know which is Selina's bedroom? Do you know where her mysticism items are? There, the mysticism items are in there as well." Elizabeth pointed without hesitation at a room diagonally across. Klein held his cane, walked over and opened the unlocked wooden door. Under the streetlights and crimson moon he lit a gas lamp. Pale yellow light revealed bottles of pure dew, flower essence, boxes of herbal powder, candles, and amulets on tables or racks, labeled. After confirming the items, Klein asked Elizabeth, who had followed him, "Do you want to save Selina?" "Yes." Elizabeth subconsciously nodded, then asked dazedly, "Will it be dangerous?" "A certain amount. After all, I'm only a mysticism enthusiast," Klein replied frankly. "A certain amount of danger." Elizabeth pursed her lips tightly for a few seconds. "Is there anything you need from me?" Klein smiled warmly, comforting her. "Don't be nervous. Now all you have to do is pretend to return as though nothing had happened. Return to Selina's side. 5 minutes later, remember, 5 minutes later, tell Selina that you have a pleasant surprise and bring her to me. Knock on the door softly, 1 long knock and 2 short ones. Following that, well, leave it to me." Elizabeth thought silently, then nodded seriously. "All right." Seeing her return to the living room, Klein glanced at his pocket watch. He closed Selina's bedroom door and quickly cleared the desk. Then, he picked the necessary items and placed them on a chair. Immediately, he picked up 2 faint candles with a light aroma, placing them on the upper left and right corners of the desk. They symbolized the Lady of Crimson and the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Klein planned to hold a ritual here, borrowing the Evernight goddess's powers to ward off the mysterious entity affecting Selina. As a Sequence 9, his ritualistic magic wasn't strong enough. To succeed, he needed Elizabeth to lure Selina into a sealing circle right near the altar. Therefore, he had to consider situations where Selina might notice and resist. Due to these reasons, Klein planned on using suspension-style ritualistic magic. Chapter 86, Prayer ritualistic magic, especially at higher levels, often involved complex steps that could take anywhere from an hour to half a day. The ability to suspend the ritual until a later time was a product of over 1,000 years of development. However, this wasn't without risk. Missteps could result in failure or dangerous consequences. Klein understood that performing such magic required careful control. Interrupting a ritual midway was risky, and you couldn't just walk away to use the bathroom without facing disastrous effects, especially if you'd drawn the attention of a divinity. Still, he felt a deep sigh of relief. This was his first time conducting such a ritual, and he had to make sure everything was perfect. He glanced at the silver-inlaid cane by his bedside and began setting up. He placed a candle to represent himself and arranged other ritual items. The silver bowl from Selina, various herbs, salt, a small dagger, goatskin and ink for the quill. Fortunately, Selina had a complete inventory. Without it, he'd be lost. It seemed she was no stranger to mysticism, given her year of exposure at such a young age. Who had guided her, though? He wondered as he poured water into her cup. Klein checked his pocket watch and began his meditation. The room, once calm, suddenly filled with a formless whirlwind. His eyes darkened, shifting from brown to black as if he could peer into another's soul. He extended his palm and began chanting inwardly, "Evernight goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson." He rubbed the candle wick, and it ignited, glowing a tranquil blue. "Evernight goddess, you are the Empress of Disaster and Horror." The second candle lit up, its flame steady. "I am your loyal guard, the shield against danger in the dark night." The third candle, representing Klein, flared up. He then began the purification process using salt, water, and incantations before letting his gathered spirituality merge with the ritual. Klein sealed off the room with a formless barrier, and the street lights outside faded as red light filled the space. He returned to the desk where he used ink to draw symbols to ward off disaster. After applying drops of dew and essential oils to the candles, Klein recited the suspension ritual. Nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity, the Evernight Goddess. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to show your loving grace to a devout believer of yours. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the powers of disaster and horror. I pray that you will cleanse Selena Wood from evil's corruption and protect her from danger. I pray that you would wait for a moment for that unfortunate girl. He continued the chant, calling upon moon and slumber flowers before repeating it 7 times in his mind. He drew a door-shaped incision in the formless barrier with his silver dagger, checking the time on his pocket watch. The ritual would soon reach its crucial moment. Meanwhile, Elizabeth in the living room grew anxious, constantly checking the clock. It's almost time, she whispered to herself, glancing at Selena, who appeared oblivious to the impending danger. Elizabeth's unease grew stronger as she recalled the haunting image of Selena's reflection earlier. Suddenly, Elizabeth stood up, deciding she couldn't wait any longer. "Selena, I have a surprise for you," she stammered. "A surprise? Didn't you give me a birthday present already?" Selena asked, confused. Elizabeth, feeling awkward, led the way to Selena's room. "Why are you knocking on the door?" Selena wondered. Klein appeared at the door, dressed in black tuxedo and half-top hat. "Pleasant surprise?" "This is a pleasant surprise?" Selena asked, shocked. Without warning, Klein grabbed her wrist and pulled her inside. He swiftly sealed the room's entrance with his spirituality. Selena's reaction turned cold, her fingers elongating into sharp claws as she glared at him. But Klein ignored her and returned to the desk, focusing on his ritual. He poured more essential oil onto the candles and began chanting louder. "Supreme Lady of Crimson, Great Empress of Disaster and Horror, I pray for you to bestow your loving grace. Show your loving grace to the lost lamb, Selena Wood." As Klein spoke, he placed the goatskin on the appropriate candle, and a fierce wind roared through the room. The goatskin ignited, and he quickly dropped it into the silver bowl. A cold wind howled as his spirituality surged uncontrollably. The room seemed to shudder as dark green gases poured from the air into the bowl. Klein, now crouched on the floor, barely dodged the surge of energy. He rolled to the side, drawing his revolver, but saw Selena collapsed on the floor, the silver-coated mirror shattered. The mirror no longer reflected her, but instead the ceiling and Klein's silhouette. Through his spirit vision, he saw the dark green hue in Selena's aura vanish, leaving her frail but restored. Klein exhaled, but the relief was short-lived. A sharp pain shot through his head, making him tremble with the force of it. His veins swelled, and whispers assaulted his mind, threatening to unravel him. The pain lasted nearly 20 seconds before subsiding. Klein's body was drenched in sweat, and he realized his Beyonder powers had nearly spiraled out of control. "Acting is quite effective after all," Klein muttered, wiping his forehead. He tapped his chest 4 times and uttered, "Praise the lady!" With a final wave of his hand, he extinguished the candles and cleaned up the altar, using his silver dagger to dispel the spiritual seal. The wind's howl faded, and Klein breathed a sigh of relief. "If I hadn't prepared properly, things could have gone terribly wrong," he thought. He shook his head, opening the door to Selena's room. Elizabeth, standing in the hall, asked nervously, "How was it?" Klein removed his top hat and gave her a warm smile. "I've corrected the mistake of her magic mirror divination. It's been resolved now." Chapter 87, Exhortation. "Has it really been resolved?" Elizabeth asked, sounding doubtful. Klein smiled, nodding casually. "Yes, it wasn't too hard." He added inwardly, "That's a lie." Elizabeth, relieved, relaxed a little. Whether it was because Klein had been calm throughout or because he was her only hope, she didn't doubt him anymore. She sighed with relief. "Thank you. You truly are a trustworthy gentleman. I was scared senseless just now. How is Selena? Is she fine now?" "She might remain unconscious for the next few minutes, but she's fine. She may be weak for a few days, though." Klein's expression turned stern as he asked, "Who taught her mysticism? Didn't he teach her the basic taboos?" Elizabeth sat up straighter, a bit like a student caught by a teacher. Selina mentioned her teacher is Hannas Vincent. She met him a year ago at the Divination Club on Howes Street. Hannas Vincent. Klein's thoughts darkened. He didn't appear to teach anything suspicious, but secretly, he had been experimenting with dark divination. If I'd known earlier, I would have reported it to the captain and raided him sooner. Klein's voice deepened. Was he the one who taught Selina magic mirror divination? Elizabeth nodded carefully. Yes, but she didn't have much luck with it at first. Today, she told me she peeked at her teacher's hidden incantations and said there wouldn't be any problems. She's practically asking for trouble. Klein rubbed his temples to ease his headache. Do you remember the incantations she recited? Elizabeth thought for a moment. She said it in Hermes. I only recently started learning Hermes, but I remember hearing the words revolve, spirit, creator, and grace. Creator? The true creator? Klein's mind raced. Many underground mystics believed in this ancient entity, revered by secret organizations. It appeared 1,000 years ago in the early Fifth Epoch. He nodded. When Selina wakes up, ask her for the whole incantation and let me know. Elizabeth agreed readily. But then, confused, she asked, Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask her yourself? Klein smiled. I don't want Melissa to know I'm into mysticism. Can you keep that between us? Elizabeth smiled back. No problem. Melissa prefers machines over mysteries. She likes logic over instinct. Klein gave a gentlemanly bow. Thank you for understanding. As for Selina, she's not the best at keeping secrets. She's more like an expert in sharing them, Elizabeth agreed. Klein adjusted his hat thoughtfully. Tell Selina that she fainted and shattered her mirror. Her memory probably stopped when she started the divination. Elizabeth nodded. Klein's face turned serious again. Also, tell her to never pray to any entity other than the 7 orthodox divinities. Burn any incantations like that, and stay away from anyone distributing them. If I hadn't stopped this in time, Selina could have become a monster or evil spirit, and we would all be dead. Elizabeth, shaken, said, I understand. I'll keep an eye on her. Klein nodded. Good. Go take care of her. He turned and headed toward the stairs. His eyes darkened, and he took out a penny, flicking it into the air. Selina is all right now. Selina is all right now. He repeated it silently, catching the coin as it fell, with George III's face showing. This wasn't just spirit dowsing, it was dream divination. Klein had entered a semi-sleep state using cogitation, touring the spirit world. The heads and tails of the coin symbolized affirmation and dissent. Klein smiled, relieved. Great, everything's fine now. He twirled the coin with his fingers. Only a seer could do something like this. Elizabeth watched Klein's back, seeing the coin fly through the air and be caught. She only turned to enter the bedroom when he disappeared down the stairs. Selina lay on the floor, surrounded by the shattered mirror. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief, making sure Selina was no longer frozen in the mirror's icy reflection. Phew, all good now. She moved quietly, trying to lift Selina, but instead nudged her awake. Elizabeth, what happened? Did I get drunk? Selina mumbled, her eyes dull and confused. Elizabeth paused before answering seriously. No, Selina, something happened to you. Your magic mirror divination invited a malicious entity. Selina rubbed her temple weakly, trying to sit up. Is that so? Elizabeth helped her to the bed. During the ritual, you were a completely different person. The one in the mirror wasn't you. I was scared, so I brought you here and shattered your mirror on the carpet. After that, you fainted. Blessed be the goddess. You're okay now, Elizabeth added, her voice relieved. I don't remember anything, Selina whispered, her face pale. The more she tried to remember, the emptier her mind felt, and fear crept in. She glanced around and saw that the items on her desk had been moved. What happened? She tried hard to recall, but only vaguely remembered a man in a black suit and hat. He wasn't strong or tall, but had a straight back. Selina, Elizabeth said seriously, I met a mysticism expert when I went to the underground market. He said we shouldn't pray to any entity other than the 7 orthodox divinities. If you promise me never try this again. I didn't even know if what I did could save you. Selina nodded quickly, terrified. No more. I'll never try this again. Good. Elizabeth asked casually, what were the incantations you used? If I see the mysticism expert again, I'll ask him for you. Selina rubbed her temple. Spirit that revolves this world, the grace of the true creator, the eyes that look at fate. Klein smoothed his clothes as he walked down the stairs. He took off his hat and returned to the dining table, where Chris, Selena's brother, looked up. "Where'd you go?" "It's been nearly 10 minutes, Chris asked, folding his hands. Klein smiled, replying, "To the bathroom, then upstairs to chat with the ladies." Chris chuckled. "I appreciate your honesty. You wouldn't be saying that if you knew I knocked your sister unconscious upstairs," Klein thought, but replied humbly, "We were just engaging in academic discussion." He sat down, receiving his 2 cards as the next round began. Glancing at his hand, he saw the King of Spades and the Ace of Diamonds. "Looks like my luck's improving." "Is this payback for doing a good deed?" Klein took out a coin, preparing to place his bet. Since Hanas didn't intentionally reveal the incantation to Selena, there was no need to rush reporting it to the captain. Klein continued playing cautiously, betting only when he had a good hand. He didn't bluff and didn't win much. By 10:30 he'd won 6 pence. "I won 2 solly and 8 pence, Benson said, fiddling with the notes. "I didn't expect you to be an expert at poker," Klein praised with a laugh. Benson waved it off. "I don't play often, but it's like negotiation. You hide your cards and figure out everyone else's." Before he could finish, Melissa and the others came downstairs. Klein rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. "It's time to go home," he said, glancing at his sister and friends. After another quick trip to the bathroom, Klein passed Elizabeth and got the full incantation. Returning to his siblings, he smiled. "Oh, right, I just remembered something. I need to head back to the company for a bit. Should we head to Zouteland Street first? It'll be quick." Chapter 88, Report. "What is it?" Benson asked. Melissa looked at Klein seriously, sensing his odd behavior, only slightly more normal than Elizabeth's and Selena's later. Klein chuckled, having prepared an excuse. "A document had a mistake. I'll fix it now to avoid waking early tomorrow." "Ah, no wonder. I thought you were distracted, but you were thinking about work." Benson smiled. "The card game helped you think." "All right, we'll wait." Melissa smoothed her dress. Past public carriage hours, the siblings hailed a carriage, costing 2 solly. "Drivers charge ridiculous fees," Benson complained quietly. Klein smiled. "It's acceptable, it's almost 11. I was joking. We could share, Benson said, seeing others hiring carriages. "I know, ride-sharing." Klein rubbed his cane. "We don't mind, but others might. They care about their image, Benson, common among the middle class." Benson nodded. "The Wood family was more extravagant than I imagined. Wood's salary is £4 a week. Looking respectable might be the biggest difference between the middle class and curly-haired baboons." "Do you have something against curly-haired baboons?" Klein almost burst out laughing. Melissa didn't join their discussion. She watched Klein, her gaze chilling him. The carriage quickly reached Zouteland Street. "Wait for me." 5 minutes, no more, Klein emphasized, exiting. The driver didn't mind waiting. Upstairs, Klein knocked at the Blackthorn Security Company. Leonard Mitchell appeared in a vest and shirt. "You're not on duty tonight," Leonard noted, surprised. "Klein weekly guard duty for the Canis Gate, with night emergencies handled by the sleepless. Only 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day can cause baldness and memory loss." Klein internally ridiculed Captain Dunn Smith. "I have something to report," he stated. "A mission?" Leonard asked. Entering the hall, Klein saw Dunn in his black windbreaker, his grey eyes dark. "Captain, I came across a supernatural incident." "Details?" Dunn asked. Klein recounted the story, explaining his actions. "So Hanas Vincent needs investigating." Klein believed the evil entity was merely observing Selena, allowing Elizabeth to trick her. "You've done well. You seized the opportunity before the evil spirit fully materialized to possess her," Dunn said. "We'll handle the follow-up. Return home." Klein sighed in relief, chuckling. "I thought this was my solo initiation mission." From Elizabeth's incantation, Hanas Vincent was dangerous. "That's because there's already an initiation mission for you." Leonard chuckled. "What?" Klein was shocked. Dunn smirked. "Around 7 tonight, the police referred a case. No apparent danger, so it's for you tomorrow." "All right, don't ask. Rest well, your day off moves to Tuesday or Wednesday." "Captain, that affects my sleep. Plus, Monday afternoon is when the tarot gathering takes place. Do I need to send a postponement notification to Justice and the Hanged Man?" Klein shook his head, smiling bitterly, then left. Exiting, he sensed Melissa watching him from the carriage. Their eyes met. She quickly looked away. Klein's mouth twitched. He got in, pretending nothing happened. Under the crimson moon, the carriage moved quickly. Back home, Klein let Benson shower, then knocked on Melissa's door. She opened it, looking suspicious. "Melissa, do you have questions?" "I know you do," Klein asked. "Don't just observe me in silence." Melissa's lips trembled. "Klein, what did you do to Elizabeth? She seemed off. And Selina was strange later too." Klein had prepared his reply. "Do you know Elizabeth and Selina are mysticism enthusiasts?" "Yeah, but I don't like it. Nothing's unexplainable," Melissa answered. "Anything unexplainable is due to insufficient knowledge." "Yeah, I think so too," Klein echoed guiltily. "I once thought so too until I successfully courted death." He coughed. "Mysticism involves Hermes, an ancient ceremonial language. Elizabeth knew I was good at it, a historian's domain. She asked me about pronunciations and meanings." Melissa nodded, accepting his explanation. "As for why they became weird later, I don't know the actual reasons," Klein began. "But I can guess." "You guessed it?" Melissa blurted out. Klein patted his lips. "Elizabeth's questions related to divination and worshipping evil entities. When Selina did the magic mirror divination, did she recite in Hermes?" He brought this up to warn his sister, and hoped she'd cut ties with Selina and Elizabeth. "Yes," Melissa replied. "I think I understand why they were acting strange." Then Klein asked, "Since Selina's divination involved an illegal belief, perhaps Elizabeth found an opportunity to criticize Selina after clarifying the Hermes she used?" "I think so," Melissa said, having made the same deduction. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, advised Selina to put her beliefs in the orthodox. He tapped his chest 4 times, like a priest. "Yes, I will," Melissa replied. "And don't tell Elizabeth and Selina about our deduction or what I've said. I promised Elizabeth not to tell you," Klein emphasized. "Okay." Melissa nodded. Monday morning at 8 at the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein greeted Roseanne and Brett, then entered Captain Dunn Smith's office. He was shocked by Dunn's pale face and clouded grey eyes. "What happened? Hanas Vincent?" Klein asked. Dunn rubbed his forehead, sipped coffee, and replied bitterly, "Hanas Vincent is dead." "Who killed him?" Klein sat before Dunn. Dunn sighed. "Leonard and I looked for Hanas Vincent last night. His house seemed normal, so I entered his dreams for clues. In his dream I saw a huge sky-blotting cross. A naked man was nailed to it with black nails, hung upside down, head low, covered in bloodstains. Upon seeing that, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, Leonard told me Hanas had died in his sleep." Huge cross hung upside down, bloodstains. Similar to some true creator stories believed by hidden organizations, but with differences, Klein deduced. Organizations like the Aurora Order and Iron and Blood Cross Order were recent, but similar depictions had existed for over 1,000 years. Dunn rubbed his forehead. "We'll follow up. As for you, complete your initiation mission first." Chapter 89, A Simple Mission. Klein nodded. "All right. But I still don't know what my mission is." "Nothing dangerous. I haven't seen any signs of danger at the very least," Dunn emphasized. "This is a case which was referred to us by Golden Indus's police department. The famous philanthropist Sir Deweyville has been experiencing unusual harassment over the past month. Be it his bodyguards, the security guards he has employed, or the police, none of them have been able to find the culprit. Inspector Toller, who is in charge of this case, suspects that it involves beyonder powers, and thus handed the case over to us." Sir Deweyville was looking down the other day. Klein asked, "What kind of harassment is it?" Sir Deweyville hears moans and cries every night, no matter where he is, be it Tingen or not. This has affected his sleep quality negatively. Dunn checked his notes. He has seen a psychiatrist and has asked his butlers and servants to confirm that it was not an illusion. Having confirmed that it isn't a hallucination, thus it is suspected that someone is harassing him. Dunn closed the file. "Change into your probationary inspector uniform in the break room. Then meet Inspector Toll, who is in charge of this case at the shooting club. He'll provide you with more details." "Probationary inspector uniform?" Klein asked. Dunn smiled. "Half of our salary comes from the police department, and the title of probationary inspector doesn't merely belong in the records. When you met Leonard and I for the first time, we were also wearing uniforms. This is a perk held by fully official members. Yes, the perks, as Emperor Roselle would call it. Too bad I can't wear it casually for laundry day. Klein left Dunn's office. In the break room, a black and white uniform, leather boots and a peak cap with the police logo, crossed swords and a crown, lay on the table. A silver star and 06254 were on the epaulet. Klein knew police ranks. He changed, appreciating how the uniform made him look heroic. Leaving his cane, he pocketed his gear and left. At the shooting club, Klein spotted Inspector Toller, the only other person in uniform. Toller, with 2 silver stars and a thick blonde moustache, greeted him. Moretti? Klein Moretti. Hello, Inspector Toller. I believe that you have the right person, Klein replied, saluting. Toll chuckled. I can tell that you'll be a young man who's easy to get along with. That's good. Shall we head to Sir Deweyville's place now? No problem, Klein thought. You can fill me in on the details of the case on the carriage. Sure. Toll guided Klein to a police carriage. Sir Deweyville is a believer of the goddess, so we referred the case to you, Tolley said. I know. The fine knight is a common figure on the covers of newspapers and magazines. Klein smiled. Tolley opened a file. Regardless, even if you are aware of it, I need to provide you with the detailed briefing. He described Sir Deweyville's vast wealth and philanthropy, his knighting and his ambition for Parliament. We once suspected that the harassment might be related to this, but we have no clues to this date. Klein nodded. We can't rule out that possibility, but there's nothing to confirm that suspicion as of now. Tolley continued. Since the 6th of last month, Sir Deweyville heard moans every night. He checked rooms, his staff heard it too, but softer. It intensified, happening even during the day, with cries added. He lost sleep, fleeing to his villa or backland, but the sounds persisted. Security and police found nothing. Sir Deweyville, who has been tortured for more than a month, is on the brink of collapse. He visited psychiatrists time and time again, but was unable to have his problems resolved. He told us that if this problem was not solved within a month, he would leave Tingen and head to Backlund. He believes that there would be people who can help him there. Klein considered possibilities. A curse, unlikely as others heard it, a hidden beyonder, no demands made, or a vengeful spirit. The carriage reached Sir Deweyville's luxurious Golden Indus estate. Klein saw a sergeant, Gate, approach. Good morning, sir. Gate saluted. Good morning. Klein nodded. Tolley introduced Klein as Probationary Inspector Moretti, a history and psychological expert from the police department. I don't deserve such a title. Klein felt a little embarrassed. Gate pointed to the house. Sir Deweyville is waiting for us. All right. Klein caressed his revolver. They walked toward the house. A servant held the door open. Klein activated his spirit vision before entering. Sir Deweyville, square-faced and looking 5 years older, massaged his forehead. Good morning, officers. I hope that you can resolve what has been causing me distress. Klein squinted. Nothing seemed wrong with Sir Deweyville apart from his low spirits. Sir, in which room did you first hear the moans? My bedroom. Can we take a look? The middle-aged butler Cullen interrupted. Haven't you checked it many times? Klein smiled. Those were my colleagues, not me. Toll added, Sir, this is an expert sent by the police agency. Deweyville said, All right, Cullen, take him to my room. Sir, I hope that you will come with us, Klein said. Deweyville hesitated, then agreed. He feebly walked toward the stairs with Cullen and guards. Klein followed, surveying. On the 2nd floor they entered the master bedroom. Klein felt his spiritual perception instantly react, hairs standing on end. Chapter 90, Findings by Sight. Sir Deweyville's bedroom was vast, encompassing areas for a bed, living space, changing, a bathroom and a study. Its furnishings were exquisite, extravagantly detailed. To Klein, though, the light seemed dimmer and the temperature several degrees colder. He thought he heard sobbing and moaning, like a final desperate struggle. Suddenly, everything returned to normal. Sunlight filled the room, the temperature was reasonable, and the policemen, bodyguards and butler were silent. He looked at the luxurious bed, feeling blurry eyes lingering in shadows like moths. Closer, the spirit vision images vanished. Not a standard wraith or an evil spirit. What is it exactly? Klein frowned, recalling his mysticism studies. This case seemed better suited for a corpse collector, gravedigger, or spirit medium, not his domain. Holding back an urge to use divination, Klein looked for other traces to confirm his suspicions. Inspector, Sir Deweyville hesitated. Did you discover anything? If it were that easy, I believe my colleagues wouldn't have waited until now, Klein replied, glancing at the philanthropist. As he looked away, he saw a faint, distorted white human figure reflected behind Sir Deweyville in a mirror. It flashed, and Klein heard faint sobbing. Phew! He let out a breath, having almost drawn his gun. Heightened spiritual perception with spirit vision will one day scare me senseless. Klein relaxed his nerves and focused on Sir Deweyville. This time, he saw a faint, twisted figure shimmering around the man, dimming the light. Each flash brought an illusory cry and moan, barely detectable by others, hardly audible for an ordinary person under ordinary circumstances. Is it because it's daytime? Klein nodded, judging it to be resentment, remnant spirituality from unresolved emotions before death. If such feelings of resentment stayed in this world over a period of time, they would become a terrifying, wrathful spirit after becoming stronger. Klein, suspicious, wondered why a philanthropist like Deweyville would be plagued by such spirits. Is he actually two-faced? Could it be the means of a beyonder with nefarious intentions? After thought, Klein looked at Deweyville. Honorable Sir, I have a few questions. Please ask. Deweyville sat down. Klein organized his thoughts. When you leave here to go to a new place, such as the village or backland, do you temporarily get at least half a night's worth of peace before the situation resumes and gradually worsens? Even when you sleep during the daytime, are you able to hear moaning and sobbing sounds? Deweyville's half-closed eyes widened, beaming with hope. Yes, did you find the root of the problem? He realized he'd forgotten to mention this crucial clue due to insomnia. Inspector Toller relaxed, seeing the Nighthawk had found a clue. Sergeant Gate was surprised. It coincided with the traits of gradual entanglement and the feature of accumulation. Klein confirmed the cause. He considered two solutions, a ritual to remove the resentment directly or finding its root. To keep beyonder powers hidden, he'd try the second method first. Sir, yours is a psychological illness, a mental problem. He spoke with seriousness. Sir Deweyville knitted his brows. Are you telling me that I'm a mental patient that I need to enter an asylum? No, nothing that serious. Actually, most people have psychological problems to one degree or another, Klein casually comforted him. Please allow me to introduce myself again. I am a psychological expert from the Iowa County Police. Psychological expert? Deweyville and his butler looked at Tolle, who nodded. All right. What do you need of me for my treatment? Besides, I don't understand why my butler, my bodyguards, and my servants will hear the sobbing and moaning as well. Deweyville held his stick. Klein replied professionally, I will explain it to you after it's resolved. Please tell your butler, your servants, and your bodyguards to leave. Inspector Toll, Sergeant Gate, please leave as well. I need a quiet environment to begin the initial treatment. A treatment with magic, Toll thought, nodding at Deweyville. Deweyville paused, then said, Cullen, take them to the living room on the second floor. Yes, sir. Butler Cullen complied. After they left, Klein faced Deweyville. Sir, please lie down on your bed, relax and try to sleep. All right. Deweyville laid down. Klein drew the curtains, darkening the room. He used his spirit pendulum for danger, then sat on the rocking chair. He entered cogitation, allowing the spiritual world to extend, and fell into a deep sleep, his astral projection making contact. He was using dream divination to communicate with the resentments plaguing Sir Deweyville. Only communication would bring answers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A sad sob echoed in Klein's ear. He saw white, translucent figures floating. A painful groan. Klein, regaining mental clarity, touched one. The figures swarmed him like moths, his vision blurred, brain cleaving. Half calmly observed, the other saw a mirror. In it, a young girl in worker garbs walked in a dusty factory, her head throbbing. Her eyesight blurred. She grew thinner. She heard someone call her Charlotte, saying she had hysterical illness. Hysterical illness? She saw a faint blue line on her gum in the mirror. The mirror's view switched to Mary, another young girl, lively, entering the lead factory. Suddenly, half her face twitched, then her arm and leg. You have epilepsy, someone said as she convulsed, losing consciousness. Another girl, depressed, walked the street in a daze, speech impaired. She had a headache, a blue gum line, and convulsed. A doctor, pitying her, said, Lafayette, this is a result of lead poisoning. She twitched, eyes losing light. Many images appeared, Klein observed. He understood these female workers died of lead poisoning from extended white lead contact in Deweyville's lead and porcelain factories. Klein sensed something still unclear. Such death resentment was insignificant. It couldn't affect reality or Deweyville, even accumulated. Unless there was a more powerful and stubborn resentment that had united them all. Then he saw another girl, no more than 18, glazing porcelain. "Haley, how are you doing lately? Do you still have a headache? If it gets too serious, remember to inform me. Sir Deweyville has enforced a rule that people with severe headaches cannot continue being in contact with lead and must leave the factory," an elder lady asked. Haley smiled. "Just a little, I'm okay." "Tell me tomorrow if it gets any worse," the elderly lady exhorted. Haley agreed. Home, she massaged her forehead. Her parents and brothers returned, hopeless. "Your father and brothers lost their jobs," her mother cried. Her father muttered, "We will try to get some work at the harbor. But we don't even have bread money for the day after tomorrow. Maybe we will need to move to Lower Street." Haley's mother looked at her with reddened eyes. "When are you getting your pay? It's 10 soldi, right?" Haley massaged her forehead. "Yeah, Saturday. She remained quiet, returning to work next day, telling her supervisor her headache was gone. She smiled, walking 5 kilometers daily to work, massaging her head more frequently. "You haven't found another job?" Haley asked her father, looking at black bread soup. Her father replied, "The economy is in a recession. Many places are retrenching. Even the harbor jobs are sporadic. I could only get 3 soldi and 7 pence a week." Haley sighed, silent, hiding a twitching left hand. The next day, walking to work under the bright sun, she convulsed all over. She fell, foaming. She looked up, gaze blurring, seeing people, then a carriage with the Deweyville family emblem, a white dove. She tried to open her mouth but couldn't make a sound. So she didn't say a thing, quiet as ever. But this time, she was dead. Chapter 91, Solution. The scenery distorted, then faded as Klein left his dreamlike state, his vision adjusting to the dark room. He knew Benson, earning 30 soldi a week, found supporting their family difficult, unlike the assumed 20 soldi for most workers. Melissa had mentioned 5, 7, or even 10 families crammed into single rooms on Iron Cross Street. Benson had also spoken of the kingdom's economic recession due to the southern continent. Klein knew a maid earned 3 to 6 soldi weekly with board. Klein pinched his glabella, silent until Sir Deweyville spoke. "Officer, aren't you going to say anything? The psychiatrists I went to would always speak to me and ask questions in such a situation. However, I must say that I feel at peace. I almost fell asleep. I haven't heard any moans or cries yet. How did you do it?" Klein leaned back, asking gently, "Sir, do you know about lead poisoning? Do you know about the dangers of lead?" Deweyville paused. "I did not know about it in the past, but I do now. Are you telling me that my psychological illness stems from my guilt? My guilt toward the female lead and porcelain factory workers?" Without waiting, he continued, as if negotiating. "Yes, I did feel guilty about this in the past, but I did compensate them. At my lead and porcelain factories, the workers do not earn less than other workers in the same industry. In Backland, lead and porcelain workers are paid no more than 8 soldi a week, but I pay them 10, sometimes even more. Many people criticize me for breaking ranks since it makes it hard for them to recruit workers. If not for the Grain Act that made many farmers bankrupt, sending them to the cities, they would have had to raise their wages just like I did. Furthermore, I've also informed the supervisor of the factories to make sure that those with repeated headaches and blurry vision are to leave the areas where they are exposed to lead. If their illness is really severe, then they can even ask for help at my charity foundation. I think I have done enough." Klein's voice was emotionless. "Sir, at times, you cannot imagine how important a salary is to a poor person. Simply losing work for a week or two can result in an irreversible loss to their family, a loss that would cause tremendous grief." He paused. "I am curious, why wouldn't a kind person like you install equipment that can protect against dust and lead poisoning in your factories?" Deweyville looked at the ceiling, laughing ruefully. "That would make my costs too high for me to bear. I would no longer be able to compete with other lead and porcelain companies. I no longer paid too much attention to my profits in these areas of my business. In fact, I am even willing to fork out some money. But what's the point of keeping the business if I have to keep doing that? That can only help a number of workers and not become a standard in the industry or affect change on other factories. That would merely result in me forking out money to support the workers. I heard that some factories even secretly hire slaves to minimize costs. Klein crossed his hands. Sir, the root of your psychological illness comes from the buildup of guilt, despite you believing that the guilt has faded and disappeared over time. It wouldn't have any visible effects under normal circumstances, but there was something that triggered you and set off all the problems at once. Something that triggered me? I'm not aware of such a thing, Deweyville said, puzzled. Klein let the chair rock. You did fall asleep for a few minutes just now and you told me something. Hypnosis? Deweyville guessed. Klein didn't reply directly. You once saw a girl dying on her way to work while you were on your carriage. She had died because of lead poisoning. She was one of your workers who glazed porcelain while she was still alive. Deweyville rubbed his temples, speechless. I think that happened once, but I can't remember it clearly. His prolonged insomnia left him only a faint recall. He gave up taxing his brain. What was that worker's name? Well, what I meant was, what should I do to cure my psychological illness? Klein replied, 2 things. First, the worker that died by the side of the road was called Haley Walker. That was what you told me. She was the most direct trigger, so you have to find her parents and give them more compensation. Second, spread information about the dangers of lead in the newspapers and magazines. Allow your charity foundation to help more workers who suffered from the damage. If you succeed in becoming a member of Parliament, push for enacting laws in this domain. Deweyville sat up, self-deprecating. I will do all of the rest, but to enact a law? I think it's impossible since there is still competition from nations beyond our country. Setting up such a law would just slip the entire industry in the country into a crisis. Factories would become bankrupt one by one, and many workers would lose their jobs. Organizations that help the poor cannot save that many people. He slowly got off the bed, adjusted his collar. Haley Walker, right? I'll immediately get Cullen to retrieve information about her from the porcelain company and find her parents. Officer, please wait with me and continuously evaluate my mental state. All right. Klein stood, smoothing his uniform. At 11 in the morning, in Deweyville's living room, Klein sat silently as butler Cullen guided a man and woman inside. They had blemished, wrinkled skin, bony frames, and ragged clothes, looking identical to Klein's vision of Haley's parents, just older and more haggard. They couldn't continue living on Lower Street. Sob, Klein sensed an icy wind in his spiritual perception. He pinched his glabella, glancing at Sir Deweyville. A faint, white, distorted figure now lingered behind him. Good morning, Honourable Sir. Haley's parents were overly polite. Deweyville rubbed his forehead. Are the both of you Haley Walker's parents? Doesn't she also have a brother and a 2-year-old sister? Haley's mother replied fearfully, Her brother broke his leg at the harbour some time back. We got him to take care of his sister at home. Deweyville was silent, then sighed. My deepest condolences for what happened to Haley. Haley's parents' eyes reddened. Thank you for your goodwill. The police told us that Haley died from lead poisoning. That's the term, right? Oh, my poor child. She was only 17. She was always so quiet, so determined. You had sent someone to visit her before and sponsored her burial. She is buried at the Raphael Cemetery. Deweyville glanced at Klein, then leaned forward. That was actually an oversight of ours. I have to apologize. I have considered that I need to compensate you to compensate Haley. Her weekly salary was 10 soldi, was it not? 1 year would be 520 soldi, or £26. Let's assume that she could have worked for another 10 years. Cullen, give Haley's parents £300. £300? Haley's parents were dumbfounded. They'd never saved more than £1. Guards, maids, and Sergeant Gate, whose weekly salary was only £2, were shocked and envious. Butler Cullen emerged from the study with a bulging sack revealing stacks of cash, £1, £5, and mostly 1 or 5 soldi notes. Deweyville had gotten change from the bank. It's an expression of Sir Deweyville's goodwill, Cullen said, handing the sack to Haley's parents. They held it tightly, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. No, this is too generous. We cannot accept this, they said. Deweyville said deeply, this is what Haley deserves. You truly are a noble, charitable knight. They bowed repeatedly, unable to repress their smiles, praising him and insisting Haley would be grateful in heaven. Cullen, send them home. Oh, take them to the bank first, Deweyville instructed, sighing in relief. Haley's parents hugged the sack and quickly walked out. Klein saw the faint, translucent figure behind Sir Deweyville try to extend its hands, hoping to leave with them, but the parents' radiant smiles meant they didn't look back. The figure faded, then vanished. The icy feeling in the hall returned to normal. Klein remained silent. Officer, I feel much better. Now can you tell me why my butler, servants and bodyguards could also hear the cries and moans? This shouldn't just be solely a psychological illness of mine, right? Deweyville asked curiously. Inspector Toll, aware of the truth, became nervous. Klein replied, in psychology, we call this phenomenon mass hysteria. Chapter 92, Psychological Expert. Mass hysteria. Sir Deweyville, who had met many psychiatrists recently, ruminated over the term Klein had said. His butler, bodyguards and servants remained silent. Sergeant Gate looked doubtfully at Klein. Klein controlled his habit of tapping his fingertips and calmly explained, humans can be fooled easily by their sensory organs. Mass hysteria is a kind of psychogenic illness that is a result of tense nerves and other factors amongst a group of individuals as they influence each other. His jargon confused them, leading them to subconsciously believe him. Let me give a simple example of this. This was one of the cases that I previously dealt with. One man held a dinner banquet and invited 35 guests. Midway, he suddenly felt disgusted and puked. After that, he even had severe diarrhea. After a couple times, he began to believe that he had gotten food poisoning. He shared his speculation with the other guests on the way to the hospital. In the next 2 hours, there were more than 30 guests that had diarrhea amongst the 35 guests, with 26 of them experiencing nausea. They flooded the entire emergency room of the hospital. The doctors went through a detailed examination and performed cross-checks, and they concluded that the very first man didn't have food poisoning at all. Instead, it was a result of stomach inflammation caused by the change of weather and cold liquor. The most surprising fact was that none of the guests who went to the hospital had food poisoning. In fact, not a single one of them was sick. That is mass hysteria. Deweyville nodded, marveling. I understand now. Humans do lie to themselves easily. It's no wonder that Emperor Roselle once said that a lie would become reality once it was repeated 100 times. Officer, how may I address you? You are the most professional psychiatrist I have ever met. Inspector Moretti. Klein pointed to his epaulette. Sir, your troubles have been resolved temporarily for now. You can try to sleep now while I determine if there are any other problems. If you're able to sleep well, please allow us to bid farewell ahead of time instead of waiting for you to wake up. All right. Deweyville massaged his forehead, took his cane and went upstairs. Half an hour later, a police carriage left Deweyville's residence. After Sergeant Gate departed at his station, Inspector Tolley complimented Klein, jesting, Even I believe that you were a real psychological expert. Before Tolley finished, Klein, expressionless, deep-eyed, smirked. I only had some experience with it in the past. Inspector Toll fell silent until the carriage reached 36 Zouterland Street. Thank you for your assistance, allowing Sir Deweyville to be finally free from his problems and be able to find sleep again. He shook Klein's hand. Thank Dunn on my behalf. Klein nodded. All right. He returned to the Blackthorn Security Company, knocking and entering Captain Dunn Smith's office. Dunn? Dunn was waiting for lunch. Dunn. Klein massaged his forehead, keeping it brief. The root of the problem stemmed from the lead and porcelain factory under Sir Deweyville. From the moment they were established to this day, too many deaths have been caused by lead poisoning, and every accident left Sir Deweyville with some resentful spirituality. Generally speaking, that wouldn't bring too big of a problem. That might cause nightmares at the most. Dunn had seen similar cases. Klein nodded. Yes, that's usually the case. But unfortunately, Sir Deweyville encountered a female worker who died of lead poisoning on the streets. She collapsed by the side of the street and happened to catch a glimpse of the Deweyvilles' family emblem. She also harbored intense indignation, worry, and desires. It was only when Sir Deweyville gave her parents, brother and sister a compensation of £300 did her emotions dissipate. This is a societal problem. It isn't rare in the age of steam and machinery. Dunn took out his pipe, smelled tobacco and sighed. Workers that make linen work in damp environments and are generally diagnosed with bronchitis and joint-related ailments. As for factories with serious powder and dust issues, even if the dust isn't poisonous, it can still accumulate into lung problems. Sigh. We don't have to talk about this. As the kingdom develops, I believe these problems will be resolved. Klein, let's find a restaurant tonight to celebrate you becoming an official member, all right? Klein considered. How about tomorrow? Captain, I have used spirit vision for an extended period of time today, and also used dream divination to directly interact with those resentments. I'm feeling especially drained. I want to return home in the afternoon to get some rest. Would that be okay? Oh, then I'll head over to the divination club at about 4 or 5 in the afternoon to see how the club members are reacting to news of Hannes Vincent's sudden death. No problem, that's only necessary. Dunn chuckled. Tomorrow night it is. Let's do it at Old Will's restaurant next door. I'll get Roseanne to make a reservation. Klein took off his peaked cap and saluted. Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow. Dunn lifted his hand. Hold on, did you mention that Sir Deweyville gave the female workers' parents a compensation of £300? Yes. Klein nodded, understanding Dunn's worry. You are worried that they will get into trouble because of their wealth? Dunn sighed. I've seen many similar situations in the past. Pass me their address. I'll ask Kenley to arrange for them to leave Tingen for another city, to start life anew. All right, Klein replied. He left Dunn's office, changed into his suit, and left the police uniform in his locker. Klein silently took the public carriage home to Daffodil Street. He ate heated leftovers and wheatbread, then slumped into bed. He woke at 2:10, sunlight filtering through clouds. Under the golden light, Klein stood at his desk, watching pedestrians on Iron Cross Street. He exhaled slowly, overcoming his low spirits. He mused on life's step-by-step journeys, including his sequence advancement. Shaking his head, he sat, reorganizing his past week's events to reinforce key details. 5 minutes before 3, above a blurry greyish-white, silent fog, stood a lofty palace. An ancient bronze table sat quietly. At the seat of honor sat a man engulfed by thick grey fog. Klein leaned back, then tapped the crimson stars for justice and the hanged man. In Backlund Empress Borough, Audrey quickly walked to her bedroom. She sensed something and looked at the shadow on the balcony. Her golden retriever Susie sat there, observing. Audrey sighed, drew a crimson moon sight and approached. Susie, that's not right. This is peeping. A spectator has to observe in an open manner. The golden retriever looked up, wagging its tail. After nagging Susie, Audrey continued to her bedroom. As she opened and closed the door, a strange idea occurred. I wonder if Mr. Fool would allow Susie to enter that mysterious space. Then there would be 4 members in the tarot gathering, and all of them would be beyonders. No way, Susie can't talk. If they were to let her express her opinion and share her thoughts, what would she do? Woof, woof, woof? Howl, howl? Ooh, why am I mimicking a dog's bark here? Just imagining such a scene feels really strange. A mysterious and solemn gathering with the sudden barking of a dog. Mr. Fool would definitely kick us out of the tarot gathering directly. Audrey locked the door, sat by her bed and took out an old yellowish-brown paper from under her pillow. She read it repeatedly, entering her spectator state. In the Sonia Sea, an old sailboat pursuing the listener had left the Rorstead archipelago. Seafarer Alger Wilson, worried about the wall clock, entered the captain's cabin early to avoid being seen pulled into the tarot gathering. Before him was a glass of nearly transparent liquor, its aroma swirling. Alger trembled, thinking of the impending gathering, the boundless fog, and the mysterious fool. He lifted his glass and took a gulp, using the burning sensation to ease his emotions. Soon he restored his calm, as stoic as always. Chapter 93, New Diary Page. Above the grey fog, the majestic divine hall stood silent beneath towering stone columns. Two dark red star-like blobs extended into blurry human figures beside the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey bowed, smiling. "It is unfortunate that there is no wine here, otherwise we could have a toast to your successful trial." "You are more powerful than we imagined," Alger added. Klein, shrouded in thick fog, pressed down with his right arm and replied in his usual tone, "Great, this means that we are on the path of excellence. If you have matters that prevent attendance on Mondays, perform the ritual and inform me. Simply change the line 'I pray for a good dream' with the reason." "All right," Audrey agreed. "Mr. Fool, I obtained another page of Emperor Roselle's diary. I believe I still owe you one page." "I was away from land this week and haven't found any new pages," Alger said, placing his right hand on his chest in apology. "No matter. I expected it to take a long time." Klein leaned back and tapped the armrest. Looking at Audrey, he said, "You can express the contents of the diary now." Audrey bowed slightly. "As you wish." A pen appeared before her. She recalled the symbols and transcribed them. In seconds, the goatskin filled with neat, strange symbols. "It's done," she said after checking it. Klein raised his hand. The parchment appeared in his palm. He began reading without emotion. July 9th. I suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the sequence pathways are also called the blessings of the divinities or pathways of the divinities, then why would the stone slate that records the completed 22 sequence pathways be called the blasphemy slate? Blasphemy, what an interesting term. Just who is the one blasphemed? And who created the blasphemy slate? How could that person hold all of the sequence pathways? Just what other information was on the stone? I really want to see it. July 12th, I've realized another fact today. The sealed artifacts are an important component of a church's overall strength, even though some of the sealed items are very, very dangerous. Among the 7 churches, the god of craftsmanship wields the least number of sealed artifacts, which are also relatively less dangerous. Did I join an organization without a future? No, I should think of it this way. Only a blank piece of paper can produce a good painting. A weak organization is the best place for me to display my abilities. July 14th. I saw that mysterious Mr. Zaratul again. I never expected him to be the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order. Klein's pupils contracted. The Church of Evanites notes only mentioned a certain connection between the Zaratuls and the Secret Order, but Emperor Roselle's diary stated that Mr. Zaratul was their leader. From the looks of it, it's an unquestionable fact that the Secret Order holds the seer pathway. While he read, Audrey tried to observe him, but her view was obscured by the thick fog. Momentarily stunned, she frantically turned away. I was too reckless, too foolish. Luckily, he isn't angry. Audrey secretly stuck out her tongue and pretended to admire the scenery, just short of humming a tune. Alger sat silently, eyes fixed on the table like a devout worshipper before a god. Klein collected himself and continued reading. After learning that I had become a savant, Mr. Zaratul mentioned that I had chosen a difficult, yet relatively safe path. I asked why, but he only smiled and said the sequence pathway holds secrets beyond my imagination. I asked which pathway he chose. He told me his sequence 9 was seer. I mocked him. If every seer speaks in half-truths, why act like one when you're clearly a high sequence beyonder? He said it was a habit from his seer days. This method would pique my curiosity and make me cooperate. Then he asked me to help steal a dangerous sealed item from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, a relic of the Antigonus family. Obviously, this has to wait until I become a core member. I asked him how long it would take to digest the potion using the acting method, and how to tell when it's fully digested. He said that at lower sequences, it takes half a year with strict acting, sometimes even a month. And when digestion completes, you'll just know. I asked for more details. He just smiled. To hell with his smiles. I'll beat up every seer I see when I become a high-sequence beyonder. Rest in peace, Emperor. Klein reread the diary a few times, then looked up. Sorry for the wait. It is our honor, Audrey replied, still distracted, forgetting she was a spectator. She composed herself. Where can I find the psychology alchemists? Psychology alchemists? Klein recalled the man in the Tingen underground market buying spectator ingredients. Could he be one? Alger shook his head. Firstly, I don't know. Secondly, I don't think there's any rush. You should focus on digesting the spectator potion. Audrey glanced at the fool, who remained silent. I just want time to prepare so I can approach them naturally. When can I stop acting? I'm almost at the point where I don't feel frustrated or hear the murmuring anymore. Alger looked to the fog, then said, without the acting method, the rule of thumb is 3 years, plus no auditory or visual illusions. One test is to exhaust your body completely. If you still don't hear voices or see anything, then you're ready. With the acting method, I've only just begun. It feels good, so I don't think it'll take 3 years. That wasn't helpful. 3 years is too long. Audrey groaned inwardly. Just then she heard an armrest being tapped. Freezing, she turned and saw the fool tapping on the table's edge. Alger straightened. Klein said calmly, for low-sequence beyonders, as long as you stick to acting, you should digest the potion in half a year. It's even possible in a month. He looked at Audrey. As for the signs, you'll know them when they come. It doesn't need to be taught. 1 month. Great. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Audrey beamed with joy. Miss Justice, don't think you're the chosen one. The key point is half a year. Klein thought as he lifted his hand beside his lips. Half a year, Alger repeated softly. Audrey sensed joy, relief, and doubt in his tone. What is he suspicious about? She wondered. Mr. Fool, have you considered adding more members? Klein leaned back. This started as a trial, so I didn't think much about expanding. But now, as a regular gathering, we must choose members carefully. Secrecy is our motto. Audrey nodded. That is to say, they have to follow a process of observation, recommendation, and testing. Yes, a process. You can interpret it that way, Klein replied, while thinking about how to ask about the secret order and the clown potion without ruining his image. As Audrey fell silent, Alger took the chance to say, I've heard that a listener from the Aurora Order is searching for traces of the true creator, the holy residence they advocate. True creator? Audrey asked. It is an ancient entity worshipped by numerous secret organizations and cults. They believe that the creator hasn't completely perished. The core left behind is the true creator, Alger explained. Since the Fifth Epoch, the true creator has appeared in many forms, like the hanged giant or the eye behind the shadow curtains. Many think Emperor Roselle referenced the true creator when creating the tarot cards, hence the card of the hanged man. He looked at Klein. Mr. Fool, there's nothing wrong with what I said, right? Trying to gauge my opinion? Klein recalled the bloody man on the cross seen in Hannes Vincent's dream. Hanging in shadows, definitely ominous, he chuckled. I am more inclined to call him the fallen creator. Chapter 94, Hidden Sage. The fallen creator, fallen. Alger pondered the fool's words, struck more by his natural and relaxed attitude. He acted like an equal. If not for the ritual, Alger might have thought it was a bluff. Now he suspected that even if the fool wasn't on par with the true creator, he was at least close. It's dangerous and also an opportunity. Alger smiled and said, Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. According to our observations, beyonders who believe in the true creator, no, the fallen creator, have a higher probability of losing control. The rest are mostly psychopaths. That's something the Nighthawk's intel also mentioned. Though many didn't go mad, their ideologies twisted. Klein remained silent, still struggling with how to ask about the secret order and clown potion in a way that suited his persona. If only this gathering were like an internet forum. I could make a Smurf account to ask questions that are inconvenient for me. One day, maybe I'll learn mirror-related magic. I could even fill half the seats with my Smurf accounts. 22 chairs, just like the 22 tarot cards. And I didn't even plan that. If I wanted a divine hall and it appeared, would wanting a Smurf account also make it happen? Still immersed in thought, Klein said nothing. Audrey, curious and wistful, asked, That sounds scary. Mr. Hanged Man, could you share in detail information about each mysterious organization and the secret cults? It's hard for me to learn about them in daily life. I can only understand them through you both. I'm willing to pay. May I know what you'd like in return? What a great question. Miss Justice, you're playing the role of my Smurf account to some extent. The Hanged Man will definitely mention the secret order. You're the best. Klein's heart stirred, though his body remained still. Alger thought for a moment. I need money. £1,000. Preferably unmarked bills or uncut gemstones, priced by the Backlund Jewelry Exchange's monthly average. £1,000? That's enough to buy a house on a high-class street in Tingen. Klein was startled. Haley's death compensation was only £300. Though Miss Justice is a noble, she probably hasn't inherited her full wealth yet. No wonder he suggested gemstones. £1,000? Audrey sounded surprised, then cheerfully agreed. No problem. Do I send it to the previous address? She finds that cheap? Klein didn't turn his head. Alger paused for 20 seconds before replying, Yes, send it to the Warrior and Sea Bar at Pelican Street, White Rose Borough, Pritz Harbour. Tell the boss, Williams, that it's what the captain wants. All right. Audrey leaned back, spectator-like. Mr. Hanged Man, you can start now. Alger looked at the fool, then said, Let's start from the Moses Ascetic Order. It's the earliest hidden organization, though some argue that the earliest are the churches of the Evernite goddess, Mother Earth, and the god of combat. These people must be from the church of the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, or God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Audrey said sulkily. The Church of the Goddess is one of the earliest hidden organizations. That was news to Klein. What exactly happened during the third and fourth epochs? Alger smiled. The truth is buried in ancient history. One thing's for sure, no one's ever said those three churches were once hidden organizations. Back to the point. The Moses Ascetic Order was founded by a few humans who had read the blasphemy slate. They believed in a non-anthropomorphic god called the Hidden Sage. This god is more like an ideology or law. For example, they believe all things are numeric. The Hidden Sage is the embodiment of spirit numerology. Or that knowledge is supreme, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. The original Moses Ascetic Order was respectable and maintained good relations with major churches. They lived ascetic lives to resist losing control and resolve remnant potion effects. They were strict about secrecy and upheld moral precepts. They believed in reincarnation. Their sequence 9 is called Mystery Prior. The term warlock also originated from them. Audrey listened closely, then asked sharply, You said they used to be respectable. Are they not anymore? Alger nodded slightly. Yes, they've fallen into corruption and are now an evil organization. Why? I find their beliefs very good and very normal. That was Klein's confusion too. Nothing in the Nighthawk's intel had explained the reason for the Order's downfall. I'm not sure of the real reason. It may have been buried by history, but there's one terrifying explanation. In that story, the reason they fell was because the god they believed in, the Hidden Sage, came to life. He became the personification of an evil god. Came to life? This? How? Audrey asked, stunned, slipping out of her spectator role. It's like a horror story where the ghost is a god. Klein felt a shiver down his spine. I'm sorry, no one knows the answer, Alger replied, resisting the urge to say, Maybe Mr. Fool knows. He remembered the Book of Storms 5 verse 7 clearly. Do not test God. Audrey composed herself and gestured for him to continue. Klein silently validated Alger's words against his own knowledge. From the descriptions, Klein noted 4 key points. First, the Demoness sect was known in the 4th epoch as the Demoness family. Their faith passed through bloodlines, and they killed the fathers of their children and abandoned sons. All members were female. Second, the Numinous Episcopate and Rose School of Thought both originated in the southern continent. After the colonial era, they were nearly wiped out by the 7 churches, prompting their shift to the northern continent. Third, the psychology alchemists were similar to the early Moses Ascetic Order. They believed in a non-anthropomorphic existence and that the human spirit could change everything. Fourth, the secret order had the lowest activity among hidden organizations, making them the most mysterious. Each time they appeared, they seemed to be seeking something. What are they after? Klein recalled the diary entry. Zaratul, the secret order leader, cooperated with Roselle to retrieve something left behind by the Antigonus family. Their recent appearance must have been to find the Antigonus notebook. Klein narrowed his eyes. They're after Antigonus family remnants. So, I need to focus on Antigonus leads if I want to obtain the clown potion formula from the secret order. After the exchange concluded, Klein declared the gathering over. By your will, Audrey and Alger said together. He cut the connections. Their figures shattered and vanished. Klein rubbed his glabella and tried to conjure a Smurf account. At the far end of the table, a clumsy figure in a tuxedo and top hat appeared. Its actions were inarticulate. Its presence off. That won't do. He tried a few more times before sighing and giving up on that plan. Still seated above the fog, Klein gazed at the illusionary crimson stars. Inspired by Audrey's words, he decided to pray instead of actively connecting with one. But amid the silence, no feedback came from any of the stars. So, I must pull someone above the grey fog first before receiving feedback? He didn't want to violate anyone's will by doing so. Just as he was about to leave, he habitually touched a nearby crimson star. Suddenly he sensed something, faint and insignificant, deep within it. A prayer. Chapter 95, The Supplicant. A prayer? Klein's mind stirred. Using the same method as with the hanged man, he let his spirituality spread, touching the crimson blob. A hazy, contorted image appeared, a blonde teen kneeling, facing a pure crystal ball. The teenager wore a tight-fitting black outfit, a style different from the Lone Kingdom's contemporary fashion, more akin to Fasak Empire or Intis Republic clothing. The room was dark, with old furniture occasionally illuminated, though Klein heard no thunder or rain. The teenager bowed, fingers crossed on his forehead, continually praying. A thick, buzzing accent filled Klein's ears. Klein listened, but discovered he couldn't understand. It was a language he'd never encountered. To think that I cannot understand a foreign language, even though I am the mysterious ruler of this world above the grey fog. He gave a self-deprecating laugh, then indignantly listened again. He gradually noticed similarities to ancient Fasak. Father, mother, those are likely the meanings of those two terms, right? It is quite similar to ancient Fasak, but not without its differences. Klein furrowed his brows. Ancient Fasak was common in the Fourth Epoch and is the root of modern languages, but it's still evolving. I can't confirm it now. He listened repeatedly, eliminating modern languages like Lone, Fasak, or Intis. Could it be a dialect of ancient Fasak, like the language in the Antigonus family's diary? Klein tapped the bronze table. Another possibility. Ancient Fasak evolved from Jotun, the giant's language. The Fasak Empire claims giant blood. Perhaps this is ancient Jotun. Lacking further knowledge, Klein retracted his spirituality. He had no intention of immediately pulling the teen above the fog. He first wanted to understand his prayer and observe and conduct basic tests. Klein exhaled, leaning back in his chair. He enveloped himself in spirituality, simulating falling. After revising Roselle's diary, Klein changed into formal wear and headed to the divination club. Despite his pay rise, he took public transport, splurging 1.5 pence on sweet iced tea for the heat. At Howes Street, he tossed the cup, ascended to the second floor, and activated spirit vision. Upon entering the hall, he felt a faint grief. The receptionist Angelica sat there, her eyes slightly red and unfocused. The grief will pass in time, Klein said gently as he approached. Angelica looked up abruptly. Mr. Moretti. She quickly collected herself. You already know about Mr. Vincent? Oh, right, I forgot that you're an exceptional fortune-teller. Klein sighed appropriately. I only managed to divine a very rough outline of what transpired, just what exactly happened to Mr. Vincent. The boss told us that Mr. Vincent had a heart attack in his sleep and left this world peacefully, Angelica cried. He was so friendly, so polite, a true gentleman. He was the spiritual mentor of so many of our members. He was still so young. I am sorry for bringing up this sad topic. Klein didn't console her further, walking toward the meeting room. Angelica wiped her eyes. Mr. Moretti, what would you like to drink? Black tea. Klein preferred it to coffee, though he found it average. He preferred ginger beer and sweet iced tea, but a gentleman shouldn't act like a child in formal settings. It being a Monday, only 5 or 6 members were in the meeting room. Klein's spirit vision showed varied emotions, some grieving, some dull, some unaffected. They're all rather normal reactions. Klein nodded, finding a spot. He was about to deactivate spirit vision when Angelica approached. Mr. Moretti, a customer is looking for you. Well, it's the person from last time, she whispered. You still remember him? Klein smiled. I wonder if he bought the magical medicine as I instructed. I wonder if he still needs surgery. Angelica covered her mouth. He was the only person who was willing to wait an entire afternoon in the club for a divination. Klein stood, walking out silently. In the reception area, he found the customer from before, Bogda. His liver's aura had returned to normal and his health improved. Congratulations, the feeling of being healthy is wonderful indeed. Klein smiled, extending a hand. Bogda, startled, immediately grasped Klein's hand tightly with both of his. "Mr. Moretti, you truly can see my condition." "Yes, I have fully recovered. The doctors asked me questions over and over again, ran repeated tests on me, but they cannot believe that I recovered just like that." Hearing Bogda's ecstatic description, Klein calmly confirmed that the apothecary at Lawson's folk herb store was definitely a beyonder. The severity of Bogda's liver disease, combined with a few days' full recovery, was beyond normal herbs and medicine. Beyonder powers were the only explanation, especially with the Glacis incident. "I have to repent to God. To think that I would suspect that miraculous doctor." Bogda wouldn't let go, rambling about his shame and gratitude. "Those £10 were truly money well spent. It bought my life back." "What, £10? You spent £10 on the miraculous medicine? And you only gave me 8 pence for my divination." "Just 8 pence, 8 pence." Klein was dazed. Bogda finally released his hand. Beaming as he stepped back, he bowed reverently. "I am here today to express my gratitude. Thank you, Master Moretti. You showed me the way and saved my life. This was the outcome of you paying to have something divined. You need not thank anybody." Klein lifted his head slightly, looking at the ceiling, exuding a charlatan's air. "You are a true seer," Bogda praised. "Next, I'll be heading to Vlad Street to thank that apothecary and buy the medicine he recommended." "Haven't you already recovered?" Klein expertly hid his shock. Bogda looked around, then chuckled softly, confirming the receptionist wasn't listening. "The doctor mentioned a concoction of herbs that includes mummy powder. It is a prescription that would satisfy both men and women. I didn't believe the doctor back then, but I have no more doubts now." "There's a prescription like that?" Klein suddenly felt the apothecary was a cheat, and wondered if he'd doomed Bogda. He observed Bogda's aura, confirming no issues. "Mummy powder?" Klein cautiously asked. "Mummy powder. I have asked a friend. He said that even the nobles of Backland are maniacally looking for such an item. It's a powder made by grinding mummies which gives men peak performance in bed. Even though it's disgusting and sounds dirty, it truly is a material used by the aristocrats." Bogda described it eagerly. "Mummies? Mummies made from corpses? Then grinding them to powder?" Klein was dumbfounded, almost retching. Those nobles sure are hardcore. Just as he considered advising Bogda against it, Glacis, who'd had lung disease, entered, overhearing. "Yes, it's very effective. I would recommend that you head to Lawson's folk herb store at Vlad Street. Mr. Lawson's secret recipe is very effective." Glacis took off his spectacles, leaning in with interest. "My experience was very, very, very perfect." "You know of it too? I was just about to head to Mr. Lawson's folk herb store." Bogda's worries vanished. After a brief chat, he hurried out. Klein remained dumbfounded. At 5:20, he donned his hat and picked up his cane. He took a carriage to Vlad Street, intending to observe the apothecary, Lawson Darkweed, before deciding whether to notify Captain Dunn. At 18 Vlad Street, Klein stood outside the herb store. The door was closed, a subletting notice displayed. "Quite a wary man," he muttered. Since the store was gone, he no longer had to trouble himself with observations. Chapter 96, Daly's Guess. By the afternoon of the next day, Klein had fully recovered. He walked into the Blackthorn Security Company with steady steps. "Good morning, Klein. The weather is so cool and beautiful today. I'm looking forward to tonight's feast." Roseanne, in a light green dress, greeted him with a smile. Klein touched his stomach and said, "Miss Roseanne, you shouldn't be talking about that so early in the morning. I'm already sick of today's mission that has yet to arrive. I only hope for the evening to arrive sooner." "Me too," Roseanne chuckled. She glanced around, then beckoned Klein closer and whispered, "I met Madame Daly earlier." "Spirit medium, Madame Daly?" Klein asked in surprise. She was Owa County's most famous spirit medium and had been stationed at distant Enmat Harbor. "Yes," Roseanne nodded, "but she has already left. Ah, she is my ideal beyonder. If I were to become a spirit medium, I would leave Tingyan and travel all around the world. To Intis, to Faisak, to Fainapota, to the southern continent, to the vast prairies, primitive forests, and snow-covered plains. Lady, be aware of the Nighthawk's rules." Klein shook his head in amusement. "Even Madame Daly has to apply and obtain permission to leave Enmat Harbor." "I know that, but you can't just remind me about it now and shatter my dreams." Roseanne said, peeved. The truth is, I would never become a Beyonder. It's too dangerous. I know when I'll die from sudden gunfire. From what I've seen, Beyonders are basically people who turn themselves into monsters to fight against monsters. Archbishop Chanis said that we are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness, Klein sighed. To fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss. Both fell silent. After a moment, Roseanne pursed her lips toward the partition. Captain wanted you to meet him when you arrived. All right. Klein took his hat and cane and headed to Dunn's office. Dunn Smith, middle-aged with serene grey eyes and a high hairline, set down his coffee and smiled. Daly was here. Can't say that I'm surprised. Roseanne had just informed me, Klein replied. Dunn sighed. Daly was just transferred to the Backlund Diocese, the world's busiest and most crowded city. They have the highest population of Beyonders. She has a higher chance of becoming an archbishop or a senior deacon than me. Why? Klein asked, sitting down. Dunn pondered nearly 20 seconds. She has a unique talent in mastering and exploiting sequence potions. I've mentioned our internal rule, a 3-year wait and strict examinations before taking the next potion. But even then, 3 years is usually not enough. I spent 3 years from sleepless to midnight poet. 9 more to become a nightmare. And I've already spent another 3 trying to reach sequence 6. I don't know how many more years I'll need. When our body's age and energy declines, even if we've resisted madness, we shouldn't risk advancing. The chance of losing control becomes too high. But Daly is different. After just a year as a corpse collector, she applied for the next potion, passed a stricter exam, got the Gravedigger potion. A year later, Spirit Medium. This is only her 5th year as a Beyonder. She's 24. On the surface, she's a famous Spirit Medium, but she really is one. Isn't that acting? Old Neil mentioned her tendencies. Klein felt he had grasped the key to her rapid advancement. Captain, you're young enough as well. You're only in your 30s. Klein comforted him, but added inwardly, it's just that your memory isn't that great. Dunn took a sip of coffee and gave a bitter smile. Why didn't you ask Madame Daly about her method of mastering sequence potions? Klein asked deliberately. She told me to become a true nightmare. I don't know what that means. Dunn rubbed his temples. Play the role of a nightmare. Man, that sounds sinister. Klein frowned in thought. Dunn picked up his pipe and sniffed it. Daly and I discussed the possibility of Sears' follow-up potion being clown. Assuming that member of the Sears didn't lie to you, she had an interesting hypothesis. What hypothesis? Klein's eyes lit up. Dunn's deep gaze swept over him. A normal sequence pathway progresses with shared traits. Sleepless, midnight poet, nightmare. They're tied to night, tranquility, and sleep. Each next step enhances those qualities. Power, scope, secrets, horror, the crimson moon. Others, like assassin and instigator, seem unrelated, but both bring pain, sorrow, despair. So the follow-ups follow that logic. But seer and clown doesn't have such a connection? Klein asked. Yeah. Dunn nodded. Daly believes there might be sequence pathways with another kind of relationship. She said that in these, low to mid sequences give seemingly unrelated powers, but when the Beyonder reaches a certain point, these fuse into a powerful job that encompasses them all. In other words, the pathway doesn't advance step by step, but instead it's a relationship of dissection and combination. Klein listened, a bit lost. Dunn raised his right hand. A normal pathway grows like a child, taller, stronger, more mature. While special sequence pathways are more like... He raised his thumb. Sequence 9, then his index, sequence 8, then the rest, slowly. Each and every finger is independent, but in the end... Dunn clenched his hand into a fist. I understand now. Klein was suddenly enlightened. He nodded in deep thought. Maybe that's how it is? Sequence 8 clown and sequence 9 seer are completely different. And sequence 7 doesn't share traits with clown either. Klein pondered, then asked, at which stage would the abilities combine into a qualitative change? Dunn chuckled. Daly and I guessed sequence 4. Why? Klein blurted. Because sequence 4 is where high sequences begin. It brings qualitative changes to vitality and energy. In the 4th epoch, sequence 4 Beyonders were demigods. Rare in this era, though, Dunn said wistfully. If sequence 4 to 1 are high sequence Beyonders, who are the low sequence ones? Klein asked. 1,000 years ago, 9 through 7. Nowadays, churches consider 7 to 5 mid-sequences, Dunn said with a self-deprecating laugh. Klein repeated the hierarchy silently and felt a surge of longing. Emperor Roselle was a high-sequence beyonder. But the higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control. That thought made him uneasy. He asked casually, "What is the sequence 4 potion for the Church of the Goddess called?" "I'm not sure. My clearance isn't high enough. I'd need to be a bishop or deacon. At least half the church's archbishops and senior deacons are below sequence 4. Archbishop Ince Zangwill lost control trying to advance to it. The one who stole sealed artifact 08. His potion was Gatekeeper." Klein asked, "Is Sleepless Sequence 5 Gatekeeper?" "No, that's in Spirit Medium's pathway. You'll gain access to that info at Sequence 7. Gatekeeper is Sequence 5 of the Spirit Medium pathway. Watching the gates of hell, or the spirit world. All right, go to Old Neil and continue your studies." Dunn smiled. "Don't forget dinner tonight at Old Will's. I'll officially introduce you to the Nighthawks." "All right, I've already prepared the money." Klein forced a smile. "No need. Have you forgotten our bonuses? You completed an assigned mission." Dunn waved. Klein paused, then beamed. "All right, Captain." He walked out, counting inwardly. 3, 2, 1. Why didn't Captain call me back? He dragged out one a long time. Stunned Dunn hadn't added anything. A miracle. In the armory, Old Neil glanced at the cheerful Klein. "Don't be obsessed with tonight's dinner. You still have a lot to learn. Ritualistic magic, ancient Hermes, dragonish, elvish. Yeah, every afternoon besides your day off, you have to have at least 2 hours of combat training with an instructor." "Combat training?" Captain didn't mention it. Klein was shocked. Old Neil nodded without hesitation. He forgot. Chapter 97, Combat Teacher. At 2 in the afternoon, outside a shabby 2-story building at the outskirts of Northborough, Klein, in his probationary inspector uniform, looked at the overgrown garden and vine-covered walls. "My combat instructor lives here? Shouldn't a combat artist selected by the Nighthawks be exceptional?" Leonard Mitchell, dressed in a white shirt, black trousers and buttonless boots, snickered. Don't underestimate Mr. Le Gawain because of his residence's surroundings. Although he was never conferred an aristocratic title, he was a true knight back in the day. He suddenly turned melancholic. He was active during the waning era of the knights. Warriors donning armor would storm through enemy ranks despite gunfire and cannon fire, destroying their enemies and redefining the battle lines. But alas, they were quickly met with the invention of high-pressure steam guns and 6-barrel machine guns. Mr. Gawain met the same fate. More than 20 years ago, the Our Knights Order of Chivalry faced Intis Republic's advanced weaponry. It's like I'm touching the dust heaps of history. The poet in me stirs, but alas, I do not know how to compose the poem. Then what's the point in saying so much? Klein acted oblivious and suggested, "My university schoolmate once told me that the composing of poems requires a certain degree of talent. It's best you start by reading the classical poems anthology of the Lowen Kingdom." Leonard instantly shifted moods. "I purchased that book a long time ago, as well as the selected poems of Emperor Roselle. I will work hard to become a true midnight poet, Mr. Sear." Is he hinting at the acting method? Klein replied flatly, "You would still need books on grammar." "All right, let's enter." Leonard pushed open the creaky metal gates and they followed the path to the house. They hadn't reached the door when a tall man stepped out. His short blonde hair was streaked with white, and his age-ravaged face was deeply lined. "What are you doing here?" the aged man asked in a deep voice. "Mr. Gawain, as per your contract with the police department, this probationary inspector will be learning the art of combat under your guidance," Leonard explained cheerfully. "Combat? There's no need to study combat in this era." Gawain looked at Klein with turbid eyes and a dead voice. "You should learn how to draw your gun and shoot, master the most advanced weaponry." Psychological trauma from 6-barrel machine guns and steam guns? Klein didn't answer rashly. He simply smiled and looked at Leonard. Leonard was prepared. The art of combat is still a skill a policeman has to master. Most of the criminals we face aren't those who must be executed on the spot. Some might not even have weapons. In that case, we have to rely on combat techniques. Gawain fell silent for over 10 seconds before saying darkly, "Throw a punch." Klein, without his cane, recalled boxing matches from his past life and threw a punch. Gawain's lips twitched. Kick. Klein tilted, twisted his hips, and kicked with his right foot. Cough. Gawain cleared his throat. I will honor my contract, but based on his foundation, he needs to come here 4 times a week, 3 hours each time for the first month. You're the combat expert. It's up to you. Leonard smiled at Klein. See you at dinner. After Leonard left, Klein asked, Instructor, how should I begin practicing? Punching or footwork? As a qualified keyboard warrior, Klein knew footwork was crucial. Just look at all those close-range fights in the web novels of his past life. He had to move swiftly to dodge and counter. Gawain stood akimbo. What you need now is strength training. See those? Those are 2 dumbbells made of steel. They shall be your partners for today. Also deep squats, running, and rope skipping, 1 set at a time. Still dazed, Klein stiffened as Gawain barked, Understood? Understood. It felt like he was back in military training facing an inhumane instructor. Change out of your clothes. There's a set of knight's training clothes on the sofa. Gawain sighed and turned to the dumbbells. At 6 in the evening, Klein sat at a corner table in the Old Will restaurant with all the Nighthawks, except Fry, who was guarding Chanis Gate. There were 6 Nighthawks and 5 civilian staff. Plates of black pepper steak, bacon, mashed potatoes, puddings, cheeses, and champagne were placed before them. Klein, pale and weary, nearly vomited from the afternoon's torture. As he struggled to sit upright, Dunn raised his glass of red wine and laughed. Let us welcome our newest official member, Klein Moretti. Cheers! Royale Rydeen, Kenley White, Leonard Mitchell, and the white-haired Seeker Tron all raised their cups. Klein forced a smile, raised his amber champagne, stood and said, Thank you. He clinked glasses and downed his drink. Is our Miss Author not going to say something on this occasion? Dunn asked Seeker Tron. She had average looks, but an exceptional, serene demeanor that was charming in its own way. In order to make the term Miss Author into a reality, Captain, I think you should give me some funds to self-publish my work. Dunn laughed. You should learn from old Neil and give me a more suitable reason. I'm most impressed with Mr. Neil in this department, Roseanne added with a mouthful of mutton. Amidst the laughter, Leonard nudged Klein. Are you so tired that you have no appetite to eat? Yeah. Klein sighed. If you haven't touched your food yet, I can be of assistance. That wouldn't be an issue, Klein said weakly. A good portion of his food was devoured by Leonard and others. Toward the end, they served beef pudding and ice cream. Klein tasted the cold sweetness of the blueberry-drizzled dessert. The flavor woke his hunger. The food earlier had only filled his stomach. This was recharging fuel. He looked around. All the plates were empty. Let's end the dinner here and give Klein a final toast, Dunn began. Captain, may I order another plate of food? Klein blurted. Everyone froze, then burst into laughter. Ha, you've finally recovered. No problem, order 2 plates if you want to. Dunn chuckled. Klein waited in agony as his stomach growled. Finally, a black pepper steak was served. His fork and knife danced as he devoured the meat in 90 seconds. He nearly cried. The fragrance of sauce lingered on his tongue. Sighing with satisfaction, he sipped his champagne. Waiter, the bill please, Dunn called. You opened 5 bottles of Desi champagne. Total would be £5, 9 solly, and 6 pence. That's nearly my weekly salary. Klein clicked his tongue. Thankfully, Dunn said he didn't have to pay, it came from bonus earnings. Still, 5 bottles of champagne cost over £3. This is no different from Earth. Klein rubbed his belly and forced down the last sip. The next morning, Klein felt bloated. He tried to rise, but aching muscles screamed. He nearly gasped with every step. What a familiar feeling, just like after those frog jumps. He twitched his lips, forcing himself outside to visit his mentor and borrow the monograph on Hornassus Peak. Klein, what happened to you? Melissa asked, suspicious of his stiff, awkward movements. Chapter 98. Mr. Isaac Klein gave his sister a regretful smile. Sore muscles. He had thought the sequence potion would improve his body, but as a seer, his attributes were focused on mind and intuition, not physical strength. His original condition, weakened by early malnutrition and lack of exercise, meant muscle soreness was inevitable after training. Sore muscles? But you didn't do anything last night except come home after dinner. Does alcohol cause sore muscles? Melissa asked, puzzled. Klein internally cringed, thoughts taking a weird turn at her innocent question. No alcohol involved. It's from the combat training I joined yesterday afternoon. Combat? Melissa raised an eyebrow. Klein quickly explained. As a historical and relic consultant for a security company, I can't always stay at the office. Sometimes I'll need to go to villages or ancient ruins, and that requires stamina for hiking, crossing rivers, and dealing with nature's challenges. So, I decided to improve my physical health. Melissa nodded in understanding. So, you joined to build stamina? Exactly, Klein confirmed. That's not very gentlemanly, she said with a frown. A professor doesn't need that. He just reads and thinks, staying polite and refined. Klein shook his head. No, Melissa, a real professor is gentle and polite, but he also knows when to use physics principles and a cane to deal with obstacles. Melissa paused, processing his point. After a moment, she smiled, unable to refute him. Klein took a deep breath, trying to suppress the pain. He started to walk slowly toward the bathroom. Melissa watched him for a moment, then caught up. Do you need help? No, it's fine. I was exaggerating earlier. Klein straightened up and walked normally. Watching him go, Melissa shook her head. Klein is getting so pretentious. I actually believed he was really suffering from sore muscles. Once in the bathroom, Klein grimaced in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He stood stiffly for several seconds, trying to hold it in. When he finally managed to go downstairs, he felt the soreness begin to subside. After breakfast and seeing his family off, Klein grabbed his cane, donned his top hat, and left for the public carriage stop. Koi University was peaceful in the summer. The trees provided shade, birds chirped, and flowers flourished. Klein strolled along the river and turned toward the history department, where he found his mentor's office on the 3rd floor. He knocked and entered, only to find Azik, not Cohen Quentin, sitting at the desk. Good morning, Mr. Azik. Where's my mentor? Klein asked, puzzled. Azik, a friend of Cohen Quentin, smiled. Cohen had a last-minute meeting and went to Tingen University. He asked me to wait for you here. Azik had a bronze complexion, average height, and gentle features. His presence carried an air of experience, and a small mole under his right ear caught Klein's attention. Azik's gaze turned critical as he studied Klein closely. Have I committed a breach of etiquette? Klein asked, confused. He checked his attire, tuxedo, black vest, white shirt, black bow tie, dark trousers, leather boots. Everything seemed in order. Azik chuckled. No, nothing like that. You just seem more energetic, like a true gentleman now. Thank you, Klein said calmly, then asked, did my mentor manage to find the book Research of the Hornasis Main Peaks Relics? Azik nodded and pulled a book from a drawer. He found it with my help. You can read it here, but not take it home. Klein gratefully accepted the grey-covered book, its design reflecting current trends, and sat down to read. As he read, Klein noticed a cup of coffee appeared by his side. Azik gestured toward the sugar and milk. Help yourself. Thank you, Klein replied and added sugar and milk before continuing. The book was not long, and by noon Klein had finished it, noting several key points. The Hornasis Main Peak settlement had been an advanced civilization, possibly human, with a reverence for the dark, worshipping the ruler of the Evernight and the mother of the sky. Strangely, no graves were found, suggesting these people had no need for burial, though they believed death was not the end. Their deceased relatives were kept at home for 3 days. Klein pondered over these findings and made further notes. He also realized that the ancient ruins he had seen in his dream seemed to match the descriptions in the book. A palace on a peak, grand and majestic, with a huge chair that didn't seem meant for humans. A seat of honor surrounded by translucent maggots. Klein closed the book and stretched, only to be interrupted by Azik's voice. So what did you think? Found anything interesting? Klein pointed to his notes. Quite a bit. Azik studied him for a moment before sighing. Klein, I've been researching divination for years, and I think your fate is a little disharmonious. Disharmonious? Klein raised an eyebrow, curious but amused. As a seer himself, he was skeptical. Azik nodded. Have you had strange coincidences in the last couple of months? Klein thought for a moment, recalling several odd occurrences, like the discovery of the Antigonus notebook when chasing kidnappers, Ray Bieber's strange behavior, and Selena's accidental discovery of an incantation. They all seemed to defy logic. 3 occurrences. None too frequent or out of the ordinary, Klein answered. Azik nodded slightly. As Emperor Roselle once said, 1 coincidence is nothing, 2 is still fine, 3 is when you need to think about what's causing them. Can you tell me more? Klein asked, intrigued. Azik laughed, shaking his head. I can only say that your fate is disharmonious. I'm not a real seer. Klein sighed internally. That's not much help. He activated his spirit vision to observe Azik, but nothing seemed unusual, only a normal aura. He stood up and continued his walk through the university, his thoughts buzzing. Chapter 99, Red Chimney. Late afternoon, Klein returned home, drawing curtains to darken his room. After a long thought, he wrote, The kidnapping of Elliot was due to extraordinary elements. Despite prior divinations yielding negative results, Azik's influence and lessons from the sweeted clown prompted him to try again with precise statements. Yes, I should break down the 3 coincidences and divine them separately, he mused, removing his topaz. Holding his spirit pendulum, Klein entered cogitation, chanting about Elliot's kidnapping. The topaz spun counterclockwise, indicating a negative result. Nothing unusual. He tried other statements for Elliot and then for Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen and Selina's magic mirror divination incident. All showed normal outcomes. Heh, was I, a real seer, frightened by the charlatan Mr. Azik? Klein shook his head with a bitter smile but remained cautious, deciding to use dream divination for final confirmation. He wrote, The true reason for Elliot's kidnapping, then lay on his bed, falling asleep with cogitation. In a broken, blurry dream world, Klein saw flashes of the kidnappers, losing chips, acquiring guns, surveying the area, and renting their hideout across from Ray Bieber's. These fragmented scenes aligned with the kidnappers' statements, showing no abnormalities. After the dream, his divinations for the other 2 incidents also showed logical developments. The coincidences seemed just that. I was indeed overthinking things. Mr. Azik is merely a divination enthusiast. Klein sighed, stabilizing his pendulum. As he went to open the curtains, he froze. Original Klein's impression of Mr. Azik was dependable. He never said anything baseless. His quarrels with Mentor were academic, each with their reasons. If he was just a divination enthusiast, he wouldn't have interacted with me like that. And Original Klein's memories have no mention of him liking divination. Klein frowned, his worries unresolved. He suspected Azik had stumbled upon insider information and was trying to warn him under the guise of divination. How should I confirm this? Klein paced his dark room, recalling other divination techniques. An idea struck him. Let's assume these coincidences are dubious. Perhaps my sequence isn't high enough, or there's outside interference, but I can change my environment. Feeling a surge of energy, he took a silver dagger from his drawer. He concentrated, sealing the room with his spirituality. Klein intended to divine above the grey fog in that mysterious world. In the magnificent divine hall above the endless grey fog, Klein sat at the bronze table. A goatskin appeared. He wrote, The kidnapping of Elliot was due to extraordinary elements. Holding his spirit pendulum, he composed himself then, with eyes half closed, chanted 7 times, connecting with the spiritual world. Feeling a tug, Klein opened his eyes. The pendulum spun clockwise. This meant an extraordinary element was indeed behind Elliot's kidnapping, completely contradicting his earlier results. No traces of interference. Such power is terrifying. What's their motive? Is my fate tied to the Antigonus family's diary? Klein was immensely shocked, losing his calm, and the pendulum spun wildly. He put down the topaz, rubbing his glabella, his expression grave. After a few seconds, he didn't divine the other 2 events. Instead, he wrote, The true reason for Elliot's kidnapping. Holding the paper, he chanted 7 times, then leaned back and fell asleep above the fog. Soon he saw a boundless, illusory greyish-white fog dissipate, revealing a colourful grass plain with flowers. Behind it, space folded like a living monster. Klein strained, barely discerning a dark red chimney before the dream shattered. Klein abruptly straightened, his heart pounding. Phew, it felt like I had just spied on a terrifying thing. He took deep breaths to steady himself. Tapping the table, he fell into deep thought. Red chimney, garden, grass plains. How is this related to the person behind all this? I can't determine motive or evil intent from coincidences. Alarmed, Klein thought of himself, Captain, and others. We are like puppets dancing on a string. What's even scarier is that we thought so highly of ourselves. Sigh. I don't know how to raise this to Captain. Old Neil's divination showed the same results as mine outside. I can't confirm this in front of them. He rubbed his temples, a headache forming. After 20 seconds of calm, he divined Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen using spirit dowsing. The topaz hung motionless. Strange, he muttered. The person behind this has sensed my divinations and is counteracting? He tried dream divination, seeing only fragmented fog. Selena's magic mirror divination incident yielded the same. Klein felt his conjecture confirmed. With no way to inform Captain Dunn Smith yet, he felt an unprecedented drive to improve. I must head to the divination club later to quickly succeed in my acting to digest the seer potion. I also need to confirm if the clown potion is the subsequent sequence and gather clues. And I have to interact more with Mr. Azik to dig up any inside information he holds. He held his forehead, quickly outlining a plan. A goatskin appeared. He wrote, "The corresponding sequence 8 of sequence 9 seer is clown." Convinced his divination abilities were augmented above the grey fog, he muttered, "Just like how raids are usually successful. Is this the result of having good luck?" He picked up his spirit pendulum. A definitive answer came. The corresponding sequence 8 of sequence 9 seer was clown. He wrote again, "The corresponding sequences 8, 7, 6, and 5 of seer would grant at least one brand new unrelated power." He exhaled, trying spirit dowsing. The topaz hung motionless. "There isn't enough information to complete the divination and receive a revelation," he muttered, thoughtful. He set down the chain, considering a dream divination statement. 20 seconds later, he wrote, "Clues to the clown potion." Chapter 100, Interpreting Symbols. Clues to the clown potion. Klein sat at the ancient bronze table, repeating the divination statement before leaning back into a deep sleep. His surroundings became peaceful, and hazy, distorted images flashed past him, like morning dew on flower petals. Slowly he focused his spirituality and became aware of his surroundings. He saw a fireplace with a rocking chair in front of it, where an old woman dressed in black and white sat. Though her face was hidden, Klein instinctively knew she was an elderly woman. She was facing a desk with newspapers and tin cans inlaid with silver. Klein recognized the scene. It was where Ray Bieber and his mother stayed, where he first saw a bloated cadaver. There are clues that point to the clown potion here? As his thoughts flashed, the scene shifted. He found himself in a greyish-white warehouse surrounded by identical buildings. White bones were scattered around, with squashed, fleshy masses here and there. In the center was a greyish object the size of a fist, its surface dimpled like a brain that had been taken from a living being. Before he could process this, the scene changed again. A naked body lay on a long table, covered with a white cloth, its skin mottled with bluish patches. Klein frowned and murmured, "First Ray Bieber's hideout and remains, and now the brand on the suited clown's wrist." As he tried to make sense of it, the scene shifted again. He now saw a marble coffee table, 2 leather couches, and a chandelier above. 3 people were seated. Klein Moretti, a wealthy man with a chubby body and pale skin, and a young woman with fishnet gloves. The scene changed once more, now showing 3 people and an object. A middle-aged man in a black robe with thick spiky brown hair, the chubby man, and an older man with messy eyebrows and grey-blue eyes sat around a round table with an ancient black notebook. The Antigonus family's notebook. Klein snapped out of his trance, his mind racing. "I was divining for clues to the clown potion. Why did the Antigonus family's notebook appear?" His thoughts whirred. That chubby man was Welch, the unfortunate guy who bought the notebook, triggering a series of events. The woman with fishnet gloves was Naya. The setting was Welch's living room, where the original Klein and his classmates had discussed the notebook. Klein tapped rhythmically on the bronze table, his mind analyzing. So the last scene, the notebook, Welch, the others, could it be the moment Welch bought the notebook? He paused. Wait, the middle-aged man, I've seen him before. That spiky brown hair, dark circles under his eyes. Hannas Vincent, he's the divination club member who died peacefully, after Captain infiltrated his dream, learning about Selena's secret incantation. Was he the one who sold the notebook to Welch? Klein mused. The world is small, Tingen even smaller. Hannas Vincent wasn't just an ordinary fortune teller. He was deeply involved in mysticism, likely caught the attention of an ancient evil god. He had the means to acquire the Antigonus family's notebook. He continued reflecting. The investigation into Welch's purchase has had it all wrong. The notebook wasn't found through the antique market. It came from Vincent's connections. And now he's dead. Too coincidental. Klein's thoughts shifted to the other man in the scene, the elder. The man in his 50s might know something important. Klein reviewed the scenes. Ray Bieber's house, his hideout, his remains, the brand on the sweet clown, Welch's place, and the conversation involving the Antigonus family's notebook. Everything connected to the notebook, except for the clown's brand. He sighed. This doesn't make sense scientifically or mystically. I was divining for clues to the clown potion, not for this. After some reflection, Klein pieced together two possible interpretations based on Roselle's diary. First, Zaratul, or the Secret Order, was searching for the Antigonus family's relics. The dream might be a way to lure them and obtain the clown potion's formula. Second, the clown potion's formula might be directly in the Antigonus family's notebook. The Zaratul family's pursuit of the relics hints at a connection, possibly as allies or enemies. But the second theory didn't explain the clown's brand. Klein wished the second theory were true. If the Holy Cathedral interpreted the notebook, he could get the clown potion without risk. He shook his head. The first explanation seems more likely. Klein massaged his forehead. Being a seer has its limits. Interpretations are tricky, like walking on thin ice. A single mistake, like with the sweeted clown, could lead to disaster. He felt a brief illusion of mastering seer abilities, almost there, just one step away. Thank you for enlightening me with your life. Praise the lady, Klein muttered, drawing a crimson moon. After a few more divinations, Klein focused on his next priority, finding the elderly man who had been with Welch and Hannas Vincent. He decided to start at the divination club. Can't confront Mr. Azik yet. There's too little information to divine his intentions. Sighing, he conjured a portrait of the elder from the dream. This man had been present when the Antigonus family's notebook was exchanged. Klein frowned. I can't draw. My art skills were always criticized in primary school. Then an idea struck him. What if I pray to myself like old Neil did? I don't need external rituals, just my own powers. Klein emanated his spirituality and initiated the prayer. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your revelation and for the ability to draw what I've seen. Klein then made his way to the area above the grey fog, where the symbol shimmered weakly. Following the ritual, he returned to his bedroom, surprised to find his hand moving on its own. Soon, a lifelike portrait of the elder appeared. Klein sighed, relieved. The illusion faded quickly.